The boy without a martial soul. Useless. You lack even the ability to awaken a martial soul. You are unworthy of calling me your master. In the dimly lit grove, a middle-aged man with a crew cut berated a slender boy, his words laced with contempt. I, you Xiaojing, must have been blind to accept you as a disciple. He spat, having already condemned the boy in his heart for his failure to awaken a martial soul. The boy looked at Yu Xiaojing, whose visage resembled that of a vengeful spirit, and the warm, righteous image of his teacher that once resided in his heart shattered completely. Master. Slap. Before the boy could finish his sentence, Yu Xiaojing had delivered a stinging blow to his face. At that moment, the coldness in Yu Xiaojing's gaze obliterated any semblance of the master-disciple bond they once shared. Mike Kai clutched his reddened cheek in disbelief, unable to fathom that the teacher who had always treated him kindly could resort to violence. Indeed, Mike Kai was a transmigrator. Ever since he had discovered he had crossed over to the Douluo continent, his spirits had soared. He envisioned a future where he would embrace Qian Rinxue on one side and Bibi Dong on the other, filling his heart with delight. Yet, reality dealt him a crushing blow. Everyone knew that the Douluo continent, as a realm of fantasy, could collapse at any moment. However, the awakening of his martial soul revealed that the absence of soul power and a martial soul rendered Mike Kai utterly powerless, dousing his hopes with cold water. With no means to cultivate, the dream of embracing Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong appeared utterly unattainable. Beep. Host emotions have been detected as highly agitated system binding successful. Host, Mike Kai. Martial soul, none. Soul power, none. Appearance, half a step into the reader's realm, slightly inferior to the legendary reader. Martial arts, 8 gates of Duanjia activated to prevent the host from inadvertently destroying Douluo Star. The 8 gates have been adjusted to the Douluo continent version. Speed 12. Reaction 15. Strength 19. Life 100,100. Physical quality. Each point corresponds to a gate. Each breakthrough increases the number of gates that can be opened. Current status 2 points. Currently available gates. First gate open, second gate closed. The first 6 gates will not pose significant harm to the host body, but during the process of opening them, the host will continuously lose life points. Upon reaching 0 life points before the 7th gate, the 8-gate state will automatically be cancelled. In the dead gate state, if life points drop to 0, the host will perish. Activating Night Kai will consume a percentage of life points, granting an immensely powerful kick. Each time the host makes a choice, the system rewards attribute points that can be allocated to any physical attribute at will. The system elucidated much, yet Mike Kai grasped all the information in the blink of an eye. As long as his life points did not fall to 0, he could act with complete freedom. As he gazed at the furious Yu Xiaojing, who continued to hurl insults at him, Mike Kai felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. Rising abruptly, he delivered a swift kick towards Yu Xiaojing. Previously, I showed you nothing but respect despite lacking a system. But now that I have acquired an advantage, what are you worth? Given their proximity and the sheer surprise of Mike Kai's sudden aggression, his kick landed squarely on Yu Xiaojing's chest. Cough. Yu Xiaojing's pupils widened in disbelief at the unexpected assault. After taking the blow, he was sent reeling backward uncontrollably. With a resounding thud, Yu Xiaojing crashed against a tree trunk, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Struggling to rise, he spat out a significant amount of blood, his eyes now filled with a more pronounced malice. You little wretch, how dare you strike your teacher? Truly an act of treason. Yu Xiaojing seethed. Your bluster is as thunderous as a cataclysm. From Yu Xiaojing's form, 2 yellow soul rings emerged, and a creature that was neither pig nor dog leapt forth from his side. Teacher? Mike Kai scoffed. You dare to claim the title of my teacher. For the past 3 years, aside from making me lug stones around, what have you taught me? Recalling the past 3 years spent as Yu Xiaojing's errand, Mike Kai grew increasingly aware of how he had been reduced to a mere jester. This single strike had irrevocably severed their bond of master and disciple. With his arms crossed before him, veins bulging on his forehead, Mike Kai declared, 8 gates. First gate, open. Upon opening the first gate, Mike Kai felt no pain, rather, the surge of power coursing through him was invigorating. After sending the creature known as Luo Sanpao flying, he unleashed a flurry of punches upon Yu Xiaojing's face. transforming his already unattractive visage into that of a bloated pig. You worthless fool! I will not allow you to look down upon me. A man over 50 who has not even reached level 30 dares to call himself great. Bah! After over half an hour of pummeling Yu Xiaojiang and spitting on his face, Makai felt a sense of catharsis. Once he departed, Yu Xiaojiang, enduring his pain, struggled to rise from the ground. As he watched Makai retreating, humiliation consumed him. He never imagined he would be so thoroughly beaten by a 7-year-old boy, particularly one of his own disciples. Just wait, Makai. One day, I shall find a disciple with far greater talent. Yu Xiaojiang vowed, his face twisted with resentment. The disgrace he suffered today was etched into his memory. In stark contrast to Yu Xiaojiang's humiliation, Makai felt a profound sense of relief after releasing his pent-up frustration. He exhaled deeply, relishing the newfound ease in his body, and began contemplating the current situation. It was somewhat regrettable had he known he would traverse to the Douluo continent. He would have prepared more thoroughly before his arrival. This moment. All that is known is that Yu Xiaojiang is the master of the protagonist, and there exist two extraordinary beauties from Shrek Academy and the Spirit Hall beyond this. Nothing else is clear. Currently, Mei Tikai flits about the jungle like a headless fly. Remarkably, he remains unscathed, his life force intact despite merely having opened the door. Options have begun. Please make a selection. Host. 1. Accept Qiandoliu's invitation to join the Spirit Hall, rewarding 3 attribute points. 2. Decline Qiandoliu's invitation, rewarding 3 attribute points. Just as the voice of the system resonated, a middle-aged man, adorned in a resplendent golden robe and clad in golden armor, suddenly descended from the heavens, landing before Mei Tikai. An aura of sanctity emanated from him, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that signified his formidable strength. Youngster, what technique did you just employ? Chapter 2. Return to the Spirit Hall. Qiandoliu cast a fleeting glance at the spot where Yu Xiaojiang lay lifeless. His disdain for Yu Xiaojiang deepened, as even a child devoid of a spirit and soul power could not be bested by him. Meanwhile, Might Guy observed the imposing and handsome figure before him. Based solely on appearance, this man was surely not someone to be trifled with. What should he do? Should he confide in him or not? Revealing his secrets would expose his trump card, yet withholding information might lead to his demise under the sheer pressure of the other's presence. Might Guy found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Noticing the prolonged silence in response to his inquiry, Qiandoliu's brows furrowed, his expression tinged with annoyance. As a dignified elder of the Spirit Hall and a 99th level Angel Douluo, he found it unacceptable that a mere 6 or 7-year-old boy would fail to respond to his question. Youngster, I harbor no malice. I am merely curious about the sudden surge in your power just now. If you would be willing to share, I could escort you to the Spirit Hall. Qiandoliu's tone was calm, as if to reassure the boy. At last, Might Guy comprehended the nature of his choice, whether he agreed or declined. He would gain attribute points. System, I choose option 1. Beep. Congratulations, host, on making a choice. You have received 3 attribute points. You may allocate these points to any area of your body. Upon the system's announcement, a point allocation panel emerged in Might Guy's mind. Speed, 12. Increasing by 1 will change it to 22. Reaction, 15. Increasing by 1 will change it to 25. Strength, 19. Increasing by 1 will change it to 29. Life, 100. Increasing by 1 will change it to 150. Considering the allocation rules displayed, Might Guy decided to invest 2 points in strength and 1 in life. According to the system's earlier explanation, even if he faced Might Guy, he would only expend 100 life points. If he raised his life points to 10,000, wouldn't he be able to unleash Might Guy's full potential at will? Beep. A bug in the host's behavior has been detected. The life point limit can only be increased to 1,000. The system's clarification doused Might Guy's enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water, abruptly dragging him from the heights of elation to the depths of despair. Beep. Points successfully allocated. Organizing panel. Host, Might Guy. Spirit, none. Soul power, none. Appearance, half-step reader realm. Slightly inferior to the legendary reader. Martial arts. 8 gates of Duanjia activated to prevent the host from inadvertently obliterating Douluo Star. The 8 gates have been adjusted to the Douluo continent version. Speed, 12, reaction, 15, strength, 39, life, 150. At this moment, Douluo was growing increasingly irritated. When had he ever been so blatantly disregarded? A surge of overwhelming and potent soul power enveloped him, snapping Might Guy back to reality from his internal debate with the system. What a terrifying pressure, he thought to himself. This individual stands in stark contrast to the previous Yu Xiaojiang, as if belonging to an entirely different realm. Senior, I must say, Might Guy is not cowardly, but rather sincere. Clearly, I cannot contend with this Douluo. The fact that he has found me indicates he has been lurking here in anticipation. Observing the young man's palpable fear, the initial displeasure in Douluo's heart dissipated entirely. He retracted his oppressive aura and regarded the youth before him with keen interest. As the overwhelming sense of pressure lifted, Might Guy wiped the cold sweat from his brow, still shaken. Senior, the technique I employed earlier is known as the 8 Gates of Duanjia. 8 Gates of Duanjia? Douluo repeated the name in his mind, reflecting on the Spirit Hall, which has existed for thousands of years. Its library encompasses nearly all the knowledge of the continent. It was certain that the 8 Gates of Duanjia had not been documented in the Spirit Hall's archives. Suppressing his thoughts, Douluo listened intently to the young man's explanation. The 8 Gates of Duanjia is a martial art that allows one to unleash their full potential. However, to dissuade any notions of him wanting to transcribe this martial art, Might Guy made slight modifications to his explanation. To master the 8 Gates of Duanjia, the first step is to forego one's spirit power and martial soul. Only then can one safely cultivate this body technique. As anticipated, when the conversation turned to the forfeiture of martial souls and spirit power, Douluo's brow furrowed once more. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately dismissed this idea. Without a martial soul or spirit power, even the strongest physical prowess would be of limited utility, perhaps only effective below the rank of Soul Master. I observe that you possess no spirit power. Have you indeed relinquished your martial soul to master this technique? In the Douluo continent, every individual is endowed with a martial soul. This is common knowledge. If the practice of this body technique necessitates the abandonment of one's martial soul, then Douluo found himself intrigued by the young man's martial spirit. Very well, I shall not pry further, Douluo declared. I have promised you that as long as you inform me, I will escort you to the Spirit Hall. However, please be aware that the admission requirements for the Spirit Academy stipulate a minimum level of 20. Without spirit power, you cannot establish yourself in the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Might Guy felt a wave of relief wash over him. If the other party had pressed for further details, he would have been at a loss for words. Douluo sighed softly, grasping Might Guy's shoulder, as 6 resplendent golden wings sprouted from his back. In a flash, a golden streak of light soared across the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. When Might Guy regained his composure from the shock, he found himself within a magnificent hall adorned in gold and splendor. Douluo cast Might Guy aside and strode toward a towering angel statue at the heart of the hall. At that moment, a strikingly handsome young man with azure hair, clad in golden armor, approached from outside the hall. Great Elder. The individual respectfully bowed to Douluo, his peripheral vision catching sight of the somewhat awkward figure of Might Guy beside him. A flicker of surprise crossed the face of the Blue Phoenix Douluo, for this sanctuary was not a place one could enter casually. Yet, here was a youth devoid of any aura of soul power who managed to do just that. Douluo knelt reverently beneath the statue of the angel, not turning his head as he addressed the Blue Phoenix Douluo. Xingwan, this lad possesses considerable talent in physical combat. You shall be responsible for instructing him. The Blue Phoenix Douluo felt a twinge of confusion at Douluo's request. To teach this young child the intricacies of physical combat? A 97th level title Douluo was to mentor a mere child? Despite the myriad of questions swirling in his mind, he acquiesced before Douluo. Turning to the naive Might Guy, the Blue Phoenix Douluo lifted him with one hand and proceeded toward the exit of the hall. It was only upon exiting the grand hall that he halted, confronted by a figure with white hair, one eye obscured by frost. Old Wu, were you not engaged in practice with the young master? The person before him was indeed the 5th elder, Guangling Douluo. Ah, do not mention it. Guangling Douluo waved his hand dismissively. The young master has been preoccupied with that woman, Bibi Dong. Fearing I might injure him, I had no choice but to terminate the session. Guangling Douluo shrugged, expressing the general discontent regarding Bibi Dong that permeated the entire sanctuary. Chapter 3. The practice. Guangling Douluo also took note of the child behind Qinghuan Douluo. Approaching Qinghuan Douluo, Guangling Douluo lowered his voice and remarked, "What a handsome child. Could he possibly be your illegitimate son?" Qinghuan Douluo was taken aback, questioning Guangling Douluo's thought process. "He was brought by my elder brother, who has tasked me with being this boy's martial arts instructor," Qinghuan Douluo explained. In the entirety of Douluo continent, few individuals practiced martial arts. Once one's soul power ascended, battles predominantly revolved around various soul skills. Consequently, martial arts drew little attention. Slightly bending down, Guangling Douluo leaned closer. "Young man, what is your name?" Taken aback by Guangling Douluo's familiarity, Methria struck a bold pose and declared, "I am Methria. I aspire to become the strongest man in Douluo continent." Listening to the boy's audacious proclamation, Guangling Douluo enthusiastically applauded him. Clap, clap, clap. A commendable ambition. However, to become the mightiest man, you must first. Before Guangling Douluo could finish his sentence, he sensed the complete absence of soul power emanating from the boy. "Wait, you possess no soul power?" Guangling Douluo inquired, bewildered. Alas, the young boy's dream seemed doomed before it even began. Qinghuan Douluo regarded the youth with keen interest. If he were truly an ordinary person, his elder brother would never have entrusted him as a mentor. Even without soul power, I can still become a top-tier powerhouse on the continent, Methria asserted with unwavering confidence. With the 8 gates, as long as I maintain discipline, it won't be long before I can strike down titled Douluos and deities alike. Very well, Guangling Douluo said, retracting his interest, estimating that the boy would likely flee in defeat before even a day had passed. The trio arrived at the practice arena behind the worship hall, where Guangling Douluo leaped onto a nearby stone pillar, swinging his little feet as he observed the duel between the two. "I will suppress my soul power to level 10. Use your martial arts to attack me," Qinghuan Douluo stated, his aura diminishing repeatedly until it settled at level 10. Methria assumed a martial arts stance and then propelled himself forward like a swift arrow. How fast? Qinghuan Douluo marveled inwardly. If a true level 10 soul master were to confront him, they might very well struggle to match his speed. Konoha's Gale. Methria leaped into the air, delivering a kick towards the unsuspecting Qinghuan Douluo. Bang! Qinghuan Douluo received the blow squarely. Feeling the force transmitted through Methria's leg, Qinghuan Douluo was further astonished. The sheer power of that kick was already comparable to that of a soul sovereign. Although his soul power had been suppressed to level 10, Qinghuan Douluo's physical attributes remained formidable. Without opening the gates, even at level 10, Methria would undoubtedly be unable to shake his opponent. With a swift motion, Qinghuan Douluo sent Methria flying. In midair, Mei Tikai continuously adjusted his body, and upon landing, he executed several backflips to dissipate all his momentum. His speed and strength were commendable, but if that was all he could muster, he might as well concede, remarked the Qinghuan Douluo. The kick he had just delivered had already revealed the young man's prowess. A level 30 soul master without an additional 3rd soul ring was certainly no match for him. Yet it was not over, Mei Tikai exclaimed, and his body sprang into action once more, circling around the Qinghuan Douluo. The 8 gates of Duinjia. First gate, open. With the first gate unsealed, Mei Tikai could now call upon all his strength, liberating his mind from its constraints. In that moment, clarity enveloped him. "Ah, this lad is rather intriguing," remarked the Lightwing Douluo, swinging his legs from atop a pillar while munching on an apple. Just as his words faded, Mei Tikai appeared before the Qinghuan Douluo, raising his foot to strike at his chin. If he could lift his opponent off the ground, he would have passed the Qinghuan Douluo's test. As Mei Tikai's foot approached, the Qinghuan Douluo simply raised his hand to block the kick. "It is not yet concluded." With that declaration, Mei Tikai vanished once again. The Qinghuan Douluo closed his eyes, acutely attuned to the rushing wind from Mei Tikai's punches. Even without opening his eyes, he could still keep pace with Mei Tikai's speed. After countless exchanges, Mei Tikai had yet to land a blow on the Qinghuan Douluo. He executed another backflip to create distance, panting slightly from exertion. All that effort had merely been to validate his suspicions. Opening the first gate did not deplete his life force. Rather, his physique was continuously improving. Second gate, rest, open. Upon unlocking the second gate, Mei Tikai's entire demeanor shifted. His speed and strength surged beyond their previous limits. At this moment, the Qingtuan Douluo had subtly elevated his soul power to level 40, having already raised it to level 20 moments ago. He was not confident that defeating the youthful challenger with merely level 10 soul power would suffice. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Mei Tikai launched his assault. Delivering a kick that struck the Qingtuan Douluo's chest with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Crack. The apple in the light-winged Douluo's hand was crushed under the pressure. As an archer, he barely managed to keep up with Mei Tikai's velocity. And he couldn't help but ponder what kind of prodigy his brother had encountered. Caught off guard by the impact, the Qingtuan Douluo staggered back a step. How swift. This was the most immediate realization he had. During their fierce exchange, two more individuals had appeared in the training grounds. Second brother? Young master? What brings you here? The light-winged Douluo noticed their arrival. It was none other than the second elder, the golden crocodile Douluo, and the young master, Qian Rinxue. At present, Qian Rinxue is merely a 6-year-old girl, far from the breathtaking beauty she would later become. In her current state, she resembles a plump, doughy bun, exuding an undeniable charm. I heard from the grand offering that this child possesses an extraordinary talent, the golden crocodile Douluo remarked. Prior to his arrival, the golden crocodile Douluo had sought out Qian Douluo and gleaned some understanding of the current situation from him. Despite lacking a martial soul and soul power, this child can withstand the might of a tidal Douluo solely through her physical strength, a feat that he genuinely admired. Although the tidal Douluo was suppressing his soul power, it is already remarkable that a child without a martial soul or soul power could shake such a formidable opponent merely with her own strength. Chapter 4. Achieving a world where only the golden crocodile Douluo is injured. Xiaoxue, lost in contemplation of that woman's words, pondered the possibility of being surpassed, even by him. The golden crocodile Douluo gently ruffled Qian Rinxue's small head, hoping to divert her thoughts from that woman and encourage her to focus on her cultivation, lest she squander her innate talent. At that moment, Qian Rinxue's youthful visage was marred by a complex array of emotions. Her grandfather had once stated that an individual could become formidable without possessing soul power or a martial soul, if she did not strive diligently. She might indeed be overtaken by that person. Quickly shaking off her distracting thoughts, the yearning for strength surged within young Qian Rinxue's heart. She believed that if she became stronger, she would undoubtedly garner her mother's attention. Meanwhile, in the training arena, Mei Tikai once again utilized his speed advantage to repel the immobile Qingtuan Douluo. Notification: Host's physical attributes are continuously growing. However, just as Mei Tikai prepared for his next offensive, the Qingtuan Douluo made his move. His speed was astonishing, surpassing even the swiftest of the Minji clan's sharp-tailed swallows. In the blink of an eye, he had maneuvered himself behind Mei Tikai. At this point, the fatigued Mei Tikai struggled to react and was swiftly captured, resulting in his defeat in this duel. Gasping for breath, Mei Tikai's chest heaved violently. In that moment, he found himself hoisted by the Qingtuan Douluo, as if he were a mere piece of luggage. At only 7 years of age, Mei Tikai had already reached his limit by engaging in combat with a 97th level tidal Douluo for half an hour. He was utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Were it not for his indomitable willpower, he likely would have succumbed to unconsciousness by now. Applause erupted from the sidelines as the Guangling Douluo leapt down from the pillar. His seemingly youthful face was filled with admiration for the young Mei Tikai. Well done, little one. To exchange blows with the Qingtuan is no small feat. Approaching Mei Tikai, the Guangling Douluo unhesitatingly gave him a thumbs up. Upon hearing this, the Qingtuan Douluo's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It was somewhat humiliating for a 97th level Super Douluo to be challenged by someone who was not even a soul master, even if much of the reason for his struggle stemmed from his suppression of soul power. Nevertheless, he ultimately had to exert 47th level soul power to subdue his opponent. In response to the praise, Mei Tikai struggled to lift his eyelids, tremblingly raising his hand to dare challenge the strong that embodies youth. Having uttered these words, Mei Tikai closed his eyes and fainted. Although he had lost consciousness, his declaration resonated deeply within Qian Ringshu's heart. Ascending the stage alongside the golden crocodile Douluo, Qian Ringshu gazed with a mixture of emotions at the individual whom the Qinghuan Grandmaster had effortlessly lifted. Grandfather Qinghuan, will I be his match now? Qian Ringshu inquired. From a young age, she had been instilled with the belief that she was the continent's foremost genius, and that, among her peers, she should possess at least a 15-level advantage in soul power. At present, Qian Ringshu, despite possessing only a soul power level of 25, is merely 6 years old. Under the expectant gaze of the latter, the blue phoenix Douluo shook his head. Little Snow, this isn't to discourage you. Even a soul master at level 40 might struggle to defeat him. At times, I genuinely wonder whether one can truly become a formidable force without a martial soul or soul power. The emergence of Might Guy has indeed shattered the archaic mindset of us old-timers. In the Douluo continent, where soul power reigns supreme, we now have such an anomaly as Might Guy. Clearly, this lad harbors secrets. The golden crocodile Douluo interrupted the conversation, gazing at the unconscious Might Guy. I have some medicinal baths available. I shall prepare one for this boy shortly and commence his special training tomorrow. The formidable physique of the golden crocodile Douluo is undoubtedly linked to the medicinal baths he has been exposed to since childhood. Entrusting Might Guy to the care of the golden crocodile Douluo is certainly no misstep. Just as the blue phoenix Douluo was preparing to leave with Might Guy, Qian Ringshu, who had been silently observing, spoke up. Grandpa Qinghuan, may I spar with this fellow? Upon hearing her words, the blue phoenix Douluo paused, turning back in surprise to regard Qian Ringshu. Little Snow, this lad cannot be viewed through ordinary lenses. His bizarre body techniques and the formidable aura he exudes are far beyond that of an ordinary individual. After contemplation, the blue phoenix Douluo deemed it beneficial for Little Snow to engage in special training with this individual, as fostering a sense of crisis would indeed promote her growth. The light feathered Douluo crouched down, playfully teasing Qian Ringshu. Hiki, Little Snow has grown up and wishes to become stronger. Ultimately, it was the golden crocodile Douluo who took Might Guy away. If one were to inquire who possesses the most expertise in body refinement within the Spirit Hall, the golden crocodile Douluo would claim second place, with no one daring to claim the top spot. Even if Qian Dalu were to arrive, he would need to rely on the suppression of the angel martial soul to reach the level of the golden crocodile Douluo in physical prowess. Upon returning to his chamber, the golden crocodile Douluo summoned servants to bring a tub of hot water. He then sprinkled various ingredients into it, transforming the once crystal-clear water into a deep green. Observing the unconscious Might Guy, the golden crocodile Douluo forcefully tore apart his clothing and unceremoniously tossed him into the concoction. Humph. Let me see just how far your potential can reach, boy, he declared, filled with curiosity upon encountering someone capable of combat without soul power or a martial soul. As time passed, the dark green medicinal bath gradually became murky, ultimately returning to its original clarity. Witnessing the transformation of the bath, the golden crocodile Douluo's heart was filled with astonishment. This tub of medicinal bath is capable of reflecting a person's true potential. If one lacks cultivation value, they would be unable to fully absorb its effects. Even during his own childhood, he had not managed to absorb a medicinal bath of such purity. With this thought, the golden crocodile Douluo pressed his palm against the surface of the water, channeling his soul power to once again heat the bucket. He repeated the previous actions, casting an item after item. Soon, as the ingredients multiplied, the once dark green medicinal bath transformed into a somewhat azure hue. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when Mei Tikai finally opened his eyes in a daze, it was already the 4th day. During this period, the golden crocodile Douluo had nearly exhausted his resources, needing to replenish the medicinal herbs almost every half hour. For an ordinary person, absorbing such an abundance would surely result in catastrophic consequences. Now, gazing at the clear water in the medicinal bucket once more, the golden crocodile Douluo fell into deep contemplation. Who among his family could understand? He felt as though he had encountered an insatiable abyss. Chapter 5. A single blow to defeat Qian Ringshu upon awakening. The bewildered Might Guy felt a remarkable absence of fatigue, both physically and mentally. Not only that, but as he clenched his fists, the surging power within him swiftly brought him back to his senses. He realized that he was now considerably stronger than before his unconscious state, and his physical prowess had indeed amplified. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through. Organizing panel. Host, Might Guy, martial spirit. None, soul power. None, speed. 100, reaction. 100, strength. 150, life. 200, physical quality. 3. Currently able to open the 3 gates, the life gate. Once the 3 attributes exceed 500, physical quality may be elevated to 4. This represented Might Guy's current strength. Having opened the life gate, he could not only obliterate his past self from days prior, but also dominate in combat. Awake? Just as Might Guy pondered, a sudden voice pierced through his thoughts. The golden crocodile Douluo tossed a gray iron armor onto the ground. Now that you are awake, put on your clothes and come with me. With that, the golden crocodile Douluo departed, closing the door behind him. Might Guy leaped out of the bath. Glancing at his small self, he quietly sighed in relief, thankful that he resembled the Might Guy of the original series rather than a diminutive acorn. Clad in a dark green training garb, he lifted the iron armor from the ground and wiped the sweat from his brow. Goodness, this must weigh at least 1,000 pounds. If I were to wear this, I would indeed become a hefty young master. Despite its considerable weight, Might Guy found it manageable. After donning the armor, he acquainted himself with its heft and adjusted accordingly. Upon stepping outside, the blinding sunlight and radiant energy momentarily discomforted his eyes. Rubbing his slightly sore eyes, he focused his gaze and beheld a small girl standing in the training ground. He sensed that the radiant energy emanated from her. Bang! While Might Guy was lost in thought, the golden crocodile Douluo approached and struck him on the head with a punch. "What are you daydreaming about, you little rascal?" he exclaimed. Having received a solid blow from the golden crocodile Douluo, it was undeniably painful. "Old man, why did you hit me?" Might Guy protested with a hint of grievance. Old man, the golden crocodile Douluo's eyelid twitched. After all these years, it was the first time someone had referred to him in such a manner. Just as he was about to explode in anger, a soft and adorable voice interrupted. "Are you Might Guy? Can we have a match?" Ding. Choice triggered. 1. Accept Qian Rengshu's request. Reward of 3 attribute points. 2. Decline Qian Rengshu's request. Reward of 3 attribute points. Gazing at the timid girl before him, Might Guy, who prided himself on having encountered countless beauties in his past life, couldn't help but be captivated. The enchanting beauties are predominantly crafted through cosmetics and technology, with the truly natural ones being exceedingly rare. In his heart, Might Guy has already made his choice. A notification chimes. Choice successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3 attribute points, which can be allocated freely. Each point of attribute value can yield a growth value of 10, a revelation gleaned during the initial allocation. With these 3 points, Might Guy unhesitatingly invests them all into his reflexes. Had it not been for his inadequate reaction last time, he would not have been captured by the formidable Qun Douluo. "I accept your challenge." Might Guy clenches his fist towards Qian or Ensu, his fighting spirit ablaze. Unbeknownst to him, 7 individuals have already taken their seats in the observation area of the practice arena. Qian or Ensu's challenge has been tacitly approved by Qian Diali. Perhaps even he believes that only through the experience of failure can little Su truly grow. "Brother, will Su be in danger?" inquires the 7th guardian, the demon subduing Douluo. He has just emerged from a closed-door meditation at level 97, but the outcome was, unsurprisingly, failure. He has been stuck at level 96 for an extended period, unable to break through. Qian Diali shakes his head calmly. His voice, rich and gentle, conveys, no matter what transpires, even if Su is injured, do not act rashly. His words astonish the other 6, as they are well aware of his deep affection for Qian or Ensu, treating her as if she were something precious, fragile enough to melt in the mouth and too delicate to be held too tightly. As the conversation unfolds, the practice arena is already set to commence. Qian or Ensu, Martial Soul 6-Winged Angel, Level 25 Soul Master. I humbly request your guidance. Upon completing her introduction, 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, spiral forth at her feet. In the state of her martial soul manifestation, Qian or Insu emanates an even more sacred aura. Maikai, I seek your guidance, he replies. One hand behind his back while the other is held in a palm-forward position. Qian or Insu, observing the heavy iron attire he dons, furrows her brow in displeasure. This opponent dares to face me clad in such cumbersome garb. I must decisively teach him a lesson, so he may witness the might of Sister Su. With her angelic holy sword in hand, Qian or Insu unleashes a radiant blade of light, ascending into the air buoyed by the advantage of her martial soul. The light blade, infused with a purifying and holy power, cuts towards Maikai, who remains in a meditative stance with closed eyes. First soul skill, Angelic Assault. As her first soul ring flickers beneath her, she launches the concentrated attack towards Maikai. Yet, he remains unmoved. I shudder as he attunes himself to the flowing energies around him. Just as the light blade is about to strike him, he slightly shifts his body to evade the oncoming attack. Qian or Insu, witnessing her strike miss its mark, feels no surprise. The speed that had once left her in awe still lingers vividly in her memory. Thus, before the engagement, her gaze remains vigilant, ever watchful of her surroundings, wary that he might emerge from any direction to deliver a surprise strike. Observing from a distance, Qian Dalu sighed and shook his head. Xiao Xue is destined to lose. Big brother, they have only just begun. How could Xiao Xue possibly lose so swiftly? Replied Qianjun Douluo, another formidable being of level 96. Before them, Qian Rinxue brandished her first soul skill, advancing towards Might Guy, her angelic holy sword relentlessly striking at his figure. Yet, in the face of Qian Rinxue's onslaught, Might Guy evaded each attack with a leisurely grace. Each failed strike echoed in Qian Rinxue's mind, leaving her in disbelief. No matter her efforts or the speed she summoned, she could not land a blow on the youth before her. Just one hit, she thought. If only she could land a single strike. As the confrontation escalated, her urgency grew, disrupting her original rhythm of attack. Then, she noticed his fist extending towards her with deliberate slowness. No, the second soul. Before Qian Rinxue could unleash her second soul skill, Might Guy delivered a swift punch that sent her flying. The angelic holy sword slipped from her grasp, crashing to the side. With a thud, her body struck the ground, and her eyes were filled with astonishment. She had lost, utterly. Not even able to withstand a single blow, Qian Rinxue fell into a state of shock. Having enjoyed a life of ease, she had only encountered setbacks from her mother. But now she found herself bested by a youth devoid of any discernible soul power. Chapter 6. The Origin of the Spirit Hall. I have lost. I have lost. The disbelief of Qian Rinxue was palpable as she lay on the ground, the sudden defeat striking her like a heavy blow. Long before the mighty Kai's fist was unleashed, Qian Dalu had forcibly suppressed the urge to interrupt the match. He was aware that his granddaughter would falter. Yet he also understood that she needed this defeat. In the original narrative, Qian Rinxue's obsession with Tang Xin stemmed from her never having encountered failure until she was bested by him in the Tiando Palace. It was astonishing that she truly lost. This boy had grown stronger compared to before, remarked the Qun Glu in Douluo, Nan Nan. In response, the golden crocodile Douluo wore a smug expression, knowing that the opponent's newfound strength was largely due to his medicinal baths. Brother, I shall take this boy under my wing, the Qun Glu in Douluo declared to Qian Dalu. Upon hearing this, the golden crocodile Douluo became agitated. Third brother, you cannot claim him for yourself. This boy has benefited from my extensive medicinal baths. I cannot be left without recognition in the end. Besides, he is a practitioner of physical cultivation, and no one in the spirit hall understands physique better than I do, the golden crocodile Douluo insisted, fearing that if this boy were to become a disciple of Qun Glu In, he would suffer a significant loss. Second brother, one must not speak so hastily. This boy was initially entrusted to me by eldest brother, the Qun Glu In Douluo teased. No, this boy is mine. Regardless of how the Qun Glu In Douluo argued, the golden crocodile Douluo remained resolute. He was genuinely eager to see just how far this boy's physical cultivation could advance. If he could dominate someone of Qian Rinxue's caliber, what heights might he achieve if allowed to develop further? This curiosity was palpable in the golden crocodile Douluo, whose own spirit, the golden crocodile king, naturally endowed him with considerable advantages in terms of physique. Disregarding their dispute, Daolu rose and prepared to move toward the duel arena. I have summoned you all here to entrust this child to your care. Nguyen's demon subduing technique. Both of you possess formidable close combat abilities and exceptional teamwork. Nguyen, your hand-to-hand combat skills surpass those of the two, yet your collaborative capabilities are somewhat lacking. In the event of future conflicts, relying solely on an individual will not sway the tide of battle. Xiongshi, you excel in all aspects, while Genie, no one can rival you in enhancing physical prowess, which is why I have chosen to entrust this boy to you. Daolu's words clarified the matter, indicating that these formidable Douluos would collectively guide him, witnessing the extent of his physical cultivation journey. What about me? What about me? The Guangling Douluo exclaimed, excitedly pointing to himself. Earlier, the Grand Priest had acknowledged all of them, yet he had overlooked him. This was an oversight on Daolu's part. Considering that the Guangling Douluo specialized in archery, Mighty Kai, being a practitioner of physical cultivation, likely had no expertise in archery, rendering the Guangling Douluo seemingly irrelevant. What is your role? The Guangling Douluo looked at Daolu with eager anticipation, ready to embrace the challenging tasks that awaited him. Just ensure you are well-fed and well-hydrated. Upon the utterance of these words, the others could not help but stifle their laughter. Even the usually stern golden crocodile Douluo struggled to maintain his composure. Meanwhile, the mood of Guangling Douluo plummeted, akin to a roller coaster descent from paradise to the depths of despair. Brother, my close combat skills are quite formidable. Guangling Douluo clung to a glimmer of hope. If he were to heed the previous arrangements, he would be rendered the least useful in the entire Hall of Offerings. Indeed, in close quarters, he would not even be a match. Lower your voice, murmured the demon-slaying Douluo. Yet, the surrounding individuals were all superlative beings of level 96 and above, possessing keen hearing that caught the murmurs of the demon-slaying Douluo. What do you mean by that, Seventh? Guangling Douluo roared, genuinely feeling undermined, as he alone appeared to lack any semblance of utility in the Hall of Offerings, in stark contrast to the light-hearted banner. The two combatants in the arena were absorbed in their own thoughts. Rinxue had yet to recover from her defeat, while Might Guy remained poised, ready to strike. He had only exerted 70% of his strength in that previous punch, yet this was more powerful than his prior efforts at full capacity. Had it not been for Rinxue's upbringing on cordyceps, she might have sustained some injury from that blow. Summoning the angelic holy sword once more, Rinxue managed to prop herself up with the sword's tip, struggling to stand. You will remain in the Hall of Offerings, won't you? Rinxue inquired. Might Guy appeared somewhat bewildered, uncertain of where to go next. The boundless power of the ancestral rights of a traveler had proven effective in his case. Thus, without parents or a home, he felt adrift upon leaving the Hall of Offerings. Moreover, since his arrival, it was likely that his background had been thoroughly investigated by the others. At that moment, Daolu stepped onto the arena, gently patting Rinxue's head. Do not worry, little Shui. From now on, he will reside in the Hall of Offerings. You are free to challenge him at any time. With the statement, Daolu cast a glance at Might Guy, conveying the message to both Rinxue and Might Guy alike. After departing the arena, Rinxue returned directly to her quarters, while Might Guy trailed behind Daolu like a devoted shadow. His uncertainty left him following Daolu as if he were a small appendage. Eventually, Daolu turned, perplexed, and asked, Why are you following me? Well, Might Guy stammered, feeling awkward. He certainly could not admit to being unaware of where he was supposed to stay. Understanding the innocent thoughts of a child, Daolu quickly deduced. The room next to Little Shui's has already been prepared for you. You will reside there from now on. Just as Might Guy was about to leave, Daolu called him back. Come with me. They proceeded to the grand hall of the angelic sanctuary, where they knelt reverently before the statue of the angel. Might Guy. May I call you Kai? Although Might Guy felt puzzled, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Kai, do you know the purpose of the Spirit Hall's existence? Such a profound question arises, leaving Might Guy equally perplexed. Having only recently arrived at the Spirit Hall, he is merely beginning to comprehend this world. And yet he is confronted with such an inquiry. It is widely acknowledged that in the Douluo continent, one's worth is determined by the level of soul power. However, There exists a faction of fallen soul masters on the continent. These individuals typically encounter errors during their cultivation, resorting to extreme measures to enhance their strength. The path of these fallen soul masters is often marked by devastation, akin to a swarm of locusts, leaving no life in their wake. Amidst such an era, the ancestors of the Spirit Hall emerged. She single-handedly established the Spirit Hall and, with her unparalleled power, suppressed all fallen soul masters across the continent. By gathering the faith of humanity, she ultimately ascended to the divine status of an angel. Chapter 7. The Retribution from the Golden Crocodile. Douluo. Should your cultivation system succeed, it would stand unparalleled upon the continent, marking you as the sole individual to achieve greatness through body refinement. Such behavior, regardless of the esteemed family or sect, is simply intolerable. Maitre Kai listened intently to the narrative of the centenarian elder beside him. The absence of a martial soul might indeed be the reason behind his name. Maitre Kai. After all, prior to his transmigration, he had been engrossed in watching Naruto, and upon witnessing the exhilarating scene of Kai unleashing the 8 gates against Obito, he had been overwhelmed with excitement and found himself here. When questioned about his name in this new world, in a moment of impulsiveness, he declared himself Maitre Kai. Since its inception, the Spirit Hall has been dedicated to eradicating all fallen soul masters from the continent, striving to maintain peace and awakening martial souls for the common folk without charge, as well as providing support to civilian soul masters. This commitment has endured for over 10,000 years. The two great empires have long since decayed, treating common soul masters as mere weeds, while we regard these individuals as the very foundation of the continent. Having conveyed so much, Douluo was now prepared to address the crux of the matter. Kai, do you wish to join the Spirit Hall? All the preceding discourse had led to this pivotal question. Although Maitre Kai was already affiliated with the Spirit Hall, it was, strictly speaking, an involuntary entanglement. The inquiries made in the forest had not divulged these profound concerns to him. Now, Douluo, having unburdened his thoughts to a mere 7-year-old boy, had genuinely acknowledged him. It would be reasonable to assume that a venerable elder with over a century of life experience, such as Douluo, would be resistant to new concepts, preferring to diligently cultivate his soul power to attain the rank of title de law. However, within Maitre Kai, he perceived the nascent leaves of a tree that would one day grow into a towering giant, admired by all. At that moment, Maitre Kai, upon hearing the Spirit Hall's commitment to the people, could not help but reflect on his homeland before his transmigration. The principle of placing the populace at the forefront resonated harmoniously with his own beliefs. I am willing, even if he were not a transmigrator. Any ordinary individual would likely find it hard to refuse such sentiments. Once Maitre Kai departed, the Qinghuan Douluo entered the Grand Hall. Elder brother, preparations are underway for the Pope to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast. A 10,000-year soul beast? Douluo queried, a hint of perplexity in his tone. He was aware of Qian Xuanji's strength, merely at level 95, and his excessive pride in challenging a 10,000-year soul beast. Nonetheless, given the limited known 10,000-year soul beasts on the continent, Douluo found himself curious about which beast had captured Qian Xuanji's interest. As if perceiving Douluo's intrigue, the Qinghuan Douluo continued, we have recently received news that a 10,000-year transforming soul beast is due to give birth in approximately a year. After giving birth, it will be at its most vulnerable. Douluo was not particularly concerned with the veracity of the news, as even if it were false, he would still dispatch someone for reconnaissance. Where did this information originate? From the Haoyan clan, replied the Qinghuan Douluo. Upon mentioning the Haoyan clan, a fleeting glimmer finally broke through the calm facade of Douluo's eyes. Memories of the fierce battle with Tang Xun from over a decade ago flooded my mind. Accompanying us were the 2 elders, Zhu Gui, and over a dozen soul saints, along with 5 soul Douluos. Such formidable strength could easily vanquish a 100,000-year-old soul beast, even in its untransformed state. However, this assumption only holds true for soul beasts of that age, should we encounter a being like the heavenly blue bull. Boasting an age of 200,000 years, we would need to reconsider our chances carefully. Upon returning to my chamber, I had scarcely reclined when I was abruptly taken away by the golden crocodile Douluo. I recalled that he had referred to himself as an old man in jest. The forthcoming training session would surely be a trial for me. At the foot of the holy mountain of angels, I gazed at a massive boulder, lost in contemplation. Could such a stone, resembling a miniature version of a catastrophic celestial event, truly be moved by a mere 7-year-old child? Old man, if you wish to sabotage me, just say so, I muttered in exasperation. The golden crocodile Douluo merely scoffed, turning away as if caught in a moment of vulnerability. Humph. I have established 10 rest points upon this sacred mountain. Your task today is to drag this colossal rock to the first rest point, he declared with a cold huff, taking flight without affording me the chance to retort. I shall await you at the first rest point, should you fail to bring it. You shall not leave the holy mountain today. His voice echoed hauntingly in the mountains as he departed. Reluctantly, I donned the iron chains, silently praying for their endurance. I was not afraid of my own strength. Rather, I feared that the chains might not withstand the strain. Yet, my concerns were unfounded. The golden crocodile Douluo had anticipated the possibility of the chains breaking and had reinforced them with his soul power before my arrival. Boom, boom, boom. I began to drag the boulder across the ground, each step a monumental effort. I'm only 7 years old. Why must I endure this treatment? Regret seeped into my thoughts. If I succeeded in moving this stone, descending would surely prove an equally arduous task. Alas, lamenting was futile, for he could not hear my grievances. Thus, with every step, I cursed the golden crocodile Douluo as a stinky old man, resolutely pulling the weight upwards. Open the first gate. Open. It was evident that it took me 3 minutes to move a single step. The boulder left a long trail of scuff marks across the holy mountain. Upon unlocking the first gate, a hint of relief washed over my flushed face. Fortunately, the burden was manageable until the 4th gate. Otherwise, I would truly find myself in peril. 3 hours later, I had nearly begun to sprint, having unlocked all 3 accessible gates. Yet, I could only maintain my initial pace, inching forward with the boulder. Accomplishing the seemingly impossible was a testament to youthful vigor. Perhaps due to my training in the 8 gates of Wuhen, my temperament mirrored that of the spirited Might Guy from the Naruto series. As 3 more hours passed, darkness enveloped the sky, marking the end of the day. Yet, upon this mid-slope, a colossal entity was steadily in motion. To his astonishment, that young man truly managed to ascend. The golden crocodile Douluo mused, having felt a tinge of displeasure at being referred to as an old fool by Meitikai earlier that day. He had initially hoped to coax a more submissive response from the other party, but it appeared that the young man had indeed succeeded. As he observed Meitikai, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, drawing nearer, a sudden thud resounded as he cast the iron chain aside. Meitikai lay half-conscious on the ground. Old fool. Huff, huff. Was it not merely a couple of complaints? Must you be so petty? The golden crocodile Douluo, caught off guard by the unspoken thoughts, turned his head away, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Ahem, quite impressive. You have surpassed my expectations. At that moment, Meitikai felt as if his own body had betrayed him. The act of relaxing revealed the exhaustion that made even speaking a laborious task. So be it. Let it all end. I am weary. Securing the massive stone, the golden crocodile Douluo lifted the limp Meitikai beneath his arm and soared towards his dwelling. Upon entering the grand hall, he encountered the contemplative Qianren, the earlier events having slipped from his mind. Xue, why are you still awake at this late hour? The golden crocodile Douluo approached, and the pensive Qianren took note of his arrival. However, just as she was about to respond, she caught sight of Meitikai, utterly disheveled and nestled under the arm of the golden crocodile Douluo. Grandfather, what has happened to him? It was only upon her inquiry that the golden crocodile Douluo realized he was still carrying someone. Meitikai lamented, the world has isolated me. Chapter 8. Qian Daoliu's intent to kill 1 year later. Brother Kai. Within the angel sanctuary, Qianren, adorned in a splendid golden gown, was fervently searching for someone. Naturally, Qian Douluo, who was kneeling beneath the statue of the angel, was overlooked by her. The corners of Qian Daoliu's mouth twitched. It seemed that his little cotton-padded jacket was beginning to fray. Grandfather. Faced with the fruitless search for Might Kai, Qianren had no choice but to call out to her grandfather for assistance. The 2 calls of grandfather echoed in Qian Daoliu's heart, filling him with an inexplicable sweetness akin to honey. In that instant, he cast aside the matter of his fraying jacket. What is wrong, little Shui? Do you miss your grandfather? Although Qian Daolu knew it was unlikely, his heart compelled him to ask. As expected, upon hearing his words, Qian Rinxue shook her head without a second thought. I don't miss grandfather. I can't find Brother Kai. With her large, expressive eyes sparkling, she gazed intently at Qian Daolu. How adorable. Truly worthy of being my granddaughter. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to deal with Mike Kai. Ever since Mike Kai had become acquainted with Qian Rinxue, the little girl, who had long lacked companions, had turned into Mike Kai's devoted follower. It could be said that wherever Mike Kai went, Qian Rinxue would follow, even accompanying him on the hunt for the third spirit ring. Fortunately, after a year of special care from the Golden Crocodile Douluo and other sponsors, Qian Daolu was now more assured that Mike Kai's path to physical cultivation was indeed feasible. At merely 8 years of age, he could easily overpower a quasi-spirit emperor. Who else could achieve such a feat? At this moment, the focal point of their conversation, Mike Kai, was perched halfway up the mountain, performing one-finger push-ups. 99, 10, 000. With the completion of 10, 000 push-ups, the strength of his single finger unleashed an astonishing power, propelling his entire body to rotate several times in midair. Perhaps due to the generally precocious nature of individuals in the Douluo continent, the 8-year-old Mike Kai was gradually beginning to develop physically. System. Open panel. Beep. Organizing panel. Host. Mike Kai, martial soul. None. Spirit power. None. Speed. 350. Reaction. 440. Strength. 520. Life. 250. Gazing at the information displayed on the panel, Mike Kai felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Although he had yet to break through to the fourth gate, these attributes were sufficient to solidify his standing. With just the 3 foundational attributes, his physical capabilities were already capable of contending with a spirit emperor. Indeed, Mike Kai's rapid growth could not be separated from the rigorous training imposed by the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Throughout the year, the Golden Crocodile Douluo had taken on the guise of a demon, introducing an array of novel training regimens. Mike Kai looked at the rows of footprints and drag marks left on the sacred mountain, all testament to the steps he had taken on his journey. During this year of training, Meiti Kai has shed his burdensome iron armor, yet his arms remain swathed in bandages, with additional layers of protection adorning his forearms and calves. Beneath this protective gear lies an unimaginable weight in the form of iron spikes, each weighing a considerable amount, not to mention the encumbrance strapped to all his limbs. Throughout this year, Meiti Kai has engaged in rigorous training while bearing this weight. Although the physical and mental toll has been exponentially greater, his physique has also undergone a geometric transformation. As he placed his hand on his chest, Meiti Kai tore off his upper garment, revealing his explosive muscle definition. While not overly pronounced, his taut muscles exuded strength. As he changed into his training attire, Meiti Kai mused to himself, at this rate, I'll reach the 4th gate within a year. His desire for power remains fervent. In just 1 year, even Shuo has reached level 36. This 7-year-old girl has already gained a head start over everyone else. With a stretch, Meiti Kai gazed down at the buildings below, his eyes sparkling with an inexplicable brilliance. Perhaps it was due to the recent rain, but the paths of the sacred mountain were exceptionally soft. Each step he took left deep imprints in the ground. And even as he traversed the stone road, cracks would appear in the once solid pavement. Grandpa, could you tell Shui when Brother Kai will return? Qian Rinxue, with a charming pout, turned to Qian Daolu. This tactic, surprisingly effective against Qian Daolu, caused his previously stern demeanor to soften, gently ruffling his granddaughter's hair. Qian Daolu replied in a warm tone, Kai should be back soon. If we calculate the time, he ought to be descending shortly. No sooner had Qian Daolu spoken than the Golden Crocodile Douluo entered the grand hall, his face alight with joy that was impossible to conceal. Great offering. We truly have struck gold this time. Observing the Golden Crocodile Douluo's exuberance piqued Qian Daolu's curiosity. What is it? Did that young lad surprise you again during the test? At that moment, the Golden Crocodile Douluo resembled a child who had just received a beloved toy, his steps light as he approached Qian Daolu and took a seat. Noticing the tea laid out on the table, he unceremoniously gulped it down. Grandpa Golden Crocodile, when will Brother Kai be back? Qian Rinxue inquired, her innocent eyes wide with anticipation. Perhaps due to Métis Kai's companionship, Qian Rinxue's demeanor toward those around her had softened, though she seldom sought to assert her presence with Bibi Dong anymore. Do not worry, little Shui, the Golden Crocodile Douluo reassured, taking a breath before affectionately patting Qian Rinxue's head. Though she did not fully understand the adult's fondness for ruffling her hair, she respected their gestures. However, the sensation of having my head patted by Brother Kai is entirely distinct from that of being patted by my grandfathers. Under the burden of weight. Upon unlocking the third gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, young Kai astonishingly shattered a measurement stone weighing 20,000 pounds with a single punch. Even without the weight, his punch still reached an impressive 15,000 kilograms. The Golden Crocodile Douluo exclaimed with great excitement. Throughout this year, everyone has witnessed the remarkable growth of Mike Kai. He has persevered through rigorous training, such as performing push-ups while bearing over 1,000 pounds of boulders and honing his physical and mental fortitude beneath a waterfall. If it were up to me, I too could undoubtedly accomplish such feats. Yet, he is merely an 8-year-old child. At this moment, Mike Kai found himself somewhat disheartened. Advancing to the next gate was proving to be no simple task. The further he progressed, the slower his physical enhancement became, and not only that, but the extent of improvement significantly diminished as well. Currently, maintaining the third gate for extended periods, aside from some fatigue, does not inflict any harm on his body. It is only upon reaching the fourth gate, the entry gate, that the true power of the 8 gates of Duanjia would manifest a qualitative leap. Of course, the burden on the body would also increase exponentially. Well, it is time to find Sister Shui, as I promised to take her to explore Spirit City upon my return. Mike Kai resolved his itinerary for the day and shed his dark green training attire. He entered his room and donned a splendid golden robe. Standing before the mirror, gazing at the handsome figure reflected back, Mike Kai could not help but strike a charming pose. Truly, I am quite dashing. As he mused this, he playfully lifted his shirt, revealing a glimpse of his developing abdominal muscles, and suddenly felt reminiscent of the so-called stoic male deity spoken of in previous lives. After indulging in a moment of vanity in his room, Mike Kai finally stepped outside. Just as he pushed the door open, a golden-haired, fragrant little girl came rushing toward him. Brother Kai. Qian Rinxue leaped into Mike Kai's embrace, feeling the firmness of his muscles and the warmth radiating from him. Caught off guard by her sudden attack, Mike Kai found himself momentarily at a loss. After all, Qian Douluo had already cast a murderous gaze in his direction. Should he embrace her or not? Ultimately, under the weight of Qian Daolia's intense glare, Mike Kai decided to wrap his arms around Qian Rinxue's waist, holding her tightly in his arms. Inhaling her delicate fragrance briefly stirred a sense of youthful infatuation within the 8-year-old Mike Kai. Oh, how unfortunate that one comes of age at 12 in Douluo continent. If I were to make a move on Qian Rinxue now, I would surely be dragged out and executed in 5 minutes, he lamented inwardly. Chapter 9. Cherish moments on the streets of Spirit City. At this moment, Qian Rinxue resembled an innocent and carefree little girl, playfully tugging at Maite Kai as they strolled leisurely. Brother Kai, come quickly, Qian Rinxue exclaimed, leading him to a stall selling candied hawthorn. Her sparkling, expressive eyes were fixated on the vibrant red treats, as if the words "I want to eat these" were written across her face. With a resigned sigh, Maite Kai retrieved a gold spirit coin from his waist pouch, a gift from Qian Rinxue on the occasion of his first anniversary at the Spirit Hall. Observing this, the elder celestial being Qian Douluo lamented, who understands the family dynamics. Our little angel has truly gone astray. Despite being a grandfather, Qian Douluo had never received a handmade pouch from Qian Rinxue, yet Maite Kai, who had only been at the Spirit Hall for a year, had been fortunate enough to receive one. It was just Qian Douluo who felt envious. Qian Xuanji felt the same pang of jealousy. He had been preoccupied with work, and upon realizing it, found that his cherished little girl had developed a significant rift. However, for reasons unknown, every time Maite Kai encountered Qian Xuanji, he experienced an inexplicable aversion, as if he were instinctively repelled from his company. This sentiment was mutual. Qian Xuanji also held a dislike for Maite Kai, blaming him for having taken away his precious daughter, resulting in a frosty demeanor toward him. How much for these? Mai Kai inquired as they approached the candied hawthorn stall, selecting 2 skewers from the assortment. 5 silver spirit coins each, the vendor cheerfully replied, casting them glances reminiscent of those who ship couples in his past life. With a gleeful yum, Qian Rinxue bit into one of the treats, savoring the explosion of flavors from the hawthorn and sugar in her mouth, resting her chin on her hand as she delighted in the taste. Delicious, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy after swallowing the sugary morsel. Observing her childlike exuberance, Mai Kai affectionately wiped the remnants from the corner of her mouth. At over 30 levels, you still behave like a child, he chuckled, a mix of fondness and exasperation in his tone. Throughout the year, although Qian Laotu had often treated him peculiarly, the other worshippers had genuinely embraced him. He recalled how he had been bullied by the golden crocodile Douluo, only to be comforted by the light-winged Douluo, who had taken him out for a respite. Lost in his reverie, Mai Kai was suddenly jolted by the tug of Qian Rinxue, who eagerly pulled him forward. Brother Kai, look over there. Kites, she exclaimed, leading him towards a stall ahead. Her eyes lit up with wonder as she spotted the kites dancing in the sky. As she ran, her long, golden hair flowed behind her like ripples on a tranquil surface, causing Mai Kai's heart to flutter and become disordered at that moment. After purchasing the kites, Qian Rinxue could hardly contain her excitement and urged Mai Kai to run towards the outskirts of the city. Along the way, Mai Kai became aware of the powerful figures from the spirit hall lurking in the shadows. As the young master of the spirit hall, Qian Rinxue could not venture out without formidable companions. This was a point that Mai Kai could hardly contest. Their sole concern was the future heir of the spirit hall. Their journey out of the city was remarkably smooth, and upon reaching an open space, the two released a kite adorned with an angelic design. Wow, it truly soars. Qian Rinxue's gaze was fixed on the ascending kite, and in that moment, both children momentarily forgot the burdens of their identities. They were simply 2 ordinary children, reveling in a tender moment. However, this idyllic scene did not last long, as the distant sound of a child's cries soon captured their attention. Exchanging glances, they instinctively moved towards the source of the sound. Parting the bushes, they discovered a girl with short golden hair, sitting beneath a tree, weeping while hugging her knees. Retaining her childlike innocence, Qian Rinxue rushed over without a second thought upon seeing the girl in distress. Mai Kai, with a sense of resignation, followed suit, knowing that if he were to abandon her, he would surely incur the wrath of Qian's grandfather. Little sister, why are you crying? Qian Rinxue asked, mimicking Mai Kai's usual manner, gently patting the girl's head. Strange, it doesn't feel very comforting, she mused. The girl looked up, revealing her tear-streaked eyes. Big sister, my kite is stuck in the tree. She pointed to a pink kite caught atop the tallest tree. Beneath that tree, a boy was struggling to climb up. But regardless of his efforts, his frail body could not reach it. Qian Rinxue assessed the height with her gaze and was about to unleash her martial soul to fly up when she recalled her grandfather's admonition. One must not carelessly reveal their martial soul on the continent before becoming a formidable warrior. The 6-winged angel martial soul was exceedingly unique. Wherever an angelic martial soul appeared, it would inevitably draw the attention of the Spirit Hall. Though the Spirit Hall was renowned throughout the Douluo continent, its enemies harbored intense disdain for those who possessed the angelic martial soul. Contemplating this, Qian Rinxue looked longingly at Mai Kai. Brother Kai. Her soft tone sent shivers down Mai Kai's spine. He shook himself, as if trying to dispel the goosebumps. Little sister, if you tell me your name, we shall assist you in retrieving the kite. How does that sound? Qian Rinxue offered the girl a radiant smile. Pure and innocent. This visage, akin to an angel's descent, was deeply reflected in the girl's eyes. The girl then glanced at the equally handsome Mai Kai, and a blush suddenly grazed her tear-stained face. Big sister, my name is Hulaina. Indeed, the girl before them was none other than Hulaina, who would later become the disciple of the Pope. However, at this moment, she was merely 4 years old, residing in the orphanage of the Spirit Hall. Yet to awaken her martial soul, and thus overlooked by Bibi Dong. Hulaina. Qian Rinxue repeated the name softly, her finger gliding over her crimson lips as she retrieved her handkerchief to gently wipe away the tears from Hulaina's face. Hello, little sister, my name is Qian Rinxue. And that big brother over there is called Might Kai, she exclaimed with an air of excitement, eager to introduce herself to Hulaina. It seemed that, by all accounts, she was about to gain another friend. Hello, Brother Kai, Hulaina replied coyly, turning her head away. In response to the petite girl, who barely reached his waist, Might Kai expressed his goodwill. As if struck by a sudden thought, Hulaina pointed towards a figure climbing a tree in the distance, saying, "That is my brother, Xiaoyu." Perhaps due to a sibling's instinct, Xiaoyu, while scaling the tree, turned his head at the same moment Hulaina pointed him out. Spotting two individuals approaching his sister, Xiaoyu tumbled down from the tree. Ignoring the pain of his fall, he scrambled to Hulaina's side, opening his arms to shield her behind him. "Who are you? Why are you approaching my sister?" Might Kai perceived an extraordinary resilience in the youth before him, Xiaoyu, who seemed to possess an indomitable spirit beyond his years. "Hee. We merely wish to be friends with Nana," Qian Rinxue chimed cheerfully, embodying a carefree spirit as if she could remain a child forever in Might Kai's presence. Xiaoyu, still protective of his sister, turned to look at her and noticed the innocence in her eyes, as well as her yearning for companionship. Ultimately, he relented, stepping aside. "Hee. Hello there, Nana. From now on, we shall be friends," Qian Rinxue said with a playful smile, as she extended her small hand. Hulaina hesitated for a moment before placing her own in it. At the very instant their hands met, Might Kai commenced his own ascent. In the brief interlude of their conversation, he had already scaled to the top of the tree, effortlessly resolving the puzzling dilemma that had confounded the two children. Chapter 10. The trial of the Rakshasa god. The four individuals did not return until darkness enveloped the land. And the night in Wuhen city was far more vibrant than during the day. Various merchants opened their stalls under the cover of night. Had they not traversed through time, they might have occasionally indulged in the allure of nightlife. Hulaina's lively eyes scanned the array of fascinating sights before her, yet alas, her pockets were as empty as her face was expressive. The two, having grown up in the Wuhen orphanage, had never contemplated such matters. Beneath the bustling facade of the night, a current of undercurrents thrived. In a hidden chamber within the Pope's palace, Qian Xuanji sat disheveled on a chair, his hand pressed against his chest. Each violent cough brought forth fragments of his innards. "Curse be the Haotian sect, curse be Tang Hao, cough cough." As he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, he summoned his soul power to tend to his wounds. The true strength of the angel Wuhen lay in its hexagonal versatility. Whether in healing, defense, speed, support, or attack, the six-winged angel encompassed all characteristics flawlessly. This chamber was vast, occupying an area comparable to an entire Wuhen square, yet it felt confined, furnished only with a grand bed and a solitary chair. It was the very chamber where he had once sullied Bibi Dong. Just as Qian Douluo's thoughts began to drift into emptiness, Bibi Dong glided in with her alluring and perilous grace. In that moment, she was captivating yet dangerous, her eyes piercing into the almost lifeless Qian Xuanji. He acknowledged her presence, but his frailty rendered him utterly vulnerable. Even maintaining his Wuhen felt like an arduous task. "Donger, what brings you here?" Cough cough. Despite Qian Xuanji's attempts to mask his weakness, the blood seeping from the corners of his mouth did not escape Bibidong's keen gaze. "Teacher, you have kept me waiting for so long." Her eyes were frigid, radiating an aura of bloodthirsty fury and resentment. Outside the door, Qian Douluo stood vigil. He had received word of his son's grievous injuries long before, but regrettably, Bibi Dong had arrived before him. The gaze Bibi Dong directed at Qian Xuanji was laden with avarice, reminiscent of a predator in the jungle, having spotted its long-desired prey. "Teacher, I am but one step away from becoming a titled Douluo, and I require your assistance to cross that threshold." Her eyes narrowed, and in an instant, her soul power surged forth. From her sinuous silhouette emerged 8 grotesque spider legs, which relentlessly lunged toward the nearly lifeless Qian Xuanji. The moment the spider legs lifted him, he felt his soul power being siphoned away, along with the very vitality of his being. "Bibi Dong, you, 95th level, 92nd level, 85th level," feeling the relentless descent of his own realm within. Qian Xuanji gazed pallidly at the woman before him, who harbored such deep-seated loathing for him. The bird sings mournfully as it nears death, similarly. A man's final words are often filled with kindness. Aware that he would not survive the night, Qian Xuanji, before sealing his lips forever, spoke gently to Bibi Dong, urging her not to vent her ire upon Xiaoxue, for she is innocent. Upon uttering these words, Qian Xuanji's essence was swiftly drawn away, leaving him as a mere husk. Outside the door, Candelia clenched his fists tightly but never took that fateful step to thwart Bibi Dong. Only after sensing the complete extinguishment of his son's life did Candelia sweep away, leaving the scene behind. Ha ha! Bibi Dong cackled madly within the secret chamber, reveling in the exquisite pleasure that only comes from personally avenging oneself against an enemy. The soul power within her surged, breaking through her limitations, while a potent essence lay sealed within her, a testament to her newfound strength. Having slain the one who had marred her, the resentment buried within Bibi Dong for years erupted in a torrent of dark energy, enveloping the chamber in a suffocating mist. Such formidable malice indeed. As Bibi Dong reveled in her triumph, a voice, ethereal and beguiling, pierced the air. Who? The sound instantly drew Bibi Dong back to the present, her senses enveloping the chamber. Yet she could not discern the source. Who? Perhaps so, yet I would prefer you to address me as a deity. As the voice resonated, the swirling black mist coalesced, revealing a figure, grotesque and menacing, wielding a blood-red scythe. The oppressive aura emanating from this being extinguished any flicker of defiance within Bibi Dong. Far more terrifying than her encounter with Candelia. Bibi Dong is it? I am the Rakshasa god, one of the 12 sovereigns of the divine realm. The mist-like form of the Rakshasa god lingered beside Bibi Dong, teasing her senses with tantalizing whispers. Your beloved mentor has defiled you, driven away your cherished love. Do you not harbor hatred? The Rakshasa god's voice was a beguiling murmur, penetrating Bibi Dong's ears despite her attempts to block it out. Do you not desire to obliterate the very foundation of that loathsome angelic race? Do you not wish for the power to dominate the entirety of Douluo continent? As these words echoed, the Rakshasa god forcibly replayed the images of Bibi Dong's defilement in her mind. On that day, the once majestic image of Qian Xuanji crumbled in Bibi Dong's heart, shattering the very pillar of her spirit. The Bibi Dong who once harbored dreams of beauty now lay utterly vanquished in this moment. Embrace the trials of the Rakshasa god, and you shall become a deity revered by all upon the Douluo continent. Haraha. On the following day, a revelation that would astonish the entire continent spread with an uncanny swiftness. The former pope of the Wuhen palace, Qian Xuanji, had met his demise at the hands of Tang Hao. The downfall of the pope has incited various factions to entertain their own schemes. Within the shrine, the grand offering, despite being a title Douluo of level 95, could not possibly have been slain by Tang Hao, a mere title Douluo of level 92. Qian Xuanji's presence was well known among these offerings, having grown up under their watchful eyes. Although his character may have been somewhat flawed, his strength was undeniably formidable. Accompanying him were the 2 titled Douluos, Zhu Gui, along with numerous soul saints and soul Douluos. This formidable assembly was more than capable of obliterating a small nation. Thus, how could a title Douluo of level 92 have been able to kill the Pope? The death of Qian Xuanji struck the spirit hall like a heavy blow. Only Qian Douluo and the Golden Crocodile Douluo were privy to the full extent of this revelation. Chapter 11. The warning of the Golden Crocodile Douluo. This enmity with the spirit hall shall be avenged, yet before that, the immediate selection of the next pope's successor is imperative. A nation cannot endure a day without its sovereign, and neither can the spirit hall exist a day without its pope. Despite the profound hatred towards the Haotian sect, the priority must be the appointment of the forthcoming pope. As silence enveloped the assembly, it was ultimately Qian Douluo who shattered the stillness. Bibi Dong possesses twin martial souls and has already transcended the limits of a title Douluo. Only a soul ring away from achieving the rank of title Douluo. She shall be the new pope. Upon uttering these words, Qian Douluo appeared to age several years in an instant. Having lost his son overnight, the desires of this once indifferent man surged anew within him. In this generation, the spirit hall had irrevocably divided into 2 factions. The following morning, news of the impending coronation of the new pope spread rapidly across the continent. A sleepless Bibi Dong sat before her vanity, meticulously adorning herself. A maid attended to her, applying exquisite makeup and draping her in the garments befitting the new pope. At that moment, atop the angel's sacred mountain, Maite Kai cradled the slumbering Qian Rinxue in his arms. The conversation held the previous night between Qian Douluo and the other elders had been captured word for word by Qian Rinxue. In that instant, she felt as though the entire world had collapsed around her. Her father was gone, slain by the people of the Haotian sect. Her mother harbored no affection for her, and now her beloved father was dead. In this moment, Qian Rinxue felt utterly forsaken by the world. With no one to confide in, she sought solace from Maite Kai, who was training on the sacred mountain. That night, Qian Rinxue wept inconsolably, and Maite Kai held her close, accompanying her through the night destined to be sleepless. Father. During the coronation ceremony, Bibi Dawn, adorned in a radiant silver ecclesiastical gown, stood reverently at the foot of the platform. Various factions sent their congratulations, alongside expressions of sorrow for the fallen pope. Fengxi. Did the former pope truly perish at the hands of Tang Hao? In the crowd, a venerable elder with white hair spoke to a middle-aged man with a countenance as refined as jade. This man was the sword Douluo Xian, one of the two pillars of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, revered as the continent's foremost offensive Douluo. Ning Fengxi grasped his silver cane, leaning closer to sword Douluo Xian, whispering, regardless of whether the pope met his end at Tang Hao's hands, once this news is revealed, it will be perceived as such. Observe, the dynamics of the continent are shifting. Before the witnesses from various factions, Bibian gracefully ascended from the lower platform to the forefront. As the Grand Elder and Arbiter of the Spirit Hall, Qian Douluo personally placed upon Bibi the 9-turn purple gold crown, symbolizing her role as Pope, along with the Pope's staff, emblematic of supreme authority. The brief coronation ceremony concluded amid the cheers of the people of Spirit City. Following the ceremony, Bibi sat enthroned in the Pope's seat, gazing down upon the assembled bishops from her elevated position. The Haotian sect has gone too far. Tang Hao has slain the former Pope of the Spirit Hall. And as a disciple of the previous Pope, I am profoundly pained by this act. Therefore, the Spirit Hall must demand an explanation from the Haotian sect. Bibi Dong, with a countenance filled with malice, spoke, her imposing aura overwhelming those around her. Observing the bishops below, who dared not utter a word, she ultimately turned her gaze to the ghost Douluo standing beside her. Elder Ghost, Bibi Dong began, her crimson lips parting as she elegantly crossed her legs. Summoned unexpectedly, the ghost Douluo knelt before her without hesitation. I am at your service. His prompt compliance spared her the need for further elaboration. Thus, the task of dealing with the Haotian sect would fall entirely upon Elder Ghost. The weight of such a significant responsibility left the ghost Douluo momentarily astonished. I shall not fail the Pope's command. Once the first morning meeting concluded and all present had departed the Pope's chamber, an uninvited guest forcefully kicked open the door and entered. It was the golden crocodile Douluo. Despite his rudeness, Bibi Dong suppressed her displeasure. Recognizing the need to subdue her negative emotions, power reigned supreme, especially since she had yet to attain her 9th spirit ring. In the presence of the golden crocodile Douluo, Bibi Dong had no choice but to lower her stance further. Second enshrined, the Pope's palace has its own rules, she reminded him. Without a moment's thought, the golden crocodile Douluo pointed a warning finger at Bibi Dong. Do not presume that I am unaware of your actions, Bibi Dong. Remember, we are capable of placing you in this position, just as we can remove you from it. Do not forget that the enshrined hall has the authority to depose the Pope. Furthermore, you have no power to summon the titled Douluos from the Douluo Hall and the Elder Hall. With that, he scoffed, turned, and exited the chamber, slamming the door behind him. In that moment, Bibi Dong had never felt such humiliation. She had ascended to the coveted position of Pope that many desired. Yet she found herself ensnared by even greater constraints. Ultimately, it all stemmed from her lack of power. Within the Spirit Hall, she possessed no foundation. If she did not swiftly enhance her strength, she would indeed become nothing more than a puppet Pope. Chapter 12. Little Snow turns into amusement. Time flies. And in the blink of an eye, 6 years have passed. System, organizing panel. Ding. Panel organization successful. Host, Mike Kai. Martial soul. None, soul power. None, speed. For 1,300. Reaction, for 1,300. Strength, for 1,500. Life, 650. Constitution score, 5 points. Currently capable of opening the door of death. During these 6 years, Might Kai has made rapid progress. He has reached a bottleneck with his 8 gates of Duanjia, and he is now capable of bearing the physical burden of opening the door of death. In the bathroom, Might Kai is indulging in a rare moment of tranquility while soaking in the pool. Kai, brother, have you finished washing yet? Outside the bathroom, Qian Rinxue is incessantly knocking on the door. Might Kai feels somewhat helpless, wishing he could submerge himself entirely in the water. Swear, I believe I've only been washing for less than half a stick of incense. Might Kai calls out to the door. Since the tragic demise of Qian Xuanji 6 years ago, Qian Rinxue has completely opened her heart to Might Kai, resulting in a qualitative leap in their relationship. The deepening of their bond has brought both joy and concern. The joy is for the two of them, while the concern lies with Qian Douluo. It seems that his little granddaughter has truly been completely taken in by Might Kai. Sometimes, they even sleep together, though nothing untoward occurs, yet. This alone is enough to irk Qian Douluo. Bang bang bang. Kai, brother, hurry up, Grandpa is calling us. After leaving this remark, a profound silence ensues. Might Kai has half of his face submerged in the water, despite his feelings of helplessness regarding Qian Daoliu's occasional summons. He understands the necessity of abiding by the rules in another's home. However, one could argue that he is now quite affluent in this regard. In the Douluo continent, one reaches adulthood at the age of 12. Now at 14, Might Kai sports a short hairstyle, and his combat prowess has long since reached a level where he could easily overpower a Soul Douluo. His terrifying physical strength means that even a peak Soul Emperor would struggle to break through his defenses, even when standing still. Observing the robust contours of his muscles, which resemble iron, and the weight he carries, which would leave an impression upon the ground if placed down, he dresses and reluctantly opens the bathroom door. The moment he opens the door, as expected, he finds an angelic beauty in his embrace. Where? We are no longer children, Might Kai says with a sense of resignation. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue narrows her eyes slightly, her delicate hands resting on Might Kai's waist. Why don't you even want to hold me anymore? The words boyfriend are almost bitten out of her mouth with a hint of frustration. The utterance of those 3 words sends a chill through Might Kai's bones. No matter how much he has strengthened his physique, it is undeniable that the waist remains a man's most vulnerable area. Yet, one aspect that perplexes Might Kai is that even a heavy punch to the waist would cause little harm. But he dreads the mere pinch and twist from Qian Rinxue's slender fingers. The excruciating pain nearly rendered Might Kai incapacitated. Teased so playfully by Qian Rinxue, the youthful Might Kai could not help but feel a blush creep across his face. Cough. When did I become your boyfriend? He said, his gaze evasively flitting about. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue became rather displeased, twisting away and freeing herself from his embrace. Oh dear, brother guy has clearly done that kind of thing with me. Yet now he acts as if he doesn't know me after pulling up his trousers, she lamented, feigning to wipe non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes. Observing this alluring beauty pouting at him, Might Kai found it unusual for the typically formidable Qian Rinxue to exhibit such a delicate demeanor. Do not slander me. What have I done to you? Might Kai exclaimed, clutching his chest as if grievously wounded. Qian Rinxue, her eyes sparkling mischievously, gazed at the bashful man before her, unable to suppress the smile curling at the corners of her lips. Ahem, then I shall enumerate all the things brother guy has done to me. To his astonishment, she revealed, who was it that barged in while I was bathing 3 years ago? I never would have guessed that brother guy harbors an inclination for lowly. The mere mention of this incident caused Might Kai to react as though he were a cat whose fur had been ruffled. Stop it, he cried, covering his head in alarm. Yet, in light of his current torment, Qian Rinxue eagerly continued to recount Might Kai's embarrassing history. Who was it that, unable to sleep in the middle of the night, insisted I tell him bedtime stories? She paused for effect. As fate would have it, Might Kai, unable to resist, completed her sentence. Oh, I recall that it was you who claimed to be afraid of thunder and kept burrowing into my blankets. He teased, a smile playing on his lips. Their playful banter served as a testament to the closeness of their relationship. You, Qian Rinxue huffed, resembling an adorably inflated pufferfish. Seeing her cheeks puffed out, Might Kai reached out his finger and poked her cheek, resulting in it deflating like a punctured balloon. Ha ha. Qian Rinxue took Might Gai's calloused hand in her own, noting the contrast between her smooth fingers and the calluses on his. Not very aesthetically pleasing, she mused. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she turned her gaze to Might Gai with a hint of caution. That little fox, Nana, has T stolen your soul, has she? Perhaps due to Might Gai's companionship since childhood, Qian Rinxue, while still yearning for her mother's approval, did not exhibit the same obsessive longing as in the original narrative. Consequently, she harbored little animosity towards Hulaina. Mentioning Hulaina reminded Might Gai of the little girl who had awakened her innate full spirit power 2 years ago. Chosen by Bibi Dong as her direct disciple, she had transformed from an orphan into the contemporary saintess of the Spirit Hall, her exceptional talent allowing her to leap across social strata. However, the mere thought of the other party gazing at him with those lecherous eyes sent a shiver down Might Gai's spine. As the saying goes, two distinct individuals cannot share the same bed. Qian Rinxue, who frequently shared slumber with Might Gai, swiftly discerned his apprehensions. Yet, this was not altogether unwelcome. His grandfather had once imparted the wisdom that until the completion of the Spirit Hall's millennial plan, he must preserve his integrity unblemished. The years spent in each other's company had allowed Might Gai to penetrate the depths of Qian Rinxue's heart. Should he allow her to wed a mere husk of himself? One who could only be looked upon and not touched, it would surely breed discontent within her. Reflecting on this, the notion of that little fox enticing Brother Kai seemed less intolerable. Come now, grandfather awaits us in the hall. Chapter 13, Mei-Ti Kai confronts the Pope within the Angel Temple. The Grand Enshriner Qian Douluo is currently turned away from them. Grandfather, Qian Rinxue's voice instantly brightened Qian Daolia's mood, but upon noticing the intertwined hands of the two, his joy evaporated in an instant. Ahem. Qian Douluo attempted to clear his throat to subtly signal the pair, yet his intentions were thwarted. Mei-Ti Kai and Qian Rinxue appeared oblivious to his discomfort. What troubles you, grandfather? Are you unwell? Qian Rinxue inquired, her concern directed at the coughing Qian Douluo. Her inadvertent remark nearly caused Qian Douluo to choke, intensifying his animosity towards Mei-Ti Kai. However, the latter remained unfazed. Once he attained the 7th level and unlocked the hidden door of the 8 gates of Duanjia, his combat prowess would surpass even that of Qian Douluo. Turning around, Qian Douluo firmly placed his hands on Mei-Ti Kai's shoulders. The force behind Qian Daolia's grip made Mei-Ti Kai inwardly gasp. The old man clearly exerted no restraint. A smirk played on Qian Daolia's lips as he spoke in a measured tone. Little Kai, although you lack a martial spirit and soul power, your strength is capable of defeating an 86th level Soul Douluo. He paused, nearly provoking Mei-Ti Kai into a retaliatory kick. Once he felt it was sufficient, Qian Douluo cleared his throat and continued. The other enshrined elders and I have unanimously decided to appoint you as the law elder of our Spirit Hall. Boom. This declaration not only stunned Mei-Ti Kai, but also left Qian Rinxue in disbelief. Grandfather, you must be jesting. Qian Rinxue's eyes widened in astonishment. The position of law elder has not been occupied in the Spirit Hall for over 600 years. Qian Douluo nodded slightly. Indeed. The law elder operates independently and possesses the authority to mobilize all personnel from both the Elder Hall and the Douluo Hall. His words ignited a fervor within Mei-Ti Kai. Yet, if memory serves correctly, the law elder should belong to the Papal Hall, Mei-Ti Kai mused. Qian Rinxue, initially lost in the implications of the law elder's powers, regained her composure and allowed her intellect to resurface. Qian Douluo was perfectly aware that the law elder fell under the jurisdiction of the Papal Hall. His insistence on appointing Mei-Ti Kai to this role was a strategic maneuver to counterbalance Bibi Dong. Over the years, Bibi Dong's influence had surged, and her strength had grown formidable. In just 6 years, she had begun to subtly dominate the direction of the Papal Hall, a development Qian Douluo was keen to avert. Thus, they sought to install Mei-Ti Kai as the law elder, akin to a sharp thorn embedded within the Papal Hall. All present were astute enough to grasp the underlying motives for Mei-Ti Kai's appointment. Qian Rinxue fell silent, her feelings towards that woman now shrouded in uncertainty. She still yearned for the woman's recognition. The stance of the enshrined elders was clear. They intended to use Mei-Ti Kai to hinder Bibi Dong's ascent, ensuring that when Qian Rinxue eventually assumed power, she could effortlessly undermine Bibi Dong's influence. Having concluded the matter concerning Might Gai, A fleeting expression of guilt suddenly crossed Qian Daolia's eyes. He glanced at Qian Rinxue twice, hesitating as if words were on the tip of his tongue. Xiaoxue. Ultimately, Qian Daolu found it necessary to speak. The rapid shift in his emotions astonished even Mike Guy, who had just exuded an air of invincibility, now reduced to that of an ordinary grandfather concerned for his granddaughter. The atmosphere instantly fell into a profound silence. Grandfather? Qian Rinxue inquired with confusion, as she had never witnessed her grandfather so visibly hesitant. Alas, you should meet Bibi Dong, Qian Daolu sighed, shaking his head and once again placing his hands behind his back. As the two emerged from the worship hall, Qian Rinxue tightly grasped Mike Guy's hand, her slightly trembling form betraying her anxiety. Do you not wish to meet her? Mike Guy asked gently, drawing Qian Rinxue into an embrace. She remained silent. If you do not wish to go, then do not. No one in the spirit hall can command you. He tenderly patted her small head, after calming her restless heart. Qian Rinxue shook her head softly. No, Brother Kai, I must meet that woman. This is a matter between us. Seeing that he could not dissuade her, Mike Guy resolved to support her decision. Once you finish your meeting with her, I will take you to obtain your 6th spirit ring. As he caressed Qian Rinxue's delicate cheek, he recalled that she was still merely a quasi-spirit emperor, prompting him to prioritize the acquisition of her 6th spirit ring. Inside the Hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong reclined languidly upon her throne, her long, fair legs unabashedly displayed. Well, do you consent? She inquired. Mother, do you want me to infiltrate the Heaven Do Empire? After 6 years, Qian Rinxue once again summoned the courage to address her as mother. Bibi Dong suppressed her disdain, rhythmically tapping her fingers on the Pope's scepter. It is not my desire for you to go, but rather the spirit hall's need for you, she stated, her gaze sharpening, distancing herself from the matter. Qian Rinxue fell silent, unsure of her own thoughts. For the first time in many years, Bibi Dong spoke to her in a tone that was not overtly hostile. Meanwhile, in the spirit square, Mike Guy gazed up at the Pope's hall, troubled that Qian Rinxue did not wish for him to accompany her, feeling an instinctive concern for her well-being. Brother Kai. Just then, a cheerful voice rang out nearby. The newcomer, sporting a stylish golden-red bob, donned the attire of the spirit hall and possessed an enchanting beauty. Helena dashed towards Mike Guy. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, whether from shyness or exertion was unclear. Brother Kai, what brings you back to the Pope's hall today? At the moment Hulaina beheld Mei Kai, her eyes sparkled with delight. Ah, it's Nana. I apologize, I was lost in thought, Mei Kai gently remarked, patting the little fox's head. True to the original narrative, after awakening her martial soul, Hulaina was taken as a closed-door disciple by Bibi Dong upon demonstrating innate full soul power. Although Bibi Dong poured all her maternal affection into Hulaina, the relationship between Qian Rinxue and Hulaina was quite amicable. Wherever Hulaina went, there were always 2 others accompanying her. Shortly after her arrival, a striking young man with silver hair and a handsome visage, along with a fiery red-clad man, trailed behind her. Upon encountering Mei Kai, Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. With a hand over his heart, he slightly bowed his head, addressing him as Brother Kai. As the adage goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Thus, Xiaoyu displayed such courtesy. Just as Mei Kai was about to respond politely, an untimely voice interrupted. Who are you, kid? How dare you touch Nana? Yan, engulfed in flames, resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. From the moment Hulaina awakened her martial soul, Yin had fallen deeply in love with her. Naturally, he began his pursuit thereafter. Regrettably, despite 4 years of effort, he achieved no more than a tenuous friendship with her. Were it not for Xiaoyu mediating between them, their relationship might have plummeted to an icy standoff. Yin, Hulaina exclaimed sharply. She was displeased with Yan's confrontation towards Mei Kai. Nana, Yan, our relationship hardly permits you to call me that, she warned, her gaze icy and admonitory. Even Xiaoyu, typically adept at soothing their tempers, remained silent in this moment. Yan's expression darkened, as if he had swallowed something bitter. His fiery eyes fixed intently on Mei Kai. Years ago, rumors circulated within the spirit hall of a person without a martial soul or soul power who could stand before the Pope without kneeling. The most distinctive feature of this individual was the protective gear adorning their limbs. Currently, Only 7 worshippers and Bibi Dong were privy to Mei Tikai's physical cultivation prowess. Qian Renxue, being his childhood companion, was not surprised to know. Given that he frequently took Qian Renxue to play with Hu Laina, Mei Tikai's secret had become an unspoken understanding between them. Xiaoyu had a hint of awareness as well, yet he believed that the path of physical cultivation was not a long one. These misunderstandings arose from Mei Tikai's habitual concealment of his strength. Since surpassing a physical aptitude of 5, he had halted all training regiments. The grueling training under the Golden Crocodile Douluo and the specialized combat training from the other worshippers had ceased altogether. After Hu Laina's rebuke, Yan's anger flared even more. He was itching for a fight. Pointing accusingly at Mei Tikai, sheltered behind Hu Laina, Yan spat vehemently. "Kid, dare you challenge me to a soul duel? Whoever loses shall never approach Nana again." As Yan's words echoed, Hu Laina reprimanded him once more. "What is our relationship? By what right do you dictate my actions?" Yan paid no heed to Hu Laina's rebuke. Pointing at Mike Kai, he declared, "If you are truly a man, do not hide behind a woman." Despite being chastised by this mere 9-year-old child, Mike Kai maintained a gentle smile. "I'm afraid Nana cannot be wagered like a mere object." This statement left Yin momentarily speechless. His face, which had been flushed from releasing his martial spirit, contorted further in anger. "Nonetheless, I have agreed to your request for a soul duel," Mike Kai said, his eyes narrowing. Ever since Qian Renxue had insisted on facing Bibi Dong alone, he had harbored a great deal of frustration that he was now eager to release. Xiaoyu and Hu Laina exchanged glances before departing the arena, leaving this vast duel ground, spanning over 1,000 square meters, to the two of them. "Brother, you should avoid spending time with Yin from now on," Hu Laina suddenly remarked, catching Xiaoyu off guard. He and Yin were not only good friends but also rivals. In their first year at the Martial Soul Academy, only Yin could match him in combat. Meanwhile, within the duel arena, Yan's flames blazed even more fiercely, and a grotesque fiery beast materialized behind him. Yin, Martial Soul, Flame Lord, Level 20 Soul Master. Upon hearing Yan's rank, Xiaoyu murmured to himself, "Wasn't he just at level 19 2 days ago? In just 2 days, he has broken through to level 20. This morning, Yin had discovered that his soul power had advanced. Overjoyed, he had rushed to share the news with Hu Laina, only to find another person petting his goddess's head. Although he had already summoned his martial spirit, the other party remained unfazed by his presence, pouring gasoline on the flames of his fury. "Kid, aren't you going to summon your martial spirit?" Mike Kai asked, stretching his limbs. "Martial spirit? That worthless thing is of no use to me." With this declaration, Yin recognized the identity of his opponent, the arrogant youth who had no martial spirit and no soul power yet refused to kneel before the Pope. Aside from his decent appearance, he was fundamentally flawed. Bang! Yin struck the ground with his fist, causing a section of the once solid martial spirit plaza to transform into bubbling magma. First soul skill, Hellish Magma Surge. The magma, materialized through soul power, enveloped his arm. "Then I shall use only half my strength." Just as he prepared to unleash his attack, Yin felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then he lost consciousness, his body hurtling towards a distant pillar. Yin crashed heavily into the stone column, cracking the granite structure upon impact. At this moment, Mai Kai stood in the very spot where Yin had been moments ago, still poised as if to strike. It seemed he had exerted a bit too much force. One punch had resolved the conflict, though it lacked a certain thrill. Mai Kai had successfully vented all the frustration that had built within him. In this regard, Yin had proven somewhat useful. Following the conclusion of the soul duel, Hu Laina and Xiaoyu also leapt down from the stands. Hu Laina clung to Mai Kai like a starry-eyed admirer. Xiaoyu sought to assess Yin's current condition, for he was a powerful assault-type soul master, wielding a martial soul akin to that of a flame lord, which provided immense physical augmentation. Judging by the sheer might of that punch and the subsequent damage inflicted, it was likely that Yin would be bedridden for at least a month. With the battle concluded, the duel within the Pope's Hall between two individuals had also reached its end. "I promise you, I shall infiltrate the Heaven Do Empire." Qian Renxue let out a sigh of relief. This marked the first time in her life that she had made a decision for herself. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the great doors of the Pope's Hall were forcefully kicked open. Mai Kai's eyes nearly blazed with fury, while Hulaina stood by, somewhat bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Didn't Brother Kai say he was coming to meet His Holiness the Pope? Why has he kicked the door open instead? Bibi Dong, you have overstepped your bounds. Maite Kai was seething with rage. Why could he not focus on his training? Why must he infiltrate that so-called Heaven Do Empire? Not only was it stalling his progress, but if it failed, all those years spent as an undercover agent would be in vain. Moreover, the nobility in the Heaven Do Empire was steeped in decay, and the royal family cared little for the commoners, prioritizing their own interests and those of the aristocracy. Sending Shui'er into such a perilous situation, where her identity could be exposed, posed a grave threat to her life. Enough. Bibi Dong's Pope's staff struck the ground with a heavy thud, her aura as a level 93 title Douluo bearing down upon them. Facing such overwhelming pressure, Maite Kai's skin turned a deep crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, as a faint green mist began to emanate from him. He braced himself against this lethal force that could annihilate a Soul King, relying on his extraordinary physical prowess. Shui'er belongs to the worship hall. You have no authority to meddle in her life. Bibi Dong clenched her teeth, her soul power sealed at 30% due to the trials of the Rakshasa god. Maintaining her level 93 pressure for an extended period was becoming increasingly untenable. This is the Pope's hall, not a place for you to run rampant. She attempted to exert her authority as the Pope, but Maite Kai was no mere member of the worship hall. Bibi Dong, I am the law enforcement elder of the Spirit Hall, with the authority to oversee all matters of the Pope's hall. Upon uttering these words, even Bibi Dong could no longer maintain her composure. She stared, stunned, as he produced the token symbolizing his status as law enforcement elder. What a clever move by Douluo, to select a new law enforcement elder to stifle his own development. Having occupied the position of Pope for many years, Bibi Dong is naturally well acquainted with the identities of the elders within the Spirit Hall. The enforcement elder, who has not appeared for over 6 centuries, is precisely within Bibi Dong's comprehension. The emergence of the enforcement elder signifies that the enforcement hall of the Spirit Hall is no longer in a state of disarray. This overt scheme is beyond resolution, leaving even Bibi Dong with no choice but to seethe with anger. Chapter 14: The Kiss of Qian Rengsha. Bibi Dong, do you truly wish to engage in combat with me here? At that moment, Bibi Dong glared at Maite Kai with a fury that seemed to split her eyes. Ever since the incident in the secret chamber, she had never felt such humiliation within the Pope's palace. What an esteemed enforcer elder you are. Yet have you forgotten that this is the Pope's palace? And I am still the reigning Pope of the Spirit Hall? Bibi Dong spoke through gritted teeth, attempting to leverage her authority as Pope to intimidate Maite Kai. However, if Maite Kai could be swayed by her status, then all her years of existence would have been in vain. Bibi Dong, indeed this is your Pope's palace. But the Enforcer Hall I command spans the entire continent and is not to be trifled with. Should you continue to pressure Shui'er, I will, even at the cost of igniting internal strife, pull you down from that throne. At this moment, the hand that gripped the Pope's staff trembled slightly. She had never been so openly challenged before. Within the Pope's palace, Maite Kai was the first to dare to insult her so brazenly. Alert. Health 645-650, steadily decreasing. Maite Kai paid no heed to the system's warning. Although they were in a strong position, should a confrontation arise, he would undoubtedly find himself outmatched by Bibi Dong in the early stages. Hulaina stood nearby, caught in a dilemma. Siding with her teacher might hurt Brother Kai's feelings. Yet supporting Brother Kai would be a sign of disrespect to her teacher. The little fox was anxious, torn in her thoughts. As the atmosphere between the two intensified, any spark could ignite their fraught relationship. Moreover, the tension seemed to escalate with each passing moment. Stop this. I have promised her. And I must go. Qian Rengsha paused, casting one last decisive glance at Bibi Dong before retracting her gaze, and not only for her sake, but also for the Spirit Hall. Let us go. After we hunt the 6th soul ring, we shall set forth. With that, Qian Rengsha turned and grasped Maite Kai's hand, leading him out. A delicate, soft hand held his, and Maite Kai offered no resistance, quietly exiting the 8 gates of Duanjia State and following Qian Rengsha's lead. Alert. Exited 8 gates of Duanjia State. Health recovering. It was not until they reached the entrance of the Pope's palace that Maite Kai came to a halt. Remember this. Bibi Dong, regardless of what you have endured, projecting your hatred onto those around you is a sign of weakness. Bang. With those words, The heavy doors of the Pope's palace were shut with finality. Bibi Dong's gaze lingered on the spot where Might Kai had stood, a wave of helplessness washing over her. She attributed it all to her insufficient power. If only she could attain level 99 or ascend to a higher divine realm, she could annihilate all who questioned her. With a sigh, Bibi Dong turned her attention to Hualaina, who stood by, uncertain of her next move. Follow him, and let him guide you to acquire your second soul ring. Although Hualaina was surprised by how her teacher had learned of her recent breakthrough to level 20, having only achieved it that very morning and not yet having had the chance to inform her, she could not refuse Bibi Dong's summons. After respectfully bowing towards Bibi Dong, Hualaina departed from the papal hall. Her exit plunged the entire papal hall into an eerie silence. In Bibi Dong's ears, the seductive whispers of the Rakshasa god echoed incessantly. Do you harbor hatred? Hatred for your own weakness? If you possess the strength to surpass all, would they dare to challenge you? Upon leaving the papal hall, Qian Rinxue tenderly caressed the cheek of Maite Kai. On the day they fully opened their hearts to one another, Maite Kai had confided in her the intricacies of his martial arts training, including the fundamental reasons behind his mastery of the 8 gates of Duanjia. By breaking all personal limitations and exhausting his body, he sought to attain extraordinary power. As she touched Maite Kai's cheek, feeling the warmth radiating from his skin, Qian Rinxue's eyes brimmed with compassion. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Before she could finish her sentence, Maite Kai grasped her delicate hand that rested upon his face. No, Shui, he asserted with unwavering conviction. As long as I am here, I will not allow you to suffer even the slightest grievance. His steadfast gaze conveyed to Qian Rinxue his resolve to fulfill his promise. Even in the absence of a martial soul and soul power, his strength was sufficient to protect her. I believe in you. I have always believed you could achieve this. Maite Kai understood that if his physical prowess could reach a score of 6, he would have confronted Bibi Dong in the papal hall. However, with only the ability to open the first gate, he held no absolute certainty of defeating her. The confrontation had been a gamble in his heart, wagering that Bibi Dong would consider his identity and refrain from engaging him. Ultimately, fortune favored him. Bibi Dong chose to relent. Even if a confrontation had ensued, Bibi Dong would have to pay a heavy price to overcome him. After all, during their standoff, his system had triggered a choice once more. Ding, congratulations, host. You have triggered a choice. 1. Continue to confront Bibi Dong, gaining a fleeting opportunity to enter the 7th gate. 2. Cease here, receiving a card for a 7 gates experience. Without hesitation, Maite Kai chose the first option. With the 7th gate as a safety net, even if Douluo arrived, he would not dare claim victory over him. Let us proceed. I shall take you to acquire the 6th soul ring. Qian Rinxue nodded in silence, allowing him to lead her out of the city. Wait. Just a few steps outside, Hualaina hurriedly caught up with them, breathlessly leaning on her knees as she gasped for air. Qian Rinxue felt a peculiar sense of unease. Logically, after being reprimanded by Might Guy, Bibi Dong should have been in dire need of comfort. Otherwise, the forlorn Bibi Dong would be left alone, cocooned in her blankets, weeping and lamenting. How pitiful she must be. Might Guy reached for his waist and retrieved a handkerchief adorned with a small fox from his storage soul guide. This handkerchief had been a gift from Hualaina when she awakened her martial spirit. Presenting the handkerchief to her, Might Guy adopted a gentler tone, inquiring, "Why does the little fox appear so fatigued?" Hearing his teasing, Hualaina's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Oh dear, Brother Kai, please don't call me a little fox," she retorted, stamping her foot in mock indignation. In response to her seemingly petulant warning, Might Guy simply ruffled her hair affectionately. "All right, little fox. I promise I won't call you that again." Upon hearing this, Hualaina's face turned crimson once more, observing their playful banter. The heavy mood that had lingered in the Pope's hall dissipated. Qian Rinxue chuckled. "Nana, aren't you going to accompany your teacher? After all, she might need you right now." Hualaina resolutely ignored the mischievous man, returning the handkerchief adorned with the small fox and stating, "I'm already at level 20. My teacher said I could accompany you all to hunt for soul rings." Qian Rinxue was not surprised by Hualaina's advancement. The spirit hall was replete with prodigies. As someone who possessed innate soul power at level 20, many would struggle their entire lives to achieve such a feat, lacking soul power yet consistently outperforming him. Mike Guy stood alongside Hulaina, who had already reached level 20 at the tender age of 10, turning back to cast a lingering glance at the Popus Hall. Qian Rinxue grasped both their hands and continued outside. Let us proceed. Since that woman trusts you to accompany us, then allow Kai to assist you in procuring your second soul ring. Qian Rinxue decisively handed this opportunity to Mike Guy, who twitched his lips in response. All right, Schwer. I just had a confrontation with the Pope for your sake, and now you no longer even call me brother? Mike Guy contemplated delivering a playful strike. But he could clearly sense that Qian Rinxue was not in a cheerful mood. All her apparent nonchalance and brightness seemed to be a facade. The indifference expressed by her mother mirrored the experiences he had endured in his previous life as a Kai. However, he now bore the name of Mike Guy, living in this world under a new identity. As they entered the Douluo forest, an overwhelming sense of darkness and dampness enveloped them. The towering ancient trees obscured the sky, making it difficult to see above. Renowned as the premier soul beast forest of Douluo continent, the Douluo forest was home to two legendary 100,000-year-old soul beasts. Nana, have you decided which soul beast you desire for your second soul ring? This was Mike Guy's first time guiding Hulaina in acquiring a soul ring, whereas Qian Rinxue had previously assisted her in obtaining her fifth ring. A formidable holy winged beetle with exceptional defensive capabilities. Even a soul beast with formidable defensive capabilities, age 30,000 years, could be shattered by a single punch from Mike Kai in a state of seclusion. Hulaina pondered, recalling the various types of soul beasts her instructors had discussed at the Martial Soul Academy. Since her martial soul leaned towards charm and control, her choice of soul beast would naturally gravitate towards the mental category. Brother Kai, I only require a mental type soul beast close to 700 years old. As for my ideal choice, a 50,000-year-old celestial spirit horse would suffice. Finding a 700-year-old mental type soul beast is relatively straightforward. However, acquiring a 50,000-year-old celestial spirit horse, as desired by Qian Rinxue, presents a considerable challenge. According to records in the Martial Soul Hall's library, the celestial spirit horse possesses both sacred light and flame attributes, and its multifaceted elemental nature underscores its formidable nature. Veep. Choice triggered. 1. Assist Qian Rinxue in locating the celestial spirit horse. Reward. 10 attribute points. 2. Persuade Qian Rinxue to select another soul beast. Reward. 10 attribute points. Resolutely, Mike Kai opted for the first choice. Although the celestial spirit horse is elusive, its habitat is easily identifiable. Moreover, its diverse elemental attributes render the species a target of the dark demon, evil god tiger. Thus, the trio spent an entire afternoon searching the Douluo forest, yet returned empty-handed. The quest for a suitable soul beast is inherently challenging, so the trio remained undeterred. Mike Kai retrieved 2 tents from his storage soul guide, and feeling a bit sheepish while holding the unopened tents, he scratched his head. I apologize, Laina. I hadn't considered that you also needed to obtain a soul ring. I only brought 2 tents. However, I shall take the night watch. You both should rest well. If we find a soul beast tomorrow, you'll need to conserve your energy. The 2 women gathered around the campfire, where a wooden rack displayed several soft-boned rabbits they had caught earlier in the Douluo forest. Having roasted rabbit meat during their hunt for soul beasts must surely make them among the most carefree teams. After satisfying their hunger, they exchanged pleasantries before each retreated into a tent. Left alone by the fire, Mike Kai sat, the flickering flames casting a warm glow upon his features. Gradually, he managed to clear his mind. Half an hour later, the sound of steady breathing emanated from Hulaina's tent. Clearly, she had succumbed to sleep. Just as Mike Kai intended to embark on a round of physical training, he spotted Qian Rinxue stepping out of her tent. Upon seeing her, he abandoned the idea of training. Is something the matter? Unable to sleep? He observed as Qian Rinxue approached him, drawing closer until her warm form pressed against his. Kai, hold me tightly. Qian Rinxue nestled her delicate head into Mike Kai's robust chest, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat, which instilled a sense of security within her. Slowly raising his hands, he encircled Qian Rinxue's waist, drawing her into his embrace. Thank you for standing up for me today. Mado Kai pressed his cheek against Qian Rinchue's forehead, not allowing her to finish her sentence. Shaking his head, he said, "We have grown up together since childhood. And even the old man Qian has never spoken of you in such a manner. Though I am unaware of the circumstances that transpired between you and the Pope, I am certain that if you find yourselves on opposing sides in the future, I will undoubtedly stand behind you." Upon hearing these words, Qian Rinchue's heart fluttered, and her beautiful eyes quickly filled with tears. In their youth, Mado Kai had promised never to let a single tear fall from Qian Rinchue's eyes. Thus, witnessing her tearful countenance, he instinctively reached out to wipe away her tears. However, before he could act, Qian Rinchue, having mustered her courage, suddenly lifted her head and rose onto her toes. Mado Kai's pupils widened in astonishment as he felt the cool, sweet sensation of her lips against his, momentarily rendering his mind into a state of blissful stupor. Chapter 15. The Second Soul Ring. The relationship between the two, feeling the warmth of lips and the delightful aura emanating from Qian Rinchu, Mei Kai found himself utterly captivated. His hands instinctively rose, encircling her slender waist. The two became lost in each other's kiss, as if all else could be forgotten in that moment. However, the tranquility of the Stardow forest was abruptly shattered by the emergence of pairs of eerie green eyes and the haunting howls of wolves, igniting the night with an ominous intensity. The howls interrupted their intimate reverie, causing Qian Rinchu to react like a startled cat, her delicate hands swiftly drawing forth a shimmering longsword. Her eyes were ablaze with a fierce determination as she fixed her gaze upon the wolves that approached, perceiving them as prey. Observing her anger, Mei Kai gently traced his lips, still warmed by her presence, while his other hand grasped her clenched fist. "Calm down, Shuer. Don't be angry. If I'm not mistaken, these wolves are likely descendants of the Moonlit Wolf King." The Moonlit Wolf King, a formidable spirit-type soul beast, was documented in the archives of the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing the name, Qian Rinchu's furrowed brow began to relax. "Considering this is for Nana's required soul ring, I shall let this matter pass." She sheathed her long sword and plopped down beside the fire, casually skewering a prepared soft-bone rabbit on a wooden rack to roast. Amused by her nonchalant demeanor, Mei Kai prepared to rouse Hulaina. "Little fox, wake up. The soul ring has arrived." His voice resonated loudly, piercing through the tent and waking the slumbering Hulaina. Startled, she shot upright, her mind still clouded by sleep. Who is trying to roast a fox? Outside, Mei Kai had already drawn 2 nunchaku from his waist. Scanning the surroundings, he calculated the number of wolves, a total of 12. It appeared that this pack did not include a 10,000-year-old wolf king. In the Moonlit Wolf lineage, only those over 10,000 years could be called a wolf king. Those of 1,000 years could merely be termed moonlit wolves. A moonlit wolf king of 100,000 years would be revered as the monarch of the Moonlit Wolf clan, akin to the Blue-Silver Emperor, known as the Moonlit Wolf Emperor. With a swift motion, Mei Kai began to wield his nunchaku, the sound slicing through the air. Just then, Hulaina, having just awakened, peered out of the tent, her adorable head emerging. What is happening, Sister Shui?" she asked, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she looked towards Qian Rinchu, who was seated by the fire. Qian Rinchu, noticing her drowsy state, pointed with the roasted soft-bone rabbit towards the jungle where Mei Kai was already engaged in combat with the wolves. "Your soul ring has arrived." Upon the mention of the soul ring, Hulaina, who was still somewhat groggy, instantly perked up. She swiftly approached Qian Rinchu, her voice brimming with excitement. "The soul ring has arrived? Am I still half asleep, or has several days actually slipped by?" It was understandable for Hulaina to harbor such thoughts, for when she had hunted her first soul ring, it had been under the personal guidance of the Pope. Despite the presence of the illustrious Bibi Dong and 2 formidable titled Douluos aiding her, it took 3 arduous days to secure her first soul ring. Now, however, the soul ring had manifested in less than a day, leaving Hulaina utterly astonished. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed her mind. Would it be too much for Brother Kai to face the soul beast alone? After her initial joy, her thoughts shifted to worry for Mei Kai. Qian Rinchu shrugged and tossed a few more logs into the now diminishing fire. There is no need for concern. Even an 85th level soul Douluo would not stand a chance against his strength. A mere pack of wolves lacking even a 10,000-year-old wolf king cannot harm him. In the depths of the jungle, Métis Kai wielded his nunchaku, striking down upon the approaching soul beasts. His blow, capable of slaying a soul sage, landed squarely on a 10-year-old soul beast. In an instant, the head of the 10-year-old Xianyu wolf exploded, crimson blood and white brain matter splattering forth. Out of the 12 wolves, merely 3 remained after a brief encounter. Among these, one was approximately 400 years old, another around 700, while the pack's king was a mere 1,800 years old. Even collectively, they could not withstand Métis Kai's might. Thus, it became a challenge for Métis Kai to subdue the 3 higher-aged Xianyu wolves without delivering a fatal blow. The remaining trio bared their teeth at him, their pride undiminished even in the face of their fallen kin. Perhaps a 10,000-year Xianyu wolf king would pique Métis Kai's interest, but at just 1,800 years, even his casual training strikes could obliterate it. After effortlessly tossing aside the 400-year-old Xianyu wolf, Métis Kai pinned a 700-year-old one to the ground. He then turned away from the wolf king, making his way back towards the fire. The Xianyu wolf whimpered, "Mommy, there's a monster. I tried to bite him, but my teeth broke. Woo-woo." Upon returning to the campsite, Métis Kai spotted Hulaina and Qian Rinxue engaged in light-hearted banter. Without hesitation, he tossed aside the soul beast he had captured and approached Qian Rinxue, snatching the tender-boned rabbit she had been offering. The stolen morsel was undoubtedly delicious. Qian Rinxue shot him a beautiful glare before her gaze shifted to the struggling Xianyu wolf beside them. Even though it was on the brink of death from Métis Kai's overwhelming strength, the proud creature refused to bow its head, clinging to its last breath. Hulaina approached the soul beast and, taking a wooden stick from the side, gently prodded the body of the Xianyu wolf. In an instant, the wolf cast a fierce glare towards her. "Brother Kai, is this my soul beast?" she inquired. Mike Kai nodded, his confidence unwavering. "Indeed, it is just over 700 years old, making it perfectly suitable as your second soul ring." Observing Mike Kai devour his meal with unabashed delight, Qian Rinxue took out her handkerchief and offered to wipe his mouth without a hint of disdain. "Honestly, you say I act like a child," she teased affectionately. With Mike Kai's affirmation, Hulaina prepared to absorb the soul ring. Drawing a sharp dagger from her waist, she unhesitatingly plunged it into the neck of the Xianyu wolf. Sitting cross-legged beside the creature, she summoned a faint aura of soul power and gently pressed it against the wolf's forehead. Immediately, the wolf's body began to emanate a soft glow as the soul ring gradually materialized, drifting slowly towards Hulaina. At this moment, Qian Rinxue set aside her previous task. Rising to her feet, with a delicate gesture, she formed seals with her hands, releasing a gentle wave of soul power that enveloped both Hulaina and the Xianyu wolf. She closed her eyes slightly, as if to safeguard Hulaina, ensuring she would not be disturbed during the absorption process. Had Mike Kai possessed even a modicum of soul power, the responsibility of protection would not have fallen to Qian Rinxue. Mike Kai stood by, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed intently on Hulaina, anxious for even the slightest mishap during her soul ring absorption. Though he remained silent, the tension within him was palpable. He understood that failure in this endeavor could severely affect Hulaina's talent and potentially leave lasting injuries that would hinder her future cultivation. After a prolonged moment, Hulaina slowly opened her tightly shut eyes, which now shimmered with an extraordinary light, as if stars were twinkling within them. She felt a surge of soul power swelling within her, a powerful force emanating from the depths of her being, an unmistakable sign that she had successfully absorbed the soul ring. Overwhelmed with joy, she sprang to her feet, and in that instant, all her weariness seemed to dissipate. Turning to face Mike Kai, her eyes brimmed with gratitude and elation. "Brother Kai." Without hesitation, she leapt into his embrace, clinging tightly to him as if to share the entirety of her joy and appreciation. Mike Kai was momentarily taken aback, but soon wrapped his arms around Hulaina, a gentle and affectionate smile gracing his face. Qian Rinxue observed this scene quietly, a wave of inexplicable emotion surging within her. She puffed up her cheeks slightly, resembling a little hamster with its cheeks stuffed with nuts, her bright eyes reflecting a trace of barely perceptible sorrow. The recent warmth of her intimate encounter with Mike Kai lingered on her lips, that subtle sensation igniting a warmth within her heart. Yet at this moment, Mike Kai held Hulaina close. The tenderness and affection he bestowed upon her evoked a pang of bittersweetness within Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue is a person profoundly sensitive to emotions. Thus, witnessing the embrace between two individuals, despite knowing it to be a trivial matter, inevitably leaves her feeling despondent. She gently bites her lower lip in an attempt to mask her feelings. However, that bittersweet sensation spreads within her heart like creeping vines. Uncontrollably, she steps closer, yearning to utter something, yet is at a loss for words. Ultimately, she can only stand by, silently observing the couple entwined in each other's arms. Her heart brimming with a myriad of complex emotions. Sensing the subtle yet intricate gaze of Qian Renxue, Maite Kai softly pats Hulaina's back, signaling her to release her hold. The little fox, though reluctant, obediently loosens her grip and steps aside, her face adorned with a satisfied and blissful smile. Maite Kai turns, his gaze softening as he looks upon Qian Renxue, his eyes radiating warmth and affection, as if to convey, "Schwer, rest assured. You will always be the one I cherish the most." Understanding the depth of Maite Kai's gaze, the slight pang of sorrow that once lingered in Qian Renxue's heart dissipates, replaced by a gentle and sweet smile directed at the little fox. Hulaina, having calmed her emotions, replies with a smile, "Brother Kai, Sister Schwer, my second soul skill is the heavenly fox's eye, which can forcibly stun enemies with lesser mental strength for 5 seconds. Of course, if they choose to succumb to the illusions, the stun duration will be even longer." She playfully blinks her lively eyes as she speaks. Maite Kai ponders, feeling the potency of her soul skill. Lacking a martial soul and soul rings, he cannot fully grasp the extent of its power. Moreover, as he trains his body, he simultaneously cultivates his mental fortitude, rendering Hulaina's skill ineffective against him. Upon learning of Hulaina's soul skill effects, Qian Renxue's eyes instantly brighten. From the depths of her heart, she marvels, 5 seconds of stunning. This is truly a decisive factor in battle. In a duel of masters, every second is crucial. Let alone 5. She exclaims, "Laina, your soul skill is simply pivotal in altering the tide of battle." Qian Renxue envisions a scene. Once Hulaina ascends to the rank of title Douluo, in combat against an equally matched foe, if their mental strength is inferior, this skill could compel the opponent to be stunned for a full 5 seconds. For a title Douluo, 5 seconds can accomplish a great deal within that time frame. One could unleash a barrage of soul skills after revealing their martial soul's true form. As night deepens, both women begin to feel drowsy. After exchanging goodnights, Hulaina retreats into the tent to sleep. The flames leap in the night, casting light upon Maite Kai's resolute visage. He sits before the fire, his gaze profound and distant, shrouded in thoughts unknown to anyone, as if transcending time and space. Qian Renxue stands at the entrance of the tent, hesitating yet ultimately resolute. She gently bites her lip, a blush blooming on her cheeks akin to the dawn's first light. She strides toward Maite Kai, each step imbued with both determination and caution. As the night deepened and the chill enveloped the surroundings, Qian Renxue's voice trembled slightly yet resonated with unwavering determination. She raised her gaze towards Maite Kai, her bright eyes shimmering with a blend of anticipation and anxiety. The moonlight cascaded upon her, imparting a veil of ethereal beauty to the moment. In the stillness of the late hour, the silvery glow filtered through the tent's seams, illuminating the two restless figures within. The atmosphere was serene, punctuated only by the soft rhythm of their breaths intertwining in the silence. Lying on one side, Qian Renxue slightly opened her eyes. Through the dim light of the moon, she discerned the outline of Maite Kai beside her. A surge of emotion stirred within her as she cautiously shifted closer, her movements delicate, mindful not to disturb the slumbering Maite Kai. Simultaneously, he sensed the subtle motion nearby. Gently, he opened his eyes and turned to Qian Renxue. Under the moon's gentle embrace, her face appeared soft and exquisite, warming his heart. He too inched closer to her, the space between them narrowing imperceptibly. A little closer. Just a bit closer, they both silently implored in their hearts. Chapter 16. Encounter with the dark, demonic god tiger. Come a little closer. Two excited hearts beat vigorously at this moment, until their fiery forms were completely pressed against one another. Although both were aware that the other was not asleep, they tacitly chose not to reveal this truth. As dawn broke, the two, having tidied themselves up, ventured outside, observing the sight of Hulaina still sound asleep in the tent. Maikai glanced around and called out, "Elder Ghost." No sooner had he spoken than wisps of dark mist began to swirl around the forest, coalescing into a delicate shadowy figure. "Greetings, law enforcement elder," Ghost Douluo said respectfully, bowing. Qian Rinxuan nodded slightly. The 50,000-year-old heavenly spirit sacred horse would require a deeper exploration of the Stardow forest, and it seemed rather inappropriate to bring along Hulaina, who was only at level 22. "Elder Ghost, once Nana awakens, you may take her away directly. Shui, and I need to delve further into the new forest, and I fear that bringing Nana along may expose her to danger," Maikai explained. Ghost Douluo nodded slightly. The bright, sacred attributes of the 50,000-year-old heavenly spirit sacred horse would greatly counter his own ghostly shadows, should a confrontation arise. Even he might find it challenging to render timely assistance. "I understand. Rest assured, law enforcement elder." Not far away, Hulaina remained in slumber, her breaths even and gentle, though her face bore a trace of unease. At that moment, a shadow glided silently through the woods. It was Ghost Douluo. His gaze was sharp, his form as swift as the wind, as he gently approached Hulaina and carefully lifted her. Hulaina stirred slightly in her dreams, but soon succumbed back into a deep sleep. Ghost Douluo, cradling her, vanished into the depths of the forest, leaving only a faint trace of ghostly essence behind. He needed to return to the papal hall to report and could not afford to wait for Hulaina to awaken. At this moment, Qian Rinxue walked alongside Maikai, their steps light yet resolute, as if each footfall resonated with the melody of fate. They chose not to fly. Although Maikai lacked soul power, he maneuvered among the trees with a swiftness that surpassed that of ordinary flying soul masters. The two had not enjoyed such a serene moment alone together for quite some time, and with their impending separation upon their return, the feelings of reluctance stirred their excited hearts. Deep within the forest, the ancient soul beast sensed the powerful aura emanating from the duo and hid in the shadows, daring only to observe them with curious yet fearful gazes. Occasionally, a breeze would pass, rustling the leaves in a soft whisper akin to the breath of nature, intermingling with the laughter of the two, creating a harmonious tableau. Maikai turned his head, offering Qian Rinxue a warm smile, radiant as sunlight, drawing one irresistibly closer. Qian Rinxue returned the smile, their gazes meeting, as if 1,000 unspoken words melted within that shared moment. In the shadows, two men clad in golden armor exchanged knowing glances before erupting into laughter. The young master, and the esteemed elder of law would not have already. The two figures were none other than the serpentine spear Douluo and the Douluo, who later became the protectors of Qian Rinxue. Their mission was to ensure the safety of the two. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the Stardow forest, the atmosphere gradually became more solemn. Towering ancient trees obscured the sun, casting dappled shadows on the ground as sunlight filtered through the leaves. The wind rustled through the foliage, as if nature were whispering secrets. Meitai and Qian Rinxue walked side by side, their breaths slowing significantly, each step taken with utmost caution, lest they disturb the dominators of this realm. A mysterious and perilous aura enveloped the air, sending shivers down one's spine. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from afar, causing the entire forest to tremble. Meitai and Qian Rinxue exchanged a grave glance, both aware that the source of that roar must be a forest sovereign, such as the Titan giant ape or the sky blue bull python. Even if it were not, it would undoubtedly be a soul beast over 50,000 years old. The deep, labored breaths resonated with immense pressure, palpable even from miles away. At last, they beheld a colossal tiger, draped in a deep purple-black hue, with enormous wings sprouting from its back and a sinister hook-like tail raised high. The dark devil god tiger. Meitai's pupils constricted sharply. According to the records in the Spirit Hall's library, there existed only one dark devil god tiger in the entire Stardow forest. Darkness surged forth like a tidal wave, swiftly engulfing everything in its vicinity. Meitai clenched his fists, his gaze resolute, as he felt the terrifying pressure emanating from the dark devil god tiger, as if the very air had solidified under its might. Qianren pressed close to Mei Tikai, drawing comfort from his warmth and strength, which offered her a semblance of tranquility amidst the enveloping darkness. The angelic domain unfurled silently. Yet its sacred essence could not illuminate the shadowy surroundings. She gently grasped Mei Tikai's hand, their unspoken understanding reaching its zenith in that moment. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes ignited in the darkness, resembling two burning flames that illuminated a small area ahead. The dark devil-god tiger emerged slowly, each step reverberating through the ground, as if the entire forest quaked beneath its weight. Its massive form, adorned with a shimmering purple-black coat, emanated an overwhelming sense of oppression. While its elongated fangs instilled a sense of dread at a mere glance, the appearance of the dark devil-god tiger seemed to elevate the terror that permeated the Star-Dove forest to its zenith. Its thunderous roar erupted like thunderclaps, instantly shattering Qianren angelic domain into fragments. Light and darkness intertwined at that moment, crafting a breathtaking tableau. The gaze of the dark devil-god tiger fixed upon Mei Tikai, its blood-red eyes glimmering with a cruel and cunning light. It swung its massive, sinister tail, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, hurtling towards Mei Tikai like a tempest. As Mei Tikai's figure shifted, he swiftly dodged, yet the malevolent deity of the dark demon tiger moved with even greater speed, nearly brushing against him in that fleeting moment. Suddenly, the fabric of space rippled. The shadowy form of the dark demon tiger vanished before his eyes, leaving an empty void. Qianren gasped, exclaiming, "It's gone." She had sensed the spatial disturbance, a soul beast powerful enough to tear apart the very fabric of space, truly deserving of its title as the embodiment of ultimate darkness. Her angelic domain was ruthlessly shredded upon contact with its sinister realm. The dark demon tiger flickered like a wraith in the shadows, instantaneously reappearing behind Qianren, its blood-red eyes gleaming with greed and cunning. A chill swept over her as she sensed danger approaching from behind. Before she could react, the razor-sharp claws of the tiger sliced through the air like lightning, aimed directly at her back. In that critical moment, Mei Tikai surged forth like a cheetah, green steam erupting from his body. A manifestation of his activation of the 8 gates of Duanjia. He almost transcended sound itself, appearing in an instant behind Qianren, crossing his arms to firmly block the fatal strike of the dark demon tiger. A thunderous crash reverberated through the forest, as if the very earth trembled in response. Though Mei Tikai swayed slightly from the impact, he stood his ground like an unyielding rock. His gaze was resolute and cold, unflinching before the encroaching darkness. Snowy flew into the air to divert attention, realizing the tiger's strength rivaled her own in peak condition. Qianren nodded, and the third purple soul ring flickered momentarily. With her third soul skill, Angelic Sanctuary, Qianren body gracefully ascended, as if lifted by an invisible force. She closed her eyes tightly, her hands clasped together, golden light gathering in her palms like a sun on the brink of eruption. With a soft incantation, the golden radiance shot forth like a meteor, illuminating the surrounding area in an instant. Yet, the darkness loomed like an endless abyss, consuming all light. Even as Qianren invoked her angelic sanctuary, it merely ignited a faint flame amidst the pitch-black forest. The crimson eyes of the dark demon tiger appeared even more menacing in the golden glow, letting out a thunderous roar before vanishing from sight. In the enveloping darkness, Mei Tikai raced forward, his nunchaku swirling like 2 silver dragons, each swing accompanied by a whoosh that sliced through the air. He focused intently on the faint traces of the dark demon tiger's presence, each fluctuation in space quickening his heartbeat. At last, in a fleeting moment, the dark demon tiger reemerged, and without hesitation, Mei Tikai charged forward, his nunchaku slicing through the wind as he struck down upon the massive tiger's head. The impact resounded with a resounding thud, causing the dark demon tiger to falter, retreating a few steps. A flicker of fury ignited in its eyes as it unleashed a powerful flap of its enormous wings, intensifying the surrounding tempest. Where darkness and gale intertwined into a scene of apocalyptic despair, it let out a low growl filled with rage and disdain, as if challenging the sanctity of the entire world. Suddenly, it flickered and vanished from sight, leaving only a distortion in the fabric of space. Mei Tikai's expression turned grave. He understood the cunning and might of this soul beast, not daring to let his guard down for an instant. Firmly gripping his twin staves, he concentrated intently on the currents of air around him, striving to capture the essence of the dark demon evil god tiger. In that fleeting moment, the dark demon evil god tiger reappeared, its figure flickering like a specter, with cruel glints flashing in its crimson eyes. It swung its massive claws, accompanied by a gale that tore through the air, charging straight at my Kai. He deftly evaded this lethal strike. Yet he felt an overwhelming force erupt from the dark demon evil god tiger, as if it sought to rend the very space apart. Witnessing the relentless onslaught of the dark demon evil god tiger, a flicker of resolve flashed in my Kai's eyes. Drawing a deep breath, he tensed his muscles, as if gathering every ounce of strength for the impending moment. Just as the tiger's claws were about to make contact with his body, my Kai let out a formidable roar, his feet slamming onto the ground, propelling him towards the dark demon evil god tiger like a cannonball. With his twin staves tightly clasped, they cut through the air with a whistling sound, tracing a sharp arc. With a resounding crash, my Kai's staves collided fiercely with the tiger's claws, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The surrounding air seemed to be torn apart by this force, creating a vacuum around them. At the moment of impact, the green steam emanating from my Kai intensified, the veins on his forehead throbbing more prominently. 8 gates of Duanjia, 6th gate. Open. 5th soul skill, Angel's Judgment. With a thunderous shout, his figure surged forward like a projectile, enveloped in green steam and boundless might, launching an attack potent enough to obliterate a level 92 title Douluo. At this juncture, Qian Rinxue was equally undaunted. With her hands firmly grasping the angelic sacred sword forged from her soul power, it radiated a brilliant light against the night sky. Under her command, the sacred sword swiftly enlarged, transforming into a colossal blade spanning several dozen meters, its body shimmering with golden divine radiance, as if capable of purging all darkness from the world. Leaping into the air with the golden sword in tow, Qian Rinxue charged toward the dark demon evil god tiger, which was currently locked in a standoff with my Kai. Sensing the sacred and formidable aura, a flicker of fear crossed the dark demon evil god tiger's eyes. It realized that if it did not escape swiftly, it could be ensnared in an inescapable predicament. With a thunderous roar, its dark aura thickened, coalescing into a swirling tempest of blackness encircling its form. Resolutely abandoning its struggle with my Kai, the dark demon evil god tiger barreled forward, colliding head-on with Qian Rinxue's assault. As the golden sword met the dark demon evil god tiger, the moment of impact produced a breathtaking tableau. With golden light and black whirlwind intertwining, the tip of the sword struck the tiger's chest, echoing with a deafening boom, as if the very air around them had been shattered by this tremendous force. Qian Rinxue felt an immense force surge towards her, causing her form to sway slightly in the air, while the luminous sword in her grasp began to shatter under the impact of this overwhelming power. The golden radiance gradually dimmed, as the black whirlwind grew increasingly fierce, seemingly intent on consuming all in its path. The dark demon evil god tiger roared, its eyes glinting with a cruel light. Its colossal frame rolled through the air, each rotation summoning surrounding darkness, manifesting as swirling black tempests. These tempests collided with the fragment of Qian Rinxue's crumbling sword, erupting in a cacophony of energy waves. Although the sacred attribute of light held a significant advantage over the dark demon evil god tiger, the disparity in their strengths was evident. The 60,000-year-old tiger's true combat prowess was on par with a 96th level title Douluo, should it be allowed to grow unimpeded to 100,000 years. One would likely need to possess at least a 98 level strength to even consider engaging it. My Kai's fist moved like lightning amidst a tempest, carving blurred arcs through the night. His speed had reached astonishing heights, each punch accompanied by a thunderous roar that seemed to shake the very fabric of space. Fireballs coalesced in the air, propelled by the force of his strikes, streaking across the night sky like meteors, illuminating everything in their vicinity. Upon contacting the body of the dark demon evil god tiger, these fireballs detonated with a deafening boom, scattering fiery fragments that illuminated the entire area. The dark demon evil god tiger staggered backward under the barrage of fireballs, its body marred by several charred wounds. Yet, its eyes sparkled with an even more savage light, as if enraged. It unleashed a thunderous roar, the dark aura surrounding it thickening once more, forming swirling black gales in an attempt to counter Might Kai's assault. A pair of immense wings unfurled behind it, enveloping its entire form in a bid to withstand Might Kai's attack directed at the peacock. Chapter 17. The arena of life and death flames danced with shadows, as if the apocalypse had descended upon them. Dense fireballs cascaded like shooting stars, relentlessly colliding with the colossal form of the dark demon god tiger. Each impact was accompanied by the acrid scent of charred air, as though the very atmosphere had ignited in the searing blaze. Amidst this endless inferno, the dark demon god tiger was finally provoked. It let out a thunderous roar that pierced through every leaf of the forest, reverberating in every corner. With its massive and powerful body resembling a mountain, it rose slowly, its imposing figure rendered even more majestic by the flickering flames. Upon standing fully, it towered over 10 meters, akin to a monarch from the depths of hell. Each of its forepaws struck the ground with a force that caused tremors, as if the earth itself could scarcely bear its might. Waves of energy surged from beneath its feet, sweeping around like a tempest, forcing both Mei Tikai and Qian Rengshu to stagger backward. The gravity of the situation etched concern upon their faces, as they understood that the impending battle would be far more arduous. Suddenly, Qian Rengshu felt an inexplicable chill. Once gracefully navigating the air, deftly restraining the movements of the dark demon god tiger, she found herself momentarily suspended. Time seemed to stand still as the ghastly crimson eyes of the beast reflected in her pupils. Those eyes, like the gaze from the abyss, brimmed with boundless malice and murderous intent. She felt ensnared by an invisible force that penetrated her very soul, rendering her motionless. The world around her faded away, leaving only those burning scarlet eyes, magnifying endlessly within her mind. Her heartbeat quickened, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Yet she could not escape the grip of that binding force. On another front, fierce combat erupted. A two-headed serpent agilely soared through the air, expelling lethal venom in an attempt to create an opportunity for the massive porcupine to strike. However, their adversary was no ordinary foe. It was a titan ape, cloaked in darkness and towering like a small mountain. The titan ape's skin resembled hardened rock, impervious to even the sharp quills of the porcupine Douluo. Its eyes sparkled with a savage light, each roar sending ripples through the surrounding air. The serpent's venom seemed to lose its efficacy before it, dispersed by an unseen force. To prevent the titan ape from interfering with the confrontation between the young master and Mei Tikai against the dark demon god tiger, the two were compelled to engage the titan ape with their combined strength of level 92. The porcupine Douluo and serpent spear Douluo joined forces, striving to restrain the frenzied beast. Yet, the titan ape's strength far exceeded their expectations. Each punch it threw carried the force of a landslide, driving them to retreat repeatedly. Their faces were grave, fully aware that they had encountered a true adversary. The titan had appeared here solely to drive away the dark demon god tiger. Yet it was unanticipated to face the Spirit Hall's title Douluo in this encounter. The mere thought of the titan great ape from the Spirit Hall evokes memories of the gentle Aunt Ro, who once showed me kindness. A flicker of alertness crossed Might Kai's eyes as he keenly detected the subtle spatial fluctuations surrounding Qian Rengshu. These disturbances resembled a vortex hidden beneath turbulent waters, gradually expanding and attempting to ensnare Qian Rengshu within its grasp. He recalled ancient texts he had perused in the Spirit Hall library, which spoke of the dark demon evil god tiger's unique ability, drawing individuals into an arena for a one-on-one life and death duel. The air was thick with tension and oppression as Qian Renshue's form began to blur, as if being enveloped by an invisible force. A surge of anxiety gripped Might Kai's heart. He understood that the dark demon evil god tiger had launched its attack. He swiftly concentrated his soul power, preparing to act before Qian Renshue was completely pulled into the arena. The green mist around him thickened as he moved, instantaneously appearing beside Qian Renshue. Not on my watch. In the fleeting moment before Qian Renshue was drawn into the deadly duel arena, he pushed her away, taking her place instead. Might Kai felt the world around him twist unnaturally, as though being torn by an unseen force, his vision engulfed by a chaotic gray haze. In this bizarre realm, time seemed to lose all significance, and everything froze in place. Looking up, he beheld an endless darkness above, where stars flickered yet failed to illuminate this eerie battlefield. Beneath him lay a hard surface that possessed an oddly soft quality, akin to walking on a sponge. An indescribable atmosphere pervaded the air, both chilling and searing, suffocating in its intensity. A profound unease welled up within Mike Kai. He recognized this place as the arena of the dark demon evil god Tiger, a site that existed solely in legend, a battleground of life and death. He took a deep breath, striving to quell the turmoil within. Yet that inexplicable chill coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent, preventing him from relaxing. Ultimately, Mike Kai was still merely a 14-year-old boy, his mind undeniably immature. Had he encountered the dark demon evil god Tiger 2 years hence, at least in terms of mental fortitude, he would not have displayed such fear. The life and death duel arena had been activated. As the countdown reached its conclusion, 3, 2, 1, the immense form of the dark demon evil god Tiger trembled violently. The air around it seemingly torn asunder by its overwhelming presence. Its eyes glimmered with a blood-red light in the darkness, akin to 2 burning flames, exuding an aura of inexorable slaughter. Its front claws, sharp and lethal, wielded the power to rend everything as they swung ferociously toward Mike Kai. The air was filled with a piercing sound as the wind from the tiger's claws sliced through the silence of space. Mike Kai felt an intense gust rush toward him, his pupils constricting and his heart tightening as if gripped by an unseen hand. In the face of this lethal blow, Mike Kai summoned all his strength. A faint green glow emanating from his body, a manifestation of the soul power within him. He darted swiftly, attempting to evade the lethal assault. Yet the speed of the dark demon god Tiger surpassed his wildest expectations, its colossal claws swiftly closing in. Mike's figure resembled a flash of green lightning, gracefully weaving through the tiger's furious onslaught. His eyes shimmered with unwavering determination, and his nunchaku danced in a seamless rhythm, forming an invisible barrier. Just as the massive paw of the dark demon god Tiger was about to make contact with his body, Mike executed a sudden backflip, narrowly evading the fatal strike. His silhouette traced an elegant arc through the air, landing steadily upon the ground. The moment he touched down, Mike wasted no time. His hands gripped the nunchaku tightly as he surged forward like an arrow towards the dark demon god Tiger. His offensive was fierce and rapid, each punch, kick, and strike landing solidly upon the tiger's frame. Mike's assault resembled a torrential storm, his figure transforming into a green whirlwind within the arena, starkly contrasting with the massive form of the tiger. The nunchaku in his grasp, akin to 2 agile fire dragons, carved blazing trajectories through the air, each swing imbued with destructive force. The ground of the arena trembled under the impact of his strikes, as if the very fabric of space were being torn asunder by this might. Despite its formidable size, the dark demon god Tiger was compelled to retreat under Mike's relentless barrage, its eyes flickering with uncertainty. In that moment, Mike embodied the essence of a war god upon the battlefield, his gaze resolute and cold, each motion imbued with determination. His nunchaku traced brilliant arcs through the darkness, akin to the brightest meteors illuminating the oppressive arena. As time passed, Mike gradually became aware of his own predicament. He had exited the 6th gate and now struggled to maintain even the 5th. Meanwhile, the dark demon god Tiger had undergone a more significant transformation, its form noticeably shrinking since its entrance. Most strikingly, its once mighty wings, spanning several meters, began to diminish. Sensing the peril, the tiger's massive body twisted rapidly in space, creating a gap of several dozen meters between it and Mike in the blink of an eye. Its eyes gleamed with cunning, slowly coalescing dark purple energy orbs in its maw. These orbs streaked through the void like shooting stars, each carrying destructive power as they hurtled toward Mike. Agile as a mountain monkey, Mike navigated the barrage of energy orbs with ease. His hands firmly gripped the nunchaku, each strike accompanied by a whistling wind, sparking against the air. The dark purple energy orbs burst spectacularly under the furious impacts of his nunchaku, releasing dazzling violet light and powerful shockwaves. Their forms continued to diminish. Nearly half an hour had passed, and Mike had reverted to the age of 9. Meanwhile, the dark demon god Tiger, once boasting a history of 60,000 years, now possessed only 30,000 years of cultivation. Mike moved with the agility of a vibrant flame, weaving through the arena. In his hands, the nunchaku danced with fervent flames, reminiscent of 2 fiery dragons swirling through the air. These flames were not mere visual embellishments. They were the manifestation of a fierce collision between his spiritual energy and life force, each strike imbued with astonishing destructive power. Although he had yet to enter the sixth gate, a single entry would enable even the ordinary Might Guy to unleash the morning peacock. At this moment, Might Guy, though reverted to the age of 9, bore an unyielding gaze filled with courage and determination. No longer did he cower before the imposing figure and terrifying strength of the dark demon god tiger. Instead, he bravely chose to confront it. The dark demon god tiger, taken aback, revealed a flicker of fear in its eyes. It had not anticipated that the seemingly frail youth could unleash such extraordinary might. However, it remained a formidable foe. Despite a decline in its prowess, it was not easily vanquished. In the arena, their duel intensified, with howling winds and swirling dust. Despite his diminutive stature, each swing of Might Guy's nunchaku resonated with immense force, rending the air with a piercing sound. His eyes fixated on the dark demon god tiger, each attack swift and fierce, leaving his opponent reeling. Though the dark demon god tiger was massive, it gradually revealed signs of fatigue under Might Guy's relentless onslaught. Its wings flapped desperately in the air, attempting to fend off the attacks, but each attempt was met with the scorching flames. Suddenly, Might Guy flickered like a green lightning bolt, darting to the side of the dark demon god tiger. Gripping the nunchaku tightly, he yanked forward, tearing one of the creature's wings from its formidable body. With a wing lost, the dark demon god tiger let out a pained roar as its massive form plummeted from the heights. Might Guy's eyes sparkled with resolute determination as he unhesitatingly shed all burdens. The heavy equipment crashed to the ground like meteorites, creating startling craters in the hard earth. Amidst the swirling dust, Might Guy's figure appeared like a specter, agile and swift, nearly beyond the perception of the human eye. In an instant, a green silhouette swept across the arena, followed by a thunderous boom as Might Guy landed a heavy blow upon the dark demon god tiger's head. This strike was immense, driving the creature's colossal form deep into the ground, scattering the surrounding soil in all directions. The dark demon god tiger emitted a haunting wail, its eyes filled with disbelief and terror. A shadow of death swiftly enveloped it, rendering its once mighty body utterly powerless beneath Might Guy's foot. Though its eyes flickered with defiance and rage, they were overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of fear. Its limbs struggled weakly against the earth, attempting to break free from Might Guy's grip, but each futile effort resembled an ant shaking a tree. The head of the dark demon god tiger sank deeply into the soil, with the surrounding earth compressing under Might Guy's weight, forming countless tiny fissures. A trickle of crimson blood seeped from the corners of its mouth, mingling with the earth to create a blinding scarlet tableau. Its body trembled, each convulsion sending ripples through the surrounding air as if everything around it quaked in response. The mind of the dark demon tiger was disoriented from the blow, yet the primal instinct to survive compelled it to resist. Underneath the feet of Might Guy, the dark demon tiger's form gradually succumbed to weakness, its eyes dimming with each futile struggle, each movement resembling the last gasps of a dying creature. Might Guy stood resolute, his feet as steadfast as granite, his gaze sharp and unwavering, seemingly capable of piercing any obstruction. The wind around them appeared to halt in its flow, enveloping the arena in a profound silence. The only sounds that reverberated through the air were the faint breaths of the dark demon tiger and the subtle tremors of the ground beneath. Its head had been entirely pressed into the soil, leaving only a pair of desperate eyes and a mouth caked with dirt. Blood continued to trickle from its lips, merging with the earth to form a harrowing scene. Its limbs flailed helplessly in the air, each attempt to rise feeling as though it drained the last vestiges of its strength. Ding! The system begins to intervene in the rules. Intervention successful. Exiting the state of life and death arena. Chapter 18. The fierce battle against the Titan giant ape. After a moment of dizziness, the scene before Meitikai gradually came into focus, revealing that he was no longer in the bloody and perilous arena of life and death. Surrounding him was a dense jungle, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting its warm glow upon his weary, sweat-drenched face. Simultaneously, the dark sky above suddenly tore open, as if the heavens themselves had been rent apart. Following this, a massive shadow plummeted swiftly, accompanied by a deafening roar, as the dark demon god tiger crashed heavily to the ground. The earth trembled violently, dust swirling and enveloping everything in a shroud of gray mist. Struggling to rise, Mei-Ti gazed at the colossal beast sprawled on the ground. The once ferocious gleam had vanished from the dark demon god tiger's eyes. Its enormous body now appeared frail, coated in mud and blood, its breath ragged. The jungle's birds, startled by the tremendous sound, took to the skies, fleeing from the battleground that had just been alive with conflict. Mei-Ti's heartbeat had yet to fully stabilize when new sounds of combat echoed from the depths of the jungle. He furrowed his brow, straining to capture the distant tremors of battle. Suddenly, a powerful surge of soul force emanated from the left, crashing against his perception like an invisible wall. He swiftly turned his head to witness chaos in the distance, trees uprooted in soil and stones whipped about by a fierce wind. At the center of this turmoil, three figures engaged in a fierce clash, each collision resonating with ear-splitting explosions. Mei-Ti's keen eyesight allowed him to identify the three formidable beings. Qian Ringshu, adorned in a flowing golden palace gown, moved with an ethereal grace. Her first 5 soul skills streaked across the sky like shooting stars, each strike imbued with a biting chill. She was locked in a deadly struggle against the soul-piercing Douluo and the serpent spear Douluo, battling the Titan giant ape. The massive form of the Titan giant ape loomed like a mountain, causing the ground beneath it to tremble as if it would collapse at any moment. Though Qian Ringshu was graceful, her soul skills appeared insignificant in the face of such a monstrous beast. Golden light coalesced in her hands, transforming into sharp waves of sword energy. Yet upon striking the Titan giant ape skin, these energies vanished without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Qian Ringshu's complexion grew increasingly pale, clearly having expended a considerable amount of soul power. Meanwhile, the soul-piercing Douluo and the serpent spear Douluo unleashed their ultimate techniques, striving to restrain the rampaging giant. However, they soon realized that Qian Ringshu's presence had become a burden. Whenever they attempted to concentrate their fire on the Titan giant ape, her soul skills inadvertently disrupted their rhythm, thwarting their offensive time and again. Moreover, when the Titan ape's attacks were directed at Qian Ringshu, the two had to divide their focus to protect her. They could only watch helplessly as the Titan giant ape's enormous fist, akin to a mountain, came crashing down upon the soul-piercing Douluo. The ground collapsed instantly beneath the force of that strike. The figure of the soul-piercing Douluo, swallowed mercilessly by the overwhelming power, leaving behind only a profound silence amidst the swirling dust. Immediately thereafter, the Titan great ape unleashed a deafening roar that reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves that shattered the surrounding trees, littering the ground with branches and leaves. Under the weight of this terrifying bellow, the serpent spear Douluo staggered, retreating in fear. Amidst the chaos, Qian Ringshu's figure appeared strikingly solitary and helpless. Her golden gown fluttered in the wind, yet at this moment, it lost its previous elegance and grace. Faced with the Titan great ape's colossal form and its frenzied strength, she seemed so diminutive and fragile. The Titan great ape loomed like an immovable tower in the forest, its massive frame a formidable presence. It opened its cavernous mouth and emitted a roar that echoed like rolling thunder, resonating through the jungle. "Return my Aunt Rose life, you detestable minions of the spirit hall." With a few powerful thumps of its chest, the Titan great ape raised its enormous fists and, with a furious yell, smashed them down onto the ground. Accompanied by its roar, an invisible wave of gravitational force surged outward, causing the surrounding trees to splinter and their branches to scatter like leaves in a tempest. Qian Ringshu felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon her, as if an unseen force was yanking her down from the sky, and she crashed violently to the ground. Her golden gown traced a graceful arc in the air, yet now it appeared utterly powerless. She struggled to regain her balance, but the force of gravity surged upon her like a tidal wave, rendering her efforts futile. Ultimately, she fell heavily to the ground, dust swirling around her as her gown became soiled, and her once flowing hair clung disheveled to her face. In the Titan great ape's eyes flickered a savage light, as if it sought to consume the entire forest. Its enormous body arced through the air like a falling meteor, exuding an aura of cataclysmic destruction. At that moment, the porcupine Douluo, who had been driven into the ground, managed to rise, as did the serpent spear Douluo, who had been knocked aside. Seeing their young master in peril, they shouted in unison, "Young master, quickly evade." just as the situation reached a critical juncture. Mei Tikai appeared like a specter, rushing towards the Titan Great Ape with fists clenched and soul power surging wildly. With a resounding crash, Mei Tikai's fist collided fiercely with the Titan Great Ape's massive paw, unleashing an invisible shockwave that spread outward from their point of impact, causing nearby trees to splinter and branches to scatter. The Titan Great Ape let out a furious roar, its colossal fist momentarily repelled by Mei Tikai's strike. However, the recoil sent Mei Tikai hurtling backward, yet he executed a roll in midair, landing deftly on his feet. Standing firm, Mei Tikai felt a tremor in his hands, pain radiating from his palms. He looked up at the gargantuan Titan Great Ape, observing the flicker of brutality and confusion in its crimson eyes. The Titan Great Ape's colossal fist halted momentarily in the air, seemingly unable to fathom that someone could withstand its full-force assault. Upon that colossal fist, a subtle fluctuation of soul power coursed through, each tremor seemingly imbued with the capacity to annihilate worlds. The surrounding air appeared to solidify, with only the heavy breaths of the Titan giant ape reverberating in the silence. Mike Kai inhaled deeply, acutely aware of his life force rapidly depleting, yet in this moment, retreat was not an option. Qian Rinxue, weakly rising from the ground, was shielded by two titled Douluos who clutched their chests, having exhausted their soul power in the prior confrontation with the Titan giant ape. At this juncture, they could barely maintain their martial soul forms. The Titan giant ape, its enormous body gradually lowering, fixed its bell-like eyes, glinting with piercing light, akin to two bolts of lightning cleaving through the night sky. Its gaze was unwaveringly locked onto Mike Kai, as if it sought to penetrate the very essence of his being. Everything around them seemed to stand still, save for the resounding breaths of the Titan giant ape filling the air. Mike Kai felt the oppressive force emanating from the giant ape, heavy as a mountain. Yet he did not falter, his fists clenched tightly, his gaze resolutely meeting that of the Titan giant ape. He understood that this moment of confrontation was not solely about his survival, but also the safety of Qian Rinxue and the two titled Douluos, the elder law enforcer. The serpent spear Douluo hesitated, words caught in his throat, unable to articulate his thoughts. Mike Kai slowly turned to face Qian Rinxue and the two titled Douluos, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Though his frame was slender, he appeared remarkably majestic in this moment. He drew a deep breath, as if summoning all his strength. His fists tightened, veins bulging, conveying his resolve and tenacity. He lowered his gaze slightly, sweeping it over the three of them before it finally rested upon Qian Rinxue's face. A gentle smile graced his lips, as if to reassure her that there was no need for fear, for he was there. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, with only the silhouettes of the four of them standing starkly clear in the sunlight. Elders, take care of Schwer, leave the Titan giant ape to me. At this moment, Mike Kai was enveloped in green steam, having once again entered the sixth gate state, now more adept than ever. Qian Rinxue longed to say more, but Mike Kai had already engaged in battle with the Titan giant ape. The formidable creature that had previously dominated the trio now appeared to be teetering under Mike Kai's pressure. No, I must assist Qian Rinxue bit her lip, her gaze resolute as she looked toward the ailing dark demon tiger. Sunlight cast a slanted glow, accentuating the fierce black markings on the dark demon tiger. Yet in Qian Rinxue's eyes, it represented her soul hope. She slowly rose to her feet, her golden gown swaying gently in the wind, dusty yet failing to obscure her inherent nobility and resilience. With her hands clasped together, a golden radiance began to rise from her palms, signaling her intent to unleash an attack. Qian Rinxue inhaled deeply, her form darting forth like a golden comet towards the dark demon tiger. Her speed was astonishing, as if she were racing against time itself. Behind her, golden wings unfurled slowly, reminiscent of an angel descending upon the earth, bringing forth light and hope. Qian Rinxue's silhouette streaked across the sky like a shooting star, her golden longsword radiating blinding brilliance, capable of cleaving through all darkness. Just as the sword's tip was about to graze the sinister head of the dark demon evil god tiger, a surge of soul power erupted from Qian Rinxue's entire being. A tremendous force emanating from the sword's tip, accompanied by a deafening roar. The head of the dark demon evil god tiger was severed in one stroke, blood gushing forth and staining the surrounding earth crimson. With the demise of the dark demon evil god tiger, a pitch-black 10,000-year soul ring slowly materialized, emanating an enticing glow. Qian Rangshu offered the serpent spear Douluo and the porcupine Douluo no chance to react. In a blink, she appeared above the soul ring, her golden wings gently fluttering, as though isolating all disturbances. The angelic domain activated, and without hesitation, Qian Rangshu began to absorb the soul ring imbued with dark elements. The surrounding air seemed to ripple with her breaths, while her golden wings stirred a subtle breeze of fine dust. Behind Qian Rangshu, the porcupine Douluo and serpent spear Douluo wore grave expressions, their gazes fixed intently upon her, hands clenched tightly as if gathering strength to strike at any moment. Yet, confronted with Qian Rangshu, who was already in the process of absorbing the soul ring, they hesitated to act. They understood that interrupting her absorption could result in catastrophic consequences, shattering her meridians. Although they contemplated intervening, by the time they regained their wits, Qian Rangshu had already commenced the absorption of the soul ring. Consequently, all they could do was to serve as guardians for her. Meanwhile, in a fierce struggle against the Titan giant ape, Mei Tikai was clearly exhibiting signs of fatigue. His eyes were bloodshot, sweat and dust mingling into rivulets cascading down his cheeks. With each punch he threw, he felt the ache in his muscles and the waning of his vitality. He seemed to be ensnared in a life-and-death arena. Having battled the dark demon evil god tiger for 3 days and nights, although only a short while had passed in the outside world, the exhaustion was all too real. Every attack from the Titan giant ape resonated like the collapse of mountains, causing the ground to tremble beneath its relentless onslaught. Mei Tikai gritted his teeth, relying on his indomitable will and steadfast belief to withstand the giant ape's fierce assaults time and again. His figure flickered across the battlefield, elusive as a specter. Yet each appearance was accompanied by a surge of more ferocious strength. Health points, 150,700, only 150 health points remained, if he did not resolve the battle soon. He would revert from the 8 gates of Doenjia state. Confronting the Titan giant ape in his ordinary form would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. A fly drawn to fire. Mei Tikai took a deep breath, as if lifted by an invisible force, and leapt high into the air. Sunlight bathed him, elongating his shadow and creating a stark contrast with the Titan giant ape below. His eyes gleamed with resolute determination, his hands swiftly weaving through the air as if crafting some mystical runes. As he swung his hands, a scorching aura began to permeate the air. Fiery orbs coalesced within the shadows of Might Guy's fists, streaking across the sky like meteors, accompanied by a howling wind and searing waves of heat. Densely hurtling towards the Titan ape, the fireballs traced magnificent arcs in the air, standing in stark contrast to the ape's colossal form. They raced through the atmosphere like blazing flames, distorting the surrounding air with their intensity. When the fireballs collided with the Titan ape's massive palms, a thunderous roar erupted, radiating blinding light, as if intent on engulfing the entire battlefield. To the peacock, Might Guy's fists danced through the air, reminiscent of a fervent phoenix swirling amidst flames. His arms swung with the ferocity of a tempest, each punch giving birth to fireballs that intertwined in a sea of flames, cascading down upon the Titan ape. The fireballs fell like a meteor shower, enveloping the Titan ape's vast body. The giant roared in fury, yet the relentless onslaught of fireballs severely disrupted its rhythm of attack. The explosive sounds of the fireballs intertwined with the ape's roars, composing a tragic symphony. The battlefield seemed to be consumed by a sea of fire, the intense heat overwhelming, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon. Might Guy's figure flickered in and out of the flames, as if he had become the master of this inferno. Each punch infused with devastating force. The Titan ape's eyes glimmered with anger and defiance, reflecting the glow of the fireballs. With its arms crossed, its massive palms covered in rock-like fur, it appeared capable of withstanding any assault. However, just as it readied to muster its strength for a counterattack, a sudden bellow from the depths of the forest thundered like a bolt from the blue, shaking the entire battlefield. This low, terrifying roar seemed to transcend time, carrying with it an air of ancient authority and oppression. The Titan ape cast a reluctant glance at Might Guy before fleeing the scene without a backward glance. Chapter 19. Qian Renshua's sixth soul skill. The colossal form of the Titan giant ape vanished at the edge of the forest, leaving behind an enveloping silence. Might Guy inhaled deeply, as though attempting to draw in all the tension and fatigue within him, only to exhale it back into the ether. He slowly lowered his head, the green steam emanating from him dissipating like morning mist under the sun, revealing his robust, yet weary muscles. Sweat trickled down his forehead, falling onto the ground beneath him with a delicate patter. He felt a wave of exhaustion, yet more prominently was the exhilaration of having triumphed over a formidable foe. Though his legs trembled slightly, he steadfastly maintained his upright posture, reluctant to reveal any sign of weakness in this moment. Notification: you have exited the 8 gates of Douluo state, health regeneration in progress. 13700, as Might Guy's state of 8 gates of Douluo faded. A peculiar disturbance rippled through the depths of the forest. Qian Renshue's figure gradually emerged, her eyes shimmering with a resolute light. Seemingly capable of piercing through the forest haze, she gently raised her arm, and 6 soul rings pulsated rhythmically around her, as if 6 ancient runes were dancing in the air. The final black soul ring, starkly contrasting with the hues of the other 5, resembled a solitary star in the darkness, glimmering with mysterious and profound radiance. Though her face bore no expression, her gaze exuded an indescribable authority. She stood there in quietude, seemingly merging with the surrounding forest, embodying its guardian spirit. The black 10,000-year soul ring added an air of enigma and peril to her presence. In the forest's twilight, Qian Renshue appeared both fragile and resilient. Suddenly, she charged towards Might Guy, her golden hair billowing in the wind, like a lightning bolt shattering the silence. She leaped into his embrace, and in that instant, all fear and helplessness transformed into scalding tears, cascading from the corners of her eyes and falling upon his chest. Her arms encircled him tightly, as if striving to meld herself into his very being. Her cheek pressed against his heart, listening to the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, which became her most solid anchor at that moment. Golden tears and green sweat mingled, dripping between their garments, crafting a poignant tableau. Might Guy slowly raised his arms, embracing Qian Renshue as if wishing to fuse her into himself. His hands gently caressed her trembling back, each finger conveying a warm strength, seeking to dispel the fears within her. Qian Renshue's tears slid down his chest, moistening the skin beneath. She gazed up at him, her eyes sparkling with a myriad of emotions: fear, reliance, and an almost imperceptible resolve. Her cheek remained pressed against his chest, attuned to his steady heartbeat, which felt like the safest harbor in the world. The surrounding forest, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, appeared exceptionally tranquil, with only the sounds of their breaths and heartbeats intertwining, creating a tender scene. The gaze of Mei Kai was imbued with tenderness as he looked down at Qian Rengshu in his arms. "My dear Shuo, as long as I am here, I shall ensure that no threat befalls you." His voice was deep and gentle, yet within Qian Rengshu's heart, an inexplicable sense of trust blossomed. After the crisis had passed, Mei Kai's thoughts began to crystallize. He fixated on Qian Rengshu, observing the 6 soul rings that revolved slowly around her, particularly the black soul ring that stood out prominently, resembling a black hole that consumed the surrounding light. His heart raced unexpectedly, and the ghastly visage of the dark demon evil god Tiger flashed through his mind. Gently, he released Qian Rengshu, his gaze firmly locked on the black soul ring, which pulsated slowly as if it possessed life, each rhythmic movement seemingly narrating an enigmatic power. Mei Kai's brow furrowed. He could sense the overwhelming and sinister force emanating from it. Qian Rengshu appeared to perceive Mei Kai's unease, raising her head with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, Mei Kai spoke slowly. "Shuo, did you absorb the soul ring of the dark demon evil god Tiger?" A note of disbelief tinged his voice. As Qian Rengshu lightly nodded, the 6th black soul ring radiated brilliantly, and a mysterious, formidable force erupted forth from it. The surrounding space seemed to be drawn by this power, beginning to ripple subtly. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from Qian Rengshu, and a new figure gradually coalesced within the brilliance. This being bore an uncanny resemblance to Qian Rengshu, yet exuded an entirely different aura. Clad in black angelic attire, each fiber appeared to be steeped in dark energy, shimmering with an enigmatic luster. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, the white strands contrasting starkly with the black garb, enhancing her mystique and authority. "Akai, The soul ring of the dark demon evil god tiger has bestowed upon me the ability of the angelic avatar. However, I cannot fully harness its inherent darkness. This avatar possesses 100 of my strength while governing my desires and all negative emotions. The entity before him, the dark Qian Rengshu, was evidently her shadowed aspect. In contrast, the light side of Qian Rengshu retained her original gentleness and resilience, golden light swirling around her as if a divine angel had descended to earth. Her eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, capable of piercing through any darkness. Conversely, the dark aspect presented an entirely new Qian Rengshu, adorned in black angelic attire. Her snowy hair merging seamlessly with the darkness. Her gaze was profound and icy, seemingly capable of devouring all light. Her presence resembled a black hole, drawing in the negative energy surrounding her. The dark Qian Rengshu's form appeared particularly eerie as she nestled closely against Mei Tikai, akin to a tendril emerging from the shadows, tightly entwining him. Her eyes, akin to an abyss, exuded an indescribable allure, as if they could ensnare one's very soul. Standing nearby, Qian Rengshu radiated golden light, creating a striking contrast with the dark Qian Rengshu. She gazed at her reflection in the darkness, a tumult of indescribable emotions surging within her. It was a blend of fear towards the unknown and doubt about herself. The dark figure of Qian Rengshu glided her fingers gently across Mei Tikai's chest, leaving a delicate trace behind. Her voice was deep and alluring, imbued with a kind of enchantment that was utterly irresistible. We are, at our essence, one. Why then must you seek to transform me into your source of power? Qian Rengshu articulated with her captivating tone. Chapter 20. Qianren Shui stood aside, her eyes brimming with a mixture of anger and helplessness. The figure of dark Qianren Shui flickered in and out of the shadows. Her provocative gaze fixed intently on Qianren Shui, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of her lips. Each time Mike Kai's eyes inadvertently met hers, dark Qianren Shui would deliberately cast a flirtatious glance, as if flaunting something. Qianren Shui clenched her fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms, yet she remained silent. She understood that this conflict could not be resolved through mere words, and Mike Kai's affections were beyond her control. She could only watch helplessly as dark Qianren Shui circled around Mike Kai, every fleeting touch slicing through her heart like a dagger. Moreover, dark Qianren Shui, in a sense, was also a part of herself. Quarreling with her own reflection felt like a childish tantrum. With a graceful stride, dark Qianren Shui approached Mike Kai. She elegantly lifted her finger, delicately tracing his chin, compelling his deep-set eyes to meet hers. In the dim light, her eyes sparkled with an enchanting yet perilous allure, reminiscent of two stars in the night sky. Mike Kai's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. He felt the icy touch of dark Qianren Shui's fingertip and the complex emotions reflected in her gaze, a blend of provocation, temptation, and a hint of indescribable sorrow. He found himself ensnared by an invisible force, spiraling into a meticulously woven vortex. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, leaving only the subtle interplay between dark Qianren Shui and Mike Kai. Okay, let us depart for the spirit hall. Qianren Shui inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the fury within her. She turned and grasped Mike Kai's hand, attempting to extricate him from this bizarre entanglement. Yet, just as they were on the verge of escaping the strange atmosphere, dark Qianren Shui sprang into action. In a flash, she appeared behind them like a wraith. And with an utterly provocative demeanor, her body languidly pressed against Mike Kai's back. Her arms encircled his neck tightly, her cheek brushing against his ear as if whispering sweet nothings. This scene struck Qianren Shui like a bolt of lightning. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld dark Qianren Shui's triumphant and taunting expression. Mike Kai's body stiffened instantaneously. He felt the cold yet soft touch from behind, accompanied by an elusive fragrance that stirred an inexplicable sense of anxiety within him. Both the one at his back and the one pulling him away were Qianren Shui, leaving him in a moment of profound perplexity. Shui, can you not dispel this soul skill? Mike Kai uttered, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. If he were further provoked by dark Qianren Shui, he might truly find himself standing at attention. The essence of dark Qianren Shui wafted around Mike Kai like the delicate scent of orchids and musk. He felt as if he were ensconced within a shadowy forest, where the fragrance wafted like the morning dew, imbued with a crispness and a hint of sweetness. Her scent intertwined with the maidenly aroma of the dark Qian Rengshu. Resembling the most intoxicating of wines, causing Maite Kai's senses to become hazy. He shut his eyes, attempting to regain his composure. Yet that fragrance seemed to possess an enchanting power, seeping through his pores and infiltrating his veins, hastening his heartbeat uncontrollably. He sensed his breathing becoming rapid, as if propelled by an irresistible force. Qian Ringshu, exasperated yet helpless, could only shake her head and utter, "It is futile. Perhaps it is due to the spatial attribute of that soul beast. Even if I retract my soul energy supply to the soul skill, she can still persist." At that moment, the dark Qian Ringshu, perched upon Maite Kai's back, spoke softly, "Little Shuer, I am your other self, which means I am you. Wishing for my disappearance is not a wise choice." Her voice, delicate and silken, echoed gently in Maite Kai's ears, as if imbued with a certain magic that ensnared him in a fleeting trance. Her tone was deep and magnetic, reminiscent of the night breeze caressing the surface of a lake, stirring ripples that set his heart aflutter. Observing this, Qian Ringshu pouted her cheeks, resembling a little hamster with its cheeks stuffed, glaring indignantly at the dark Qian Ringshu. Her bright eyes sparkled with a mix of anger and helplessness, tinged with a hint of reluctance. She bit her lower lip, seemingly striving to suppress her emotions and prevent an outburst of fury. However, the dark Qian Ringshu appeared oblivious to Qian Ringshu's ire, continuing to whisper sweetly in her ear, her voice a gentle snare that ensnared Maite Kai unknowingly. The only recourse was to return to the offering hall to seek Douluo, who, as a level 99, might possess some insights. Within the offering hall, Douluo's lips twitched involuntarily, as if he were striving to suppress the shock and unease that churned within him. The dimly lit hall, with the flickering candlelight, imbued the space with an air of mystery and tension. Douluo's visage, caught in the interplay of light and shadow, appeared particularly grave, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead like morning dew. He slowly rose to his feet, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze darting between the two Qian Ringshus. He endeavored to discern subtle differences in their expressions and movements, yet found himself utterly powerless. Their identical features mirrored one another, as if reflections from the same mirror, rendering him momentarily perplexed. Who among the family could comprehend this? Awakening to find one's granddaughter transformed into two. The atmosphere in the offering hall grew increasingly tense. Douluo's gaze roved between the two Qian Ringshus, his brow furrowed in contemplation of this unprecedented dilemma. His fingers unconsciously tapped a rapid, faint rhythm behind him, contrasting sharply with the profound silence enveloping the hall. Qian Rinxue and her dark counterpart stood before him, their visages strikingly similar, yet their demeanors starkly divergent. Qian Rinxue's eyes radiated concern and helplessness, while the dark version exuded a hint of provocation and smugness. Their presence enveloped the entire offering hall in an ineffable, eerie atmosphere. My guy stood to the side, his gaze flitting between the two Qian Ringshus, his heart brimming with confusion and unease. He found himself at a loss on how to confront this sudden upheaval, let alone resolve this seemingly insurmountable dilemma. Ultimately, after a moment's reflection, Douluo came to accept the existence of this dark manifestation of Qian Rinxue. Though they were inherently one, their essences diverged significantly. Qian Rinxue was sacred and inviolable, while the dark Qian Rinxue was suffused with an alluring aura. Chapter 21. Ultimately departing Maikai found himself ensnared by two starkly contrasting gazes, as though bound by invisible chains. A profound pressure enveloped him that was beyond articulation. The intertwining figures of Qian Ringshu resembled reflections from two disparate worlds, one pristine and unblemished, the other shrouded in profound darkness. Their stares pierced his heart like twin blades, sharp and unyielding. Beads of perspiration formed on Mike Kai's brow as he inclined his head slightly, striving to evade the intensity of their scrutiny. Yet, no matter how he attempted to withdraw, those gazes clung to him like shadows, seemingly intent on unearthing the secrets hidden deep within. He inhaled deeply, endeavoring to compose himself, aware that evasion was not an option. He must confront the two manifestations of Qian Ringshu before him and seek a resolution to the predicament. Douluo stood resolute, akin to a formidable mountain, silent and profound. His gaze traversed the two Qian Ringshu, entangled in light and darkness, ultimately settling on their eerily similar yet distinctly different visages. A subtle melancholy permeated the air, and with his sigh, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. He extended his hand slowly, halting just before contact, as if fearing to shatter the delicate equilibrium that hung in the air. A flicker of complex emotion crossed his eyes, an amalgamation of concern for his granddaughter's future and resignation to the capricious nature of fate. He understood that these two Qianrengshu, one representing light, the other shadow, were enigmas that defied resolution. Ultimately, he had to accept the reality of his beloved granddaughter's dual existence. At dawn the following day, as the first light of daybreak painted the horizon in soft gold, Mike Kai was already present in the square before the sanctum. Clad in simple training attire, with steady strides, he circled the grand hall, running lap after lap. His breath was measured and robust, droplets of sweat cascading from his brow, splashing onto the hard stone floor and instantly evaporating into fine mist. In Qianrengshu's chamber, the ambience was dim, the curtains tightly drawn. She sat at the edge of her bed, clutching the hem of her garment, her eyes shimmering with tumultuous emotions. Her complexion was pallid, lips pressed tightly together, as if she were striving to suppress the turmoil within. A faint air of farewell lingered in the room, imparting a sense of oppression. The dark Qianrengshu stealthily approached her counterpart, her chilling aura sharply contrasting with the stifling atmosphere. Leaning against the window, she peered through the narrow gaps in the closed drapes, gazing out at the gradually brightening world, as if seeking solace within the boundless light. She spoke softly, her voice deep and resonant. "Sister, we are destined to be each other's shadows. Neither light nor darkness can sever our bond. There is no need for sorrow, for this is our fate." Qianrengshu lifted her gaze, a flicker of confusion passing through her eyes before determination reclaimed its place. She regarded the austere silhouette of the dark Qianrengshu, a surge of inexplicable strength rising within her. She understood that regardless of what the future held, she must confront it with courage, for only through such resolve could she honor their intertwined destinies. However, it wasn't long before Qianrengshu regained her composure. In a moment of profound irony, she, the true essence, found herself referred to as the younger sister. Dark Qianrengshu stood quietly by the window, the moonlight filtering through the curtain's crevices, casting an enigmatic glow upon her stern visage. She slightly turned her head, her gaze resting upon the pensive Qianrengshu beside her, a flicker of complex emotions dancing in her eyes. Beneath the sun's rays, Qianrengshu's complexion was as pale as snow, her eyes shimmering with a blend of confusion and resolve. Her hands clutched the hem of her garment tightly, as if striving to grasp something elusive, yet feeling utterly powerless. Her body trembled slightly, as though burdened by immense pressure. With a gentle sigh, dark Qianrengshu recognized her counterpart's anguish. They were one and the same, and every emotional fluctuation of Qianrengshu sent ripples through her heart. She longed to provide solace to Qianrengshu, but found herself at a loss for words. "Let us depart. Brother Kai has been waiting outside for quite some time." Qianrengshu's mood resembled a sky shrouded in dark clouds as she exited the room, each step laden with an extraordinary weight. As she pushed open the heavy door, sunlight poured in, yet it failed to dispel the shadows within her heart. 7 devotees stood like statues at the threshold, their gazes fixed upon Qianrengshu, imbued with an indescribable complexity. Mate Kai lingered in a corner, his eyes brimming with sorrow and reluctance, as if he yearned to speak, yet ultimately chose silence. Qianrengshu's eyes swept over the assembly, finally resting on Mate Kai. She perceived the glimmer of tears at the corners of his eyes and felt the ache within his heart. In that moment, her own heart grew heavier still. She wished to utter something, yet found herself at a loss, compelled to endure in silence. "Grandfather." Douluo approached, gently patting his granddaughter's shoulder. "Xiaoxua, you must take care of yourself over there. Your safety is paramount. If your identity is compromised, even if there are remedies, you must abandon all to protect yourself." His voice was low and resolute, each word resonating with the weight of profound significance, striking deep within Qianrengshu's heart. His gaze was penetrating, as if capable of unraveling the human soul, yet filled with an undeniable sense of reluctance and concern for his granddaughter. The sunlight bathed the duo in a golden hue, casting a radiant glow upon their figures. Douluo held Qianrengshu's small hand firmly, as if wishing to etch her warmth indelibly into his heart. Together, they stepped beyond the threshold, the 7 devotees following closely behind, forming a solemn procession. The atmosphere around them seemed to freeze, the only sound reverberating through the empty corridor being the echo of their footsteps. Each step bore the weight of parting, narrating the pain of farewell. Qian Rengshu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she bit her lip fiercely to prevent them from cascading down her cheeks. At the rear of the procession, dark Qian Rengshu gradually slowed her pace, ultimately standing shoulder to shoulder with Mate Kai. Leaning in slightly, she spoke in her alluring voice. Little Xiaoxue is about to leave. Won't you rush up for a hug or a kiss? As Qian Ruxue stepped onto the carriage, her skirt fluttered lightly, and her figure appeared so fragile yet resolute in the golden sunlight. Mate Kai inhaled deeply, aware that he could not simply let her depart. It felt as though an invisible force compelled him forward, and he rushed to embrace Qian Ruxue tightly by the shoulders. She trembled slightly at his touch, then gradually relaxed, as if shedding all her defenses in that moment. They stood there beside the carriage, the world around them seemingly frozen in time. Sunlight bathed them in warmth and brightness, yet it carried an undertone of melancholy. Schwerer, I shall come to see you, Mate Kai whispered. In his broad embrace, Qian Ruxue found a fleeting sense of tranquility. She gently turned, and in her star-like, radiant eyes flickered a resolute light. Her delicate lips quivered, as if conveying endless sorrow and reluctance. Suddenly, she rose on her toes and softly pressed her lips against Mate Kai's. This kiss was like a gentle spring breeze, tender and warm, yet imbued with profound affection. Mate Kai was taken aback by this unexpected kiss, nearly breathless, his pupils quivering as if witnessing the most beautiful scenery in the world. He held Qian Ruxue tightly, as though wishing to merge her essence with his very being. The moment crystallized, and all eyes around them fixated intently on that fleeting kiss. Qian Douluo's expression darkened, resembling a stormy sky, so ominous it seemed capable of weeping. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, clearly tumultuous emotions roiling within him. His granddaughter appeared to have truly been swept away, and the scene left him both astonished and helpless. Mate Kai's cheeks flushed crimson, as if scorched by the sun, his heart racing wildly, as if it might burst from his chest. He embraced Qian Ruxue tightly, wishing to immortalize this moment. The shadowy figure of Qian Ruxue stood aside, her lips curling into a cold smirk. Her gaze flickered between the two, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Initially, she had intended to jest, never anticipating such an outcome. A surge of inexplicable feelings welled within her. Was it jealousy, or perhaps a sense of unfulfilled desire? As she pondered this, the darkness within her seemed to whisper that she had encouraged Mate Kai, hoping to secure him for herself in the future without a trace of guilt. Now, however, they were intimately close, sharing a passionate kiss. Qian Ruxue and Mate Kai appeared to inhabit a world solely of their own, lost in each other's embrace, as if wishing to fuse all their emotions into that singular moment. Yet, at that precise moment, a heavy cough resonated like thunder, shattering the tranquility. Qian Ruxue jolted awake from her reverie, her gaze meeting Qian Daolia's commanding and intricate eyes. Instantly, her cheeks burned with embarrassment, as if set aflame, and the tide of shyness and panic surged within her. Frantically, she pushed Mate Kai away and fled towards the carriage, her skirt tracing an elegant arc through the air. Her heart beat like a drum, as if it might burst forth, and she dared not look back, gripping the carriage door frame tightly, as if that alone could offer her a semblance of security. Qian Rengshu has departed. After the separation, who knows how long it will be until I see the little angel again. As Qian Rengshu's carriage vanished from sight, the gentleness and reluctance on Qian Daolu's face dissipated in an instant, replaced by an imposing and frigid authority. He stepped forward, his iron grip akin to a hook, precisely seizing the nape of Mate Kai's neck, as if lifting a mischievous kitten. Mate Kai stumbled abruptly under the unexpected force, nearly losing his balance. He looked up in astonishment, meeting Qian Daolu's profound and icy gaze, as though being engulfed by an endless abyss. A tightening sensation gripped Mate Kai's heart, an unprecedented sense of oppression welling up within him. The grand doors of the offering hall creaked open, emitting a heavy sound, as if narrating a tale of solemnity and gravity. Dragged by Qian Daolu, Mate Kai stepped into the majestic hall, his steps faltering yet compelled to advance under the overwhelming force. Of course, this entire scenario unfolded under the condition that Mei Tikai offered no resistance, as even after unlocking the 6 gates, he was no match for Douluo. Even if he attempted to flee, the strongest in the sky could not evade him. The other 6 offerings exchanged glances, their complex emotions ultimately morphing into a silent sigh. Even in the dark, Qian Rengxia felt her grandfather was a bit childish. After all, wasn't he merely the beloved little cabbage, nurtured over the years? Being whisked away by another? Was it truly worth such fury? Within the offering hall, Douluo stood atop the dais, gazing down upon Mei Tikai with a piercing look. As if his gaze could penetrate all facades. Mei Tikai, positioned at the center of the grand hall, felt the immense pressure emanating from Douluo and straightened his posture. Striving to appear composed, he understood well that he stood at a pivotal juncture. Any slightest tremor could trigger unforeseen consequences. Douluo descended from the dais, each step resonating with weight and power, as if intending to shake the very foundations of the hall. Approaching Mei Tikai, his sharp eyes fixed intently upon him, as if seeking to unveil his soul. This time, Douluo was not scrutinizing Mei Tikai in his capacity as the grand offering of the spirit hall, but as a grandfather. Mei Tikai had grown up under his watchful eye, and there was no need to elaborate on his character. In terms of strength, he could now fend off the Titan giant ape, possessing the prowess of a 95th level title Douluo, though he still seemed somewhat inadequate in comparison. The only blemish on his record was that he had once taken the notorious Shiyu Xiaojiang as his master. In response, Mei Tikai felt compelled to clarify that his choice to apprentice under that figure was not entirely his fault. Before his transmigration, he had little interest in Douluo continent. And after arriving, aside from a bit of increased strength, he possessed no remarkable attributes. Then, one day, a person adorned with 2 soul rings, who claimed to be the strongest in theory across the continent, came to take him as a disciple. At that time, Mei Tikai, utterly unfamiliar with this world, unwittingly agreed. However, what transpired thereafter? During his martial soul awakening, he found himself with nothing at all, save for a slight enhancement in physique. Subsequently, he was met with disdain. In Might Guy's mind, the memory of his confrontation with Yu Xiaojiang resurfaced. That night, his gaze was resolute and piercing. The moonlight cascaded over his robust physique, shimmering with a golden radiance. Clenching his fists, he felt the surging power within him. Yu Xiaojiang, who once boasted of being the most formidable theorist across the continent, now stood before him, his countenance darkened. His eyes brimmed with fury and resentment, as if he intended to consume Might Guy whole. A smirk of derision curled at the corners of Might Guy's lips as he charged at Yu Xiaojiang, his fists raining down like a torrential storm. Yu Xiaojiang's expression shifted, hastily summoning his soul power to defend himself, yet Might Guy's strength surged forth like an uncontrollable deluge. Ultimately, he was felled by a single kick. Enduring a relentless beating for half an hour, Might Guy left him so battered that even his mother would fail to recognize him. And after spitting a mouthful of ancient phlegm upon his face, he departed with a sense of satisfaction, repaying all the humiliation he had endured over the years, doubling it back upon the wretched Yu Xiaojiang. Chapter 22. Reclaiming power. The golden rays of the setting sun cast a warm glow upon the gilded rooftops of the spirit hall, enveloping the entire edifice in a soft golden hue. Douluo stood at the entrance of the grand hall, his gaze piercing through layers of light and shadow, resting upon the youth who was destined to become his granddaughter's fiancé. Mei Tikai, an unassuming yet resilient name, stood beside the enigmatic Qian Rengxia. Their shadows elongated under the waning sunlight. A gentle smile adorned his face, yet his eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve. Douluo understood that although this youth hailed from humble beginnings, his will was more steadfast than that of any other. Douluo's expression deepened into a complex contemplation. He was acutely aware that he was about to face a formidable trial, serving as the sacrificial offering for Qian Rengxia's 9th test as an angel. This was the decree of fate, an inevitability he could not evade. Yet within him blossomed a flicker of solace. He turned his gaze towards his granddaughter, Qian Rengxia, whose visage appeared particularly soft and serene under the golden twilight, her eyes shimmering with hopes for the future. Douluo realized that while he could not accompany her through the long years ahead, Mei Tikai could. Mei Tikai's figure appeared increasingly grand beneath the sunset, Each step he took imbued with strength and certainty. It seemed as though he were challenging destiny itself, determined to demonstrate that even a sacrificial offering could carve a legend upon the Douluo continent. Douluo, the renowned 99th level Supreme Douluo, faced this sudden upheaval with a composed demeanor, despite the tempest raging within. He inhaled deeply, closing his eyes as if to consolidate the power within his heart. When he opened his eyes again, the complex emotions had dissipated, replaced by a steadfast calm. He regarded Mei Tikai, the young man poised to become his granddaughter's husband. A glimmer of approval crossing his gaze. He knew this was not merely an ordinary youth. His spirit was more formidable than anyone else's. Douluo turned to face Rinshua, his eyes brimming with tenderness and anticipation. He gently patted her shoulder, whispering, "Child, I trust your choice. Mei Tikai will be a good husband and an excellent partner." Meanwhile, within the carriage, Rinshua felt a warm surge in her heart upon hearing her grandfather's words. Though she was also overwhelmed by shyness, she bit her lower lip, striving to keep her voice steady, yet the flush upon her cheeks deepened like fiery clouds at sunset. She gently closed her eyes, attempting to calm the tumult within her. However, each time she recalled Mei Tikai's steadfast and gentle smile, her heart would involuntarily race. She could almost envision the young man standing before the spirit hall, bathed in the golden glow of twilight, appearing so tall and majestic. The carriage rolled forward slowly, the rhythmic clatter of the wheels seemingly narrating the fate that was about to unfold. Rinshua took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. She understood that what lay ahead was not merely a trial, but a wholly new beginning. Indeed, she was aware of everything that had transpired within the offering hall. She and the darkness, Rinshua, were intrinsically intertwined, rendering their senses inextricably linked. Departing from the hall of devotion, Mei Tikai's silhouette elongated in the amber glow of the setting sun. He traversed the streets of Soul Master City, his mind already concocting a plan. Upon arriving at the law enforcement hall, 2 guards stationed at the entrance immediately saluted him with respect. Mei Tikai nodded slightly and stepped into the grand hall. Inside, the previously bustling enforcers ceased their tasks, rising to acknowledge his presence. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze, with only the sound of his footsteps echoing in the vast space. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze piercing, as if he could fathom the innermost thoughts of each individual present. Drawing a deep breath, his voice resonated with gravitas. From this day forth, the law enforcement hall shall revoke the direct jurisdiction of the papal hall. I, Mei Tikai, shall personally oversee the reformation of the law enforcement hall to ensure that every decree is stringently executed. His words struck like a massive stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly conjuring tumultuous waves. His steadfast gaze and unwavering tone rendered his pronouncement indisputable, each word etched indelibly into the hearts of those present. The authority of the papal hall seemed to be effortlessly shattered by his mere utterance. A profound silence enveloped the hall, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The enforcers exchanged glances, their expressions rife with astonishment and confusion. They had never contemplated that someone would dare to openly challenge the authority of the papal hall right beneath its watchful gaze. Yet Mei Tikai appeared unfazed. Continuing with his calm and commanding voice, "I do not seek to be adversarial with the papal hall. I merely wish for our law enforcement hall to truly fulfill its role and contribute to the justice and order of the Soul Master Hall." At this juncture, a figure entered from outside, adorned in a deep blue robe embellished with golden patterns, exuding an air of solemnity and authority. His strides were measured, each step resonating in the hearts of those present, evoking an involuntary tension. Approaching Mei Tikai, he bowed deeply before raising his head to reveal a somewhat obsequious smile. His eyes narrowed as if striving to curry favor with the newly appointed elder of the law enforcement hall. "Esteemed elder, I have a matter of concern," he spoke, his voice quivering with a hint of reverence. Mei Tikai nodded slightly, encouraging him to continue. The man, seizing the moment, cleared his throat, his voice regaining stability. For many years, the law enforcement hall has been under the jurisdiction of the papal hall. It has been said that an individual has been appointed as the elder of the law enforcement hall, yet we have yet to receive any formal notification. Although his words were respectful, a subtle tone of skepticism permeated his speech. He cast a furtive glance at Mei Tikai's elder robes, a flicker of doubt and conjecture crossing his visage. However, He quickly concealed those emotions and continued with a tone of inquiry. Esteemed elder, might there be a misunderstanding regarding the situation of our law enforcement hall? As a vital department of the Soul Master Hall, we have always been directly governed by the Papal Hall. Even the two elders, Zhu Gui, do not readily interfere with our internal affairs. As he spoke, he slightly spread his hands, displaying a semblance of helplessness and apprehension on his countenance. The surrounding enforcers nodded in agreement, their eyes revealing a mixture of loyalty to the papal throne and skepticism toward Mei Tikai's words. Unfazed by the murmurs of doubt and dissent, Mei Tikai maintained a demeanor as calm as still water. He slightly inclined his head and slowly retrieved an exquisite token from his waist. The token emanated a soft golden glow, its surface adorned with intricate runes, at its center a majestic emblem of the Spirit Hall, as if it harbored boundless power. With the appearance of the token, the atmosphere in the Grand Hall instantly turned solemn. The faces of those present shifted dramatically. The token symbolized unparalleled authority within the Spirit Hall, reserved solely for true enforcers. Having never before laid eyes upon this token, they now felt a surge of reverence swell within them. Mei Tikai raised the resplendent token high above his head, its emblem gleaming brilliantly in the fading light of the setting sun. His voice rang out, deep and solemn. This is the token of the Enforcer Elder, personally bestowed by the High Priest to validate my identity. In that moment, the enforcers who had harbored doubts now found their misgivings dissipating like mist. They understood the weight of the token and recognized the truth in Mei Tikai's words. A man knelt upon the ground, his head bowed low, his voice trembling with a mix of agitation and fervor. I have previously shown disrespect. I beseech you, Elder, forgive my transgressions. His voice echoed within the hall, prompting the surrounding enforcers to lower their heads in a show of respect and submission to Mei Tikai. Turning around, Mei Tikai's tall figure appeared even more imposing against the backdrop of the sunset. He strode towards the throne at the center of the hall, each step echoing through the annals of history with undeniable resolve. Once seated, his golden robe shimmered brilliantly in the waning sunlight, as though he were the very sun of the Spirit Hall, radiating a brilliance unmatched. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, swept over the kneeling enforcers below. Within his eyes lay both scrutiny and anticipation for the future. A subtle smile graced his lips, as if he envisioned a revitalized Enforcer Hall under his command. From this day forth, I shall reclaim all authority of the papal throne within the Enforcer Hall, and all matters commanded by the Pope must be reported to me without delay. Does anyone fail to comprehend? As Mei Tikai's words settled, the air in the hall seemed to freeze for a moment. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and an undeniable light flickered within his deep gaze. His stare pierced through each bowed enforcer, as if to unveil their innermost thoughts. In the hall, only the sound of Mei Tikai's breath and the occasional rustling of fabric could be heard. The once arrogant enforcers now kept their heads bowed, unwilling to meet his gaze. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads as they felt the formidable pressure emanating from this new elder. The last rays of sunlight streamed through the windows, casting mottled shadows across the hall's floor. The figures of the kneeling enforcers were elongated, resembling colossal serpents slithering upon the ground, exuding a sense of helplessness and insignificance. Ultimately, it was the individual who had spoken first who clasped his fists and declared, "We shall adhere to the elder's commands." With the initiation of this first voice, the others promptly echoed their agreement. Once they departed from the law enforcement hall, the enigmatic Qianren Shui began to mock Mei without hesitation. Who would have thought you would need to present a token to validate your identity? That woman has done remarkably well in less than 6 years. She is on the verge of completely mastering the papal palace. Qianren Shui followed closely behind Mei, her face adorned with a playful smile, as if she were savoring an exquisite theatrical performance. Her steps were light, yet they betrayed a hint of mischief and defiance. Her eyes sparkled with an unusual glimmer, as if she were in search of something intriguing within the shadows. Mei's strides were steady and potent, each footfall resonating with the solidity of the earth beneath him, imparting an unshakable aura. However, Qianren Shui, akin to a nimble kitten, silently darted ahead of him, abruptly halting to glance back. "Elder Mei, you truly possess remarkable composure," she teased, her eyes fluttering playfully, with a smirk that suggested the unfolding drama was becoming increasingly entertaining. Do you think we might encounter more surprises ahead? Qianren Shui's personality was increasingly reminiscent of a jester. Should someone solely inclined to amusement discover her, they might instantly select her. Very well, little Shui. I shall be journeying to the Stellar Empire to reclaim the authority of the law enforcement hall there. During this period, you ought to remain obediently within the offering hall. No sooner had Make's words faded than a cunning light flickered in Qianren Shui's lively eyes. In an instant, she transformed into a streak of black lightning, swiftly ascending to Make's side. Her delicate fingers glided over his resolute visage like the finest silk, the gentle caress sending a tremor through his heart. Qianren Shui pressed herself against Make, her face resting upon his chest, where the rhythm of his steadfast heartbeat resonated clearly. She tilted her head, gazing up at him with those captivating eyes, a roguish smile dancing upon her lips. Elder, I adore trailing behind you to enjoy the spectacle. How can you leave me in that dreary offering hall? Is it perhaps because you have yet to savor my flavor? Her words, akin to an enchanting breeze in spring, brushed against Make's heart, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Her eyes shimmered with mischief and allure, reminiscent of the brightest star in the night sky, drawing one irresistibly closer. Pressed against his chest, her soft touch rendered Make's breath quicken. Qianren Shui gently lifted her head, whispering seductively in his ear. Her voice as sweet as honey yet laced with a hint of perilous temptation. Elder, do you truly not wish to experience another flavor of this world? As she spoke, her fingers delicately traced circles on his chest, sending sensations coursing through his entire being like an electric current, compelling him to involuntarily close his eyes. Being so tantalized in the midst of the bustling street, Mei Tikai felt a surge of intense desire ignited by the enigmatic Qianren Shui. The notion of being dismissed was utterly inconceivable. I am the embodiment of all of Xia Xue's negative emotions. Every ounce of her discontent resides within me. Should you choose to disregard my presence, I cannot guarantee what actions I might undertake. Furthermore, I promised Xiao Xue that I would watch over you, this man. Mei Tikai's steps faltered slightly under the weight of Qianren Shui's words, as he sensed an unprecedented blend of challenge and allure. The waning sunlight stretched their shadows long, as if narrating an inseparable bond. Qianren Shui's face drew nearer, her eyes sparkling with an unusual luminescence, seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of his soul. A playful smile graced her lips, imbued with a hint of provocation, as if to say, "Dare you attempt to leave me behind?" Mei Tikai inhaled deeply, feeling as though he stood on the precipice of an unknown abyss, every step laden with uncertainty and challenge. Yet, he understood that he could not simply be led by the whims of Qianren Shui. Chapter 23, Confrontation Within the Starry Empire. The landscape is majestic, with towering mountains and winding rivers, each inch of land seemingly sculpted by the hands of time. Ancient castles stand proudly atop hills, their formidable walls weathered yet resilient against the elements. Sunlight cascades upon the castle spires, refracting golden rays that resemble the guardian deities of ancient legends. Flanking the streets are bustling shops, where merchants energetically peddle an array of goods, from rare gemstones to everyday necessities. Pedestrians throng the thoroughfares, some hastily on their way, others pausing to converse, each bearing an expression of reverence and pride unique to this land. The air is imbued with a solemn gravity, as if every breeze and every bird's song narrates the history and legends of this realm. In the heart of the Starry Empire, at the mouth of a shadowy alley, the enigmatic figure of dark Qian Ringshu materializes, draped in a black cloak that envelopes her entirely. Only her eyes, gleaming with a chilling light, are visible. The cloak billows gently in the breeze, blending seamlessly with her presence, rendering her particularly mysterious amidst the city's vibrancy. Simultaneously, Mithreya discreetly appears at the opposite end of the alley. Clad in simple garments and donning a wide-brimmed hat, a mask obscures much of his face. Yet his gaze is resolute and profound, as though he can perceive all that lies beneath the surface. Their eyes meet in silent understanding, and without uttering a word, they stride forward in unison. They navigate through the bustling streets, adeptly evading the throngs of people, making their way toward a secluded corner. Each step is light and swift, as if they are one with their surroundings. In the shadowy recess, they halt. Dark Qian Ringshu delicately lifts a corner of her cloak, revealing her jade-like, pristine fingers, which trace the air as if attuned to the pulse of the city. Mithreya surveys their surroundings, his eyes betraying a profound concern. The authority of the law elders has waned considerably. Dark Qian Rengshu's voice is low and frigid, imbued with an irresistible force. Mithriya nods, his gaze piercing through the narrow alleyway toward the distant castle. There, the resplendent palace glimmers in the sunlight, yet beneath this splendor lies a profound peril. The power here has been nearly devoured by the bishops. Dark Qian Rengshu embodies the collective negative emotions of Qian Rengshu, and understanding the current predicament stirs her agitation. Mithriya firmly grasps her wrist, his fingers cool yet strong, as if to temper her resolve. Their gazes intertwine, her chilling eyes shining brightly in the cloak's shadow. Xiaoxiwei. We must not act impulsively. Mithriya's voice resonates with a deep and unwavering authority, carrying an undeniable gravity. The developments of the law hall over the years have been significantly shadowed by the presence of the Emperor of the Starry Empire. He slightly turns his head, gazing toward the distant palace. The Emperor, a level 95 titled Douluo, is a name that echoes throughout the empire. Every step we take must be meticulously calculated, leaving no room for error. A flicker of concern passed through Meitikai's eyes, for he was acutely aware of the arduous and perilous nature of their mission. At the dimly lit alleyway, sunlight was obscured by towering edifices, leaving only a patch of mottled light. Dark Qian Rengshu fixated her gaze on a nearby street corner, where several members of the Spirit Hall were brazenly oppressing a few civilians. Their laughter and taunts echoed hauntingly through the tranquil alley, sounding particularly jarring. A fierce glow of anger flickered in Dark Qian Rengshu's eyes as her fingers clenched into a fist, as if channeling all her wrath into that one blow. Her focus was unwaveringly locked onto the members of the Spirit Hall, with every movement and expression etched vividly in her mind. Suddenly, a civilian was violently shoved to the ground by one of the Spirit Hall members, eliciting a painful groan. This scene ignited the smoldering fire of rage within Dark Qian Rengshu. She was about to charge forward when Meitikai firmly grasped her wrist. With a shake of his head, Meitikai cautioned her. The Douluo Empire's spies were the most numerous among the two great empires. Should they choose to act, their identities would be immediately compromised. A flicker of reluctance crossed Dark Qian Rengshu's furious gaze, yet she recognized the truth in Meitikai's words. Each of their movements was akin to walking a tightrope, necessitating utmost caution. She pressed her lips together, striving to suppress the tumult of anger within, although the cold glint in her eyes betrayed her dissatisfaction and resolve. Meitikai regarded her, gently clasping her hand, imparting a modicum of comforting strength. Their eyes met, as if an unspoken understanding and silent accord passed between them. In this bustling city, two figures stood quietly in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment. At the dim street corner, the members of the Spirit Hall continued their brazen oppression of the civilians, their laughter and jeers reverberating through the serene alley. Dark Qian Rengshu's gaze remained fixated on them, brimming with indignation and defiance. Suddenly, she turned slightly towards Meitikai, her voice low and frosty. We can no longer afford to wait. Meitikai gently grasped her hand, his gaze profound and resolute. We have another choice. His words carried an irresistible weight, laying bare their intentions to confront the Douluo Emperor. A glint of surprise flashed in Dark Qian Rengshu's eyes, soon replaced by determination. She inhaled deeply, as if to suppress the inner tempest, and slowly nodded. Confusion flickered within Dark Qian Rengshu as her rage and defiance were momentarily overshadowed by astonishment. She regarded Meitikai with a look of bewilderment, as if to inquire, "Are we truly to take this step?" Meitikai's steadfast gaze met hers, dispelling her uncertainty. His eyes shone with a luminous depth, radiating an undeniable strength. He tilted his head slightly towards the distant palace, seemingly envisioning the confrontation with the Douluo Emperor. We must proceed, his voice low and resolute. This is the swiftest path to resolve our predicament. Dark Qian Rengshu inhaled deeply, the clouds of doubt gradually dispersing within her. She understood that Meitikai's decision was indeed the correct one. They could no longer afford to wait. She tightly grasped Meikai's hand, her gaze growing resolute. The Douluo Palace. Presently, the Emperor of Douluo, Dai Tianfeng, sat majestically upon the throne, adorned in a resplendent golden dragon robe, his presence as imposing as a mountain. He regarded the two kneeling bishops of the Spirit Hall below him, a barely perceptible smirk flickering in his eyes. Your Majesty, one of the bishops raised his head. A smile plastered across his face. "We bring the latest news from Spirit City." Dai Tianfeng chuckled coldly within, realizing that he had merely promised high ranks and titles to manipulate the two crimson-robed bishops for his own ends. It seemed that the internal unity of the Spirit Hall was not as steadfast as he had presumed. Gently caressing the armrest of the throne, he harbored ulterior motives. He understood that the collaboration between the Spirit Hall and the Empire had always been tenuous. Both parties were concealing their true intentions, attempting to exploit one another to fulfill their ambitions. Nevertheless, in recent years, they had indeed acquired a wealth of confidential information from the Spirit Hall through these two. Seated upon the throne, exuding an aura of authority, he beckoned a eunuch to present a document. The eunuch bowed deeply, cautiously placing the document before Dai Tianfeng. Slowly, he unfurled the paper, revealing details regarding the progress of cooperation between the Empire and the Spirit Hall, along with certain classified intelligence. However, as he perused the contents, the once smiling Dai Tianfeng abruptly froze, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Rapidly scanning the document, his demeanor grew increasingly grave. The atmosphere around him thickened, the only sound piercing the silence of the palace being the rustle of paper. Dai Tianfeng's eyes, deep and luminous, seemed to contemplate a momentous decision. He recognized that the information unveiled in this document would have profound repercussions on his relationship with the Spirit Hall. For inscribed within the letter was a familiar, yet disconcerting term: Enforcement Elder. The letter clearly stated that the Enforcement Elder would soon arrive in Douluo City. Once the Enforcement Elder made his appearance, a thorough purge of all members residing in the Spirit Hall branch within the city would ensue. Those individuals he had previously bribed would stand no chance of evading the impending scrutiny. Casting a furtive glance at the two kneeling bishops, a barely noticeable sneer crossed Dai Tianfeng's face as he calculated how to navigate the forthcoming upheaval. He knew he must make a decision swiftly, otherwise, once the Enforcement Elder truly arrived in Douluo City, all his prior efforts would be in vain. His gaze swept over the two bishops, akin to observing inconsequential ants. With a gentle wave of his hand, he signaled for them to withdraw. The two bishops promptly understood, rising respectfully with bowed heads as they exited the grand hall. As they departed, tranquility returned to the chamber. Dai Tianfeng's countenance grew serious. He stood and approached the window, gazing out at the bustling panorama of Douluo City. While tumultuous thoughts churned within him, "Enforcement Elder," he murmured, a glint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. He was acutely aware that the Enforcement Elder, soon to arrive in Xinglua City, possessed unfathomable strength and held immense power. Once he arrived, all the petty schemes between himself and the Spirit Hall would be laid bare. However, what Dai Tianfeng did not realize was that the moment the two cardinals stepped beyond the threshold of the royal palace, they sensed a powerful surge of soul energy emanating from all directions. Vigilantly, they scanned their surroundings and beheld a tall man clad in black, his countenance stern and forbidding, materializing before them. "Do you two even deserve to call yourselves members of the Spirit Hall?" The black-clad man questioned coldly, his tone laced with disdain. The two cardinals exchanged glances, understanding the gravity of the situation, yet they had no choice but to confront him. In unison, they summoned their soul power, activating their seventh soul skill, True Spirit Manifestation. A colossal shadow of their martial spirits loomed behind them, radiating a dazzling glow. However, against the black-clad man's onslaught, they proved as fragile as paper. With a mere flick of his fist, the man unleashed a tremendous force that shattered their martial spirits in an instant. The figure of Might Kai flickered like a specter. His fist, as unyielding as obsidian, gleamed with a fierce brilliance. With a chilling shout, his fist descended upon the two cardinals with the weight of thunder. In that moment, the air seemed to rend, the fabric of reality trembling as their crimson garments flapped violently in the wake of his strike, their eyes wide with terror and despair. Might Kai's fist, imbued with the might of the heavens, ruthlessly struck their chests. The cardinals' bodies quaked violently under the impact, their garments torn asunder, revealing concave chests, blood erupting like a fountain. Struggling to maintain their stance, they found themselves unable to rise, collapsing to the ground in agony, blood spilling from their lips, their faces as pale as parchment. One cardinal, eyes filled with dread, gazed up at the man before him. "We are the cardinals of the Spirit Hall, sworn enemies of the entire Spirit Hall." Mike Kai cast a scornful glance at the cardinal, a flicker of derision in his eyes. Leaning slightly, he placed a foot upon the cardinal's head, as if crushing a fragile watermelon. Enemies of the spirit hall? Mike Kai's voice was cold and resonant, as if echoing from the depths of the abyss. The pressure from his foot intensified, eliciting a pained groan from the cardinal, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, staining the ground beneath him. The atmosphere around them grew thick with tension, the only sound breaking the silence being the cardinal's labored breaths reverberating through the desolate street. A fierce glint shone in Mike Kai's eyes as he lifted his foot slightly, the cardinal's body collapsing to the ground like a discarded rag. Do you truly believe you can represent the spirit hall? Mike Kai effortlessly hoisted one cardinal as if he were a mere chick, and with a gentle push of his foot, he transformed into a shadow, bursting through the palace doors with audacious confidence, striding boldly within. Within the resplendent palace, the grand hall radiated brilliance, with the glazed tiles reflecting dazzling light. Yet, apart from Dai Tianfeng, the space was devoid of any presence. The moment Mike Kai set foot in the palace, an overwhelming aura of menace enveloped him. Suddenly, a figure materialized in the once empty hall, a woman cloaked in black, her visage both chilling and imposing, resembling a queen of darkness. Utterly unattainable, the enigmatic Qian Rangshu stood before Mike Kai, gazing intently at the imperious emperor of Xinghua. Upon witnessing the intrusion of the two into his royal abode, Dai Tianfeng's brow furrowed in displeasure. The dignity of an emperor must not be tarnished, yet the sight of the two severely battered soul saints quelled his fury. He inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. The tragic state of the bishops filled him with shock and sorrow, simultaneously fortifying his resolve to confront this mysterious visitor. Mike Kai regarded Dai Tianfeng with a cold stare, as if assessing an insignificant insect. His gaze was rife with disdain and contempt, seemingly impervious to the threat posed by the emperor. Meanwhile, Qian Rangshu remained silently by his side, her eyes piercing like ice, as if anticipating his next move. Mike Kai retrieved a golden yellow token from his waist, embossed with the image of a ferocious soul beast. The token felt cold and unyielding, exuding an aura of immense power. The instant the bishops beheld this emblem, their faces turned ashen, terror flooding their eyes. Regret and fear gripped their hearts as they realized they had just laid hands on an elder of the spirit hall, and worse, it was their direct superior, a foolhardy act indeed. They understood well that every elder of the spirit hall possessed strength at least on the level of a titled Douluo. Their power unfathomable. Having faced countless arrogant soul masters in the enforcement hall, they had never envisioned a day filled with such dread. At this moment, their hearts felt as though a chilling wind had swept through, leaving them cold and apprehensive. King of Xinghua, I hereby represent the spirit hall to unilaterally terminate all collaborations with you. Chapter 24. Taking action. Mike Kai turned to depart, as if everything behind him had become irrelevant. Yet, just as he was about to take that fateful step, a formidable aura erupted from Dai Tianfeng, akin to a torrent unleashed from a mountain. The very space around them seemed to warp under the weight of this presence, suffusing the air with an indescribable sense of oppression. Dai Tianfeng, a level 95 titled Douluo, transformed into a magnificent dragon soaring through the heavens, his eyes glinting with a sharp brilliance, every strand of his hair seemingly alive, producing subtle crackling sounds. In the shadow of his overwhelming aura, his figure appeared even more towering, like an insurmountable peak standing resolutely before Mike Kai. His fist clenched tightly, veins bulging, proclaiming his unwavering resolve. Under no circumstances shall you depart so easily today. Dai Tianfeng could never acquiesce. This was the Star Luo Palace, and allowing them to leave would be tantamount to trampling the dignity of the entire Star Luo Empire. His countenance darkened like storm clouds before a tempest, and in a flash, he surged toward Mike Kai like a bolt of lightning. Each step reverberated through the palace, as if he were striking the very nerves of the ground. The air was thick with the roar of his fury, and that immense aura swept toward Mike Kai like a raging storm, enveloping him entirely. Dai Tianfeng's speed was blinding. His fists clenched tightly, the air around his punches warping under the weight of his might. His eyes sparkled with a fierce determination, as if he intended to unleash the wrath of the entire world upon Mike Kai. Just as his fist was about to collide with Mike Kai, a more potent force erupted from Mike Kai himself, and the two auras clashed violently in midair, producing a deafening roar. Dai Tianfeng's claws descended like a mountain, imbued with boundless strength and wrath, charging directly at Mike Kai. However, At that critical moment, Mike Kai's form subtly sank, and with a sudden motion of his hands, he grasped the oncoming storm with the assurance of one who had seized the winds, firmly halting Dai Tianfeng's assault. The collision of their auras unleashed a ferocious shockwave, momentarily draining the air from the palace as a powerful suction caused everything nearby to tremble. Green steam blazed around Mike Kai like flames, embodying a mysterious and formidable power that rendered him an invincible giant. The atmosphere within the palace grew unbearably tense. Royal guards surged in like a tide, their spears gleaming menacingly, aimed directly at the dark figure of Qian Rengshu and Mike Kai. Their eyes were filled with vigilance and resolve, as if at the slightest command, they would launch an unhesitating attack. The light within the palace, reflected off the spears, became blindingly bright, while Qian Rengshu seemed to merge into the surrounding darkness, her figure flickering in and out of sight, with only her cold, piercing eyes glimmering in the shadows. Mike Kai stood beside her, the green steam still swirling around him, making him appear as a deity enveloped in flames. The two figures stood resolutely before a multitude of guards, exhibiting not a trace of fear. The gaze of dark Qian Rengshu swept across the assembly, cold and profound, as if it could penetrate all facades. Meanwhile, Mike Kai clenched his fists tightly, bracing himself for the impending onslaught. Within the palace, the only sounds that echoed were their breaths and the sharp whoosh of spears slicing through the air, as if time itself had momentarily stilled. Seventh soul skill, martial soul manifestation. Dai Tianfeng's body trembled suddenly, and the air around him seemed to solidify under the weight of his presence. An astonishing aura surged forth from him, propelling the previously stifling atmosphere to its zenith. A roar resonated, shaking the very heavens, as a colossal white tiger apparition gradually materialized behind him. This magnificent beast boasted a coat as white as snow, with eyes red as blood and claws sharp as daggers, seemingly capable of rending the very fabric of reality. Its immense form nearly filled the expanse of the palace, instilling an involuntary reverence in all who beheld it. Each breath the white tiger took was accompanied by a tempestuous wind, churning the air within the palace into a frenzy. In that moment, Dai Tianfeng appeared to merge with the white tiger, his aura soaring to unprecedented heights. His gaze became piercing, as if it could delve into the very souls of Mike Kai and dark Qian Rengshu. The veins in his clenched fists bulged, as if harboring the power to obliterate worlds. Dark Qian Rengshu's silhouette flickered in the dim light of the palace, blending seamlessly with the shadows. Her eyes, deep as the night, glimmered with a chilling brilliance, seemingly capable of devouring all light. In her grasp, the dark holy sword radiated a somber violet glow, each swing accompanied by a profound sword energy, akin to meteors streaking across the night sky. As the royal guards surged forth like a relentless tide, dark Qian Rengshu moved with ethereal grace, weaving through the gaps between the spears like a wraith. Her movements were swift and elegant, each evasion executed with uncanny precision, as though she could foresee the trajectory of her adversary's attacks. Her sword dance was a poetic spectacle, each stroke conjuring a gale that fragmented the surrounding air. Mike Kai flexed his wrists, the joints emitting a steady, resolute crack as if preparing for the imminent clash. He stood tall and straight, reminiscent of a pine tree enduring a tempest. Though seemingly calm, an overwhelming sense of latent power emanated from him, compelling those nearby to hold their breath. His eyes gleamed with a sharp radiance, akin to stars in the night sky, bright and profound. As Mike Kai's gaze met Dai Tianfeng's, the air between them seemed to crystallize, charged with the palpable intensity of their confrontation. Dai Tianfeng furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the potent and pure strength radiating from Mike Kai, as if it could penetrate all barriers and reach the depths of his soul. An inexplicable fear welled up within him, not born from Mike Kai's soul power, but from that unfathomable, ineffable sense of strength. Despite the absence of any detectable soul power emanating from Mike Kai, Dai Tianfeng felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Mike Kai's figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, instantly shattering the tangible soul pressure that Dai Tianfeng had projected. His speed was so astonishing that one could scarcely see more than a fleeting blur of green darting through the palace. Within that verdant shadow, it seemed as if flames were igniting, exuding a searing aura that distorted the surrounding air. Just as Mei Kai was about to close the distance to Dai Tianfeng, The look of shock on Dai Tianfeng's face shifted to one of gravity. The eighth soul ring upon him, radiating a faint black light, began to glow softly, as if a mysterious force surged within it. With the illumination of the soul ring, Dai Tianfeng's aura surged once more, and the immense phantom of the white tiger became more corporeal, as if it were about to emerge from the void and descend upon this world. Eighth soul skill. White tiger shattering the heavens. In the void, a blinding radiance suddenly erupted, followed by a profound and fierce claw mark materializing from thin air, as though it were tearing apart the very fabric of space. This claw mark intersected, resembling two colossal tiger claws engaged in a ferocious clash. Wielding the power to annihilate worlds, directly aimed at Mei Tikai's outstretched fist. At that moment, the air seemed to be torn asunder, emitting a piercing shriek. When Mei Tikai's fist collided with the ethereal claw mark, an astonishing shockwave erupted instantly. The air within the palace was violently stirred, forming a massive vortex. Light and darkness intermingled, as if the entire palace was shaken by this force. The phantom of the white tiger grew even more substantial in the void, as if striving to break free from the intersecting claw marks and materialize into reality. Its eyes glowed red as blood, sharp and piercing, fixated on Mei Tikai with an intent to devour him. Mei Tikai's countenance was grave. He could sense the annihilating power emanating from the white tiger, yet he did not waver. Instead, he summoned his soul power to its zenith, preparing to confront the impending duel. The luminosity of the meteors in the void had dimmed, replaced by the fierce clash of soul power within the palace. Before Dai Tianfeng's deep and fierce claw marks, Mei Tikai stood resolute like a boulder against a tempest. As his soul power surged wildly, the center of the vortex, once intertwined with light and darkness, erupted into a dazzling brilliance. Mei Tikai's fist seemed to embody the strength of the entire cosmos, with each swing radiating an awe-inspiring momentum. Under the watchful gaze of all, the claw marks that had rent the sky began to emit a cracking sound beneath the force of Mei Tikai's punch. Cracks spread from the center outward, resembling a shattered mirror, gleaming with blinding light in the darkness. The white tiger's phantom trembled at the sound of shattering, its crimson eyes reflecting an incredulous fear. Mei Tikai inhaled sharply, the fire of indomitable spirit burning in his gaze. He concentrated all his strength, and his already dazzling fist shone even brighter, like a star. With a mighty roar, he thrust his fist forward with an indescribable might, aimed directly at the already fracturing tiger claw. It appeared as if the air was being torn asunder by this force, creating visible fissures. At the intersection of these cracks, the once mighty tiger claw began to tremble violently, as if unable to withstand the cataclysmic impact. In the wake of a deafening shatter, the colossal tiger claw was instantaneously reduced to countless minute fragments under the might of Might Guy's fist, scattering like meteors in every direction. It felt as though the very air within the palace had been siphoned away, leaving only the sound of his labored breaths in the eerie silence. Once a fearsome weapon, the claw's destruction unleashed an even more ferocious force from Might Guy's fist, akin to an enraged dragon dancing wildly in the void. A flicker of dread crossed Dai Tianfeng's eyes as he endeavored to summon his soul power to counter this unstoppable blow, but it was already too late. The ninth soul. His figure was sent hurtling backward amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, colliding with several sturdy pillars of the palace, each impact echoing like thunder. Deep within the palace, the walls cracked under the immense force, sending debris and dust swirling into the air. Dai Tianfeng's body, akin to an uncontrollable meteor, ultimately crashed into a thick stone wall, which collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending clouds of dust spiraling. Lying among the ruins, he heaved heavily, clearly grievously injured. Father. As the dust began to settle within the palace ruins, it revealed the despondent figure of Dai Tianfeng sprawled on the ground, surrounded by shattered columns and strewn rubble. A scene of utter disarray. At that moment, a group of armored guards rushed in, weapons drawn and expressions taut with alarm, evidently startled by the sudden eruption of battle. Amidst this entourage, a golden-haired youth stood out strikingly. His seemingly youthful visage was now etched with shock and fury, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity as they locked onto Might Guy, the eye of the storm in the distance. This youth was none other than Davis, the crown prince of the Xinglua Empire, who had witnessed his father's defeat, leaving him overwhelmed by an inexpressible mixture of shock and rage. In the dust-choked remnants of the palace, Davis's eyes widened in anger as two soul rings gradually materialized around him, symbolizing his soul power and might. However, just as he was about to take a step toward vengeance, a chilling and sharp force suddenly assailed him. He felt a searing pain at his neck, followed swiftly by darkness surging like a tide, engulfing his consciousness. In his final moments before collapsing, he glimpsed a shadowy figure, a woman in a black robe with white hair. Her features obscured by shadows, save for her frostbitten gaze. Those eyes seemed to pierce through the soul, invoking an unsettling chill. With a delicate flick of her slender fingers, a dark purple light struck Davis like lightning. Dai Tianfeng struggled to raise his head, peering through the debris and haze toward Mike Guy, who stood amidst the remnants of the storm. His heart brimmed with bitterness and despair, yet overshadowing it all was a profound fear of the unknown. The appearance of the white-haired woman loomed like a specter in the darkness, presenting an unprecedented threat. In the ruins of the palace, he was the sole survivor still conscious, surrounded by shattered columns, scattered rubble, and the lifeless forms of the guards. His chest heaved with each labored breath, each inhalation slicing through him like a knife. At this moment, he must endure the pain, for he is acutely aware that a far greater crisis awaits him. He struggles to sit upright, his gaze firmly fixed upon the silhouette of the white-haired woman. Her figure flickers in the darkness, as if she might vanish into the night at any moment. Dai Tianfeng draws a deep breath, attempting to summon the remnants of his soul power, preparing to confront this unforeseen turn of events. However, he is painfully cognizant that with his current strength, he stands little chance against such an adversary. The white-haired woman glides gracefully over the ruins, each step seemingly treading upon the void, leaving no tangible trace behind. Her black robe billows gently in the night breeze, revealing her delicate form, akin to a ghostly orchid blooming in the dark. When her gaze falls upon Mike Kai, the icy chill of her eyes momentarily softens, revealing a hint of youthful shyness. That expression resembles the warm sun of spring, instantly melting away the surrounding cold and darkness. She lightly bites her lower lip, as if hesitating, yet ultimately musters the courage to approach Mike Kai. Though her steps are light, each is imbued with unwavering resolve. The sound of her heartbeat resonates in the stillness of the night sky, as if it were the sole melody in existence. As she advances toward Mike Kai, a faint smile graces her lips, reminiscent of the rising sun, warm and radiant. It is worth noting that in dealing with those guardians, the dark Qianrengshu refrained from utilizing her martial soul. Thanks to her early training and physical techniques alongside Mike Kai, Qianrengshu's skills are remarkably refined. The two are intrinsically linked, and thus the dark Qianrengshu has flawlessly inherited this prowess. Mike Kai looks down upon Dai Tianfeng, his voice echoing in Dai Tianfeng's ears. Do you not yet understand? I am not here to negotiate with you. The message has been delivered, and you, including the Douluo Empire, have no right to refuse. Chapter 25. The calm before the storm. Dai Tianfeng's complexion turned as pale as paper in an instant, his eyes widened, brimming with disbelief and rage. He felt as though he had been struck by an invisible force, his very insides trembling violently under its weight. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the ornate dragon robe he wore, transforming it into a canvas of glaring crimson blossoms. His trembling hands sought to wipe away the blinding red. Yet the blood clung to him like his present dignity, irretrievable no matter how fervently he tried. The emperor of the Xingluo Empire had been subjected to such humiliation at this moment, an unmitigated blow to his pride. Gritting his teeth, his eyes shone with a feral light, as if he were intent on devouring the entire world. The two departed from the Xingluo Imperial Palace. It was not until the deep of night that they resumed their actions. The night was as dark as ink, the lights of the Xingluo Palace flickering in the shadows, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Maite Kai and the enigmatic Qianrengshu walked side by side, their silhouettes elongated under the moonlight, each step resonating with determination and strength. The streets within the imperial city were desolate and silent, occasionally interrupted by the distant sound of a watchman's clapper, shattering the stillness of the night. Qianrengshu moved with an ethereal grace, her garments billowing like a specter in the night. In contrast, Maite Kai's steps were steadfast, each footfall seeming to strike solid ground, imparting a sense of reassurance. They soon arrived at the front of the Spirit Hall's branch, its towering edifice appearing even more solemn and mysterious in the nocturnal embrace. The stone lions at the entrance glimmered coldly in the moonlight, as if guarding this sacred ground. Beneath the night sky, two guards stood like stone sentinels before the spirit hall branch, clad in armor and wielding long spears, their expressions grave. Moonlight bathed their austere faces, casting a layer of ethereal silver glow. As Mai Tai Kai and Qian Renshue approached, the guards' gazes sharpened instantaneously. They scrutinized the unwelcome visitors with a vigilant and discerning eye. "Halt!" one guard commanded in a deep voice, reverberating through the empty street with an air of authority. Mai Tai Kai came to a standstill, nodding slightly in respect, while Qian Renshue stood quietly beside him. "Please present your token or credentials." One guard extended his hand. The night enveloped them like thick ink, permeating the area before the spirit hall branch. Mai Tai Kai slowly drew forth a golden token from his waist, which shimmered brilliantly under the moonlight. Upon sight of the token, the guard's demeanor transformed, imbued with respect. They inclined their heads slightly, gripping their spears firmly, and rendered a precise military salute to Mai Tai Kai and Qian Renshue. "Greetings, esteemed elder." Under the moon's gaze, their armor gleamed with a chilling radiance, harmonizing with the token's golden luster, creating a scene both solemn and dignified. Mai Tai Kai nodded gently and, accompanied by Qian Renshue, ascended the stone steps, entering the grand door. As they stepped into the spirit hall branch, an ancient and solemn aura enveloped them. The hall was brightly lit, the spirit patterns on the murals flickering in the interplay of light and shadow, adding an air of mystique. As they crossed the threshold, an elderly man with snow-white hair hurriedly traversed the corridor. Though his pace was brisk, there was no hint of panic. Each step was firmly planted on the floor, producing a subtle echo. His visage was kind, yet his eyes sparkled with a penetrating sharpness, as if he could see into the depths of one's soul. The long robe he wore, though somewhat worn, remained clean and tidy, exuding an extraordinary aura. Upon seeing Mai Tai Kai and the dark Qian Renshue, a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes, which quickly transformed into calm as he clasped his hands and said, "Esteemed elder, I apologize for not receiving you properly at this late hour. Please forgive my oversight." His voice was deep and resonant, echoing within the vast hall with remarkable clarity. The appearance of Hirsch added a unique hue to the solemn spirit hall branch. His movements were graceful, akin to a steel-winged griffin soaring through the night sky. Each step was light, yet powerful, as if he could shatter the air itself. As he approached, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Mai Tai Kai and the dark Qian Renshue exchanged glances, each detecting wariness in the other's eyes. Yet, Hirsch maintained a benevolent smile, as though the mounting tension did not concern him at all. When Hirsch reached the two, he halted, his gaze sweeping over them before finally resting on the golden token in Mai Tai Kai's hand. He inclined his head slightly in respect and then spoke, "Esteemed elder, your late-night visit surely signifies an important matter at hand. Might I inquire what it entails so that I may prepare accordingly?" Hirsch, the platinum bishop of the spirit hall, was an 86th-level agility-type spirit Douluo, with the top-tier beast spirit, the steel-winged griffin. Mai Tai Kai regarded Hirsch and stated, "You currently serve as the deputy hall master of the spirit hall in the Star Luo Empire. Am I mistaken?" Mai Tai Kai's voice reverberated in the spacious hall, each word piercing like a cold steel needle into Hirsch's heart. Hirsch involuntarily shuddered, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary elder was so well acquainted with his identity and background. He took a deliberate step forward, closing the distance between them as if to completely suppress Hirsch's imposing presence. Hirsch lowered his head slightly. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a radiant glow upon Mai Tai Kai's golden token, illuminating his calm and profound face. Mai Tai Kai's gaze was intense, piercing through Hirsch as though seeking to unveil all his secrets. Hirsch took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within him. He lifted his head, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, a blend of astonishment and reverence. He spoke slowly, his voice trembling slightly. "I am astonished that you have investigated me so thoroughly. Esteemed elder, may I ask what guidance you bring with your late-night visit?" "Military aid." Mai Tai Kai's words slashed through the silence of the hall like a cold blade. He slowly approached Hirsch, placing his hand gently on the broad shoulder of the latter. The touch, though light, felt like an immense weight pressing down, causing Hirsch's heart to tremble violently. "Military aid." The two words echoed within the vast hall, reminiscent of ancient war drums being struck with fervor, reverberating through Hill's eardrums. He felt the chill emanating from Maite Kai's palm. That coldness seemed to penetrate his skin, reaching deep into his core. Hill's eyes widened in an instant. Reflecting Maite Kai's resolute and unyielding visage, he envisioned a frozen expanse where the howling winds and flurrying snowflakes converged. With Maite Kai standing as a solitary wolf upon that icy terrain, facing the tempest without ever flinching. The actions of the law enforcement hall over the years in Starfall City are well known to you. The power of the elders has been eroded by those bishops. Should I rashly dismiss them, a tumult would surely ensue in Starfall City. Thus, I require military strength, your assistance to quell this impending chaos. As Maite Kai's words fell, an ephemeral silence enveloped the hall. An invisible pressure seemed to pervade the air, rendering it difficult to breathe. Hills and the guards surrounding him held their breath, their eyes brimming with astonishment and unease. Moonlight streamed through the cracks of the windows, draping Maite Kai in a silvery glow. He stood there, akin to a towering mountain, exuding an imposing aura that made one hesitant to gaze directly upon him. Suddenly, Maite Kai's gaze sharpened, as if piercing through the walls of the hall. Reaching towards the distant Starfall City, a steadfast light flickered in his eyes, as if he had already glimpsed the tempest brewing there. The oppression of the populace, collusion with the Starfall royalty, the infestation within the law enforcement hall has grown excessively. I lack the time to eradicate them individually. Thus I must resort to absolute force to suppress them. His gaze seemed to transcend the barriers of time and space. Staring into the illustrious history of the Martial Spirit Hall, his voice resonated in the expansive hall, imbued with an undeniable conviction, the Law Enforcement Hall, which was once a sword to uphold the honor of the Martial Spirit Hall and the tranquility of the people, has now become a source of internal strife, eroding our very foundation. His words ignited the tense atmosphere surrounding them like a blazing fire in the frigid wind. Hills could sense the determination and strength radiating from Maite Kai, a manifestation of a sage's profound love and responsibility towards the Martial Spirit Hall. Maite Kai slowly turned to face Hills, his eyes shimmering with an unwavering light. Hills, I require your assistance. I ask that you mobilize all available military forces. I intend to make those who have betrayed the Martial Spirit Hall aware that the cost of betrayal is one they cannot bear. As Maite Kai's words gradually faded, the once tranquil night sky seemed to be stirred by some mystical force. Suddenly, a fierce bolt of lightning, like a blade slicing through the void, tore apart the inky darkness, illuminating the entire world in a stark white. That brilliance was fleeting yet dazzling, reminiscent of fireworks bursting in the night sky, leaving one momentarily awestruck. This flash of lightning appeared to be an omen of nature or a manifestation of some mysterious power, infusing the silent night with an air of suspense and intrigue. As it dissipated, the night returned to its serene state. Yet the inexplicable sense of shock lingered in the air. Hills's Adam's apple involuntarily rolled, akin to a heartstring subtly plucked, heralding the impending momentous change. Immediately, as if drawn by an unseen force, the assembled individuals bowed their heads in unison, kneeling reverently towards Mike. This gesture signified not only their respect for Mike, but also a solemn response to the forthcoming grand ceremony. The atmosphere was imbued with a sense of gravity and reverence, as if time itself had momentarily suspended. Each face bore the marks of awe and solemnity, their knees kissing the ground, the sound reverberating in the tranquil space like an ancient hymn, narrating their veneration for the sublime and sacred. Hills joined the throng in kneeling, his heart brimming with curiosity and anticipation for the unknown. He understood that this moment was not merely a physical act of submission, but a spiritual yearning directed towards a higher realm. We humbly comply in the name of the elders. Within their hearts surged a tumult akin to a roiling sea. Beneath the starlit sky, an ineffable tension seemed to linger, signaling an extraordinary night ahead. A gentle breeze swept through, imbued with a hint of chill, foretelling the imminent tempest. The collective heartbeat of the crowd intertwined with the night, weaving a captivating tableau, suggesting that this night would indeed be extraordinary. As the night deepened, a light drizzle transformed into a torrential downpour, as if the heavens had been rent asunder, unleashing endless tears. In this silent and oppressive midnight, a cohort of soldiers moved stealthily, adorned in gleaming golden armor, as if emerging from ancient legends, radiating an unwavering and resolute light. Their steps were light yet powerful, silently traversing the halls of the martial spirit hall, as if even the wind yielded to their presence. Their gazes were steadfast, their expressions grave, as if proclaiming an impending transformation. With the intensifying rain, their figures became increasingly blurred in the night, yet their determination glowed ever brighter, akin to lanterns in the downpour. Their departure resembled a lightning bolt slicing through the quiet night, brief yet dazzling, enough to stir the soul. In the latter half of the night, while most remained ensconced in slumber, the golden-armored soldiers had quietly departed, leaving behind only the echo of their footsteps in the resolute convictions, now clearer after being washed by the rain. Meanwhile, the scene within the law enforcement hall was starkly different, as if another world was unfolding in hushed tones. Inside, laughter and gaiety filled the air, vibrant with life. People gathered joyously, some singing and dancing lightly, others toasting and reveling, creating a lively tapestry. Their faces radiated satisfaction and joy, as if all sorrow and worry had dissipated amid the merriment. The entire hall was enveloped in this jubilant atmosphere, as if even the air bore a light and pleasant fragrance. This ambience starkly contrasted with the tension and solemnity outside, accentuating the tranquility and harmony within. In this moment of gathering, individuals momentarily cast aside the disturbances and worries of the outside world, savoring this rare tranquility and joy. They raised their glasses in celebration, exchanging heartfelt blessings, as if in that moment, all hardships would fade into the past, and the future brimmed with hope and anticipation. Beneath the dim light, a figure, somewhat corpulent, sat heavily upon the delicate frame of the woman below him, resembling a ponderous weight. His face was adorned with a triumphant expression, reveling in the sense of superiority that accompanied his elevated position. His gaze, akin to that of a cunning fox, flickered with sly brilliance in the shadows, quietly directed towards the individual seated at the head. The one at the helm resembled a majestic mountain, sitting in serene tranquility, his countenance shrouded in inscrutable calm. His eyes were like an abyss, rendering his innermost thoughts unfathomable. Yet, upon receiving a subtle cue from the corpulent figure, his gaze shifted slightly, hinting at a ripple of intrigue. This scene unfolded like a delicate tapestry, quietly revealing itself in the stillness of the night. The corpulent man, the young woman beneath him, and the individual at the head all appeared as protagonists within this tableau, each playing their part in a complex interplay of power and desire. "My lord, the law elder will soon take office. Our days of revelry may soon be numbered," remarked the one at the head, a cold smile gracing his lips as he caressed his wine glass, concealing his true intentions. "I have dispatched spies to inform Emperor Xingluo of this matter. Should he wish to continue our collaboration, the royal family will undoubtedly send someone to assassinate the law elder." The man at the head chuckled ominously, as if everything lay firmly within his grasp. The night, heavy as thick ink, was abruptly pierced by a tremendous force that flung open the doors of the law hall, shattering the tranquility of the evening. Wood splintered, accompanied by a deafening crash that reverberated throughout the vast chamber, sending hearts racing. A gust of wind swept in, mingling with the fine rain, disrupting the joyous atmosphere within. The corpulent figure jolted in alarm, his rotund form swaying precariously in his chair, nearly toppling over. Terror-stricken, he turned towards the entrance, where a lithe soldier stood resolutely, clad in gleaming gold armor that shimmered coldly in the rain-soaked night, exuding an undeniable air of authority. Laughter and merriment froze in that instant, and the entire law hall descended into a profound silence. Only the soldier's heavy breathing and the gentle patter of rain outside intertwined, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. The man at the head raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of frost in his gaze, as he slowly rose to his feet, his eyes ablaze, locking onto the unexpected visitor at the threshold. Chapter 26. Turmoil in the Grand Hall. The collective gaze of the assembly converged upon the soldiers stationed beyond the entrance, as if an invisible force drew them toward that imposing figure. With the arrival of the soldier, a weighty atmosphere enveloped the space, silently permeating every corner, akin to ominous clouds gathering in the night sky, oppressive and foreboding. The air felt as though it had solidified, every breath taken with utmost caution, fearful of shattering the eerie silence. Tension permeated the hall, an unspoken anticipation of an impending unknown danger. The hearts of the gathered thrummed with the tautness, bracing for the unforeseen events about to unfold. The soldier's form stood resolute like a statue, then he silently turned and strode steadily to the side. Soon, a series of clear footsteps echoed through the rain-soaked night, resonating like the heavy beats of a drum, each strike harmonizing perfectly with the heartbeats of those waiting outside. The sound reverberated through the rain, each footfall seemingly imbued with immense weight, pressing heavily upon the chests of the onlookers. They functioned like an unyielding metronome, precisely orchestrating the breaths of those outside. The palpable sense of pressure surging forth like a tide, rendering the atmosphere even more oppressive. Inside the hall, every gaze remained fixated on the entrance, as if even breathing had ceased. Amidst the profound silence, the sporadic sounds of anxious breaths pierced the air, strikingly jarring. Each individual bore expressions fraught with tension and expectation, as if awaiting the arrival of some significant moment or event. This oppressive silence was thick with anxiety and uncertainty, intensifying the gravity of the atmosphere within the hall. The rhythmic footfalls echoed in the vastness, each step akin to a heavy stone dropping upon the hearts of the assembly. As the footsteps drew nearer, their focus sharpened, ultimately settling on the entrance. There, a figure gradually emerged, draped in the elder's cloak, exuding solemnity and authority. It was Maite Kai. His countenance was dark and foreboding, reminiscent of storm clouds gathering before a tempest, heavy and stifling. In his profound eyes flickered a fiery rage, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, sending shivers down spines. Though his steps were measured, each bore the weight of thunder, reverberating throughout the hall. Upon fully entering, the presence of Maite Kai seemed to suppress the collective breath of the assembly, plunging the hall into a profound stillness. His gaze swept over the crowd, his eyes sharp as blades, daring anyone to meet his stare. His arrival ignited the already tense atmosphere, heightening the urgency within the hall. Well done, truly commendable. Maite Kai's voice reverberated through the expansive hall, each word striking like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of the assembly. His face was ashen, the fury radiating from his eyes threatening to ignite the entire chamber. His hands clenched into fists, veins bulging, as he struggled to contain the tempest of rage brewing within. His gaze swept across the assembly, and those once haughty members of the enforcement team now bowed their heads, their faces etched with terror and unease. Their bodies trembled, as if on the brink of collapse beneath the weight of his formidable authority. The air in the hall was thick with tension, as if even the atmosphere had solidified under the weight of this palpable fury. Every movement of Maite Kai exuded a sense of power as he slowly approached a table laden with wine cups and delicacies, his gaze coldly fixated on the untouched remnants of the feast. With a sudden sweep of his arm, he sent the items crashing to the ground, producing a sharp sound of shattering, mirroring the fragments of his own tumultuous emotions. The man seated at the head of the table transformed from calm to menacing in an instant, as though the tranquil before the storm had been ruthlessly torn asunder. He slammed his hand down on the ornately carved armrest, the sound of splintering wood echoing sharply, scattering with shavings like a herald of his inner wrath and dissatisfaction. Rising with the agility of a panther, his heavy robe billowed with his movement, revealing his powerful legs. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, bore down on Maite Kai, brimming with menace and forewarning. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his lips, as if he reveled in Maite Kai's astonishment and unease. The atmosphere around them seemed ignited by his fury, an invisible weight enveloping the hall, intensifying the already strained ambience. Esteemed elder, do not forget. This is the law enforcement hall. Even if you are a titled Douluo, you have no authority over us. His harsh command shattered the silence, akin to a boulder crashing into a placid lake, sending ripples throughout the space. A throng of law enforcement personnel surged in like a tide, their footsteps synchronized and resolute, as if to obliterate the oppressive atmosphere. Their gazes were steadfast and cold, weapons glinting ominously in the dim light, instilling a chilling sense of foreboding. Seated below, several Douluo also rose, their imposing figures reminiscent of unyielding mountains. Their eyes were fierce as beasts, fixated on Maite Kai, as though they intended to consume him whole. Their presence was overwhelming, sweeping through the hall like a tempest, causing the very air to tremble. In response, Maite Kai's gaze held a profound pity, as if he beheld a herd of lambs unknowingly marching towards their doom. A glint of icy clarity flickered in his eyes, sharp and crystalline as winter frost. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips tracing an elegant arc through the air, as if conducting a silent symphony. With this gesture, an unseen energy began to permeate the hall, spreading like ripples in water, enveloping the law enforcement officers and Seoul Douluo within its grasp. They suddenly felt an oppressive weight bearing down upon their hearts, as though an invisible mountain pressed upon them, stifling their breath. Their steps grew heavy, bound by unseen chains, rendering them immobile. Terror and despair flickered in their eyes, as if they had foreseen their grim fate. From this day forth, the law elder shall formally take command of all affairs within the law enforcement hall, and all previous regulations shall be abolished, reclaiming the rights of all bishops. As Madakai's voice faded, a tempest seemed to sweep through the grand hall, shattering the previously somber atmosphere. The faces of the law enforcement members underwent a dramatic transformation. A tumultuous blend of terror and fury etched upon them, as if they beheld their impending doom. Those once arrogant soul fighters now resembled frostbitten eggplants, instantly stripped of their former grandeur. Their eyes brimmed with resentment and despair, as if they had already foreseen their inevitable defeat. Yet, Meikai remained unmoved. His gaze was steadfast and impassive, as if everything lay within his dominion. He slowly turned his back to the crowd, advancing into the depths of the hall. Each step he took was resolute and powerful, proclaiming his determination and authority to all present. Having absorbed Madakai's words, the figure seated at the head suddenly erupted into a sinister laughter, leaving those below bewildered by this unexpected sound. Koetian, what are you laughing at? He is the law elder. The individual who had previously been reclining, corpulent, and at ease, had now donned his trousers, looking at his friend with a befuddled expression. Koetian's gaze turned menacingly towards Meikai. Fools, Yamamoto, have you not discerned the truth? This individual is impersonating our Wuhen temple's law elder with the intent to rebel. The glaring evidence lies before us. Must I elaborate further? Seize him. With Koetian's command, chaos erupted in the hall. Soldiers swiftly unsheathed their long swords, the blades gleaming ominously as they pointed them at Meikai. Their faces bore an unwavering resolve. Despite facing a titled Douluo, their loyalty rendered them undaunted. Multicolored soul rings ignited within the hall, akin to brilliant stars scattered across the night sky, unleashing potent waves of soul power. Among these rings, some flickered with scorching flames. Others exuded a chilling frost, while some crackled with the thunderous roar of lightning. Under this overwhelming pressure of soul power, the entire hall seemed to tremble. Amongst them, the figures of Gizi and Yamamoto were particularly striking. Gizi clenched his fists, the joints cracking ominously as 8 flickering soul rings spiraled forth, each radiating a distinct hue, narrating tales of his illustrious past victories. Yamamoto, with a sinister countenance, formed seals with his hands as 9 soul rings gradually ascended behind him, emanating an intense aura of oppression that sent chills down spines. The atmosphere in the hall escalated to an acute tension, all eyes fixated upon Yamamoto. Towering like a majestic mountain, he stood resplendent with 9 luminous soul rings encircling him, resembling 9 radiant stars. With each flicker of the soul rings, powerful waves of soul energy surged, immersing the hall in a tumultuous ocean of force. Yamamoto's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with a cruel light, as if he intended to engulf the entire hall. He took a deliberate step forward, each movement seemingly treading upon the hearts of the onlookers, enveloping them in an overwhelming sense of dread. Gizi remained at his side, casting a gaze filled with complexity towards Yamamoto. He had never anticipated that his brother would, at such a critical moment, ascend to the realm of a titled Douluo. The radiance of 9 soul rings illuminated his face, revealing the astonishment and unease within him. He realized that from this moment forth, the chasm between him and Yamamoto had widened irreparably, rendering them incapable of fighting side by side as they once did. Kurita's complexion turned pale in an instant, the remnants of a smug smile vanishing, replaced by profound shock and disquiet. His gaze fixated on Yamamoto, as if attempting to penetrate the hidden power behind those 9 soul rings. Yamamoto's aura continually surged, transforming him from the familiar brother into an insurmountable peak of might. Each soul ring on his body shimmered with resplendent brilliance, seemingly narrating tales of his strength and authority. The light within the hall appeared to be devoured by Yamamoto's overwhelming presence, leaving only the 9 soul rings behind him gleaming in the darkness. Even the surrounding air felt as if it had solidified, rendering breath a challenge. Suddenly, a tempestuous energy erupted within the hall. The eager to impress Gitsi resembled a wrathful beast, his 6th soul ring igniting with a dazzling glow that illuminated the dim chamber. His muscles swelled as if inflated, every vein threatening to burst forth with astonishing power. With a fierce roar, Gitsi's feet slammed into the ground, the floor groaning under the weight, cracked spiderwebbing rapidly across its surface. The entire hall seemed to tremble at that moment, causing everyone to feel their footing unsteady and their heartbeats quicken. In a flash, Gitsi darted towards Mike Kai, his massive fist accompanied by a howling wind, as though intending to rend the very air apart. In that moment, Gitsi resembled an unstoppable war deity, his momentum and strength reaching an apex. 6th soul skill, armor-piercing strike. Before anyone's eyes, Mike Kai's figure momentarily blurred, transforming into an ephemeral shadow. His movements were swift and graceful, akin to a leopard weaving through the jungle. Just as Gitsi's fist was about to make contact, he deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the forceful blow. With the punch missing its target, Gitsi felt a tremendous force rebound from his fist, numbing his entire arm. He stared in astonishment at Mike Kai, whose calm and profound eyes seemed to harbor boundless secrets. Meanwhile, Mike Kai remained unmoved, his garments undisturbed. He cast a casual glance at Gitsi, as if regarding an opponent of little significance. His gaze was rife with disdain and contempt, as if to say, "Is this truly your utmost effort?" The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense with the onset of combat. Outside, the once orderly line of Spirit Hall soldiers surged in like a tidal wave, their strides resolute and powerful, armor glinting coldly under the sunlight. Upon entering the hall, they hesitated not for a moment, forming an unyielding barrier behind Mike Kai. The soldiers' eyes were steely, their expressions solemn, and the long swords in their hands sparkled with a chilling light, their tips pointed decisively forward. Their presence not only provided a formidable support for Mei Kai, but also infused the entire hall with an air of foreboding. Inside the hall, Kuei Tian and Yamamoto, who had initially attempted to resist, were now compelled to confront the sudden turn of events. As they beheld the neatly arranged soldiers, an involuntary chill surged within them. They understood that the arrival of these soldiers had irrevocably altered the dynamics of the hall. Although these soldiers might not play a significant role in high-level combat, a strict regulation of the Spirit Hall forbade the harm of its personnel. The three were acutely aware of each other's identities as law-enforcing elders, yet at this moment, they could only continue to deceive themselves with this rationale. The atmosphere in the hall instantly thickened, as if even the air had ceased to flow. Yamamoto, Kuei Tian, and Gizi exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with terror and despair. They recognized that they had no avenue for retreat and could only choose to sever ties with Mei Kai. Yamamoto took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his fear. His hands once again formed seals, and the radiance of 9 soul rings surged forth, illuminating the hall as if it were ablaze. With a sudden stamp of his foot, he propelled himself forward like a fleeting shadow, charging directly at Mei Kai. His movements were swift and fierce, channeling all his fury and strength into this singular moment. Seeing this, Kuei Tian and Gizi gritted their teeth, unleashing their formidable soul power to launch an assault on Mei Kai. The trio's attacks surged towards him like 3 rampaging dragons, their ferocious soul energy causing the very hall to tremble as if on the brink of collapse. Mei Kai's eyes shimmered with unwavering resolve in the dimly lit hall, resembling 2 eternal beacons. As he inhaled deeply, an overwhelming aura erupted from within him, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. Green steam began to rise gently from his form, enveloping him in a mist of ethereal green. This vapor contained a potent vitality, as if it were the purest essence of nature itself. Under the weight of this imposing presence, the surrounding air felt dense, making each breath a laborious endeavor. Shrouded in the green steam, Mei Kai's figure became increasingly indistinct, yet his gaze grew sharper. He fixated on the 3 assailants, seemingly able to perceive the trajectory of their oncoming strikes. His hands gradually ascended, the green light within his palms coalescing, as if some mysterious power were converging. The 8th gate of the 8 gates of opening, the 6th gate, open. Chapter 27. Quelling the enemy's eyes widened as they gazed upon Mike's serene visage, their hearts stirred by an unexpected tumult. His fists, as if drawn by an invisible force, could not advance any further. Mike's form seemed to meld with the wind. His movements graceful and fluid, each subtle turn exuding an indescribable elegance. A faint smile graced his lips, and a glimmer of sharpness flickered in his eyes, as if he could see through all illusions. Suddenly, Mike moved, transforming into a flash of lightning, and in an instant, he stood before the enemy. With a gentle wave of his hand, a formidable force surged forth like a tidal wave, sending the enemy staggering back several steps. 8th Spirit Skill, Annihilation Fawn. Yamamoto's voice thundered across the battlefield, his 8th spirit ring illuminating in a burst of brilliance, akin to a radiant star piercing the night sky. Under the glow of this spirit ring, Yamamoto's figure appeared more imposing, resembling a war deity emerging from the mist of antiquity. His aura swept in like a tempest, distorting the very air around him. His eyes shone with a fierce light, as if capable of piercing through all deception. In that moment, he seemed to merge with the heavens and the earth, becoming the sovereign of this battlefield. With a roar, Yamamoto clenched his fists tightly, a terrifying power surged within him. Raging like a tempest, upon his fists, a dark energy began to coalesce, forming a sharp fang that exuded a destructive presence, as if it could devour all, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The atmosphere on the battlefield suddenly grew tense. His eyes flashed with determination, his form becoming a blur as he seemingly melded into the surrounding air. Following this, his 7th spirit ring erupted with brilliance, enveloping him in dazzling light, casting his figure as if he were a mythical warrior descended from the heavens. As the spirit ring shimmered, Kita's body underwent a remarkable transformation. His muscles swelled, his skin hardened like iron, every inch of his being infused with boundless power. His fists clenched tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles resonating like a thunderclap, as if they could tear through the very air. His eyes glinted with a piercing light, flames dancing within his pupils. He took a sudden step forward, causing the ground to tremble, as if the entire battlefield quaked beneath his feet. In that moment, he became the eye of the storm, with everything under his command. Mike's gaze held a glimmer of resolve, his form remaining upright as a pine tree beneath the pressure of spirit power. He inhaled deeply, as if to draw in the very air surrounding him, then exhaled forcefully, unleashing an invisible force that surged toward the 3 adversaries like a tempest. The ethereal forms of Wang Ba, Wild Boar, and Porcupine trembled violently under the impact of Mike's spirit power, as if they were on the verge of shattering. The combined soul pressure they exerted appeared feeble, akin to paper, before Mike. His figure grew increasingly towering amidst the turbulence of spirit power. Each step he took resonating in the hearts of the onlookers, evoking an involuntary sense of trepidation. With a gentle wave of his palm, an even more formidable power erupted instantaneously, tearing apart the soul power barrier formed by 3 individuals. Mike Guy's figure darted across the battlefield like a wraith, his speed seemingly transcending the very constraints of time. To the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he appeared behind the enemy in the blink of an eye, his form agile as a cheetah, radiating an astonishing explosive force. His fist clenched tightly, muscles taut, as if brimming with boundless fury and strength. Before the enemy could react, his fist thundered forth, striking the adversary's shoulder with a resounding impact. The sound of a sharp crack echoed as the shoulder collapsed under Mike Guy's blow. Flesh and blood splattering, bone shattering, reminiscent of sand dunes ravaged by a tempest, leaving chaos in its wake. The enemy felt an overwhelming force surge through his shoulder, akin to being struck by a 1,000-pound weight. Before he could comprehend, his body was involuntarily propelled into the air. His vision blurred, ears filled with the howling wind and the terrified shouts of comrades. Yet at that moment, he was powerless to respond. The enemy arced through the air like a cast projectile, crashing heavily to the ground. Every fiber of his being throbbed with pain, as if countless blades were slicing through him. He struggled to rise, but the excruciating agony radiating from his shoulders sapped him of all strength. Once more, Mike Guy's figure flickered like a specter, now targeting Yamamoto. Before Yamamoto could recover from his shock, the shadow of Mike Guy's fist descended like a tempest. Yamamoto sensed an irresistible force charging at him. The black fangs he had conjured shattered beneath Mike Guy's iron fist, crumbling like fragile ice crystals into a multitude of dark shards that scattered around him. Simultaneously, Kamida was besieged by a ferocious assault. A powerful figure, concealed in the shadows, suddenly emerged, wielding a long sword that shimmered with a cold light. With a deft swing, the blade struck Kamida's hardened back with precision. The radiance of Kamida's seventh spirit ring dimmed instantaneously, his form quaking violently under the force of the sword's impact, ultimately causing his spirit's true form to shatter like glass, dispersing into countless sparkling motes in the air. The figure of Dark Qian Rangshu floated across the battlefield like a phantom, her eyes gleaming with deep, cold starlight. Her dark, holy sword reflected a sinister sheen under the sun, blood from Kamida slowly trickling down the blade, leaving behind haunting traces. With a delicate wave, the bloodstains on the dark, holy sword were swiftly consumed by an invisible force, restoring the blade to its original luster. However, her face contorted with extreme disdain and revulsion, as if the blood were the most loathsome substance in existence. She frowned slightly, her gaze sweeping across the battlefield, where Might Guy's silhouette wove through the throng. Each strike akin to a thunderous force, unmatched and unyielding. An inexplicable thrill surged within her. What kind of power did this man truly possess? Only the cold glimmer of the sword and the shadow of Might Guy remained. Dark Qian Rangshu stood quietly to the side, her profound eyes swirling with tumultuous emotions. She gazed at Might Kay, the man of breathtaking strength devoid of a martial soul. In the crowd, Might Kay's figure appeared like a flash of lightning, each strike imbued with devastating force. His fist swept across the battlefield like a hurricane, rendering once impenetrable defenses as fragile as paper beneath his iron blows. The hand of Dark Qian Rangshu trembled slightly, and the dark, holy sword in her grip seemed to hum softly. She reminisced about her days as Qian Rangshu, recalling memories of martial souls and power. Yet, in this moment, she found herself engulfed in profound doubt regarding it all. The curtain of the finality quietly descended. What had begun as a raucous chaos akin to children at play was now approaching a silent conclusion. The three pinnacle forces, once resplendent and radiant, were now reduced to withered leaves, battered by the tempest of Mike Kay's iron fists. His presence stood like an unyielding peak amidst the battlefield, evoking a sense of dread. The formerly imposing soldiers of the law enforcement hall had already succumbed to the ruthless onslaught of the elite from the martial soul hall, crumbling like sandcastles washed away by the tide, scattering in retreat. Their rout not only signaled the end of this turmoil, but also heralded the dawn of a new order set to arise upon this land. Everything fell into silence, leaving only the dust drifting in the wind and the traces left upon the battlefield, recounting the events that had just transpired. Might Kay and Dark Qian Rangshu, the two pivotal figures who altered the course of battle, shared a gaze deep and resolute, as if they had already glimpsed the direction of the future. Under the veil of moonlight, Dark Qian Rangshu silently retreated like a ghost, her existence akin to a fleeting meteor in the night sky, brief yet brilliant, before vanishing into the endless darkness. Her departure left a mysterious void on this stage, awaiting the emergence of new protagonists. Bathed in moonlight, Might Kay's silhouette loomed large. His eyes, sharp as an eagle's, scanned the three writhing in agony on the ground, as if observing a trivial performance. Their former grandeur and might now seemed to him like dust scattered by the wind, utterly insignificant. Despair and reluctance etched upon their faces. They had once been so spirited, yet now found themselves in such a dire predicament. Their martial souls shattered, their vitality ebbing away, each breath accompanied by agonized groans. Kuei Tian, the warrior once proud of his iron-like back, now resembled a turtle stripped of its shell, utterly frail. Deep wounds from a long sword exposed his bones, blood seeping forth, staining the earth around him. He struggled to rise, yet each attempt ended in failure, leaving him to helplessly roll on the ground. The rain gradually ceased, and with the quelling of the rebellion, the torrential downpour subsided. The battlefield seemed to fall into a tranquil silence. The sound of raindrops on the ground diminished until it finally vanished, leaving only the sporadic sounds of labored breathing and low moans. The air was thick with humidity and the earthy fragrance of soil, while the once dim sky slowly brightened, unveiling a glimmer of dawn's early light. On the battlefield, Might Kai remained steadfast, his gaze sweeping through every corner like a keen blade, as if to ascertain whether each conflict had truly reached its conclusion. The once mighty warriors now lay strewn across the muddy terrain, agonizingly struggling in their suffering. Their groans intertwined with the morning bird songs, creating a unique symphony that depicted the grim aftermath of war. With the night behind, dawn approached. The first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, cascading upon the war-torn earth. As the dust settled, the cacophony of battle gradually faded, leaving only devastation and wounds scattered across the land. Amidst this chaos, the law enforcement hall emerged quietly like bamboo shoots after the rain, standing tall on the battlefield, embodying unyielding strength. Their gazes were resolute and profound, heralding the establishment of a new order. Their presence was akin to the dawn's first light, bestowing hope and a chance for rebirth upon this ravaged land. In the post-war sunlight, the members of the law enforcement hall commenced the reconstruction of their homeland, mending the scars left by rebellion. They toiled diligently, their sweat soaking their garments and the soil that had once endured great suffering. Through their relentless efforts, green shoots began to sprout from the ruins, and the air was imbued with the essence of renewal. Within the Douluo Palace, Dai Tianfeng swiftly received news from the front lines. Sitting upon an exquisite dragon throne, a flicker of astonishment and unease crossed his eyes. My Kai's strength and decisiveness far surpassed his expectations. Before the armies of the Douluo Empire could arrive, he had swiftly quelled the sudden insurrection. The once mighty warriors now suffered on the battlefield, yet he stood unwavering like a god of war. Contemplating this, a complex expression emerged on Dai Tianfeng's face, and tumultuous waves surged within him. He recognized that this new leader of the law enforcement hall was not only formidable in power, but also possessed an unwavering faith and indomitable will. Such an entity undoubtedly posed a significant challenge to the Douluo Empire. Are you truly leaving? Mai Kai gazed at the enigmatic He and Qian Rinshui with a semblance of confusion. He could not fathom the girl's thought process. It had been she who insisted on accompanying him. Yet now, not even 3 days had passed before she expressed her desire to depart. Initially, she had pouted and pleaded to join him, but now she simply declared her intent to go. Impervious to his attempts to dissuade her, he found himself at a loss. He and Qian Rinshui, observing his bewildered expression, turned her head away with mild impatience, thinking him rather dense. It was better to avoid further entanglement, as she would soon be leaving. With that, she rose and lightly leaped onto a nearby tree, turning her back to Mai Kai and waving goodbye, signaling her departure. Mai Kai watched as He and Qian Rinshui's graceful figure gradually disappeared among the treetops, a surge of inexplicable emotion swelling within him. Gazing at her receding silhouette, he sensed her resolute determination to leave and the unknown that she would soon bring. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon Mai Kai's face, illuminating his steadfast features. He inhaled a breath of fresh air, and a surge of strength welled up within him. It was a resolute belief in the reconstruction of his homeland and a courageous confrontation with the unknown challenges ahead. The silhouette of the dark, towering figure had vanished from sight, yet Mai Kai's gaze remained fixed upon the treetops. He envisioned her soaring freely through the sky, and a flicker of envy stirred within his heart. Mai Kai's eyes followed the gradually disappearing black streak across the horizon, igniting a profound yearning within him. He imagined himself gliding through the air like the dark figure, unbound and liberated, a sensation he had never experienced before. He lifted his gaze toward the boundless blue sky, a surge of fervor coursing through him, as if he could see his own form soaring through the heavens. Suddenly, a blinding black streak sliced across the sky, akin to a meteor streaking through the night, brilliant yet fleeting. It pierced the expanse, racing towards the foreign lands of the Starry Empire with a velocity that seemed almost impossible to grasp. Mai Kai was taken aback by this unexpected spectacle. His eyes widened, as if he sought to imprint every detail of that black streak into his memory. The trajectory of the streak left a long tail in the sky, resembling a flash of lightning in the darkness, illuminating the entire firmament. Chapter 28. The majestic Tang Ritian in a secluded corner of Saint Sol village in the Fasno province of Notting City. Sunlight dappled the ancient stone path, imparting a sense of time's passage to this tranquil hamlet. Amidst such a backdrop, a figure quietly emerged, a scruffy middle-aged man, clad in tattered garments, his face etched with the marks of time. Yet, at this moment, his previously serene expression contorted into a grotesque mask of unspeakable fury. The man's eyes glinted with an unusual light, as if he could penetrate the illusions of the world. His nostrils flared slightly, seemingly capturing an indescribable essence in the air. This essence was nauseating, imbued with malevolence and arrogance, akin to a demon crawling from the abyss, exuding a suffocating aura of oppression. Furrowing his brow, he clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging from the strain. A surge of intense anger and unease welled up within him, for he recognized that this aura was identical to that of Qian Xuanji, the one who had once inflicted upon him endless suffering and humiliation. Qian Xuanji, who fancied himself a member of the angelic clan, emanated an aura like a sharp dagger, piercing deeply into the man's heart. The man trembled slightly, yet a resolute light flickered in his eyes. He understood that he could not simply stand idly by and allow this malevolent presence to ravage the world. Meanwhile, dark Qian Ruxue traveled swiftly, traversing the entirety of the Star Luo Empire in just 2 days. However, just as she passed over a village, a formidable and fearsome pressure suddenly descended from the heavens. A colossal Haotian hammer came crashing towards dark Qian Ruxue. Her speed faltered abruptly, her pupils constricting in response to the sudden attack. In a desperate attempt to evade the thunderous blow, her figure spun rapidly in the air. Yet, the Haotian hammer seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly pursuing her, its immense shadow carving a deep trajectory through the sky. Imbued with the power to obliterate all in its path, a deafening roar reverberated through the air, as if even space itself were being torn asunder by this overwhelming force. Dark Qian Ruxue narrowly dodged the hammer's direct impact, but the residual shockwave still left her heart racing. As she glanced upward, she beheld a figure leaping from a distant mountain peak, wielding the Haotian hammer like a war deity, descending into battle. In the twilight of the encroaching night, Tang Hao stood as an unyielding giant, firmly grasping the black-red intertwined Haotian hammer. Its surface glowed with a fierce and wild light, reminiscent of flames in an abyss. His strides were resolute and powerful, each step seemingly causing the earth to tremble beneath him. With each movement, fiery red patterns erupted across Tang Hao's body, swirling like molten lava, radiating an air of invincible strength. Simultaneously, the space around him appeared to be torn apart, as 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, intertwined and spiraled around him in a frenzied dance. The 9 soul rings shimmered like a constellation of resplendent stars, each radiating a unique luminescence that resonated with one another, creating an indescribable aura of dominance. Particularly striking was the 9th soul ring, of vivid crimson. Reminiscent of a blood-red moon, its profound and eerie hue alone was enough to instill a sense of dread. Within that scarlet ring lay the essence of boundless darkness and carnage, each flicker seemingly capable of consuming all in its path. It was not merely a soul ring, but rather an unfathomable abyss of souls, exuding an oppressive force that was suffocating. In this realm, Tang Hao appeared as a deathly specter emerging from the depths of hell. Wielding the Haotian hammer, surrounded by the 9 soul rings, with that ominous crimson ring evoking sheer terror. His presence heralded an impending tempest, leaving all in awe. The chilling wind howled, stirring up clouds of dust, as if narrating the sorrows of a bygone era. On this desolate land, a name thundered like a clap of lightning. Spirit Hall. Tang Hao, a name that once made the entirety of Douluo continent tremble, now erupted from his shattered throat in a roar. His voice was saturated with an overwhelming fury, as if he intended to rend the very heavens asunder. His eyes, shrouded by hatred, blazed with a scarlet hue akin to the flames of hell, burning fiercely in the darkness. Opposite him stood a tall, exquisite woman, Darkness Qian Rangshu. Her eyes sparkled with a complex interplay of emotions, nostalgia for her father, enmity towards her foes, and an overwhelming trepidation towards the man before her. She understood that this Haotian Douluo, the very one who had slain her father, was among the most formidable beings on this continent. Yet, at this moment, Darkness Qian Rangshu was merely a 6-ringed soul emperor. Despite her remarkable talents, she felt diminutive in the face of absolute power. Her heart brimmed with a sense of helplessness and reluctance, for she knew she could not contend with this powerful man. As Tang Hao's silhouette gradually blurred into the darkness, his voice reverberated like thunder in Darkness Qian Rangshu's ears. He roared, condemning the transgressions of Spirit Hall, each utterance a sharp blade that pierced deeply into her heart. "You have taken everything from me. I shall make you pay the price." His voice echoed through the night sky, as if he aimed to raze Spirit Hall to the ground. Darkness Qianrengshu clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh, yet she paid it no mind. She knew retreat was not an option. Even in the face of overwhelming adversaries, she would seek vengeance for her father. Their gazes met in the air, a spark that seemed capable of igniting the entire night. This was a battle of life and death, a fated confrontation. In this thrilling and tense moment, the one who emerged victorious would etch their name into the annals of legend on this continent. Tang Hao furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of astonishment rising within him. He had not anticipated that this young maiden before him possessed such remarkable presence and strength at such a tender age. He inhaled deeply, his voice resonating with a solemn and unwavering tone. "This young emperor, if not extinguished today, shall undoubtedly become a formidable threat to my Haotian sect in the future." No sooner had the words left his lips than Tang Hao propelled himself forward like a released arrow. In his grasp, the Haotian hammer glimmered with a chilling brilliance under the moonlight, as if it harbored the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Darkness Qianrengshu observed the unfolding scene, her eyes flickering with a glint of cold determination. In an instant, she transformed into a shadowy apparition, racing towards Tang Hao with remarkable speed. The distance between them vanished in a heartbeat, as if they were destined to collide. However, at the very moment of impending contact, Tang Hao swung his Haotian hammer with a thunderous force, striking fiercely towards Darkness Qianrengshu. The impact of this blow was so tremendous that it seemed to rend the very air asunder, emitting a piercing howl. Darkness Qianrengshu's expression shifted, yet she showed no inclination to retreat. With a deft twist of her form, she narrowly evaded the onslaught of the Haotian hammer, simultaneously conjuring a surge of black energy in her hands to counterattack Tang Hao. Their figures intertwined against the backdrop of the night sky, each clash resonating with deafening echoes. Their movements were as swift as lightning, as if time itself had momentarily ceased. The surrounding air warped under the weight of their might, creating swirling currents that engulfed everything in their vicinity. Tang Hao recognized that, despite her youth, Darkness Qianrengshu's prowess was formidable. He understood he must exert every ounce of his strength to secure her defeat. Thus, he swung the Haotian hammer once more, unleashing a barrage of even more ferocious strikes. In response, Darkness Qianrengshu matched him with astonishing speed and power, engaging him in a breathtaking duel. The intensity of their battle escalated with each exchange, each attack resonating like the roar of thunder, each collision threatening to tear the very fabric of space. The swirling air currents thickened, as if they were determined to consume the world itself. The outcome of this confrontation would ultimately determine the fate of the Haotian sect. Yet, in that critical moment, a fleeting lapse on the part of Darkness Qianrengshu granted Tang Hao a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, with unwavering resolve gleaming in his eyes. The force within him surged forth like a torrential flood, coalescing upon the giant hammer in his grasp. In that instant, he felt a profound connection with the cosmos, transforming into an immovable monolith. With a resounding crash, Tang Hao's hammer descended upon Darkness Qianrengshu's soul energy shield like a cataclysmic bolt from the heavens. The shield shattered instantaneously under the weight of the blow, splintering into countless fragments akin to shattered glass. The overwhelming force surged forth like a tempest, and Darkness Qianrengshu found herself beset by an irresistible power, forcing her to expel a mouthful of blood as her body was swept backward, akin to a leaf caught in a mighty wave. Simultaneously, within the palace of the Tiando Empire, the atmosphere turned palpably tense. The Night Emperor stared in astonishment at Xue Qinghe, who, typically calm and composed, now bore a pallid countenance, his lips stained with crimson. His hands gripped the armrests of his seat tightly, as if struggling against some unseen force. The surrounding ministers were rendered speechless, exchanging anxious glances, their hearts brimming with unease. In the snowy night, the emperor hurriedly rose and strode towards Xue Qinghe, his concern palpable as he inquired, "Qinghe, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" Xue Qinghe managed to lift his head, a flicker of pain crossing his features. He took a deep breath, attempting to quell the tumult within. Yet the violent impact that surged from afar was insurmountable, akin to a cataclysmic avalanche. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to speak. "Father, I am fine, merely feeling a bit unwell." The atmosphere within the palace seemed to freeze, the silence punctuated only by the emperor's worried voice. He reached out, trying to offer his son a warmth of support, but upon touching the icy back of Xueqing's hand, he sensed the tremors of his heart. Xueqing's complexion was as pallid as the first snow of winter, his lips quivering slightly. He valiantly suppressed his body's shivers. Yet the profound sense of helplessness emanating from his core could not be concealed. With great difficulty, he raised his gaze towards the emperor, whose once wise and decisive eyes now mirrored confusion and anguish. In the corner, Xuebing, though maintaining a natural demeanor, revealed a fleeting complexity in his eyes. He slightly tilted his head, his gaze shifting between Xueqing and the emperor, as if contemplating something profound. The atmosphere in the palace grew increasingly tense. The air seemingly solidified, with only Xueqing's faint breaths resonating distinctly in the silence. As Xueqing staggered back to the opulent prince's palace, the tightly shut doors severed all external scrutiny. Behind the door, a peculiar light flickered, as if some arcane magic was quietly unfolding. Within the glow, Xueqing's silhouette gradually twisted and transformed, until the handsome visage of the prince dissipated, replaced by that of an enchanting woman. Qian Wanque stood before the mirror, her reflection revealing her current disheveled state. Her once porcelain-like face was devoid of color, a trace of blood still clinging to the corner of her lips. A shocking sight to behold. Her eyes were tightly shut, seemingly battling the anguish within, as her chest heaved violently, each breath accompanied by a harsh cough, as if she might expel her very innards. Her hands clutched the edge of the dressing table, her fingertips whitening from the strain, yet she remained silent, enduring it all in stoic silence. With Xueqing's faltering departure, the heavy atmosphere of the palace shattered like broken ice. From the shadows, two figures emerged. Akin to phantoms, the two titled Douluos guarding the darkness, Dark Douluo and Snake Spear Douluo. Their expressions were stern, eyes flickering with concern and vigilance. Dark Douluo, agile in form, swiftly approached Qian Wanque, gently placing his hands beside her, as if afraid to disturb her fragile spirit. Snake Spear Douluo followed closely, surveying the palace for any potential threats. "Young master, what has transpired?" Dark Douluo's voice was low and filled with worry. Qian Wanque slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of resolve and defiance shining through. She gently gestured with her hand, signaling that she was unscathed, yet her pallid complexion and the blood at her lips were undeniable signs of her injuries. "I am fine," Qian Rengshu responded with a nonchalant demeanor, yet a subtle hint of perplexity flickered across her brow. Ever since she set foot within the territory of the Tiando Empire, she had remained unscathed. At this moment, Qian Rengshu too felt a sense of confusion. Since her arrival in the Tiando Empire, she had never engaged in a single battle. Thus, it was inconceivable that she bore any internal injuries. Suddenly, a figure flashed through her mind, Dark Qian Rengshu. This presence, ever intertwined with her own, formed an inseparable bond akin to a mirrored reflection. A revelation dawned upon Qian Rengshu. Only if Dark Qian Rengshu had suffered a grievous blow would she herself be affected. As if an invisible ripple spread through the depths of her soul, she quietly embraced the pain emanating from this alternate self, as if she could reach out and touch the resilient and tenacious spirit of Dark Qian Rengshu. Chapter 29. The feast at Hongmen Tang House stood resolute, his towering Haotian hammer raised high towards the heavens. The overwhelming soul power surged within him, akin to boiling lava, instantly transforming the sky into a blinding crimson hue. At this moment, Dark Qian Rengshu appeared utterly disheveled. She clutched her violently beating heart with one hand, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth like scattered red pearls, each drop staining her snow-white gown. Her eyes shimmered with a mix of reluctance and astonishment as she gazed upon the impending hammer of destruction. "Scum of the Spirit Hall!" Tang Hao's voice rang out with the coldness of iron, infused with boundless fury and murderous intent. "Today, let me, Tang Hao, reclaim a measure of justice for the innocent souls that have perished." With a thunderous shout, the soul power concentrated within the Haotian hammer reached its zenith, resembling a brilliant meteor streaking across the sky as it hurtled down towards Dark Qian Rengshu. The terrifying momentum seemed to shake the very heavens and earth, enveloping the battlefield in an oppressive aura that rendered one breathless. In that moment, Dark Qianrengshu appeared, as if completely consumed by darkness. Her visage was as pale as parchment, drained of all vitality. As a 95th level title Douluo, even in her injured state, her strength was far beyond that of a mere soul emperor. Yet, the harsh reality laid bare before her was one of unprecedented despair. In this life-and-death moment, Dark Qianrengshu suddenly let out a sorrowful laugh, filled with endless lament and helplessness, as if it were a cry from the depths of her soul. To her astonishment, amidst this perilous hour, the image of a young boy surfaced in her mind. He had been a beacon of light in her life, bestowing upon her boundless hope and warmth. Yet now, she found herself struggling alone in the darkness. The boy forever out of reach. She couldn't help but reminisce about the moments spent with him, days filled with laughter and sunlight. However, reality was merciless. She had to confront the dire predicament before her. In the depths of the endless darkness, Qianrengshu flickered like a burning candle, consuming the last remnants of her soul power. Her body grew increasingly ethereal, as if a gust of wind could disperse her entirely. Yet within the depths of her eyes sparkled a resolute light, an indomitable spirit, a fierce determination, as though she had cast aside the fear of life and death. In that decisive instant, Qianrengshu faced Tang Hao's thunderous hammer without trepidation. As her figure collided with the hammer, time seemed to freeze. She did not flinch or retreat. Instead, she chose the most direct confrontation, a testament to her absolute trust in her own power and her yearning for victory. The impact reverberated throughout the surroundings. On the land spanning several miles, once mighty mountains trembled and collapsed under the immense force, transforming into a flat expanse of ruins. As the aftershocks gradually subsided and the dust settled, the Dark Qianrengshu who had stood at the center of the battlefield had vanished without a trace. Tang Hao possessed unwavering confidence in his own strength. Though gravely injured, his pride and dominance remained unshaken. He was acutely aware that the recent strike was an all-out thunderous blow. Even an 80-level Soul Douluo would have no hope of escaping unscathed from such an onslaught. On the battlefield, only Tang Hao remained, standing there in serene silence, his gaze piercing as if capable of seeing through all illusions. In the twilight glow, his figure appeared increasingly imposing, resembling an insurmountable mountain rising above the desolation. Rest easy, Ain. Tang Hao's voice was deep and resolute, each word emerging like a solemn vow from the depths of his heart. The Spirit Hall owes us a debt, and I shall ensure every transgression is accounted for until they atone for their sins. His fist was clenched tightly, veins bulging, as if channeling all his fury and determination into that singular gesture. He slowly turned, surveying the mountains that had succumbed to ruin, where once there was life and prosperity. Now lay only scars of devastation. Yet within Tang Hao's heart, there was no trace of remorse, only an unwavering resolve and determination. With a swift motion, he vanished like a specter, leaving behind a vow that echoed in the wind. I will make them understand the true cost. Meanwhile, within the prince's palace, Qianrengshu was quietly cultivating to heal her wounds when she suddenly felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, staining her garments crimson. This time, her complexion was no longer pale but a ghastly white, as if all vitality had been ruthlessly stripped away in that instant. Her eyes brimmed with fear and despair, as if witnessing the most horrifying scene imaginable. My counterpart has been slain. Qianrengshu's voice trembled, disbelief evident in her gaze. As the dark Qianrengshu vanished completely, memories surged like a relentless tide, mercilessly crashing against her soul. Once again, Qianrengshu coughed up blood, the crimson droplets splattering like a torrential downpour, causing the serpent spear Douluo and the spike porcupine Douluo to gasp in shock and terror. Although they understood that something must have gone awry on the dark Qianrengshu's side, witnessing their young master in such agony stirred an indescribable worry within their hearts. Qianrengshu delicately raised her hand, her fingertips brushing the blood at the corner of her lips, elegantly wiping it away as if tending to an inconsequential matter. However, within her profound gaze flickered a spark of furious fire, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, brimming with boundless wrath. Through clenched teeth, she forced out a name, Tang Hao. This name resonated like a curse, unleashing her fury like a tidal wave, filled with unending hatred and resolve. In the stillness of the chamber, Qianrengshu's slender, delicate fists were clenched tightly, akin to frozen frost. When she struck down, The armrest of the chair shattered under her strength, splintering into flying wood shavings. Even though she still possessed the sixth soul skill to summon the dark Qianrenshua, at this moment, her aura was chaotic, like a candle flame buffeted by a tempest, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. Qianrenshua understood that she was far from her peak state now. To forcefully summon more soul power would only be akin to pouring salt on an open wound. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes, though it could not conceal the hint of helplessness within. In this critical moment, she must maintain her composure, refraining from succumbing to impulsive actions that could plunge her into a deeper crisis. Within the vast expanse of the Xinglua Empire hills, the newly appointed chief of the enforcement hall has quietly risen to prominence. His name now resounds throughout the martial world. In terms of strength, he is profound and enigmatic. In terms of reputation, he is renowned far and wide, and in terms of character, he is widely praised. At this moment, Mei Tikai finds himself within the illustrious residence of the Zhu family in the Xinglua Empire. The master of this estate, Zhu Ganglai, is a formidable level 85 soul Douluo of swift attack, his name echoing throughout the empire, known to all. The presence of the esteemed elder of the enforcement hall is an honor. Any oversight on our part is truly a breach of etiquette, and we beg your forgiveness, elder. Zhu Ganglai expressed, ever the tactful host, yet at this moment radiating genuine respect and goodwill towards Mei Tikai. Just days prior, Mei Tikai had single-handedly confronted the emperor of Xinglua. A breathtaking spectacle that Zhu Ganglai, though concealed in the shadows, witnessed in its entirety. He observed Mei Tikai's fearless bravery, as well as his extraordinary strength and audacity. Consequently, when Mei Tikai appeared before him, Zhu Ganglai felt a blend of reverence and admiration. He understood that such a powerful individual deserved his utmost respect and deference. Thus he unreservedly conveyed his esteem while hoping to cultivate a favorable rapport with this formidable figure. As Mei Tikai stepped into the Zhu residence, the opulent hall unfolded before him. Adorned with intricate carvings and radiant splendor, exuding an air of nobility, his discerning gaze swept across the surroundings, landing upon the emperor of Xinglua, who sat regally at the head of the table, a subtle and imperceptible malice etched upon his features. The attendants bowed their heads, the atmosphere thick with tension. Mei Tikai continued his stride, advancing directly towards the emperor, each step resonating like a heartbeat, provoking a slight tremor among the onlookers. Upon reaching the emperor, he inclined his head slightly in greeting. The emperor offered a faint smile, yet his eyes betrayed no trace of mirth as he intoned, "Esteemed elder, it is a pleasure to finally meet you in person after hearing so much about you. Today's encounter is indeed a fortuitous occasion." Mei Tikai maintained a stoic expression, responding coolly, "Your Majesty is too kind. May I inquire as to the purpose of your summons today?" Mei Tikai was well aware of the intricacies of political maneuvering. Fully cognizant that this was a banquet fraught with peril, he nonetheless arrived alone. In the stillness of the night, both men tacitly chose to bypass the recent confrontation, as if it were a nightmare that had never transpired. For the emperor of Xinglua, that recollection lingered like a sky rent asunder by a sharp blade, leaving behind an unhealable rift. Once a sovereign, on that fateful day, he was ruthlessly crushed by Mei Tikai, marking the most glaring blemish upon his life. An indelible shadow that clung to him even after donning the crown. The emperor, who once looked down upon the world with unassailable power, now found himself toppled from his pedestal in that confrontation, a profound affront to his dignity. He understood that this defeat was not merely a loss in battle, but a significant setback on his path to dominion. In that moment, his authority, his dignity, seemed ruthlessly stripped away, leaving behind only a shattered heart and boundless regret. Thus, they chose silence, opting for forgetfulness. However, the anguish and shame remained as indelible marks etched into their very bones, incessantly reminding them of their past failures. During these protracted nights, they might silently reflect within their hearts or perhaps return to that battlefield in dreams, yet no matter what, they could never erase that profound shadow. As Mei Tikai stepped into the grand hall, a chilling undercurrent seemed to rise silently from the stone beneath his feet, akin to a concealed stream lurking in the abyss. Undulating and elusive, his senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree at that moment, as if he could perceive the intangible threats surrounding him. Dozens of soul saints, 4 soul Douluos, and 2 title Douluos, A glint of sharpness flashed in Mei Tikai's eyes as he silently calculated the strength of these forces. They were no ordinary adversaries. Each one was a top-tier powerhouse of the Star Luo Empire, their presence weighing heavily upon his heart like a mountain. Nevertheless, even in the face of such power, Mei Tikai's stride did not waver in the slightest. He walked as if on a precarious tightrope amidst howling winds and torrential rains, despite the yawning chasm ahead. His gaze brimmed with steadfastness and confidence. He understood fully that this battle was one of honor and dignity. Retreat was not an option, nor was evasion. His confidence stemmed from an absolute trust in his own abilities. He believed that no matter the hardships that lay before him, he possessed the capacity to overcome them all. His steps were resolute and powerful, each footfall seeming to proclaim to the world, he, Mei Tikai, would never be vanquished by any adversity. In that moment, though merely an elder of law enforcement, he harbored ambitions for the exalted position of the Grand Elder of Judgment. The allure of that power burned like a fierce fire in the abyss, searing his very soul and rendering him unable to resist. At last, the day of the banquet arrived. The Star Luo Emperor, the supreme being who commanded the entirety of the Star Luo Empire, appeared particularly composed today. He sat regally at the head of the table, his gaze penetrating as it swept over every guest present. Before the banquet formally commenced, the Star Luo Emperor made an unexpected move. He, without regard for past grievances, extended an olive branch to Mei Tikai, a man with whom he had previous conflicts. This gesture undoubtedly altered the atmosphere of the banquet. Although neither party mentioned the dispute from days prior, the ripples of that incident had already stirred the hearts of all present. The scene from that day seemed to linger vividly in their minds, and every attendee was acutely aware of the underlying tension. Mei Tikai's intrusion into the Star Luo Imperial Palace was a blatant provocation to the Star Luo Emperor, a resounding slap in the face. Yet, what was even more astonishing was his ability to extricate himself from the situation with such composure, as if everything was under his control. At this moment, unexpectedly, the Star Luo Emperor extended an olive branch to Mei Tikai. This action left all present in a state of shock and perplexity. Mei Tikai's courage and prowess undoubtedly posed a threat to the Star Luo Emperor. Yet he chose this method to diffuse the hostility. All held their breath, eyes ablaze, fixated upon Mei Tikai. Every subtle movement, every fleeting glance of his, resonates deeply with the hearts of all present. Mei Tikai's decisions not only pertain to the imminent action about to unfold, but will also profoundly shape the destinies of this continent for decades to come. Yet, at the eye of this tempest, Mei Tikai remains remarkably composed. He gently lifts his teacup and consumes the vibrant green liquid within, as if it embodies not merely tea but his unwavering resolve and fearless courage. Unfazed, he harbors no concern for any potential treachery that might lurk within the brew. His demeanor is one of serene confidence, a calmness that seems to permeate the atmosphere and affect everyone around him. However, this very tranquility incites a sense of unease among those gathered. They yearn for a hint, a guiding light from him. Yet Mei Tikai remains as inscrutable as the depths of a tranquil lake, rendering his true thoughts beyond reach. In this moment, time appears to stand still. All eyes are fixated upon Mei Tikai, awaiting his next move, anticipating his decision, and longing for the moment that will alter the fate of the continent. Chapter 30. Zhu Zhu Ahem. Consider this a small indulgence from the humble author. After all, while immersed in the tale of Douluo, I found myself particularly fond of this audacious girl who dared to defy fate. Though my intervention may alter little, at least I may lend her a hand in this narrative. A subtle smile played upon Mei Tikai's lips, a hint of enigmatic charm gracing his features. When confronted with the outstretched hand of the Star Luo Emperor, a symbol of friendship and reconciliation, he unhesitatingly dismissed it, letting the gesture of goodwill fall to the ground like a mere trifle. This act struck the Star Luo Emperor with an unyielding force, akin to a resounding slap across the face, instantly igniting the previously tense atmosphere into a fervor. Yet, in the face of Mei Tikai's blatant refusal, the Star Luo Emperor remained unervingly calm, as if he had anticipated such a turn of events. He reclined leisurely in his chair, his eyes shimmering with profound insight, as though he had seen through the depths of Mei Tikai's soul. With a mere command from him, shadows that had lurked in obscurity began to emerge, like feral beasts poised to pounce upon their prey. The air in the chamber felt as if it had been frozen by an invisible frost, laden with an oppressive tension. In this stifling environment, the slightest friction would ignite like gunpowder, potentially unleashing an unpredictable conflict. One of the Soul Douluo spoke, his voice low and foreboding, as if it emanated from the depths of the earth. Elder of law enforcement, I implore you to reconsider His Majesty's proposal with utmost caution. Otherwise, his words trailed off abruptly, yet the threat and warning pierced the heart like a cold blade. No further elaboration was necessary. The menace woven into his words was sufficiently clear. In the face of such circumstances, even a rank 97 titled Douluo would find it challenging to escape the weight of this invisible pressure. In this space, every breath was fraught with danger and unease, as if a cataclysmic force could erupt at any moment. With the message conveyed very clearly, Mei Kai remained unmoved. He was fatigued, ever since her departure. He had lost all desire to linger within the Star Luo Empire. The following day, within the solemn confines of the imperial court of the Star Luo Empire, an atmosphere of unprecedented gravity permeated the air, heralding a momentous decision. The imperial family formally announced their unprecedented choice to maintain the delicate and precious harmony with the Spirit Hall. In this ancient and enigmatic land of the Star Luo Empire, a legend had long been whispered, the legend of the heart of the war god. This national treasure, imbued with boundless power and wisdom, was traditionally invoked only in the direst of circumstances. Now, in pursuit of peaceful coexistence with the Spirit Hall, it was to be offered up. The news swept across the Star Luo Empire like a tempest, sparking fervent discussions among the populace. Some expressed awe, others lamented, while many silently prayed. Those who had participated in the harrowing banquet of fate felt their hearts churn with tumultuous waves. That night, they had witnessed the might and terror of the green figure firsthand. With a single punch, the essence of the martial spirit shattered like fragile porcelain, and the raining fireballs descended like divine retribution, leaving the Soul Douluo utterly powerless. More astonishingly, even the two titled Douluo, when joining forces, could not withstand a single move before that verdant figure. At that moment, the name Might Kai became an eternal nightmare within their hearts. His power, his might, seemed to create an insurmountable chasm between them. Yet, in this moment, they discovered that, for the sake of the Empire's peace, their royal family had decided to bestow the divine heart of the war god upon others. The entire Star Luo Empire appeared to be immersed in profound contemplation at that instant. After the affairs of the Star Luo Empire had settled, Might Kai chose not to linger. He was acutely aware that although this land was beautiful, it was not his ultimate destination. The following day, as the first light of dawn broke across the horizon, Might Kai awakened early, welcoming the sunrise. He understood that today marked the day he would bid farewell to this land, a moment to gracefully pass on his heavy responsibilities to the next successor. As he pushed open the heavy wooden door of the law enforcement hall, an unusual aura enveloped him. Might Kai surveyed the courtyard and quickly caught sight of an extraordinary figure. It was a young girl, clad in a form-fitting black outfit, resembling a sprite of the night. Adorning her head were two cat ear-like hair accessories that playfully stood upright, adding an air of charm. Her face, as smooth as cream, wore a faint blush, exuding an essence of innocence. However, within her bright eyes sparkled a depth and vigilance that belied her tender age. She stood silently in the shadows, her gaze firmly fixed upon Might Kai, akin to a poised leopard ready to pounce on its prey. A slight shiver ran through Might Kai, yet he exhibited no sign of alarm. Instead, he maintained a steady gaze with the girl, attempting to glean more information from her expressive eyes. Her gaze shone like the brightest star in the night sky, dazzling and remarkable, leaving an indelible mark upon the depths of his soul, even without deliberate pursuit. Yet, when the source of this brilliance was revealed, it was merely a young girl, her clear eyes reflecting purity and innocence. As the guardian of the law enforcement hall, Might Kai would not easily engage in acts of bullying the weak. He understood that a true stronghold must embody grace, exhibiting tolerance and respect towards the vulnerable. Moreover, this young girl's ability to infiltrate the expansive courtyard of the law enforcement hall without a sound demonstrated her remarkable courage and strength. Morning light filtered through the diaphanous curtains, gently illuminating the tranquil courtyard. At that moment, Might Kai's servant arrived punctually with a sumptuous breakfast. He strolled leisurely to the stone table, gracefully seated himself, and prepared to savor the morning's delights. Just as he took a delicate bite of golden bread, he caught a subtle sound in his ears, the soft gurgle of the girl's stomach, reminiscent of a gentle stream flowing in the morning stillness. Maikai frowned slightly, but his expression soon relaxed. He inhaled deeply, as if to draw the freshness of the morning into his lungs. He gestured gently for the servant to prepare an additional breakfast. Then, lifting his gaze towards the girl peeking from afar, he bestowed upon her a warm smile, akin to a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake. He gently beckoned, "Child, come here, your breakfast awaits." The little girl seemed drawn to this warm invitation, cautiously approaching with glimmers of expectation and gratitude illuminating her eyes. Maitre K pushed the breakfast towards her with a smile, gesturing for her to sit and partake. In the tranquility of that morning, a simple meal transformed into a bridge connecting two souls. Despite a hint of trepidation within her, the girl summoned her courage and stepped forward, her gait slightly unsteady yet imbued with determination. When she finally stood before Maitre K, he beheld her visage in its entirety for the first time. Her face was as exquisitely delicate as a porcelain doll, with a hint of baby fat that rendered her irresistibly charming. However, what truly captivated was the pure light in her eyes, as clear as spring water, untainted by any shadowy thoughts. "Dear little one, having enjoyed my meal, you must tell me your name in return," Maitre K said with a smile, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze. The girl paused momentarily upon hearing this, and then her bright eyes sparkled like stars as she looked up at Maitre K and softly replied, "I am Zhu Qing." Though her voice was soft, it rang clear and melodious, reminiscent of a mountain stream, bringing a sense of serenity. As the two savored the sumptuous breakfast laid before them, Maitre K finally set down his chopsticks and turned his gaze to the quietly seated young lady, inquiring softly about the particulars. "Your surname is Zhu." Hailing from the illustrious Duke of the Netherworld's estate, he observed, a subtle hint of curiosity lacing his tone. After all, just days prior, he had encountered the head of the Zhu family, whose disheveled state was still vivid in his memory. Yet today, this daughter of the Zhu family unexpectedly stood before him, leaving the reasons for her presence rather perplexing. Zhu Zhuqing slightly lowered her head, remaining silent, merely nodding in tacit agreement with Maitre K's conjecture. Observing this, a glimmer of intrigue sparked in Maitre K's eyes as he scrutinized the young girl before him, as if seeking to decipher more from her. "So, regarding your visit, does your father know?" Maitre K's voice was deep and magnetic, capable of penetrating one's heart. He wished to uncover whether this young lady was acting alone or if there were deeper machinations at play behind her. Zhu Zhiqing nodded gently, the motion imbued with profound resignation, responding to Maitre K's inquiry. "My father insists I marry a man I have never met. He claims it is my destiny." Her hands clenched into fists, fingertips digging into her palms, as if searching for strength to resist this predetermined fate. Her once bright eyes brimmed with tears, crystalline and transparent, as if the slightest breeze could unleash the sorrow buried deep within her, prompting her to weep openly. Upon hearing her response, a swirl of complex emotions surged within Maitre K. During his time at the Spirit Hall, he had heard of such arrangements from the lips of various elders, but to hear it directly from Zhu Qing now rendered the bitterness and helplessness even more palpable. He understood that in a world governed by rules and fate, individual will often appears insignificant. In the illustrious history of the Star Luo Empire, the legacy of the Nether White Tiger was regarded as a symbol of imperial authority, with every emperor required to possess this mysterious and formidable power. Thus, from the moment the princes were born, their destinies became inextricably intertwined with the Zhu family, who bore the bloodline of the Nether Spirit Cat. These princes were arranged from a young age to be betrothed to the young ladies of the Zhu family. This was not merely a political marriage, but a means to ensure the perfect union of the Nether White Tiger and the Nether Spirit Cat bloodlines, thus giving rise to even more potent descendants. Their childhoods were spent amidst the intricate rituals of the court and rigorous education, while the shadow of the ethereal blue cat became their deepest hope and longing. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The princes were compelled to endure a series of brutal competitions, struggling for survival amidst the whirlpool of power and desire, engaging in life and death struggles with their brothers. In this war devoid of smoke, only the most powerful, cunning, and ruthless individuals could ultimately ascend to the throne, elevated above the masses. Mike Kai reclined languidly against the edge of a weathered stone table, his elbow resting naturally upon its surface, his palm cradling the weighty thoughts that pressed against his forehead. His gaze was fixed upon the woman before him, Zhu Zhuqing, whose eyes brimmed with fragility, as if tears might cascade at any moment. A wave of indescribable emotion swelled within Mike Kai's heart, a deep sympathy intertwined with an irresistible sense of responsibility. He recognized that the fate confronting Zhu Zhuqing was not one she could easily withstand. Her strength appeared diminutive and helpless in the face of such overwhelming destiny. In that moment, what she needed was not merely an observer, but someone willing to extend a hand and offer her a sky to shelter beneath. A powerful impulse surged within him, a desire to do something for her, to alter her fate. This urge was so intense that he could almost feel the tremors of his own heart, an irresistible force propelling him towards Zhu Zhuqing's, towards that fragile soul shrouded in the clutches of fate. "Miss Zhu, what brings you to this realm of the spirit hall?" Mike Kai's voice was calm as water, seemingly devoid of ripples. He lifted his gaze slightly, scrutinizing the woman before him, and inquired softly, "Are you not aware that there is no room for negotiation between the Star Luo royal family and the Zhu family?" However, Zhu Zhuqing merely shook her head slightly. Her eyes cold as frost, steadfastly fixed upon Mike Kai, as if she sought to penetrate the depths of his soul. "I am fully aware that the elders are individuals of extraordinary strength, while I am but the inconsequential second daughter of the Zhu family." Though her voice was soft, it carried an undeniable firmness. "I have not come here out of ignorance or fear. Rather, I sincerely implore you, esteemed elder, to assist me in leaving the Star Luo Empire and seeking a new horizon." As her words resonated in the air, a profound silence enveloped the space. Matakai's gaze lingered on her for a brief moment before he spoke slowly. "I am aware of your request. Yet, do you comprehend that departing from the Starfall Empire entails relinquishing everything, your family, your identity, and even your future?" Zhu Zhuqing did not waver. She nodded resolutely, her voice imbued with conviction. "I understand. However, I am willing to bear it all. Only by leaving can I discover the path that truly belongs to me." Meikai fell into a thoughtful silence for a moment before he finally responded. "Very well, I grant you this. But remember, this is your own choice, whatever the future holds. You must bear the consequences." Zhu Zhuqing knelt heavily, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. "Thank you, esteemed elder. Zhuqing shall not disappoint." Astute and worldly, like a cunning old fox, Meikai possessed an innate ability to discern the human heart. He perceived that the chill emanating from the young girl was not a reflection of inherent indifference, but rather a mechanism of self-protection. At her tender age, she should have been filled with boundless dreams and aspirations for the future, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation for the world. Yet, the wheel of fate had inadvertently paved a predetermined path for her, extinguishing the flame of hope within her the moment she realized her future was constrained, leaving only a desolate ash of silence. Zhu Zhuqing, a name that concealed the anguish and helplessness she wished to keep hidden from the world. In that instant, her heart must have felt as if it were being ravaged by the chill of winter, cold and steeped in despair. Chapter 31: Departure at the gentle summons of Mike Kai. Several envoys clad in the distinctive finery of the Spirit Hall quietly entered the chamber. Their arrival infused the previously serene space with an air of solemnity and intrigue. Zhu Zhuqing unhesitatingly positioned herself at the very center of the awakening stone, her gaze resolute, imbued with a hint of curiosity and anticipation for the unknown. "Relax your body and mind. Banish all distractions. Simply attune yourself to the sensations, for my soul power shall guide you into the realm of spirits." Hill's voice was akin to a spring breeze, gentle yet infused with strength. Zhu Zhuqing inhaled deeply and gradually closed her eyes. An inner tranquility enveloped her, as if the entire world had fallen silent. She felt Hill's soul power flowing into her like a gentle stream, nurturing yet powerful, leading her to explore the latent strength within her being. Under the influence of this force, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to transcend into an entirely new realm. Her senses sharpened remarkably, allowing her to perceive every subtle shift within her body. She felt herself merging with the world around her, intricately connected to Hill's soul power. As time progressed, Zhu Zhuqing began to sense an unprecedented strength coalescing within her. When a profound violet light gradually enveloped her form, a slender tail quietly emerged behind her, and a pair of fluffy cat ears elegantly manifested above her head. This sudden transformation draped her in an enigmatic veil, rendering her even more captivating and powerful. Mai Kai observed this spectacle with little surprise. It was precisely as he had anticipated. He nodded slightly, his gaze reflecting both acknowledgement of the young girl's abilities and a calm assurance in his earlier conjectures. The dark spirit cat, he mused inwardly, recognizing it aligned closely with his previous assumptions. He then gestured subtly to an attendant, indicating that preparations should be made for Zhu Zhuqing's forthcoming soul power assessment. Hills, ever the epitome of grace and composure, acknowledged the directive with a gentle nod. Holding the seemingly ordinary yet intricately crafted testing orb, he approached Zhu Zhuqing with measured steps. "Please place your hand upon this," he intoned, his voice a harmonious blend of gentleness and gravity. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing delicately placed her hand upon the testing orb, ready to embrace the impending evaluation of her soul power. The moment her slender fingertips made contact with the orb, it erupted in a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the chamber like a star suddenly igniting in the night sky. The unexpected radiance even prompted a look of astonishment from Hills. The light emanating from the testing orb signified an innate soul power of level 8, a mark of extraordinary talent. He had never anticipated that this seemingly petite girl possessed innate soul power on par with his own, although Hills himself possessed an innate soul power of level 8. His ambition and greed led him to recklessly absorb soul rings beyond his capability, resulting in a significant impairment of his potential. Consequently, his journey of soul power growth became riddled with obstacles and hardships, leaving him potentially forever confined at the bottleneck of level 86, unable to advance further. In stark contrast, Zhu Zhuqing stood before him, sharing the same starting point yet with a future brimming with boundless possibilities. As long as she steadfastly persevered and diligently cultivated her abilities, she had every chance of surpassing her limits and attaining the legendary realm of tidal Douluo. Contemplating this, Hills could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of anticipation and admiration for Zhu Zhuqing's future. As Hills gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, an unmistakable envy flickered in his eyes, a sentiment that quietly caught the attention of Mai Kai nearby. However, Mai Kai remained noncommittal at that moment, choosing instead to etch this moment deeply into his heart. Under Hill's meticulous guidance, Zhu Zhuqing gently retracted her martial spirit, as if a mysterious force within her was slowly returning to a state of tranquility. Hills wore a warm, affectionate smile as he approached Zhu Zhuqing, his voice soft yet resolute. "Little girl, from this day forth, you embark on the journey of a soul master. This path is fraught with challenges and opportunities. May you forge ahead, fearless and undaunted." Zhu Zhuqing nodded lightly, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Her response, though simple, was imbued with hope and resolve for the future. At that moment, Mai Kai's mind was graced by the long unheard voice of the system. "Ding! Detected a person of great fortune. Zhu Zhuqing. Please make a choice, host." 1. Eliminate the person of great fortune. Reward: 1 storage necklace. 2. Assist the person of great fortune in their growth. Reward: 1 storage necklace. The two options presented by the system appeared to offer identical rewards. Yet the profound implications behind them were as deep as an abyss. Mai Kai understood that each choice would lead him down a radically different path, casting the future into a haze of uncertainty and variability. After much contemplation, he ultimately fixed his gaze with determination upon option 2. He recognized that Zhu Zhuqing, merely a 6-year-old girl, was innocent and pure, brimming with the vitality of a rising sun. Faced with such a pristine life, the conscience nurtured by his upbringing resolutely rejected any notion of extinguishing the life of a child. Since he could not bring himself to destroy, he chose an alternative route to aid her growth. This was a decision laden with both challenge and hope, and he was willing to use his strength to guide Zhu Zhuqing toward a brighter future. He believed that only in this way could he truly embody the spirit and responsibility expected of a warrior. Should Zhu Zhuqing's fate veer off the righteous path in the future, and she find herself lost, he vowed that at the moment of her despair, he would personally rescue her from the abyss, even if that redemption cost her life. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was noon. Zhu Zhuqing organized all her belongings before boarding the carriage alongside Mai Kai. As the carriage gradually departed from the starry royal city, Zhu Zhuqing gently lifted a corner of the curtain, casting a wistful glance back at the place of her upbringing. The familiar palace, the streets where she once frolicked, and the vast expanse of starry sky she had gazed upon countless times, all faded into a poignant melancholy as the carriage continued its journey. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue had also set her plans into motion. The flames of vengeance burned fiercely within her heart over Tang Hao's slaying of dark Qian Rinxue, a fury that could not be quelled. Thus, armed with an unquenchable thirst for retribution, she discreetly revealed Tang Hao's hiding place to the spirit hall. However, when this news reached Bibidong's ears like a tempest, she did not, as everyone expected, immediately dispatch her elite to capture Tang Hao. Instead, she chose to bury the information deep. The carriage ambled along the protracted journey as the sun ascended to its zenith within the dappled light. Time inside the carriage seemed to stretch. Zhu Zhuqing's stomach growled audibly from the prolonged jostling and travel. She lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment, feeling somewhat awkward. She had never been one to trouble others, and boarding Mai Kai's carriage had required all her courage. Now, asking the stranger for her needs felt like an insurmountable challenge. Yet, how could Zhu Zhuqing's subtle thoughts escape Mai Kai's attentive ears? As soon as her stomach began to rumble, the faint sound brushed past him. He understood that this young lady was indeed hungry, yet stubbornly wished to conceal it. Zhu Zhuqing might have believed her ruse was clever enough, but to Mai Kai, every slight movement of hers was as transparent as ink on white paper. With a gentle smile, he resolved to alleviate the awkwardness in his own manner. With a graceful wave of his hand, Mai Kai retrieved several carefully prepared provisions from his mysterious and intricate storage soul guide. He smiled again, also producing the precious storage necklace gifted by the system elder. Cradling it in his palm. "Here, have something to eat," he offered, presenting the fragrant provisions to Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes filled with concern and anticipation. "During this time, focus on your cultivation. Once you reach level 10, I will personally take you to hunt for a soul ring that suits you." His words were imbued with determination and promise, akin to a brilliant star illuminating Zhu Zhuqing's path through the darkness. Then, Mai Kai handed her the necklace, which bore a small token that shimmered with a soft glow, exuding an indescribable aura of authority and mystery. "Keep this token safe. It will provide a glimmer of hope in times of peril." His voice was deep and resonant, each word carrying immense weight, granting Zhu Zhuqing an unprecedented sense of security. Though Zhu Zhuqing instinctively wished to refuse, just as she was about to speak, Mai Kai swiftly draped the exquisite necklace around her neck. The coolness of the necklace contrasted sharply with the warmth of his fingertips, creating a striking sensation. At this moment, an indescribable emotion surged within Zhu Zhuqing's heart. It was a warmth she had never experienced from her parents, akin to a gentle breeze in spring, quietly sweeping across a frozen lake, stirring ripples upon its surface. At the tender age of 6, one should be carefree and innocent, yet Zhu Zhuqing had, due to the whims of fate, departed from a home once filled with laughter and joy far too early. Though her heart bore the purity of a child, it was also burdened with a weight far beyond her years. Yet now, this sudden warmth seemed to offer a glimmer of solace to her heavy heart. Mai Kai chose silence. Sitting quietly beside her, his eyes closed, as if absorbing the rare tranquility surrounding them. As night enveloped the sky, the darkness deepened like ink, and the pace of the carriage slowed. The horses, not mechanical machines, could not run tirelessly day and night. Thus, the night became a precious moment of rest and relaxation in their day. The coachman skillfully settled the horses, securing their reins to ensure they could sleep peacefully under the night sky. Meanwhile, Mai Kai swiftly and adeptly erected 3 tents, providing shelter from the wind and rain for the group. Zhu Zhuqing sat quietly by the warm fire, the flames dancing upon her face, illuminating her delicate yet aloof features. Her gaze was deep and serene, as if capable of consuming all emotions, rendering her inner turmoil inscrutable. She sat in silence, seemingly isolated from the world around her. immersed in her own thoughts. Here, try this. Mike Kai's voice was gentle yet firm as he offered her a tender rabbit bone, extending it towards Zhu Qing. A flicker of hesitation crossed her youthful face, yet she ultimately accepted the gift with obedience. Zhu Qing, do you have any plans moving forward? Mike Kai inquired with genuine concern. Aware that the young girl before him was merely 6 years old, still naive to the cruelty and uncertainty of the world. To survive alone in this vast expanse was undoubtedly a monumental challenge for her, let alone the hidden century-old spirit beasts that could become the harbingers of her demise at any moment. Zhu Qing gently shook her head, taking a large bite of the tender rabbit bone, chewing thoughtfully, as if contemplating something profound. I do not know. I suppose I shall just walk forward and see, she replied, her voice soft yet resolute, as if she had already prepared herself to face the future. Though the path ahead was uncertain, she was willing to explore, to experience, and to grow, step by step. In that moment, Zhu Qing's heart resembled a lake shrouded in mist, shimmering yet devoid of direction. She looked around in confusion, unable to find a target to pursue or a beacon to guide her. Yet, as long as she could break free from the shackles that confined her like a caged bird, she felt an indescribable sense of fulfillment. The cage that once bound her, preventing her from soaring high, now appeared to her merely as a symbol of power, a hollow title devoid of substance. Zhu Qing had never harbored any longing or attachment to that lofty power. What she has always pursued is the boundless freedom. She yearns to soar freely across the vast expanse, unrestrained and unencumbered by any constraints. The first light of dawn gently filters through the seams of the tent, casting a soft glow. As Zhu Qing awakens from her slumber, her eyes are filled with incredulous astonishment. She discovers, to her amazement, that her soul power has experienced a remarkable surge overnight. Just yesterday, her soul power was firmly anchored at the 8th level. However, at this moment, the once stable fluctuations of her soul power have astonishingly ascended to the 10th level. Such velocity and magnitude are nearly beyond belief, akin to a fantastical tale. And even if chronicled in a legendary narrative, it might still be hard to convince. Yet, Zhu Qing feels the authenticity of this transformation. She reflects deeply, attempting to trace the origin of this sudden change. She recalls the soft-boned rabbit from the previous night, an unassuming creature that harbored the essence of a millennium-old soul beast. The rabbit's flesh, nourished by 1,000 years of soul power, was extraordinarily delectable, teeming with formidable vitality and soul power fluctuations. At that moment, she thought little of it, simply savoring the exquisite flavor as she indulged. In hindsight, it appears that the soul power within that rabbit's meat has wondrously merged with her being, propelling her soul power to grow at an astonishing rate. Chapter 32. An unexpected encounter with a little scoundrel and a great ruckus. After 3 arduous days of travel, the group finally arrived at the city of Naing. The weary coachman hastily disembarked to replenish the necessary supplies for the journey ahead. At this moment, Mei Tikai decided to seize the brief respite and embark on Zhu Qing's first soul-hunting adventure. With the token of the Spirit Hall, they entered the soul-hunting forest without hindrance. Each soul ring obtained signified a remarkable leap in strength. Mei Tikai cast a glance at the girl beside him. Zhu Qing had remained taciturn throughout their journey, her bright eyes seemingly concealing unspoken emotions. My dear, do you seem to harbor some worries? Mei Tikai inquired softly, his tone laced with concern. Zhu Qing subtly shook her head. Yet her small hand clutched Mei Tikai's garment tightly, as if seeking solace from his presence. She offered no response, merely gazing ahead, as though the dense woods held challenges she must confront. Mei Tikai refrained from pressing further, understanding that a girl of her age might bear her own secrets and burdens. He gently patted the back of Zhu Qing's hand, conveying warmth and strength. Do not fret. Your sister Shuer was terrified when she acquired her 5th soul ring. Yet she emerged unscathed in the end. Without hesitation, he began recounting the infamous past of Qian Renxue. Mei Tikai shared Qian Renshue's story with ease, as if narrating a cherished adventure. The lightness of their exchange felt like a warm current, gradually enveloping Zhu Qing's heart. Her once tense demeanor began to relax with Mei Tikai's words, and she found herself filled with intense curiosity and anticipation for the sister she had yet to meet. Along the way, Mei Tikai also transformed Zhu Qing's appearance. Pleased with his disguise skills, he continued onward, savoring the rare tranquility of the moment. However, not far ahead, an unexpected commotion shattered this serenity. Deep within the lush soul beast forest, a distinctive aura resonated, indicative of a clash between spirit masters and soul beasts. Yet, from the dispersing waves of soul power, both the spirit masters and soul beasts appeared remarkably feeble. Not far away, a man sporting a stubbly beard and a closely cropped haircut was leading a young boy, roughly Zhu Zhuqing's age, through the woods at a swift pace. Though their steps were hurried, they bore an unwavering determination, as if pursuing an ineffable opportunity. Little 3. Keep your eyes peeled. This mandala snake's attributes are perfectly compatible with your blue-silver grass. We cannot allow it to escape. The man's voice conveyed undeniable resolve, his gaze shimmering with the cunning and wisdom of a hunter. As his words fell, the man's figure suddenly solidified, and a torrent of soul power surged forth from within him, instantly coalescing into a comical pig spirit. Though its exterior was charming, fierce light flickered in its eyes, suggesting it was poised to unleash astonishing power at any moment. Immediately, the elder chanted incantations, and with a thunderous roar, Zhu's martial spirit unleashed a remarkable soul skill, fart like thunder. The 3 cannon roar. This resounding blast reverberated through the forest, as if the very air were torn asunder. In the distance, Might Kai seemed drawn to the sudden commotion, his gaze piercing through layers of trees to rest upon the battlefield of fierce conflict. Yet, his expression was one of confusion and bewilderment, as if all this clashed violently with the rules he had come to understand. In the grand tapestry of Might Kai's life, the existence of Yushao Gang was undoubtedly an indelible blemish, akin to the most glaring shadow in a starry night. As a newcomer, he was naive and unaware, entrapped by the cunning Yushao Gang's silver-tongued persuasion, unwittingly becoming the disciple of the latter and sharing a period of time best left unremembered. It was during these fog-laden days that an indescribable hatred took root deep within Might Kai's heart. Each recollection of that time spent being manipulated ignited a fierce and unquenchable fury within him, the loathing for Yushao Gang growing like rampant weeds, uncontrollable and wild. If time could be reversed, he would certainly avoid such a predicament. Yet, life offers no what-ifs, only outcomes. Ding! The Child of Destiny detected. Please make a choice. 1. Eliminate the Child of Destiny, Tang San. Reward the host with a boost in physical attributes to level 7. 2. Humiliate the Child of Destiny, Tang San. Reward the host with a boost in physical attributes to level 7. Note: killing the Child of Destiny now may lead to uncontrollable consequences, such as the emergence of figures like Zhang San or Li San. The System's words conveyed a clear message. At this moment, Tang San was not someone to be easily slain. However, for Might Kai, his encounter with Tang San felt like a sudden tempest. He was certain that this was their first meeting. Yet the deep-seated aversion that surged from within him was as palpable as a deep-seated loathing for mosquitoes on a summer day, intense and unmistakable. As Tang San's figure entered his line of sight, that animosity surged forth like a silent tide, powerful enough to render him nearly incapable of ignoring it. He could not comprehend why he felt this way. The hatred seemed innate, ingrained in his very bones. Might Kai stood there, his gaze piercing, fixed upon Tang San, while tumultuous waves roiled within him. He understood that this aversion was not baseless. It was a manifestation of some unknown, concealed secret link to Tang San that was quietly at work. Yet, at this moment, he could not unravel this enigma. Forced to endure the torment of that hatred swirling within him, much like the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes on a summer night, causing agitation and unease. Unbeknownst to him, the once dreaded mandala snake had silently re-emerged at Might Kai's side. Its presence enveloped the surroundings with an invisible chill. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sharpened in an instant, her hands instinctively tightening around the hilt of her short dagger. The blade gleamed with a cold light under the sun's rays, as if poised to be drawn at any moment. At this moment, the mandala serpent had unfurled its fearsome maw, lunging towards Might Kai with ferocious intent. In this life and death predicament, a flicker of determination ignited in Might Kai's gaze. Confronted by the serpent's menacing jaws, he did not hesitate to deliver a thunderous slap, forcefully driving the mandala serpent into the ground. Dust erupted around them as the serpent was forcefully embedded into the earth, appearing utterly immobilized. This sudden turn of events swept over Tang San and his companion like a chilling gale, leaving them momentarily stunned. Tang San's reaction was instinctive. His hand darted to his waist, where a row of glimmering silver needles lay concealed. The mandala serpent had been their quarry for most of the day, and the trials they had endured were immeasurable. Now, with the prey so tantalizingly close, the intrusion of a third party was an unmistakable affront to their earnest efforts. A glint of coldness flashed in Tang San's eyes as he recognized the serpent's value, not merely for its rarity, but for its significance to both himself and his master. Should it be so easily snatched away by another, that individual would be courting their own demise. "Senior, please refrain from striking." Yu Xiaojiang's voice was urgent and fraught with anxiety, his eyes darting towards the mandala serpent. Fearful that it might be rendered to nothingness under the weight of this powerful figure's blow. In the Douluo continent, strength was paramount, regardless of age. Those who possessed profound cultivation were revered as seniors. Yet, when Yu Xiaojiang's gaze met the familiar visage of Mai Tai Kai, his heart skipped a beat. Gripped by an unseen force. Yu Kai. Yu Xiaojiang's voice trembled with incredulity. This name bore profound significance for him. "What are you to dare command me to halt?" Mai Tai Kai's brow furrowed, a displeased glint flashing in his eyes. Yu Xiaojiang was woefully ignorant, his naivety astonishing. However, this was no longer the Yi Kai of yore, filled with dreams and innocence. The figure before him was Mai Tai Kai, the law enforcement elder of the Spirit Hall, whose name had severed all ties to his past. The warmth and confusion of earlier days had long since vanished from Mai Tai Kai's eyes, replaced by unwavering resolve and profound wisdom. His entire being was now dedicated to the Spirit Hall, fighting in its name. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. A hint of embarrassment crept onto his features. Yet, this discomfort was fleeting, quickly replaced by a self-satisfied smile. He gazed at the Yi Kai before him, a smug curve gracing his lips, as if he believed he had gained the upper hand. "You are Yi Kai, I know you. There is no need for you to evade me any longer. If you are willing to kneel and acknowledge your mistakes, I shall still be your respected teacher." His words carried an air of condescension, as if he were bestowing upon Yi Kai a monumental favor. Yu Xiaojiang naively believed that by humbling himself and offering Yi Kai a way out, this former pupil would eagerly return to his side, resuming his role as a mere pawn in his hands. Little did he realize that Yu Kai's heart had long since transcended his control. A flicker of indescribable disdain glimmered in Mai Gai's eyes as he regarded Yu Xiaojiang, akin to one who admires a jester. The expression bore a mocking semblance. Reminiscent of how he viewed a fool, it seemed he had been too merciful during their previous encounters. He was determined to make Yu Xiaojiang experience true suffering. A resolution etched in his heart with the sharpness of a sword, resolute and unwavering. Gradually, Mai Gai began to advance toward Yu Xiaojiang, each step resonating with a steadiness and power that proclaimed his unwavering intent. Conversely, Yu Xiaojiang misinterpreted Mai Gai's intentions. As he approached, Yu Xiaojiang, in his hubris, fancied that his unique charisma had captivated Mai Gai. Consequently, a smug, sinister smile crept across his already repugnant face. A grin as biting and frigid as the winter night's wind. Suddenly, a deafening crash resonated through the air, causing even the atmosphere to tremble. The once nonchalant smile on Yu Xiaojiang's face froze in an instant, his eyes widening in disbelief as he lowered his gaze to witness Mai Gai's fist, heavy as a hammer, crashing into his abdomen. Tang San's pupils constricted in shock, filled with incredulity at the sight of such unreserved aggression directed at his teacher. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Tang San's reflexes outpaced his thoughts. The silver needle in his grasp transformed into a streak of silver light, darting toward Mai Gai with astonishing speed. It traced a graceful arc through the air, too swift for even the astute Zhu Xing to perceive in time. However, Mai Gai seemed to anticipate the attack. He deftly sidestepped, his movements as agile as a cat, easily evading the lethal strike. The silver needle, originally aimed at him, found its mark in Yu Xiaojiang instead, piercing into his body with deadly precision. Struck by the unexpected blow, Yu Xiaojiang felt an invisible force drain all capacity for response from him. Following that, a surge of excruciating pain erupted from deep within, akin to a razor-sharp blade ruthlessly severing his nerves, eliciting blood-curdling screams that echoed like the cries of a slaughtered animal. Ah, ah. Yu Xiaojiang clutched his agonizing abdomen with both hands, his body collapsing to the ground as if all strength had been siphoned away, writhing in torment. Observing this, Tang San was startled, instinctively wishing to rush forward to assess Yu Xiaojiang's injuries, yet Mike Guy's figure appeared behind him like a specter. Have you ever experienced the sensation of being struck by light? The voice of Mike Kai was laced with mockery and provocation, as if he were flaunting his speed and strength before Tang San. Tang San abruptly turned around, but it was too late. Mike Kai's foot struck his chest like a bolt of lightning, the immense force propelling him away in an instant. With a resounding crash, Tang San's body collided heavily against a distant tree before sliding helplessly to the ground. A wave of excruciating pain surged through his chest, akin to being struck by a massive boulder, rendering him breathless. Meanwhile, Mike Kai stood there, observing Tang San's disheveled state, a triumphant smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. In that moment, both master and disciple appeared as pitiful as stray dogs on the street. Mike Kai's leg remained suspended in midair, maintaining the pose of that thunderous blow, as if the very air had frozen in reverence. Although a twinge of guilt stirred within him, for his opponent was merely a child, the intoxicating thrill of commanding the situation and effortlessly subduing his foe surged within him like fine wine, proving irresistible. The path of death, the path of death. Tang San roared within his heart. Chapter 33, The Shocking Door. The battle with Tang Rishianshan at this moment. Yu Xiaojiang resembled a wretched maggot, struggling to writhe upon the dust-laden ground. Each wound upon his body felt as if it were seared by fierce flames, causing this self-proclaimed great one to sweat profusely, beads of perspiration cascading down his brow. Conversely, Tang San's complexion had turned as pale as parchment. The brutal kick delivered by Mike K had struck him with the force of a thunderbolt, nearly dislodging his very soul from his body, bringing him perilously close to reuniting with his long-departed great-grandmother in the underworld. Nevertheless, Tang San's gaze remained fixated upon Mike K, his eyes brimming with resentment and resolve. He was determined to etch the visage of this foe deeply into his heart, awaiting the day he could exact vengeance with newfound strength. Yet, Mike K had no intention of relenting. He keenly sensed the lurking gaze from the shadows, cunningly watching him like a venomous serpent. The concealed malevolence enveloped him like a chilling wind, intensifying the flames of fury within him. To coax the hidden rat from its lair, Mike K understood that he must further humiliate this master and disciple duo. He had already devised a plan, and after taking a deep breath, he initiated his scheme. Striding towards the pitiful Yu Xiaojiang, he ruthlessly placed his foot upon the latter's hand, executing the act with precision and without hesitation. A piercing scream shattered the stillness of the air as Yu Xiaojiang's face contorted in agony, as if he were being subjected to 1,000 cuts. He desperately attempted to retract his hand, yet Mike K's foot bore down upon it like an immovable mountain, rendering him utterly helpless. There was no hint of compassion or sympathy on Mike K's face. His gaze was cold and resolute. He knew that only by such means could he incite the concealed rat to unleash its suppressed wrath and reveal its true nature. He was prepared for whatever may come. With Yu Xiaojiang's hand firmly pinned beneath his foot, Mike K mercilessly ground it down, and with each brutal motion, the anguished cries of Yu Xiaojiang echoed through the tranquil forest, sending shivers through the creatures that dwelled within. The sound of bones fracturing beneath the weight of Mike K's foot resonated eerily, reminiscent of ice cracking or iron snapping. Each crack sent chills down the spine, as if one could feel the excruciating pain ruthlessly gnawing at Yu Xiaojiang's nerves. In that moment, Yu Xiaojiang was a pitiful sight. His lips dripped with a mixture of viscous saliva and crimson blood, intertwining to create a grotesque tableau. His trousers were soaked with the cold sweat brought on by fear and pain, clinging to him in a most distressing manner. Observing this, Mike K furrowed his brow. A look of palpable disgust and disdain etched upon his countenance. His gaze swept over Yu Xiaojiang, as though he were a repugnant stain, filled with contempt and derision. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream pierced the heavens, as disbelief and excruciating pain filled Yu Xiaojiang's eyes. He struggled in vain, helplessly witnessing his hand being crushed beneath Mike K's foot. The sound of shattering bones echoing like the whispers of malevolent spirits. "You Kai, you." Yu Xiaojiang's voice trembled, each word seeming to be squeezed out from the depths of his throat. Yet before he could finish his sentence, Might Guy mercilessly stepped down once more. In that instant, Yu Xiaojiang felt as though the entire world was spinning. His palm was no longer a hand, but a mass of shattered flesh. Agonizing pain surged over him like a tidal wave, and he could no longer concern himself with dignity or pride, instinctively biting towards the shoe that was crushing his hand. Saliva mixed with blood, staining Might Guy's footwear. The stench made Might Guy recoil in disgust, his brow furrowing as he kicked Yu Xiaojiang away. Like a broken kite, Yu Xiaojiang flew through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, emitting a dull thud. He lay there trembling, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Teacher Tang San, enduring excruciating pain, struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes bloodshot with resentment as he fixed a glare upon Might Guy. Might Guy's attention remained fixed on the concealed figure lurking in the shadows, and observing their remarkable restraint. He deduced that this individual's future target was no longer Yu Xiaojiang. Since it was not Yu Xiaojiang, then, Might Guy's penetrating gaze was akin to a hawk locking onto its prey, focusing intently on Tang San as if attempting to see through him. Each time his eyes met Tang San, he keenly sensed that the hidden figure in the shadows could no longer maintain their previous composure. Like a wild beast disturbed at its sensitive nerve, beginning to stir uneasily, the presence, quietly guarding Tang San in the shadows, truly existed. This revelation deepened Might Guy's curiosity regarding Tang San's identity. His mind was flooded with questions. What kind of background did this seemingly ordinary youth possess to attract such a mysterious protector? However, before delving into these enigmas, Might Guy had to confront the immediate crisis. He swiftly sidestepped, expertly evading the flying darts aimed at him. These concealed weapons were silent, yet exceedingly lethal. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have surely fallen victim. Redirecting his focus to Tang San, Might Guy's gaze fell upon the youth's forearm. There, an apparatus he had never encountered before was affixed, capable of launching projectiles with such stealth. Disgust welled up within Might Guy at the despicable trick hidden in the shadows, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He silently resolved to first tear off that audacious arm of Tang San's as a lesson. Yet, just as he was about to act, a force as heavy as a mountain and as surging as a river suddenly descended from afar, like an invisible giant hand pressing down upon their location with great force. The potency of this soul power was so immense that it seemed capable of tearing through the air, causing everything around to tremble. Might Guy felt the weight of this pressure and was taken aback. He knew that this was no ordinary attack. What audacity! The arrogant fiends of the spirit hall dared to rampage here. The voice thundered like rolling thunder, deep and resonant, imbued with a majesty that could instill fear in the heart. The sky suddenly transformed, as if drenched in blood, and amidst the crimson hue, a figure emerged. Ghostly and ethereal, clad in a tattered black robe, he appeared as a specter rising from the depths of darkness. Wielding a heavy warhammer with a gaze that burned like a torch, fixated intently on Mei Tikai. This man was Tang Hao, a once mighty force that had sent tremors across the continent. Initially, he had remained seated, tolerating Mei Tikai's humiliation of Yu Xiaojiang. But when he saw the spearhead of Mei Tikai aimed at Tang San, his fury ignited instantaneously. Tang San was his beacon of hope, an essential piece in his quest for vengeance. He could not permit anyone to harm him. Even at the cost of his own life, he would ensure Tang San's safety. Tang Hao's words resonated like the profound stillness of a starless night, revealing neither his true identity nor the deep, blood-bound connection he shared with Tang San. He made no effort to restrain the overwhelming pressure emanating from within him, as if it flowed naturally like a surging river. Before this irresistible force, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang were like leaves swept away by a tempest, collapsing to the ground, lost to consciousness. Yet, in this shadowed corner of the night, Zhu Qin was spared, shielded by Mei Tikai's protection. He stood like a steadfast barrier, absorbing the intangible oppression, allowing her to remain alert. In the dusty archives of the Spirit Hall, the tales of Tang Hao were draped in a shroud of mystery, rendered an untouchable secret. Mei Tikai, however, possessed a fragment of knowledge regarding the truth concealed in the darkness. Throughout the vast history of Douluo continent, Tang Hao's name once echoed as a legendary figure that instilled fear in many. For the sake of a soul beast, he had dared to oppose the spirit hall, even bringing an end to the illustrious reign of the former pope. This audacious act plunged the Houghton sect into an unprecedented crisis, ultimately compelling them to retreat into seclusion. Quelling the wrath of the spirit hall, some deemed Tang Hao a truly irredeemable villain. Yet, when the 9 resplendent soul rings revolved around him, and he stood aloft like a deity, the overwhelming aura he exuded commanded an involuntary reverence. Mei Tikai's inability to fly remained a poignant weakness in his heart. His sky drive could allow him to linger briefly in the air, but against true aerial combat soul masters, like the formidable Douluo, he found himself at a disadvantage. Tang Hao loomed like an insurmountable mountain, observing Mei Tikai from his elevated stance, his eyes glinting with a cold light that seemed capable of consuming all who dared to underestimate him. He spoke slowly, his voice cutting through the air like an icy blade. "Boy, are you prepared to meet your demise?" Mei Tikai appeared unfazed by Tang Hao's imposing presence. He casually cleared his ear as if dismissing an unwelcome noise. However, the green steam rising from him blazed like fire, signaling his unwavering determination and tenacity. Observing this, Tang Hao's lips curled into a mocking smile. In an instant, the hammer in his grasp swelled to an immense size, as if it could shake the very heavens and earth. As the hammer enlarged, the surrounding air appeared to freeze, the temperature plummeting and an overwhelming chill enveloping the atmosphere. Mai Kai stood at the heart of this coldness, acutely aware that his attributes were being sapped by this frigid force. Tang Hao's mocking laughter reverberated through the still air, as if he could already foresee Mai Kai's defeat. "Is this the domain?" Mai Kai mused, a hint of astonishment and anticipation in his voice. The domain, for any soul master, is an indescribable boon, particularly in battles where strengths are closely matched. Possessing a domain undoubtedly increases a soul master's chances of victory by a substantial margin. What a tantalizing advantage it is. At that moment, Tang Hao wielded the Haotian hammer, its might akin to a thunderous force, and struck fiercely towards Mai Kai. Yet, Mai Kai did not flinch. Instead, he chose to confront the onslaught head-on. Clenching his fists, he summoned all his strength to meet the oncoming hammer with a decisive punch. A resounding crash erupted as their attacks collided, unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy. This wave surged forth like a torrential storm, toppling trees and scattering plants in its wake. Zhu Shiqing, quick-witted and agile, darted behind a steep slope to evade being swept away by the force of the blast. She pressed herself to the ground, her gaze fixated on the 2 figures locked in combat ahead, her heart brimming with tension and anticipation. Mai Kai felt the full weight of the Haotian hammer's pressure, and in that moment, he perceived the immense burden as if a mountain rested upon him, providing a more precise appraisal of Tang Hao's prowess. He understood that in the 6th gate state, he was no match for him. Moreover, given his current diminished strength, facing Tang Hao felt akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. His chances of victory were almost non-existent. The hand that had just clashed with the Haotian hammer still trembled slightly, as if recounting the awe-inspiring power of that moment. He deeply comprehended the renowned might of the Haotian hammer, acknowledged as the continent's premier weapon spirit, and grasped the terrifying strength of Tang Hao, the continent's foremost power Douluo. Drawing a deep breath, Mai Kai slowly crossed his hands over his chest, as if gathering a mysterious force. The green steam enveloping him dissipated like morning mist in sunlight, transforming into a profound blue, an embodiment of boundless potential and power. With a deep and resolute voice, he proclaimed, "8th gate of Duanjia, 7th shock gate, open." As his words resonated, the deep blue steam surged like roaring waves, enveloping Mai Kai entirely. He appeared to morph into a bolt of blue lightning, fierce and radiant. Tang Hao's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed the powerful and enigmatic energy radiating from Mai Kai. It was a feeling both familiar and foreign, reminiscent of soul power, yet distinctly different. It was more turbulent, more tempestuous, as if it contained the power to shake the very heavens and the earth. However, Tang Hao did not feel fear or hesitation. In an instant, Mai Kai's figure flickered like a specter, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tang Hao, his fist striking with the swiftness of thunder, aimed directly at Tang Hao's face. In that fleeting moment, Tang Hao's pupils constricted, astonished by the astonishing swiftness of his opponent. Instinctively, he raised his Haotian hammer, bracing himself to confront this seemingly unstoppable blow. Mike Tyke's fist struck the Haotian hammer with tremendous force, akin to two colossal mountains colliding. Erupting in a thunderous roar, Tang Hao felt an overwhelming backlash surge from the Haotian hammer, crashing against his body like a tempestuous storm. The magnitude of this power was so formidable that even he, a being of immense strength, found it difficult to withstand. Under the onslaught of the recoil, Tang Hao's already precarious body, weakened from injuries, staggered back several steps, each movement burdened and arduous. His face was etched with disbelief, as a paragon of strength. He had never imagined that anyone could surpass him in might. Chapter 34. The violent assault on Tang Ritian and the tattooing of Tang Ritian in the wake of that single strike, Tang Hao was instantly enveloped by an unprecedented shock. As if the entire world had become an indistinct blur in that fleeting moment. His pupils widened dramatically, akin to witnessing an unfathomable miracle. The intensity of that power surpassed his wildest imagination. Simultaneously, Might Guy unlocked the initial gate. Feeling a surge of energy within him that brought forth a sense of unfamiliarity and confusion. This force flowed like a gentle stream, calm and profound, yet it concealed within it the ferocity and heat akin to volcanic magma. He endeavored to harness this energy, only to discover it resembled a colossal dragon, both gentle and untamable. As the two faced each other, the air was thick with a tense yet potent atmosphere. Relying solely on that esoteric technique to forcibly elevate one's strength, how long could such a state endure? At that moment, a scrutinizing light flickered in Tang Hao's eyes. For he believed Might Guy's formidable prowess derived merely from some transient technique that unleashed hidden potential. However, while his speculation bore partial truth, it was also flawed. The 8 gates of bypassing could indeed be regarded as a secret art, yet Might Guy's mastery over it transcended mere reliance on external forces. In truth, with his current physical capabilities, sustaining it for 12 hours posed no issue. Just as Might Guy's clenched fist was poised to descend with the force of thunder once more. An unexpected, jarring sound of shattering bones echoed from his arm. This noise resonated starkly in the stillness of the air, reminiscent of breaking glass, cold and piercing. Might Guy's brow furrowed immediately, as if bound by invisible chains. The agonizing sensation of fractured bones pierced through his nerves like a chilling blade, causing his entire body to shudder. Seizing the opportunity as his opponent momentarily faltered in the air, Tang Hao inhaled deeply, as if drawing in all the powers of heaven and earth. With a surge of resolve, the Haotian hammer in his grasp traced a sharp arc through the air, resembling a silver lightning bolt as it swiftly descended upon Might Guy. This strike was thunderous and formidable, seemingly intent on rending the very fabric of space, reducing everything to dust. However, Might Guy chose not to confront it head-on. A flicker of wariness crossed his eyes as he moved with ghostly swiftness, deftly evading the lethal blow. Regret welled within him. He had overlooked a critical detail. Although unleashing the 8 gates allowed him to unleash astonishing power in a brief span, it also imposed a tremendous burden on his body. From a young age, he had honed his physique through the genius techniques of the Baoxing method, rendering the opening of the first 6 gates as a mere routine with little detrimental effect. Yet, as he endeavored to breach the confines of the 7th gate, the unprecedented force crashing upon him inflicted an unparalleled strain on his body. The agony of torn muscles and shattered bones scorched every fiber of Might Guy's being like a raging inferno. But at that moment, he was confronted by a tidal Douluo of level 95. Drawing a deep breath, Might Guy slowly brought his hands together, as if gathering some mysterious force from the cosmos. His momentum gradually ascended, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Hao's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, a sound of derision escaping him. He brandished the Haotian hammer, its surface shimmering with resplendent golden light, embodying the force of a thunderous tempest as it descended forcefully upon Might Guy. The move, known as the Ling Tian strike, was one of the hammer's ultimate techniques, possessing unparalleled might. In the past, Tang Hao had once sent a level 92 ghost Douluo soaring with just this single blow. Now, faced with the formidable Might Guy, He unleashed this potent skill without reservation. Yet, Meikai did not falter in the face of Tang Hao's fierce assault. A glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes as he called out, "Daytime Tiger." In an instant, a fierce tiger, imbued with an overwhelming presence, charged toward Tang Hao's Haotian hammer. The collision of these two formidable forces erupted in a deafening roar, causing the very air to seem to solidify, leaving only their figures locked in a fierce clash. The two forces, akin to a tempestuous storm, intertwined and collided, producing thunderous echoes. Under the impact of this power, both combatants were compelled to retreat as if tossed by a colossal wave, each step feeling as though they were traversing an abyss, ultimately retreating over 100 paces. Meikai, having undergone countless trials and tribulations, now possessed the resilience to withstand the formidable backlash. He straightened his chest and, like an arrow released from its bow, surged toward Tang Hao with remarkable speed. His onslaught was as relentless as a torrential downpour, each strike of his fists and feet raining down with astounding force. Faced with this overwhelming tide of attacks, Tang Hao found himself momentarily strained. A flicker of surprise crossed his gaze, yet it was quickly replaced by unwavering determination. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his extraordinary willpower and strength to barely withstand Madakai's ferocious onslaught. However, amidst the dense barrage, Tang Hao was inevitably struck by one of Madakai's fists. The blow resonated like a hammer striking steel, producing a deep, resounding thud. Pain flashed across Tang Hao's visage as his already bruised face bore the marks of the strike, becoming unsightly and swollen. In a fleeting moment of distraction, the sky transformed into a fiery canvas, an endless rain of fire cascading down like a waterfall, heralding an apocalyptic scene. The blazing fireballs wove a magnificent tapestry against the night sky, albeit infused with catastrophic power. Confronted with this doomsday-like spectacle, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Tang Hao's eyes, for he understood the formidable nature of this fiery rain, which could not be underestimated. Haotian shield, Tang Hao bellowed as he swung the Haotian hammer with fervor, akin to a tempest, deflecting the fireballs one after another. Each strike was accompanied by a shower of sparks, as if he were battling against fate itself. Yet, amidst this fierce struggle, Tang Hao remained oblivious to the unusual presence behind him. Unbeknownst to him, Meikai had stealthily materialized like a specter at his back, his gaze cold and predatory, akin to a leopard stalking its prey. In a sudden burst of motion, Meikai soared into the air, delivering a crushing kick to Tang Hao's face. The force behind this strike was immense, as if infused with boundless power. Tang Hao's already swollen visage was instantly marred with ghastly lacerations. Under the force of Madakai's strike, Tang Hao was violently propelled through the air, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily onto the ground. As he fell, he clasped his hands tightly to his face, the searing pain akin to flames scorching his skin, rendering him nearly incapable of enduring the agony. Deeply imprinted on his visage was the mark of Madakai's shoe, while blood streamed from his nostrils and forehead, merging into a thin trickle that fell into the dust below. In that moment, the tide of humiliation surged within Tang Hao's heart. A man of great renown, celebrated throughout his life, he never anticipated that he would meet such a disgraceful fate. His eyes, brimming with resentment, fixated on Meikai as if he wished to devour him whole. Finally, unable to contain his fury, Tang Hao raised the Haotian hammer with all his might and struck it against the ground. A tremendous roar echoed as the earth trembled, dust and debris swirling as if even the mountains were shaken. At this sight, Meikai instinctively extended his arm. As the dust gradually settled, dissipating like a thin mist into the air, Tang Hao's figure, along with Tang San and the others, vanished without a trace, as if they had melded into the serene void. Meikai took a deep breath, confirming that Tang Hao had indeed fled the scene, and slowly released the stayed of the shock gate. In that instant, the overwhelming pain and mental exhaustion that surged forth as he exited the 8 gates almost rendered him incapable of standing. He stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. This was his first venture into the realm of the shock gate, and it provided him with a newfound clarity regarding his physical capabilities. He understood that his current physique could not withstand the terrifying backlash of the Death Gate. Clearly, he needed to continue his journey of physical refinement, relentlessly honing his body. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was heavily concealed by thick underbrush and twisted branches, as if gently cradled by Mother Earth, erasing all traces of her presence. Once the surrounding chaos and turbulence had completely subsided, she cautiously emerged from her dense cover, revealing a pale and youthful face. With trembling steps and an unmistakable hint of trepidation, Zhu Zhuqing slowly approached Matekai's. In her heart, she had long held a high estimation of Matekai's strength. She had envisioned that his power could shake the very foundations of the Star Luo Empire, even overpowering her illustrious father and the supreme Star Luo Emperor. Yet, when she beheld the radiant 10,000-year soul ring adorning Tang Hao, she was struck with astonishment. The 10,000-year soul ring sparkled like a constellation of stars, its depths as profound as an abyss, seemingly containing infinite mysteries and power. A title Douluo possessing such a soul ring was incomparably formidable, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary title Douluo. However, just as she believed Matekai's would face a challenging battle, he exhibited strength beyond her imagination. Not only contending with Tang Hao, who bore the 10,000-year soul ring, but also suppressing him to the point where he could scarcely retaliate. This scene sent waves of shock surging through Zhu Zhuqing's heart. Notification: exited the 8 gates, health recovering. Matekai's tightly grasped his shattered arm. The sound of fractured bones still echoing in his ears, while a severe muscle strain made each step he took immensely arduous. His complexion was pallid, yet his eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. It was clear that he must swiftly discover a means to counteract the backlash of the 8 gates of Duanjia. He murmured to himself, his voice imbued with an undeniable resolve. The power of the 8 gates was formidable, yet the ensuing backlash was akin to a double-edged sword, threatening his very existence. He understood that if he did not promptly address this issue, should he encounter a formidable foe like Tang Hao again, particularly one inclined towards a protracted battle, he would find himself utterly defenseless. However, at this moment, these were not matters he could resolve immediately. Taking a deep breath, he pulled his thoughts back to the present. He had more pressing matters at hand, accompanying Zhu Zhuqing to obtain her first spirit ring. This was the primary purpose of their journey. Fortune seemed to favor them as they embarked on their quest, unexpectedly encountering a shadow leopard that had been affected by a previous fierce battle. The shadow leopard lay quietly beside a tree, its once piercing eyes now vacant and devoid of spirit, as if it had witnessed the most terrifying nightmare, robbing it of any will to resist. Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing moved swiftly and decisively, her dagger slicing through the air like lightning, gracefully and accurately ending the shadow leopard's life. In an instant, a pale yellow spirit ring began to ascend from the leopard's body, as if recounting its bravery and glory in life. Zhu Zhuqing quickly assumed a meditative posture, closed her eyes, and focused her energy. With her spirit power as a guide, she drew the pale yellow spirit ring towards herself. In that moment, it seemed as though a wondrous connection had formed between her and the spirit ring, her breath synchronizing with its pulsations, as if she could sense the boundless power contained within it. Once the spirit ring successfully merged with her being, the mission of their journey was beautifully fulfilled. Yet, a glimmer of vigilance shone in Matekai's eyes. He was acutely aware that Tang Hao's appearance in Nodding City was no mere coincidence. This city surely held someone dear to him or concealed a deep secret. A resolute surge welled up within Matekai's. He understood that to unveil this shrouded mystery, he merely needed to employ a few tactics. He believed that with a bit of investigation, he could uncover the traces left by Tang Hao, thus revealing the truth behind it all. Meanwhile, the night was as dark as ink, and Tang Hao raced through the dense forest, burdened with the unconscious Tang San and the hefty Shitiuxio. Upon reaching a hidden hollow in a tree, he carefully laid them down, as if placing 2 precious treasures. However, the moment he set them down, a surge of blood uncontrollably spilled from the corner of his mouth, staining his garments crimson. He pressed a hand against his painfully throbbing cheek, where a deep shoe print glared ominously in the moonlight. Tang Hao clutched his chest, where the tumultuous rising and falling felt as though it might erupt at any moment. His complexion was as pale as parchment, yet his eyes betrayed a tenacity and indomitable spirit. In the recent fierce battle, he faced off against Matekai's, And the overwhelming power not only inflicted an unprecedented pressure upon him, but also exacerbated the old wounds within his body that had long remained unhealed. At this moment, Tang Hao felt as though his internal organs were in disarray, as if an invisible force had twisted him into a contorted mass. Spirit Hall, you shall wait and see. Tang Hao's roar reverberated through the air like thunder, his gaze ignited with a blazing fury. He abruptly turned, his eyes landing on the unconscious Tang San. A flicker of complex emotion crossing his features. Little San, you must grow stronger swiftly. Tang Hao's voice was deep and resolute, as if an invisible force surged within his words. When the time comes, we shall fight side by side as father and son. He left his sentence unfinished. Yet the determination and hope embedded in his words were palpable. He eagerly anticipated that day, yearning for the moment they could unite their strengths to topple the Spirit Hall together. Chapter 35. Capturing the large-breasted cat. As Zhu Zhuqing stepped over the threshold of the inn, a cloud of anxiety loomed over her heart. Burdened by concern for Mai Tai Kai's injuries, she felt an overwhelming urge to rush out in search of a healing soul master. Yet, just as she was about to take that fateful step, Mai Tai Kai's warm and gentle voice floated to her, his strong hand firmly resting on her shoulder. Zhuqing, there's no need to worry about me. His tone conveyed an undeniable sense of assurance. Turning to meet Mai Tai Kai's deep and tranquil gaze, Zhu Zhuqing felt her inner turmoil begin to ease. She understood that despite his grave wounds, he had never shown a hint of retreat or weakness. Her own injuries would heal once she exited the 8 gates of Duanjia State, though the time required for recovery would increase with the severity of her condition. Zhu Zhuqing nodded softly, retracting her foot from the threshold. Would everything truly be all right? Even though she knew that the man before her was not in dire danger. The shadows of her worries lingered, refusing to dissipate. Mai Tai Kai seemed to fathom the depths of her gaze, but chose not to address her concerns directly. Instead, he steered the conversation towards Zhu Zhuqing's future. I have brought you beyond the borders of the Douluo Empire. What are your plans now? His voice was low and magnetic, like the strings of a lute caressed by the night breeze, gently plucking at Zhu Zhuqing's heartstrings. Taken aback for a moment, Zhu Zhuqing fell into contemplation. Her gaze drifted towards the horizon, as if she could traverse the endless expanse of time and space to glimpse the uncertain future that lay ahead. I might stay at the Soul Master Academy for a while. Her voice wavered slightly, yet it bore a hint of resolve. Mai Tai Kai tenderly brushed his fingers through the ends of Zhu Zhuqing's hair, as if his touch carried a warm enchantment that instantly dispelled the long-standing gloom from her eyes. With a smile that sparkled with sincerity, he extended an invitation. Qing, would you be willing to return with me to the Spirit Hall? Those simple words washed over her like a spring breeze sweeping across a frozen lake, stirring the depths of her heart. The once still luster of her eyes seemed ignited by stars, shimmering with anticipation and longing for the future. Perhaps, before encountering Mai Tai Kai, Zhu Zhuqing had lost all hope for her future, resigned to languish in the prolonged darkness. However, his arrival pierced through the shadows, illuminating the path ahead. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing felt compelled by a mysterious force, and without conscious thought, she nodded, softly accepting Mai Tai Kai's invitation. Though her voice was barely above a whisper, it resonated with unwavering determination, as if she had finally discovered her true sanctuary. As time flowed on, the bond between Zhu Zhuqing and Mai Tai Kai deepened, allowing her heart to relax further. The initial shyness and restraint had long since evaporated. Now, emboldened, she began to explore topics that had previously remained untouched. Zhu Zhuqing gently spoke, her tone revealing a hint of curiosity and inquiry. Do you harbor any grievances against those 2 individuals in the soul-hunting forest? Though her question was light, the concern and curiosity behind it surged like tumultuous waves. Mai Tai Kai was momentarily taken aback, soon falling into a brief contemplation. He recalled the antics of those 2 in the soul-hunting forest, an inexplicable loathing rising within him. He raised his gaze, looking deeply into Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, and slowly replied, those 2 indeed have some past with me. His voice was calm and resolute, as if discussing an affair that bore no relevance to him. Zhu Zhuqing was captivated by his gaze, a flicker of doubt stirring within her. She remembered the banquet days prior, where even under the influence of drugs, he had not displayed such profound emotion. Yet now, she perceived an unprecedented coldness and determination in his eyes. She nodded gently, refraining from further inquiry. She understood that everyone harbored their own stories and secrets, and perhaps my Kai's past was a pain he was reluctant to reveal. She was willing to wait for the day he would choose to speak. For now, she would simply remain by his side, offering warmth and solace. Meanwhile, within the Douluo Empire, a tide of upheaval was quietly rising. Ever since my Kai departed this land with Zhu Zhuqing, the court of Douluo had been disturbed as if a massive stone had been cast into the tranquil waters, causing an uproar. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps shattered the silence of the court as a messenger burst in, breathless, and swiftly approached the gathered officials. He knelt on one knee, his voice trembling with urgency yet clear. "Your Majesty. Intelligence indicates that the second young mistress of the Zhu family has been spotted at the enforcement base of the Spirit Hall, and she remained there for a considerable time." Upon his proclamation, the entire court felt as though a cold wind had swept through, a chorus of astonishment erupting. Zhu Zhuqing's every movement could tug at countless hearts. Now, her presence at the Spirit Hall's enforcement base, coupled with the recent discreet departure of the enforcement elder, painted a vivid picture in the minds of the courtiers. Zhu Zhuqing's whereabouts were now glaringly obvious. The atmosphere in the court turned tense. I was meeting in silent exchange of speculation and doubt. All of this stemmed from the woman named Zhu Zhuqing and her inexplicable connection to the Spirit Hall. In a corner, Dai Mubai clenched his fists like iron, sharp nails digging deeply into his palms, blood quietly seeping through his fingers. Yet, in that moment, he had no time to concern himself with such trivial pain. Dai Mubai was acutely aware that without Zhu Zhuqing, there would be no Nether White Tiger. And without the Nether White Tiger, he would certainly not stand a chance against his elder brother. In the ensuing struggle for imperial power, he would undoubtedly be vanquished by his brother. Each time Dai Mubai reflected on that moment, he felt as though an invisible force had drained him of all vitality, akin to a desiccated tree under the scorching sun, utterly devoid of life. Fortunately, at this moment, Dai Mubai stood in a remote corner, surrounded by ministers and officials who seemed oblivious to his presence, as though he were a forgotten specter. However, his elder brother, Davis, possessed a keen gaze akin to that of a hawk, piercing through the crowd to capture every subtle expression on Dai Mubai's face. In this realm, if anyone wished for Dai Mubai to remain powerless, it was undoubtedly Davis. He understood all too well that should Dai Mubai rise to power, his own status would be perilously threatened. Thus, he remained ever vigilant, intent on preventing any breakthroughs or advancements from his brother. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing abruptly turned, her steps resolute as she slowly approached Mei Kai. Each stride seemed to carry the weight of the world, her eyes shimmering with an unprecedented determination and resolve. Finally, before the astonished gaze of Mei Kai, Zhu Zhuqing knelt upright before him. Her actions bore no hint of hesitation or retreat, as if she were proclaiming her determination to the world. Subsequently, she bowed her head deeply, her forehead colliding heavily with the unyielding ground, producing a muted yet resolute sound that echoed her inner conviction. "Master," she raised her head, her voice imbued with unwavering resolve and earnestness, "please teach me to become stronger. I wish to seize my own destiny, no longer to be manipulated by others." Zhu Zhuqing fled the empire precisely to avoid having her fate toyed with. She yearned for control over her own life. Yet, she understood clearly that to prevent others from dictating her destiny, she must possess the power to deny all. Mei Kai regarded her, a glimmer of admiration and appreciation flashing in his eyes. He recognized that the girl before him harbored an indomitable spirit. "Very well, I shall grant your request," he spoke slowly, his tone imbued with solemnity and seriousness. "However, remember this, the path to strength is fraught with hardships and challenges. You will need to exert more effort and sweat than others. Moreover, once you choose this path, there is no turning back." Zhu Zhuqing nodded resolutely, her eyes sparkling with determination. "I understand. I am prepared. No matter the obstacles ahead, I will persevere until I am strong enough." "Master, are you well?" Tang San's voice, filled with concern, shattered the chaotic silence enveloping Yu Xiaojiang, who was emerging from a state of unconsciousness. Yu Xiaojiang's consciousness flickered like the first light of dawn, struggling to surface from the depths of darkness. He sensed a force nudging him, and gradually, his vision focused, revealing Tang San's anxious face. Once fully awakened, an indescribable agony surged through him like a tidal wave, as if 1,000 arrows pierced his heart. Particularly, the hand that Mei Tikai had ruthlessly trampled was now a bloody mess, bones shattered beyond recognition. Yet, amidst this abyss of despair, Yu Xiaojiang felt a flicker of relief, thankfully. Tang Hao had tended to his wounds before departing. Otherwise, the extent of his injuries would have been unimaginable. At this moment, the depths of Yu Xiaojiang's eyes were shrouded in dark clouds, reminiscent of the oppressive anger that often precedes a tempest. And the source of this turmoil was none other than Mike Kai. Had it not been for Mike Kai, how could one of such renown across the continent, a figure of great stature, be reduced to such humiliation? Tang San was acutely aware of the pain and resentment that plagued his teacher's heart. He too harbored a profound animosity towards Mike Kai, a seething hatred that burned within him like an unquenchable flame. The words path of death echoed in Tang San's mind, becoming his sole conviction and motivation. He vowed that one day, when he had grown strong enough, he would exact a bloody retribution from Mike Kai, cleansing both his and his teacher's name from this mark of disgrace. However, given their current predicament, it was evidently unwise to tread once more into the domain of the soul beasts. The two could only return to the academy with a sense of disappointment and disarray. They understood that relying solely on their own strength would not suffice to secure a suitable soul ring for Tang San. Thus, they resolved to seek assistance from the esteemed principal of Nodding Academy. This principal, a soul master of level 43, was renowned for his prowess within Nodding City. And with his intervention, Tang San's quest for a soul ring would undoubtedly be more assured. Upon their return to Nodding Academy, they briefly tended to their wounds before Yu Xiaojiang hurried towards the principal's office. However, Tang San chose a different path, opting to return to the dormitory alone. As he pushed open the familiar door, a sense of unease gripped him. The vacant space seemed to be suffused with an air of desolation and solitude. The gloom within him surged like a tide, compelling him to leave that somber atmosphere behind. He stepped outside, hoping to find a sliver of tranquility in the fresh air. Wandering aimlessly, he unknowingly arrived at the back mountain, where two forces were locked in a tense standoff. The sight that greeted him was of Wang Sheng being ruthlessly cast aside, and his heart tightened as his gaze sharpened like a blade. At that moment, Xiao Wu's expression was as cold as frost, her clear eyes ablaze with fury. She fixated on the arrogant figures before her, her inner rage igniting like dry tinder. Blazing fiercely, Xiao Chenyu and his cohort reveled in their triumph, their laughter resonating across the open ground like sharp arrows piercing Wang Xing's heart. They brazenly mocked him, trampling his dignity beneath their feet, as if he were but a sickly tiger, easily dispatched. Ha ha ha, Wang Xing, you pitiful beast. Xiao Chenyu's group guffawed, reveling in their mockery. Yet, Wang Xing could only endure in silence. His heart brimmed with bitterness, but as a defeated individual, he found himself unable to retort, burying the humiliation and resentment deep within. He clenched his jaw, struggling to suppress his tears, yet his bloodshot eyes betrayed the fury and anguish festering within him. At that moment, Xiao Wu's gaze suddenly pierced through the chaos, locking onto a familiar figure, Tang San. It was as if she had found a long-lost anchor, and the shadows on her face dissipated like morning mist. Tang San, help me teach them a lesson. In Xiao Wu's voice resonated a resolute determination as she pointed her finger towards those who dared to provoke her. However, upon hearing her words, Tang San's expression momentarily stiffened. At that moment, he was grappling with excruciating physical pain, a burning sensation that seemed intent on consuming him whole. He was acutely aware that in his current state, even the typically less formidable Wang Sheng would be a formidable adversary. The gazes of the onlookers converged on the direction Xiao Wu indicated, and Tang San's demeanor appeared as though he had swallowed a heavy burden. The boy who had previously engaged with Wang Xing showed no signs of retreat. His eyes were resolute as he charged towards Tang San without hesitation. His strides were firm and powerful, each footfall echoing as if upon solid rock, exuding an unstoppable momentum. Confronted with this relentless onslaught, Tang San understood that evasion was not an option. Drawing a deep breath, he suppressed the fear and hesitation that threatened to engulf him. resolutely advancing to meet the challenge. He adeptly employed his nimble agility to evade several strikes from the boy's staff. Yet, with each dodge, the pain within him intensified, as if countless needles were piercing his flesh. However, amidst his intense focus on evasion, a momentary lapse exposed a vulnerability. Seizing the opportunity, the boy struck fiercely, landing a decisive blow upon Tang San's face. The force of the strike left an indelible mark, reminiscent of the injuries previously sustained by Yu Xiaojiang. Chapter 36. The unfortunate Tang San. In that fleeting moment, Tang San appeared to be suspended in time. As the shadows of the stick loomed before him with the swiftness of thunder, the boy's wooden staff rained down upon his shoulders and calves with relentless ferocity, culminating in a devastating blow to his chin. At that instant, Tang San's thoughts seemed to be wrenched away from him, and he was jolted back to reality only when the sound of the staff colliding with his chin reverberated in his ears. The boy's staff, imbued with an irresistible force, struck Tang San's chin with a resounding impact. It felt as though the earth itself had split apart, and Tang San's body quaked violently, blood gushing from his mouth like a fountain, before he was mercilessly sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string. "Tang San," Xiaowu exclaimed, her voice laced with terror and disbelief. She had never imagined that the usually invincible Tang San could appear so fragile and susceptible before such a young adversary. Xiao Qinyu gazed at the prostrate Tang San, who lay unmoving on the ground, a chill creeping into his heart. If this truly resulted in a fatality, even his father, the city lord, would not escape severe repercussions. "Hey, are you all right?" Xiao Qinyu attempted to confirm Tang San's condition, but his voice trembled ever so slightly. Yet, the Tang San on the ground was no longer the same. His bloodshot eyes burned like rubies scorched by flames, emitting a mesmerizing yet terrifying glow. The veins on his forehead throbbed like coiling dragons, betraying the fury and defiance raging within him. Tang San repeatedly chanted the path of vengeance within his heart, each word crashing down upon him like a hammer, intensifying his loathing for Xiao Qinyu and his companions. His blood-red gaze locked onto them, as if he aimed to etch their likenesses into his memory, marking them for future retribution. As Tang San struggled to rise from the ground, blood and dirt smeared at the corners of his mouth, the heavy stone that had weighed on everyone's hearts finally lifted. Xiao Qinyu inhaled deeply, his eyes scanning the victorious group of students with a complex expression, before he slowly declared, "You have won. From this day forth, the leadership of Nodding Academy belongs to you." With that, Xiao Qinyu turned on his heel, hastily retreating with his companions as if fleeing from a plague, leaving behind an empty arena. Xiao Wu and her comrades approached slowly, welcoming this seemingly glorious yet bittersweet victory. Their faces bore little joy, overshadowed instead by a weighty sense of reflection. This victory had not been earned through their own strength, but had come to fruition through the abandonment of others in their despair. Xiaowu's heart ached deeply for Tang San's suffering. She wished to approach him, to soothe his wounds with her tenderness. Yet, what awaited her was Tang San's gaze. Dark and consuming, cold and terrifying, reminiscent of a demon hailing from the depths of hell. "Don't touch me." Tang San's voice emerged like an echo from an ice cellar, imbued with a bone-chilling coldness that instantly froze Xiaowu's heart. Xiaowu was taken aback by the sudden coldness and ferocity, retreating a few steps. Her trembling finger pointed at Tang San, as an indescribable fury surged within her. "Tang San, by what right do you shout at me?" Her voice quivered, yet it was imbued with defiance and determination. Tears glimmered in her eyes, overshadowed by confusion and anger towards Tang San's actions. Tang San was momentarily stunned by her unexpected inquiry. The hatred and anger within him seemed to shatter under the weight of her words, allowing a flicker of reason to resurface. "Xiao Wu, he wished to explain, to apologize, but as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he found himself at a loss for where to begin. The anguish and turmoil in his heart rendered him speechless. Yet before he could utter a word, Xiaowu had already turned away, leaving him behind. The crowd that had once approached with goodwill, intending to offer Tang San solace, now recoiled as their gazes met the frost-covered depths of his eyes. The warmth of their earlier intentions evaporated like mist in the biting wind, and they chose to retreat, daunted by the extraordinary indifference radiating from this youth. As the throng dispersed, the vast expanse was left desolate, with only Tang San standing alone. He remained there, a solitary figure cast in the fading glow of the setting sun, feeling utterly abandoned by the world. Everything around him seemed to exist in a realm separate from his own, as if he were a forgotten corner of existence, bearing the weight of solitude and suffering. In that moment, a profound sense of betrayal and alienation quietly arose within Tang San. It pierced his heart like an invisible thorn, inflicting unprecedented pain. His rationality struggled to suppress the tumult of emotions within, yet the agony burned fiercely, searing his very soul. The scars left by the soul-hunting forest and the recent brutal assault weighed heavily upon him, leaving indelible marks on his being. With each step, he acutely felt the pain coursing through him, a fiery sensation that spread like flames within, nearly unbearable. Nevertheless, despite the torment, Tang San refrained from uttering a single groan. He clenched his teeth, silently enduring it all. Bearing the excruciating pain, he staggered toward the familiar office. Every step felt like a battle against his own limits. Yet the resilience in his heart propelled him forward. At last, he reached the teacher's office. The slightly worn wooden door creaked open under his trembling hand. The sight that greeted him warmed his heart. Teacher Yu Xiaogang was immersed in work, his focus unchanged from usual. However, when their eyes met and fell upon Tang San's battered form, a flash of shock and concern crossed Yu Xiaogang's face. "Xiao-san, what happened to you?" Yu Xiaogang quickly rose, hurrying to Tang San, his gaze filled with worry and confusion. He gently touched the wounds on Tang San's body, each mark a glaring reminder that pierced his heart. Feeling the teacher's concern, a wave of warmth surged through Tang San. He struggled to hold back the tears threatening to spill from his eyes, unwilling to reveal his vulnerability. "Teacher, I'm fine." Tang San's voice was slightly hoarse, a remnant of the recent competition with his classmates. He endeavored to maintain a light-hearted tone, yet the pain and fatigue he felt were unmistakably evident. Yu Xiaojiang gazed at Tang San, his heart a tumult of emotions. "Little San, you shall always be my most exceptional student," Yu Xiaojiang asserted, his voice imbued with warmth and conviction. "No matter the obstacles you encounter, believe in yourself and persevere. And by the way, the dean has already assured me that he will accompany us tomorrow to assist you in capturing your first soul ring." Gently, Yu Xiaojiang wrung out a towel soaked in warm water and meticulously applied it to Tang San's face. After his preliminary examination, it was apparent that the mark left by the blow would likely be a permanent reminder on Tang San's visage. This scar might become an indelible part of his life, accompanying him through the years to come. Tang San felt the profound concern emanating from his teacher, and a torrent of gratitude surged within him, causing tears to glisten at the corners of his eyes. However, the warm towel covering his face served as a veil, quietly concealing his tears and leaving only silent gratitude. Later that evening, after finishing dinner at Yu Xiaojiang's, Tang San declined the offer to stay the night, dragging his weary body back to the dormitory. Upon reaching the door, he gently pushed it open, only to be met with a chilling sight that caused his heart to sink once more. The bed he once shared closely with Xiao Wu was now starkly separated, and even more jarring was the sight of a brand new set of bedding on Xiao Wu's side, resembling an insurmountable chasm. In an instant, Tang San's heart plummeted into despair. He stood frozen, his emotions a chaotic web of confusion, disappointment, and a barely perceptible anger. Yet, he understood that he could utter no words of reproach at this moment. Silently, he approached his own bed and lay down gently, though his body was fatigued. His heart felt as though it were crushed under a boulder. He closed his eyes, attempting to escape this sudden upheaval through sleep. But his thoughts galloped through his mind like wild horses, restless and unyielding. The following day, as Tang San slowly opened his weary eyes, he surveyed the surroundings, only to find the usually bustling space now devoid of life, leaving him utterly alone. The surge of loneliness overwhelmed him, intensifying his feeling of abandonment. He pictured his classmates already on their way to the classroom, while he remained confined to this silent corner. Just as he sank deeper into this inexplicable emotion, a gentle knock at the door shattered the stillness. Rising to his feet, he ambled toward the door, curiosity bubbling within him. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of his teacher, Yu Xiaojiang, accompanied by the dean of Nodding Academy, both wearing gentle smiles. "Teacher," Tang San greeted softly, surprise and respect evident in his voice. He then turned his gaze toward the dean, his eyes brimming with inquiry and intrigue. "Little San, shortly, the dean will personally lead us to assist you in acquiring your first soul ring," Yu Xiaojiang informed him. The voice of Yu Xiaojiang was imbued with excitement, his hands trembling with fervor as he emphatically patted Tang San on the shoulder. However, Tang San's brow furrowed slightly at that moment, a fleeting hint of pain flickering at the corners of his mouth. The forceful grasp of Yu Xiaojiang, combined with Tang San's already battered body, nearly sent him into a whirl, as if the entire world was spinning before his eyes. Noticing Tang San's pale complexion and his frequent gasps for air, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly awoke from his daze, realizing his own recklessness. He quickly withdrew his hand, his eyes filled with remorse and self-reproach. The director cast a cold glance at Yu Xiaojiang, his deep-set eyes brimming with dissatisfaction and reproach. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to Tang San, and upon observing the new red marks on the youth's tender face, a flicker of sympathy welled up within him. The three of them boarded an old horse-drawn carriage, silently making their way into the soul-hunting forest. As they passed the spot where they had previously encountered Mai Kai, the remnants of battle on the ground still evoked a sense of dread. However, both Tang San and his mentor tacitly avoided the topic, bypassing the area altogether. Time seemed to blur within the confines of this mysterious forest, and after an indeterminate duration, a vivid splash of color suddenly caught their attention. It was a mandrake snake, its agile form adorned with scales that shimmered with a ghostly blue glow, clearly a creature over a century old. "Teacher, look, it's a mandrake snake," Tang San exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration as he pointed towards the serpent, his voice brimming with excitement. Yu Xiaojiang's gaze was equally ensnared by the unique mandrake snake, and he understood that this creature was undoubtedly the optimal choice for Tang San's first spirit ring. They exchanged knowing smiles and nodded in agreement before both turned their eyes towards the director. The director gave a slight nod, as if he were already well aware of their intentions. In the next instant, he sprang into action, moving with the agility of a leopard, disappearing from sight and heading straight into the depths of the soul-hunting forest. Soon after, the sounds of fierce combat erupted from deep within the forest, suggesting that a fierce clash was underway. Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San felt a tightening in their hearts, knowing that the director had engaged with the mandrake snake. Without a moment's hesitation, they hastened towards the source of the commotion, their hearts racing in sync with the rhythm of the battle. Both anxious for the director's safety and hopeful that the mandrake snake would successfully become Tang San's spirit ring. Before long, the director returned, dragging the half-dead mandrake snake back into view. The creature struggled weakly in his grasp, clearly devoid of the strength to resist. Seeing this scene, both Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San breathed a sigh of relief, the weight in their hearts finally lifted. They understood that with the mandrake snake as a spirit ring, Tang San's strength would be significantly enhanced. Yu Xiaojiang scrutinized the mandrake snake carefully, but when he discerned its age, the smile on his face abruptly froze. Upon investigation, he discovered that this mandala serpent was merely a century old, significantly distant from the maximum lifespan of over 400 years. Yu Xiaojiang hesitated, contemplating whether to persuade Tang San to abandon this soul ring. However, while Yu Xiaojiang was still mulling over his thoughts, Tang San swiftly delivered the final blow to the mandala serpent. A yellow soul ring, tinged with a hint of white, gradually emerged from the serpent's body. Tang San resolutely settled into a meditative position, commencing the absorption of the soul ring. By the time Yu Xiaojiang prepared to guide him, Tang San had already begun the process. Given the circumstances, Yu Xiaojiang found it difficult to voice any objections and could only wait silently on the sidelines. Although the first soul ring of 100 years was indeed yellow, it was far from the optimal choice. Chapter 37. Subduing Bibi Dong. Within the hallowed halls of the papal chamber, Bibi Dong reclined languidly, her long, porcelain-like legs subtly revealed beneath the hem of her gown. Clutching her scepter, a symbol of the soul hall's authority and might, an intense power radiated from her piercing gaze. Her eyes, sharp as those of a hawk, fixated on the figure of Mei Tikai, standing below. Flames of fury ignited within her, as she reproached him. "Mei Tikai, how dare you act so brazenly? You presume to mobilize the personnel of the papal chamber without my consent? Your audacity knows no bounds." In response to Bibi Dong's vehement admonition, Mei Tikai remained unfazed. He shrugged nonchalantly, a disdainful smile curving his lips. "Bibi Dong, spare me your papal theatrics. The Douluo Soul Division has decayed to such a degree, and you, the so-called Pope, bears significant responsibility for this decline. Their exchange reverberated throughout the vast chamber, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Bibi Dong's rage seethed within her. While Mei Tikai stood resolute, unyielding in the face of her ire, a tempest appeared poised to erupt within this sacred domain. Mei Tikai, you must bear in mind that this is the residence of the revered Pope, a place of sanctity and dignity. Bibi Dong's tone surged with fury, her astonishment and anger palpable. For years, none had dared to challenge her in such a manner. The papal chamber? Mei Tikai's scoffs echoed through the expanse, each sound akin to a razor's edge, chafing against Bibi Dong's pride. His gaze was laced with contempt, as if she were nothing more than an insignificant stone, or the trivial residue of refuse. Bibi Dong, do you truly believe that without the support of the worship hall, you could easily ascend to this papal throne? Or do you genuinely think that once seated, you would be free from challenge, your authority unassailable? Mei Tikai's voice was frigid, each word piercing like an icicle into Bibi Dong's heart. Their dialogue unfolded like two blades, clashing within the papal chamber, each encounter sending shivers down the spine. Mei Tikai's voice, sharp as an icy edge, struck with the weight of a hammer upon Bibi Dong's heart. You betrayed Xuere's trust, luring her into the heavenly Do Empire under the guise of executing some ridiculous infiltration scheme, merely a pawn in your nefarious plot. His words sliced through the tranquil air like a biting gale, shattering the facade of Bibi Dong's hypocrisy. Your true aim is to obliterate Xuere's innate talent, rendering her a sacrificial pawn in your grand ambitions. The fury in Mei Tikai's eyes ignited, his voice resonating like thunder, echoing through the silence and shaking the very fabric of the space. Each thunderous utterance struck Bibi Dong's heart like a sharp blade, leaving her trembling in shock and dread. A flicker of panic flashed across her eyes, as if the deepest secrets of her heart had been unveiled. The facade she once took pride in now appeared feeble and insipid under the piercing gaze of Mei Tikai. Bibi Dong, brimming with confidence, believed that each of her steps was taken with utmost caution, akin to a chess master meticulously strategizing on a board. Yet, before her carefully crafted schemes, Mei Tikai resembled an all-seeing sage, laying bare her intricately woven thoughts as if they were mere blank sheets of paper. Before Mei Tikai's words fully dissipated into the air, Bibi Dong's previously calm visage transformed, akin to a tranquil lake ravaged by a tempest, unable to retain its serenity. This was due to the name Mei Tikai uttered, Yuxiagang, striking her heart's softest corners like a heavy hammer. Yuxiagang, the man who once streaked across the trajectory of her life like a shooting star, had become a radiant hope within her heart. Now, with the mere mention of his name, long-buried memories and emotions surged forth, shattering her composure and poise. A mere level 29 waste, yet wielding the Elder and Pope orders, such a ludicrous sight. Yet he continued to deceive, using the Elder Order as bait within the martial spirit division, indulging in ill-gotten gains. Mei Tikai's gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, remained locked onto Bibi Dong's ever-shifting countenance. He was fully aware of the entanglement between Bibi Dong and Yuxiagang, having conducted meticulous investigations, knowing all the intricacies involved. Upon grasping the entirety of the situation, while he felt a flicker of sympathy for Bibi Dong's plight, it was overshadowed by profound disdain for her actions. Silence. He is not a waste. Bibi Dong's voice thundered, filled with rage and unassailable conviction. Each mention of Yuxiagang's name pierced through her seemingly impenetrable calm, leaving her unable to maintain her composure. Yuxiagang was a sacred sanctuary in her heart, an inviolable boundary she would not allow anyone to trample upon, nor would she permit any form of humiliation or belittlement towards him. Gripping the Pope's scepter tightly, her sixth spirit ring erupted in a dazzling glow, as if to stain the entire space with a crimson frenzy. Sixth spirit skill, blood-sucking spider sting. With her command, countless sharp stings poured forth like a torrential downpour, racing toward Mei Tikai. Each sting shimmered ominously, bearing a chilling aura of death, as if intent on tearing apart any obstacles in their path. A smirk of derision grazed his lips as he fixed his gaze upon Bibi Dong. You dare strike at me for a waste like Yuxiagang? Bibi Dong, how grand your authority as Pope appears. Before his words could fully escape, his right hand shot forth like lightning, grasping a pair of nunchaku. The nunchaku danced in Mei Tikai's hands as if imbued with life, carving fierce trajectories through the air with the fluidity of his movements. BB Dong's spider-like stings descended upon him like a relentless downpour. Yet each attack was deftly neutralized by the dual nunchaku, the sound of their collision echoing resoundingly throughout the grand hall, akin to the crackling of firecrackers. After an intense battle, Might Guy successfully withstood all of BB Dong's onslaughts. At this moment, his demeanor had shifted from the earlier calm to one imbued with gravity and determination. BB Dong, are you truly intent on turning against me today? Might Guy's voice resonated, deep and resolute, as emerald steam enveloped him, a manifestation of his Eight Gates technique. His presence was as steadfast as a mountain, rivaling that of BB Dong, who had already attained the formidable level of 97. BB Dong's piercing gaze shimmered with a chilling intensity as she regarded Might Guy's hostile visage, akin to observing a toy on the verge of shattering. With her long, fair legs, she descended gracefully from her throne, each step exuding an ineffable majesty. The Eight Gates technique, this forced extraction of bodily potential, how long do you believe it can be sustained? Her tone dripped with arrogance and disdain, as if she had already foreseen Might Guy's downfall. Humph, how long can it last? A smirk played upon Might Guy's lips, if you wish to find out. Then come and try. Oh, by the way, that jade little one, he is likely suffering quite a bit right now, Might Guy remarked nonchalantly. Yet his words struck BB Dong's heart like a sharp blade. Instantly, the expression in her eyes darkened, reminiscent of the ominous sky before a tempest, oppressive and threatening. You seek death. BB Dong's voice was as frigid as ice, each word slicing through the air like a dagger, instilling dread. In an instant, a dark purple aura surged forth from BB Dong, enveloping her surroundings like a shroud of mist in the darkness, gradually consuming everything in its vicinity. Her form began to undergo a bizarre transformation, her lower body morphing until it became a grotesque and massive spider's body, 6 sharp legs extending from her oval abdomen. Glinting ominously. Simultaneously, her hands lost their human form, becoming sharp and unyielding, capable of tearing through anything with ease. This transformation stood in stark contrast to her usual gentle and charming demeanor, rendering her nearly unrecognizable. At that moment, BB Dong resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell, hideous and terrifying. Her grotesque visage was so far removed from that of the enchanting Pope that it was almost inconceivable. In a flash, BB Dong lunged forward, her claws carving a lethal arc through the air, unleashing 2 dark purple blades that, like phantoms from the underworld, hurtled towards Might Guy with blinding speed. The blades sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, striking Might Guy's body in an instant. Within the hall, dust was stirred up, enveloping the area in a thick haze that obscured the vision of onlookers. Amidst the swirling smoke, Might Guy's silhouette flickered in and out of view. With his arms crossed protectively before him, he appeared to withstand the tempestuous barrage with unwavering resolve. His voice resonated, deep and powerful, as if echoing from the annals of time. 8th gate, 6th gate, open. As his words fell, a formidable aura erupted from Might Guy, surging forth like a torrential flood that instantaneously dispersed the surrounding dust. Green steam rose from his body, akin to emerald flames igniting, illuminating the entire hall. Under the influence of this overwhelming presence, Might Guy's figure appeared increasingly towering and formidable. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before BB Dong, delivering a powerful kick aimed at her abdomen. Yet, BB Dong's response was equally remarkable. Her sharp claws swiftly intercepted his strike. The collision produced a resounding thud, seemingly freezing the very air in that moment. BB Dong's hands bore the brunt of the immense force, a wave of astonishment washing over her. Restricted by the divine trial, her originally peak level of 97 could now only manifest as a strength of 95. Confronted with Might Guy's almost irrationally violent approach, she felt an unprecedented pressure. However, BB Dong did not falter. She understood the gravity of this battle and was acutely aware that surrender was not an option. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself, preparing to face Might Guy's forthcoming onslaught. Leaf Hurricane, Might Guy roared, unleashing an astonishing force from his feet once more. This time, even the imposing BB Dong, who stood like a mountain, found herself compelled to retreat several steps under the weight of his momentum. Her sharp spider-like legs, akin to steel blades, carved into the ground, leaving 6 startling gashes on the hardened earth, resembling scars upon the land. Yet, despite this, BB Dong's response remained as swift as lightning. In the instant she was forced back, A powerful soul energy erupted from within her. The seventh soul ring on her body ignited like a flame, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Seventh soul skill, true martial spirit. With her incantation, the air behind her seemed to tear apart, gradually revealing a massive spider that coalesced with Bibidong's form, as if becoming an integral part of her, elevating her already formidable presence to new heights. Eighth soul skill, Spider Monarch Clone. Bibidong proclaimed, her voice resonating within the hall, imbued with an undeniable authority. Subsequently, her second, third, and sixth soul rings illuminated simultaneously, twinkling like stars in the night sky, emanating a resplendent glow. Second soul skill, Deathly Poison Fog. Third soul skill, Death Prison. Sixth soul skill, Blood-Sucking Spider Stab. Bathed in this radiant light, a clone identical to Bibidong abruptly materialized within the hall. A dark violet mist began to rise from her, rapidly enveloping the entire Pope Hall. This fog, reminiscent of the breath of death, exuded a chilling toxicity that sent shivers down the spine. Meanwhile, countless cages woven from spider silk silently emerged, as if imbued with life, swiftly entangling themselves around Mei Kai, binding him securely within. At last, Bibidong's sixth soul skill, Blood-Sucking Spider Sting, was unleashed. A torrent of spider stings cascaded down like a torrential rain, enveloping the entire hall. Each sting shimmered with a chilling glow, infused with lethal poison, aimed directly at Mei Kai. In that moment, the grand hall transformed into a battlefield of hell, where dark purple mist, resilient cages, and dense spider stings coalesced to form a net of death, ensnaring Mei Kai tightly within its grasp. Just as Bibidong believed victory was hers, a deep and powerful voice suddenly resonated from the dark purple poison mist. Open, shock gate. In an instant, a massive white tiger burst forth from the toxic haze. Yet no trace of soul power emanated from it. The white tiger roared, its colossal form lunging toward Bibidong. However, this white tiger was no ordinary creature. It let out a howl that echoed like thunder, reverberating throughout the entire papal hall. Its immense and agile body charged forward, each step resonating with the force of an earthquake, propelling itself fiercely toward Bibidong. In that fleeting moment, the entire papal hall seemed to tremble. The roar of the tiger not only vibrated Bibidong's eardrums but also shook her very soul. She had once believed her victory was assured, however, at this moment, the arrival of the enigmatic white tiger instilled within her an unprecedented sense of peril. Chapter 38, Subduing Bibidong, Part 2. The roar of the white tiger resounded like thunder, shattering the tranquility of the papal palace and echoing in every corner, stirring the soul. Its gaze blazed fiercely, radiating a primal ferocity, and then, like a cataclysmic avalanche, its massive and agile form lunged violently towards Bibidong. Amidst the swirling toxic mist, fireballs streaked through the darkness like meteors, erupting one after another from the noxious haze, akin to enraged fire sprites dancing in the night. Where these fireballs passed, the air seemed ignited, the temperature within the papal palace soaring in an instant, waves of heat cascading forth. The fireballs struck Bibidong with unerring precision, each akin to a searing brand, leaving deep imprints upon her skin. Her body quivered under the barrage of fireballs, the ghastly burns blooming like vivid red flowers, glaringly conspicuous in the dark. Amidst the relentless onslaught, Bibidong's fury ignited entirely. She roared, her eyes gleaming with resolute determination, intent on overpowering Mei Kai in one fell swoop. Her hands transformed into razor-sharp claws, akin to two blades slicing through the air, striking ruthlessly towards Mei Kai's form. This strike possessed such formidable power that it would instill dread even in the most proficient defenders among Soul Douluos, as if the very air were cleaved apart. Yet, in the face of this seemingly flawless assault, Mei Kai exhibited astonishing composure and strength. He extended his hand and, in a flash, firmly grasped the claws in Bibidong's hands. Subsequently, his other fist coiled tightly, akin to a cannonball poised to unleash its fury, and struck with force towards Bibidong's forehead. This punch, laden with tremendous power and accompanied by a resounding crack, connected with Bibidong's brow. The suddenness of the attack left her momentarily dazed, blood trickling from her forehead, intertwining with her rage and defiance, creating a breathtaking tableau. Mei Kai's figure surged like a tempest, his foot crashing heavily against Bibidong's ample chest. In that fleeting moment, the soft sensation was akin to spring waters rippling, nearly washing away the steadfastness of his resolve. However, He swiftly regained his composure, refusing to let that momentary wavering cloud his judgment. As his foot descended, Bibidon's form was akin to a leaf caught in a storm. Hurtling backward with great speed, she traced an arc through the air until she collided forcefully against 3 or 4 stout pillars, only then managing to halt her momentum. Her body trembled slightly from the impact, clearly indicating the tremendous shock Mei Tikai's strike had inflicted upon her. Compared to his earlier fierce battle with Tang Hao, Mei Tikai had now fully harnessed the power of the Shattering Gate. This strength was sufficient to contend with a 99th level peerless Douluo, far beyond what a 97th level title Douluo, unable to unleash their full potential, could withstand. At this moment, Bibian, consumed by rage, despite her formidable prowess, appeared woefully fragile before Mei Tikai. Debris rained down like a torrential storm, mercilessly crashing upon Bibidon's form, the immense force seemingly intent on tearing her apart. Under such a tremendous blow, she was reluctantly compelled to withdraw from her martial soul embodiment. As the grotesque manifestation faded away, Bibi Dong's countenance, once distorted, was revealed anew. It was a visage of breathtaking beauty, exquisite enough to take one's breath away. Yet, in this moment, her loveliness appeared so pallid and powerless. The papal robe she wore had become tattered and worn, as if it had endured a brutal conflict. Blood trickled slowly from her forehead, resembling a tragic red bloom that blossomed against her pale face. Bibi Dong seemed utterly drained of all strength, listlessly prostrating herself on the ground. Her eyes filled with disbelief and shock. She had never envisioned herself in such a dire predicament, let alone fathomed the extent of her utter defeat. All of this was almost too much to bear, as if the entire world were collapsing before her eyes. At this moment, Might Guy also withdrew from the 8 gates of bypass, the blue steam enveloping him dissipating like morning mist into the air, though his breath had steadied. Each rise and fall betrayed the fatigue and pain lying hidden beneath. The backlash from entering the open gate still ached intensely. Most of his muscles were severely torn. Yet even in this condition, he could still completely overpower Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, I know not what secrets you conceal. Might Guy's voice resonated, deep and resolute, akin to an unyielding mountain. If you choose to persist in this manner, then the throne of the papacy shall likely become a precarious seat for you. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from the papal hall like a wraith, leaving Bibi Dong alone to confront the vast emptiness of the chamber. Her heart tumultuous with indescribable emotions. Might Guy returned to the worship hall, and upon entering, he beheld Qian Daolu kneeling beneath the statue of the angel. This sight prompted an amused yet baffled smile from Might Guy. Qian Daolia's actions were almost comically routine, akin to clocking in for work, so regular that it was impossible to ignore. However, Might Guy recognized this as Qian Daolia's steadfast faith, a profound reverence and respect for the angelic figure. With a soft sigh, Might Guy, though somewhat at a loss for words, felt a deep admiration for Qian Daoliu's dedication. He understood that everyone possesses their own beliefs and aspirations, and Qian Daolu, in his own way, expressed a profound veneration for the angelic deity. It seemed that Qian Daolu sensed something amiss. As Might Guy approached, he spoke first, his tone carrying a hint of inquiry, yet more so an undeniable affirmation. You clashed with Bibi Dong, did you not? Might Guy merely shrugged, aware that concealing the truth from such an astute individual was unnecessary. Indeed, I did engage with her, he stated candidly, his voice devoid of evasion. Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu sighed softly, his breath laced with a sense of resignation and regret. She is not quite as you perceive her. Perhaps you have only witnessed her harshness and indifference toward Xiao Shui. But Qian Daolia's words trailed off, as if he found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. Might Guy did not pursue further inquiries, standing quietly as he awaited the continuation from Qian Daolu. He understood that the elder's forthcoming words would undoubtedly carry profound significance. Perhaps you have never truly perceived the burdens borne upon Bibi Dong's shoulders. Qian Daolu slowly began to speak, his voice tinged with fatigue. Then he took a deep breath, as if striving to expel the weight of his suppressed emotions. Might Guy silently approached Qian Daolu, offering no words, but merely extending his hand to grasp the cooled cup of tea from the table, raising it to his lips and drinking it in one swift motion. As the tea slid down his throat, he seemed to swallow that icy resolve along with it. He then placed the cup back on the table with a resounding clink. the sound reverberating through the air like his unwavering determination, steadfast and immovable. I do not concern myself with the myriad of helplessness and grievances that woman may harbor. Yet none of these can justify her harm against Shuer. Mike Kai's voice rang out with conviction, each word striking like a hammer upon the heart, rendering his resolute stance impossible to overlook. His gaze appeared particularly profound, a slight furrow of his brow suggesting deep contemplation. His words echoed through the vast hall, imbued with an undeniable decisiveness. Moreover, I have heard whispers of entanglements between Bibi Dong and that Yu Xiaojiang. I shall delve deeper into this matter, ascertain the full details, and then decide on her fate. With that, he turned, preparing to exit the oppressive and weighty hall. As he reached the entrance, sunlight streamed in, elongating his shadow. He paused, glancing back at Qiandao Lu seated beneath the statue. A hint of concern gracing his features. I intend to venture to the Heavendo Empire to meet with Shuer. Do you have any messages for her? At the mention of Qian Rangshu, Qiandao Lu's typically tranquil visage shifted slightly. In this world, if anyone could stir his heart, it would surely be the jewel of his affections. After a moment of silence, he gently shook his head. Mike Kai nodded, casting a deep glance at Qiandao Lu before stepping into the radiant sunlight, hastening towards the direction of the Heavendo Empire. It was only after Mike Kai's presence had completely faded from perception that Qiandao Lu slowly exhaled a long, deep sigh, the breath laden with profound weight and relief. The remaining 6 attendants quietly emerged from the shadows, their gazes converging on the spot where Mike Kai had just stood. The second attendant, Golden Crocodile Douluo, gazed thoughtfully for a moment before redirecting his focus to Qiandao Lu, his tone serious. How do you intend to deal with Bibi Dong? That woman dared to act brazenly within the hall of the Pope. It is utterly audacious. The third attendant, Azure Luan Douluo, remained silent, while the other attendants exchanged glances, all awaiting Qiandao Lu's decision. Amidst the expectant gazes, Qiandao Lu gently shook his head, an action imbued with a hint of resignation and regret. I do not intend to take any action against her. Though his voice was calm, the underlying meaning was impossible to ignore. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, evidently surprised by Qiandao Lu's decision. In Qiandao Lu's tone, there lies a profound confidence in Mike Kai, reminiscent of a sage recounting the treasures he has nurtured with his own hands. Mike Kai has grown under their watchful eyes, and both his charismatic personality and resilient character, along with his unique approach to life, have garnered genuine admiration from this venerable generation. One day, we, the old bones, shall inevitably step off the stage of history, becoming mere dust of time. Qiandao Lu's voice is low and resolute, as if narrating an unalterable truth. Our duty is to safeguard this final bastion for them, to pave the way ahead, allowing them the freedom to soar and flourish. With these words, Qiandao Lu slowly rises, preparing to depart. Though the Golden Crocodile Douluo feels a hint of displeasure, he understands that this is not the moment for outbursts. Thus he refrains from voicing his discontent. He recognizes that pulling Bai Dong down at this juncture could trigger a cascade of repercussions, an imprudent course of action for them. Hence, he opts for silence, choosing to wait. 3 days later, upon arriving in the Heavendo Empire, Mike Kai wastes no time and strides purposefully towards the prince's residence. Approaching from a distance, his gaze captures 2 Soul King-level guards, who stand like imposing mountains, vigilantly ensuring the tranquility of the estate. However, Mike Kai intends to take an unconventional path. His visit is meant to surprise Qian Rangshu. Drawing a deep breath, he leaps into the air, transforming into a soaring eagle, ascending hundreds of meters skyward. Before gracefully descending in an elegant arc, landing precisely within the annex of the prince's estate, he deftly evades the patrolling guards, stealthily approaching the room where his target resides. With a gentle push, he opens the window silently and nimbly slips inside, akin to a live cat. Upon entering the room, a rich fragrance envelopes him, intoxicating and refreshing, reminiscent of springtime yet tinged with the unique essence of Qian Rangshu, stirring his heart. He inhales deeply, savoring this delightful and invigorating aroma, a smile of anticipation and excitement gracing his face. On this tranquil afternoon, Qian Rangshu's figure is conspicuously absent within the estate. Mike Kai understands that as the prince Qian Rinxue is undoubtedly preoccupied with court affairs during the day, engaging with ministers and garnering support, her time consumed by various political duties and strategies, leaving her exceedingly busy. Contemplating this reality, a tinge of helplessness wells up within Mike Kai, yet he does not linger on it. He proceeds directly to the familiar bedroom, the sanctuary where Qian Rinxue rests. The bed still seems to retain her warmth, and the air is permeated with her distinctive, subtle fragrance. As if she were right beside him. Gently, he lies down, closes his eyes, and takes a deep breath, as if to inhale this aroma fully into his being. The scent, like Qian Rinxue herself, is elegant and enchanting, captivating him entirely. Gradually, his eyelids began to grow heavy, and his thoughts became increasingly indistinct. Upon this familiar bed, he experienced an unprecedented sense of peace and comfort. In no time, he succumbed to a profound slumber, as if to cast aside all weariness and fatigue. As night descended, the mansion was ablaze with light. Qian Rinxue, under the guise of Xue Qinghe, concluded her discussion with Ning Fengji, the master of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Exhausted to the core, Qian Rinxue stepped into her chamber, immediately sensing an unusual aura lingering in the air. Her keen instincts informed her that someone had undoubtedly visited this room. Cautiously, she surveyed her surroundings, her gaze ultimately settling upon the ajar door of the bedroom. With utmost care, she entered, her heart tumultuous as if caught in a tempest. When her eyes beheld the scene before her on the bed, the once icy coldness of her beautiful gaze widened in shock and disbelief. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, threatening to cascade down at any moment. At that instant, Maite Kai had awakened, reclining upon the bed, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips as he quietly regarded Qian Rinxue. Overwhelmed by this sudden revelation, Qian Rinxue nearly abandoned her disguise. She delicately shed her fade, revealing her true visage. Her face, sculpted as if from ice and snow, now bore traces of confusion and vulnerability. She stood there, locked in a gaze with Maite Kai, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Chapter 39. The uncommon BB Dong moonlight gently cascaded, illuminating Qian Rinxue's slightly aggrieved visage, her eyes tinged with a hint of crimson, reminiscent of delicate flower petals caressed by a gentle spring drizzle, lingering yet reluctant to fall. As Maite Kai crossed the threshold, the opening lines he had rehearsed countless times in his mind dissipated like morning mist, swept away by the unexpected tenderness of the moment. He rose slowly from beside the bed, his movements imbued with an irresistible gentleness, tenderly enveloping Qian Rinxue in his broad embrace. At that instant, all the waiting and longing transformed into unspoken solace, quietly flowing between them. Shuer, I apologize for coming to see you only now. Maite Kai's voice was deep and resonant, akin to the gentlest starlight in the night sky, softly brushing against Qian Rinxue's heart, soothing all her grievances and unease. Nestled in his arms, she remained silent, simply attuning herself to the rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling the warmth and tranquility emanating from his very core. This silent understanding surpassed the need for words, conveying emotions more profound than 1,000 declarations. As they shifted their steps, the couple entered the elegantly adorned living room. The flickering candlelight cast a warm glow, enveloping the space in a cozy ambience. The servants had discreetly placed a meticulously prepared dinner upon the table, and the air was filled with an enticing aroma. Adding a touch of homeliness to this night of reunion, Maite Kai nonchalantly pulled out a chair, his movements fluid and natural, as though this place were inherently a part of his sanctuary. With a smile, he picked up his chopsticks, ready to indulge in the belated meals. Yet his gaze inevitably returned to Qian Rinxue, the depth of his affection and indulgence seemingly softening the very air around them. Noticing this, Qian Rinxue's eyes sparkled with mischief as she playfully parted her lips, bestowing upon him a captivating yet cheeky glance, a faint smile dancing at the corners of her mouth. Observing his eager anticipation for the feast, she could not help but let out a light sigh, her tone imbued with a mix of affection and exasperation. Wash your hands. Upon hearing this, Maite Kai's imminent dive into the delectable spread froze, as if he had received the gentlest command imaginable. Reluctantly, he set down his utensils and complied, rising to wash his hands. Upon his return, his expression bore a childlike obedience and eager expectation. As he settled back down, Before he could utter a word, Qian Rinxiu deftly grasped her chopsticks, selecting a carefully chosen delicacy and slowly presenting it to his lips, her gaze as gentle as a flowing stream. With a soft whisper, she encouraged, "Come, open your mouth." Her voice, akin to a warm breeze on a spring day, swept over his heart, ensnaring him in a delightful trance. Meitikai gazed at the enticing morsel, its colors vibrant and aroma intoxicating. A wave of warmth surged within him. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth wide, as if to embrace both the affection and flavor, savoring the rare tranquility and happiness. This scene was warm and sweet, as if time itself had paused, leaving only the unspoken understanding and profound affection between them. As night descended, the warmth of dinner flowed slowly between them like a gentle stream, nourishing their hearts after a long separation. In the dim light, the mutual feeding of tenderness quietly infused this meal with an extraordinary sweetness and fulfillment. As the joy enveloped him like a fine wine, growing richer with every moment, a faint sound of footsteps disrupted the tranquility within the room. The serpent spear Douluo entered, cradling a steaming bowl of dark-hued medicinal broth. His arrival stirred little commotion. However, upon catching sight of Meitikai, a fleeting hint of surprise flickered in his eyes, quickly replaced by a courteous nod, his demeanor exuding the calmness and detachment of one seasoned by the trials of battle. He approached with measured steps, respectfully offering the bowl, which emitted a subtle bitterness, to Qian Rinxiu, his voice deep and resonant. "Young master, it is time for your medicine." Qian Rinxiu's gaze settled upon the obsidian broth, and a faint furrow of concern creased her brow, a semblance of reluctance akin to the faintest twinkle of starlight in the night sky, hardly noticeable, yet undeniably present. She sighed softly, a sound tinged with resignation towards the bitter taste, as well as a gentle worry for her own health. Meanwhile, Meitikai's concern surged forth like a tidal wave upon the appearance of the medicinal concoction, unabashed and evident. "Schwer, has something occurred?" he inquired with genuine anxiety. This time, Qian Rinxiu refrained from responding, but the serpent spear Douluo promptly articulated the cause. It was Tang Hao. He has slain the young master's dark body, causing the damage inflicted upon it to rebound upon her. The serpent spear Douluo spoke with indignation, expressing that had he not been at a disadvantage against Tang Hao, he would have sought retribution. Tang Hao. At the mere mention of the name, even Meitikai felt a stir of emotion, resolutely vowing that once he departed, he would seek the life of that wretched Tang Hao. Qian Rinxiu's eyes briefly swept over Meitikai's face, the subtle shifts in his expression akin to the most elusive starlight in the night, instantly captured in her heart. Without the need for words, she could perceive the fervent thoughts swirling within him, the burgeoning desire for battle akin to an undercurrent, though it could not conceal the steadfastness and determination beneath. Yet, ripples of concern stirred within Qian Rinxiu. She was acutely aware that Tang Hao stood at the pinnacle of the Soul Master realm as a 96th level titled Douluo. His strength unfathomable, even those of equal rank would need to tread carefully when facing him. She did not wish for Meitikai to be harmed. However, fate seemed to delight in playful irony, for Qian Rinxiu had not anticipated that Meitikai had already crossed swords with Tang Hao previously, and furthermore, he had decisively bested him. "Akai," Qian Rinxiu whispered softly, her tone laced with both admonition and concern. "Please do not." Her voice was gentle yet resolute, like a refreshing breeze in spring, striving to soothe the impending turmoil while still embodying vitality and strength, perfectly articulating her worry and counsel for Meitikai. After spending a night at the prince's residence, before dawn had even broken, Meitikai departed, setting his course towards the papal palace with unwavering determination. To hasten his journey, he resolutely opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. As Meitikai traversed the threshold of the Shadow Gate, his velocity experienced a remarkable transformation. Whereas it previously took him 3 days to arrive, this time he accomplished the journey in less than half a day, with the sun merely beginning to rise. Upon entering the papal hall, he found himself amidst the morning assembly, where golden sunlight streamed through the intricately carved windows, casting dappled patterns within the hall and imbuing this solemn space with a touch of warmth and mystery. Meikai's gaze instinctively gravitated towards the elevated papal throne, where Bibi Dong remained seated. Yet, The once indomitable aura she exuded was now veiled by a faint pallor, her presence seemingly diminished, emanating an ineffable sense of weariness and frailty. This transformation did not escape the notice of those within the hall. However, none dared to lift their eyes to confront the subtle vulnerability concealed beneath the Pope's formidable exterior. Cardinals and bishops alike bowed their heads, meticulously focused on their own movements and postures, fearful that any superfluous gesture or glance might disrupt the delicate equilibrium and provoke the ire of Her Holiness. Once the morning assembly concluded and all had departed, Mike Guy finally emerged from the throng. Yet, when Bibi Dong beheld him, the animosity she once harbored seemed to have dissipated. "You have seen Qian Rinxue." Her voice was remarkably calm, as though the altercation between them days prior had never occurred. Mike Guy was somewhat taken aback by Bibi Dong's demeanor. However, adhering to the adage of not striking a smiling face, he refrained from directly confronting her. "I have seen her, but the circumstances are dire." After a moment of contemplation, Mike Guy relayed Qian Rinxue's current state to Bibi Dong. He could perceive that the hatred in her eyes had lessened considerably, and she no longer exhibited the madness of previous days. This shift struck Mike Guy as peculiar. "After our encounter days ago, I believe I have come to a realization," Bibi Dong mused, her gaze inquisitive. "It seems you have awakened me." Reflecting upon it now, Yu Xiaojing appears utterly ludicrous. Lacking charm, power, or strength, even his prideful knowledge is merely plagiarized from the archives of our spirit hall. Yet, I remain perplexed as to why I ever loved him. There was a brief pause in her tone. For Mike Guy, the revelation was utterly shocking. The possessor of a twin martial soul, a 97th level title Douluo under 30, and the Pope of the Spirit Hall, had once fallen for that inept Yu Xiaojing. The magnitude of this information left him momentarily speechless. Nevertheless, he chose to remain silent, attentively listening as Bibi Dong recounted the tale of their initial encounter, how Yu Xiaojing, with his silver tongue, had deceived her, ultimately leveraging her to gain entry into the archives of the Spirit Hall, which precipitated a series of tragic events. "So now, you no longer harbor love for Yu Xiaojing?" Mei Kei's gaze was fixed intently upon Bibi Dong, in the face of her unabashed stare. Bibi Dong met his eyes without a hint of trepidation. "I find myself rather uninterested in that worthless individual, yet you pique my curiosity," she declared, leaving Mei Kei utterly astonished. Interested in him? What qualities did he possess beyond a handsome visage, formidable strength, and a robust physique? Bibi Dong gracefully unfurled her form, akin to the first light of dawn breaking through the morning mist, standing with an elegance that commanded respect as she descended the steps with a lightness that belied her undeniable gravitas. Each step seemed to resonate with the very fabric of time, orchestrating the flow of air around her. Lacking a martial soul and the support of soul power, she nonetheless exhibited a prowess that rivaled that of the peerless Douluo. Her voice, deep and magnetic, echoed like whispers of ancient forests, a query directed at Mei Kei, yet also a reflection of her own astonishment. "Such a marvel. How could I not be curious? How could I not bestow upon you my utmost attention?" As she concluded her words, Bibi Dong had silently arrived at Mei Kei's side, their proximity such that they could almost hear the resonance of each other's heartbeat. Her profound gaze sparkled with inquiry and admiration, while Mei Kei, caught off guard by this sudden closeness, felt his breath quicken with a mix of tension and anticipation. The air was thick with a subtle strain, as if even the wind held its breath, awaiting each minute shift that could follow. In that moment, Mei Kei was entirely ensnared by Bibi Dong, his heart racing, her every gesture tugging at his very soul. At this youthful and impetuous age, he had never encountered such tantalizing provocation. A faint blush crept across his face, and the blood vessels in his neck seemed to swell, betraying an unmistakable fluster. Observing his reaction, Bibi Dong's lips curled into a gentle, teasing smile. Her slender fingers, reminiscent of the tenderest willow branches in spring, delicately lifted Mei Kei's determined chin. A gesture that conveyed an indescribable intimacy while maintaining just the right distance. "Oh, how rare it is to witness our usually unyielding and impartial law elder display such a charming embarrassment," she remarked, her voice soft yet resonant, laced with a hint of playful mockery and appreciation, infusing the tense atmosphere with a delicate sentiment. In that instant, Mei Kei's thoughts seemed suspended by an invisible force. His usual composure and assertiveness dissipating, leaving only the fervent rhythm of his heart echoing in his chest. Yet, Bibidong's wisdom lay in her awareness of boundaries. She understood that even the deepest interest must not transcend the confines of propriety, especially considering the delicate relationship that existed between them. He was cherished by her daughter. Thus, she withdrew her finger at an opportune moment, the ephemeral intimacy dissipating into the ether. I will investigate the matter concerning Tang Hao. Anyone who dares to harm my daughter shall certainly face the consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Bibidong remarked before departing, "Go seek Nana. I have heard that upon your return, her third soul ring insists on your company." With those words, Bibidong turned and entered her private chamber behind the grand hall. Once she had left, Meitikai found himself gasping heavily, as if he had just endured a harrowing ordeal. The typically stoic and unyielding demeanor he maintained faltered under the weight of the encounter. After all, he was still a fervent youth, and even the most resolute individual could falter when provoked by such a mature woman. Moreover, in his past life, he had remained solitary for 20 years, with only Schwerer and Nana having ever stirred such emotions within him. Once he confirmed that Meitikai had truly departed, Bibidong, leaning against the door, slowly sank to the ground. Her gaze dimmed, obscuring her thoughts from sight. If only you were not associated with Xiaoshui. Chapter 40. Hulaina, brother Kai, when will you return? Hulaina's voice was imbued with an unmistakable joy as she lightly entwined her delicate fingers around Mate Kai's sturdy arm, their silhouettes appearing particularly harmonious and warm beneath the setting sun. Mate Kai's gaze was filled with affection as he gently reached out, tenderly caressing Hulaina's smooth locks, as if silently conveying a multitude of unspoken sentiments. I just arrived not long ago. I heard that my Laina has already reached level 30. So I came to help you acquire your third spirit ring. Mate Kai's words were laced with deep concern for Hulaina, causing her heart to feel as though it were nourished by sweet nectar, sending ripples of happiness through her soul. Upon hearing Mate Kai's words, Hulaina's cheeks flushed, and feeling a bit shy, she turned her head away, murmuring softly, "It's not yours." Even Kai barely caught her words, exchanging a knowing smile. They needed no further words. The profound understanding and deep affection between them spoke volumes in silence. Subsequently, they gracefully entered the carriage that had been prepared. And as the wheels began to turn slowly, the bustling city of Wuhen faded into the distance, leading them towards the Stardow Forest. Upon reaching the edge of a small town adjacent to the Stardow Forest, the carriage came to a gentle halt, as it was no longer suitable for further travel. Thus, the two could only proceed on foot into the Stardow Forest. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Hulaina quickly recalled the time when she had obtained her first spirit ring and how Brother Kai had asked the Elder Ghost to bring her back. At this thought, she released Kai's hand and sulked to the side, her demeanor suddenly irritable. Kai, bewildered, pondered what had caused her sudden change in mood. He attempted to grasp her hand once more, but she deftly evaded him. His confusion deepened as he remained unaware of what had provoked her displeasure. Observing Kai's perplexed expression, Hulaina couldn't help but chuckle softly, her laughter ringing like silver bells, which prompted Kai to reflect on the past events. He acknowledged that his actions had indeed been morally questionable, yet he felt compelled to act as he did. As dusk quietly descended and the stars began to twinkle in the distant sky, their figures continued to weave through the forest paths embraced by the gentle twilight. Yet, time slipped silently through their fingers like fine sand, and the coveted prey remained elusive, with the last rays of sunlight shyly retreating into the earth's embrace. A soft bluish-purple hue enveloped the surroundings, serene and mysterious. At that moment, Kai skillfully gathered the scattered dry twigs from the ground, deftly weaving them into a rudimentary framework for a fire pit, as if illuminating a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. What followed was a breathtaking spectacle. Kai's fingertips seemed to be touched by the magic of the night, instantly conjuring a brilliant spark of fire. The flame danced playfully between his slender fingers like a spirited sprite. With a gentle flick, the flame gracefully leaped into the fire pit, breathing life into it. The roaring fire illuminated the surroundings and warmed two weary hearts in search of solace. Not far away, several meticulously prepared soft-boned rabbits were carefully skewered on branches, ready to take center stage for tonight's dinner. As the flames flickered, the rabbit meat gradually released an enticing aroma, infused with the rich essence of charcoal and the succulent flavor of the meat. This fragrance seemed to possess a magical quality, quietly dispelling all the worries and fatigue of the day, allowing smiles of ease and delight to blossom anew on the faces of the two. In this warm and tranquil night, the glow of the fire, the scent of roasting meat, and their cheerful laughter intertwined, creating a tender and captivating tableau. As if the entire world had paused, longing for this moment to last forever. Seated beside the bonfire, Hulaina instinctively leaned toward Kai, resting against his sturdy shoulder, as if seeking a moment of peace and warmth. Noticing this, Kai's lips curled into a gentle smile. He delicately offered the exquisitely roasted, golden soft rabbit to Hulaina's lips, the aroma wafting through the air, adding a touch more warmth and allure. "Do take a bite," he murmured, his voice deep and magnetic, every word caressing like the night breeze, filled with gentleness. Hulaina's cheeks flushed slightly, her shyness evident, yet she did not directly take the perfectly roasted rabbit. Instead, with a demeanor almost playful, she parted her cherry-like lips and gently bit into the roasted rabbit, her delicate actions seemingly spreading a hint of sweetness through the air. As the night deepened, the sky gradually wove itself with a profound blue. At that moment, a crystalline raindrop silently fell, landing precisely on the tip of Kai's prominent nose, adding an unexpected softness to his resolute features. This scene, like a deft stroke in a painting, rendered the entire setting more vivid and poetic. Kai tilted his head slightly, extending his palm to gently welcome the raindrop descending from the heavens. A trace of worry unconsciously creased his brow as his tender gaze turned toward Hulaina, still nestled against his shoulder. "It seems the heavens are displeased. Rain is approaching. It may not be wise to linger here any longer," he spoke softly. Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of concern crossed Hulaina's eyes. Their situation felt particularly vulnerable in the face of the impending storm. Rain, it seemed, had a way of revealing the fragility and helplessness of the world. Before they could ponder further, a sudden clap of thunder split the sky, resonating like a divine whisper, momentarily illuminating the surrounding darkness. Following this, a torrential downpour unleashed itself mercilessly, enveloping the world in a veil of misty water. Observing this, Kai acted swiftly and decisively, unhesitatingly bending down to gently cradle Hulaina in his arms, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world. With a powerful push of his legs, he leapt gracefully like a cheetah, carving a smooth arc through the storm, and landed firmly in a drier spot not far away, providing them a temporary haven from the tempest. Kai held Hulaina in a protective embrace, gracefully weaving through the dense curtain of rain amidst the treetops, resembling two nightingales undeterred by the tempest. The relentless rain soaked their garments, yet it seemed incapable of penetrating the warmth forged by their intertwined body heat. Within Kai's steadfast arms, Hulaina experienced an unprecedented sense of security and warmth, as if even the icy raindrops had softened in their presence. Time flowed quietly in the rain until a shadowy and enigmatic outline subtly emerged at the edge of Kai's vision, a cave concealed by the storm, seemingly a sanctuary prepared by nature for weary travelers. Sensing this, Kai felt a surge of urgency and unhesitatingly altered their course, hastening toward that glimmer of hope. At last, they arrived at the cave's entrance. Kai's movements were swift yet gentle as he carefully released Hulaina from his embrace, allowing her to stand steadily on the dry ground. The absence of his warm hold made her shiver involuntarily. Her drenched clothing clung to her skin, bringing a biting chill. Kai considered employing his 8 gates technique to dry off, but recalling his near invulnerability to illness, he dismissed the notion. Hulaina also wished to use her soul power to evaporate the moisture on her body, but as merely a level 30 soul master, she struggled to control her energy effectively. With decisive swiftness, Kai brushed aside his outer garment as if shedding armor. As the fabric billowed, his exposed form, marked by the passage of time and adorned with scars, each a badge of honor, revealed a spirit of resilience and tenacity. These scars were testament to his battles, silently narrating tales of bravery. At that moment, Hulaina's gaze trembled involuntarily, drawn by an invisible force. Instinctively, she raised her hand to cover her eyes, attempting to evade the profound impact of the sight before her. Yet, curiosity and deep concern for Kai ultimately triumphed over her shyness. She slowly lowered her hand, her eyes peering through her fingers, landing on the intricate and harrowing scars that adorned his back. In that instant, her eyes shimmered with gentle ripples, filled with boundless compassion and tenderness for him. Seizing the moment while Kai was absorbed in his own thoughts, Hulaina summoned her courage and, guided by her fingertips, softly traced the cold scars, as if pouring her warmth into soothing his past pains. Kai, brother, her voice was delicate yet imbued with deep emotion. These scars must have hurt terribly. Each word flowed from her heart, laden with care and empathy, instantly warming the chilly chamber with tenderness. Kai's senses were gently stirred by the unintentional chill of Hulaina's fingertips, igniting a peculiar and subtle sensation, like an electric current gradually coursing through his body. The ancient scars had long since lost the memory of pain through the tempering of time. They were the marks of rigorous training, each etched with defiance and resilience. It is precisely these seemingly harsh trials that have forged the person he is today, rendering every challenge trivial. He slowly turned, his gentle gaze resting upon Hulaina's slightly bashful countenance, the blush upon her cheeks resembling the softest hues of dawn's first light. Without uttering a word, Kai instinctively took her still suspended hand, guiding it tenderly to rest upon the most prominent scar on his chest. The conversation between them fell into a serene silence. As if gently consumed by the encroaching night, Kai silently circled around Hulaina, stepping into the depths of the cave to prepare a fire. Although he was untouched by illness, the warmth and light emanating from the flames were an irresistible comfort for him. Within the profound darkness of the cave, Kai's gaze was like a beacon, navigating through the dimness until it settled upon several dry branches, lying quietly beneath the dust of time, awaiting their revival. He delicately picked them up, as if selecting precious treasures, and skillfully arranged the twigs to construct a simple yet hope-filled pyre. As the night deepened, a gentle weariness enveloped the cave. Without hesitation, Kai erected a small, sturdy tent for Hulaina, a testament to his thoughtfulness and care. However, he chose a stone slab beside the fire as his resting place, not out of laziness or neglect, but because he understood that the second tent had long been soaked through by the rain. In the stillness of the night, Hulaina, in slumber, was quietly awakened by an unexpected chill. Perhaps it was the lingering echo of their earlier stroll in the rain. She felt as if a thin layer of ice caressed her, and even wrapped in soft bedding, the biting cold persistently penetrated, invading every fiber of her being. Unable to endure this intrusion, she gently lifted the corner of the tent and stepped into the night, ultimately seeking solace beside the still glowing embers of the fire. The flickering flames danced like a gentle guardian, slowly dispelling the cold that enveloped her, bringing a long-lost warmth and tranquility. The firelight cast a soft glow upon her somewhat pallid face, adding a touch of tenderness and resilience. This subtle movement was akin to a gentle breeze stirring the surface of a tranquil lake, softly awakening the slumbering Kai. He slowly opened his eyes, his attention drawn to the trembling figure not far away. Draping his now dry clothing over Hulaina, they sat quietly beside the fire, its light illuminating their faces and reflecting the unspoken understanding and warmth between them. The night remained profound, yet in this small space, an ineffable warmth and serenity flourished. In that moment, Hulaina seemed to have pressed the pause button on time. A fleeting daze flickered in her eyes, and she unconsciously leaned forward, as if a fallen leaf returning to its roots, gently sliding into the embrace of Kai's broad chest. The surrounding flames danced, yet their warmth paled in comparison to the tenderness and authenticity of his embrace, causing ripples of warmth to stir within her heart. Blurring the line between the fire's heat and the sudden comfort she felt, Kai was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected embrace. The surprise in his eyes faded almost instantly, replaced by a subtle tenderness. Initially, his body stiffened as if even his breath had come to a halt, yet soon, he slowly and resolutely lifted his arms, drawing Hulaina, whose body trembled slightly from emotion, tightly into his embrace. His movements were gentle yet powerful, akin to safeguarding a rare treasure. "Do not fear. For regardless of the storms, I am here." Kai's words were like the first rays of spring sunlight, piercing through the chilly night mist, warm and radiant. Each syllable softly settled upon Hulaina's heart, transforming into boundless peace and strength. In that moment, all fear and unease seemed to melt away in the warmth of this connection, leaving only two hearts, closely intertwined beneath the glow of the firelight. Chapter 41. Dinner. The following dawn, Kai's eyes gradually focused like the rising sun, as he languidly awakened from a profound slumber. His movements were delicate and cautious, mindful not to disturb those around him. A slight shift revealed the presence of Juliana nestled in his embrace. At that moment, an inexplicable tenderness surged within Kai, akin to the gentle caress of soft silk. His movement stirred Juliana from her dreams, her eyes sparkling like morning dew, fresh and bright. By now, Kai was dressed. Seated beside the extinguished campfire, Juliana gazed at him, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. She glanced down at her own scant attire, immediately overwhelmed by a wave of shyness. Although nothing of substance had transpired between them the previous day, such intimacy was a first. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. The two washed up briefly by the brook, and Kai continued to guide Juliana through the Douluo forest, seeking her third spirit ring. Days passed without success, and Kai began to feel a twinge of frustration. Suddenly, from the distant thicket, a white fox with 3 tails leapt forth. Upon seeing its appearance, Kai quickly recalled the relevant information regarding this spirit beast. It was likely a 3-tailed snow fox, a 1,000-year-old spirit ring, a fortuitous find indeed. As soon as the words left his lips, Juliana's face brightened with delight. After nearly a week of searching through the Douluo forest, they had finally encountered a suitable spirit beast. The 3-tailed snow fox emitted a mournful yet elongated howl, its millennium of accumulated spiritual energy surging forth like a frigid tide, directly towards Juliana, causing the very air to seem to thicken. In an instant, the snow-white figure melded with the surrounding ice and snow, vanishing completely, leaving only delicate snowflakes to drift down, signifying its previous presence. Kai's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, instantly discerning the fox's intent. It felt as if the tree of life within him had awakened, and a mist of pale green vapor rose around him, imbued with a vibrant vitality. Without hesitation, he scooped up Juliana and transformed into a bolt of green lightning, pursuing the direction in which the 3-tailed snow fox had disappeared, leaving a trail of fleeting shadows through the forest. The entire Douluo forest seemed to tremble under the sudden onslaught of speed and power. A tremendous quaking spreading through the ground, accompanied by the thunderous crash of trees succumbing to the weight, weaving a fervent symphony of nature. Amidst the flurries of branches and leaves, light and shadow danced, adding to the breathtaking beauty of the chase. Did it dare to escape? Kai roared, his voice laced with an indomitable firmness and authority. He thrust his fist forward, and as the wind of his punch surged through the air, it felt as though it had ignited. A brilliant fireball coalesced from nothingness, infused with heat and destruction, soaring through the sky in pursuit of the elusive snow fox, vowing to reduce any obstacles to ashes. The pursuit traversed nearly every corner of the forest, only concluding at its fringes, where the curtain slowly fell. Kai cornered the cunning 3-tailed snow fox, capturing it at last. In that moment, the once vibrant creature lay helplessly on the ground. Its fur that once shimmered with a silvery brilliance, now tainted with the dust of battle, appearing particularly disheveled. The lively spark and cunning glimmer that once danced in its eyes had transformed into a faint veil of sorrow, the flame of life flickering like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Huilina stood quietly nearby, her gaze complex as she contemplated this soon-to-be lost soul. Even in such a dire state, the 3-tailed snow fox retained an extraordinary beauty that elicited a deep sense of compassion within her. A ripple of emotion stirred in her heart, and an inexplicable desire to nurture this soul beast began to blossom. However, reason swiftly subdued this impulse. She understood well that the bond between a soul master and a soul beast is often forged on the foundations of strength and contract, rather than mere pity or selfish desire. Moreover, this 3-tailed snow fox was the fruit of their week-long arduous exploration, a vital link in his journey toward becoming stronger. Thus, Huilina sighed softly, burying her hesitation and reluctance deep within her. Driven by this contemplation, her gaze gradually coalesced into an unwavering resolve. She deftly withdrew a sharp dagger from her waist, her movements so decisive that they seemed one with her resolution. Without a moment's hesitation, the dagger sliced through the air, precisely embedding itself into the snow fox's pristine neck, and in that instant, time appeared to stand still. The 3-tailed snow fox quivered violently, erupting into a desperate and frantic struggle, its beautiful and mysterious tails thrashing wildly in the air, yet ultimately unable to escape the clutches of fate. Soon, all fell silent, leaving only the whispers of the wind through the trees and the delicate sound of falling snow. In that fleeting moment between life and death, a deep purple hue slowly rose from within the fox, transforming into a dazzling soul ring that hovered in the air, radiating an enchanting light. Upon witnessing this, Huilina immediately sat cross-legged, her eyes gently closing as she immersed herself in the absorption of the soul ring. Her breathing became long and profound, merging with the essence of nature around her as all surrounding tumult faded away. Half an hour of tranquility flowed by, and at last, Huilina slowly opened her water-like, expressive eyes, now sparkling with a more profound and resolute light. Huilina's eyes gleamed with an extraordinary brilliance, her voice tinged with barely contained excitement as she gracefully leaped to Kai's side, like the most agile sprite of the woods, and declared with fervor, "Brother Kai, behold, my third soul skill is named Whispers of the Celestial Fox. It is a group control ability that quietly weaves the deepest desires of each person's heart into illusions, ensnaring them in a dreamlike reverie from which they cannot extricate themselves." Upon hearing this, Kai's gaze flickered with curiosity and admiration. Though he did not fully grasp the intricacies of soul skills, the confidence and joy radiating from Huilina were sufficient for him to feel the extraordinary nature of this power. He gently stroked his chin, contemplating inwardly. This ability was undoubtedly tailor-made for her, harmonizing perfectly with her cunning and intelligent nature, while adding an endless layer of mystery. Subsequently, Kai gently extended his hand, caressing the silky strands of Huilina's hair atop her head, as if soothing a little fox that had just revealed astonishing talents. His voice brimmed with affection and encouragement. "My dear Nana, you truly possess extraordinary gifts." Upon hearing these words, a delicate blush crept up Huilina's cheeks, akin to a rose shyly blooming in the morning light. She slightly parted her lips, playfully swatting away Kai's tender hand that was brushing her hair. It's not yours, so don't say that." In her words lingered a youthful shyness and modesty, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze that stirred one's heart with tenderness. At that moment, she appeared to be blushing from the warmth of burgeoning feelings, enveloped in a sweetness and fluster akin to first love. Resembling a little fox newly acquainted with the world, both curious and bashful. Observing this, a soft smile flickered in Kai's eyes. He chose not to continue this playful banter, contemplating quietly that it was still early, and returning to the spirit hall was the rightful path. Thus, they stepped onto the road home in tacit understanding, traversing the profound and mysterious Stardow forest, ultimately boarding the carriage back to the spirit hall. The carriage traversed through the interlude of dawn and dusk, and 3 days slipped silently by until the magnificent spirit city slowly came into view. Before the city gate, the solemn outline of the papal hall appeared even more sacred under the sunset's glow, where Huilina and Kai bid a reluctant farewell. After all, Kai dared not confront Bibi Dong. Her maturity held the greatest power over someone as inexperienced as himself. After their parting, Kai embarked on his journey to the Spirit Intermediate Academy, a torrent of unutterable feelings surging within him. Since placing Zhu Zhuqing in the academy, he had neglected her. After all, she was his disciple, and he bore the responsibility of a teacher. Armed with the weighty elder's token, Kai effortlessly passed through the academy's gates, as if traversing the barriers of time, returning to that hopeful starting point. Each brick and tile of the academy seemed to whisper tales of the past and future, of which he was an indispensable part. As he strolled within the academy, his steps instinctively led him closer to the first-year teaching building. Through a half-open window, a familiar silhouette caught his eye. Zhu Zhuqing sat in the second-to-last row of the classroom, her demeanor proud and resilient. Her gaze, sharp as a falcon, was intently fixed on the eloquent teacher at the podium, her pen never pausing for a moment, meticulously engraving every piece of knowledge into her mind. This focused appearance stirred a warm current within Kai's heart. He realized that despite the passage of time, Zhu Zhuqing's thirst for knowledge and pursuit had never waned. As her master, how could he remain an idle observer? From this moment forth, he resolved to wholeheartedly fulfill his duties, not only guiding her in martial skills but also becoming a beacon for her spiritual growth. Thus, Kai approached quietly, fearful of disturbing this precious concentration. The waning rays of the setting sun languidly draped over the pathways of the campus, As the final bell resonated softly into the distance, Zhu Zhuqing treaded homeward with a somewhat heavy gait. As a newcomer, her world appeared to be tinged with a greater sense of solitude and the trials of adjustment than that of her peers. Upon returning to the dormitory that was meant for two, the creaking of the door hinges revealed an unusual stillness and anticipation. Inside, the air was thick with a warm yet unfamiliar ambience, causing Zhu Zhuqing's heart to tighten involuntarily. She gently pushed open the door, her gaze weaving through every corner of the room, seeking to capture the essence of a presence that did not belong to her. Just as the tension was about to engulf her, a familiar figure came into view. Kai stood under the soft shadows of the kitchen, busy and focused, as if preparing meticulously for an unexpected gathering. In that moment, all her defenses and weariness seemed to be gently swept away by a wave of warmth, prompting Zhu Zhuqing to unconsciously lower her guard and let a serene smile grace her lips. She stepped into the room, each movement light as if she were walking on clouds, slowly reclining on the soft bed. She allowed every cell in her body to revel in this rare tranquility and warmth. "Dinner is ready," Kai called softly, his voice imbued with a gentle magnetism, echoing the warmth and anticipation of home. With her eyes fluttering open, Zhu Zhuqing, though enveloped in fatigue, summoned a subtle resilience to gently lift the covers and rise. Making her way to the bathroom, where the cool water washed away the weariness of the world, her fingertips delicately caressing the water's surface, cleansing her spirit of its fatigue. Subsequently, she glided into the kitchen, infused with delectable aromas, akin to a graceful maiden, gently arranging the culinary masterpieces crafted by Kai onto the dining table. Each dish was a meticulous reflection of Zhu Zhuqing's unique tastes: steamed fish, sweet and sour fish, their intertwined flavors vibrant as a splash of spring, alongside the golden, crispy roasted fish, exuding an aroma that made one's mouth water. Every dish bore the imprint of Kai's unwavering care for Zhu Zhuqing, seated across from one another. The flickering candlelight cast soft shadows, illuminating their gentle profiles. Kai refrained from touching his chopsticks first, and Zhu Zhuqing quietly awaited, the air thick with an unspoken understanding and warmth. "Why aren't you eating?" Kai could no longer suppress his curiosity and inquired softly, his eyes reflecting deep consideration and concern for Zhu Zhuqing's preferences. This entire feast had been prepared with utmost care, each detail meticulously crafted based on her past likes. Zhu Zhuqing gently shook her head, her eyes shimmering with a tender glow, and then slowly pushed several of the meticulously prepared dishes toward Kai, her actions revealing an unspoken, delicate concern. "Please, after you, teacher," she uttered, those simple words like a spring breeze, warm and subtly conveying her sentiments. As the cozy atmosphere of dinner began to wane, and the last remnants of sunset quietly faded into the night, Zhu Zhuqing parted her lips, poised to rise and clear the table, stepping into the somewhat bustling kitchen. Yet, before her actions could fully unfold, a broad and gentle hand had quietly settled upon her shoulder, exuding an undeniable warmth and firmness. Zhuqing, having toiled throughout the day, was indeed due for a moment of respite. Kai's voice resonated, deep and magnetic, akin to the softest caress in the night breeze. "Leave these trivial matters to me." With those words, he pressed down gently on her shoulder in a manner that brooked no refusal. However, Zhuqing shook her head. It was already unexpected for her teacher to prepare a meal for her, and it would be rather excessive to expect him to also clear away the dishes. Kai wished to prevent Zhu Zhuqing from feeling like an unwelcome guest, yet she equally did not wish for her teacher to be burdened by her presence. Chapter 42. Entering the golden generation as twilight gently descended, the warm echoes of dinner lingered in the air. Kai quietly tidied the dishes on the table, preparing to depart. Just then, a faint rustle of fabric disrupted the tranquility of the room. Zhu Zhuqing's fingers delicately caught the hem of Kai's garment, as if 1,000 words were trapped within her, momentarily stifled by emotion. Kai involuntarily paused, turning to face her with a gaze that was both tender and inquisitive. Her eyes sparkled with a myriad of complex emotions, words unspoken, ultimately transforming into a subtle smile, concealing an imperceptible hesitation and struggle. "What troubles you?" Kai inquired, his voice warm and magnetic, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing a serene lake, attempting to soothe the ripples within her heart. Zhu Zhuqing wrestled internally for a moment, The words she longed to express danced on her tongue but ultimately dissolved into a silent sigh. She gradually released her grip on his garment, her actions revealing an indescribable sense of helplessness and release. "Nothing," she replied softly, her voice tinged with a barely detectable tremor. She then turned, retreating into the comforting embrace of the bed, her silhouette appearing particularly lonely and desolate. Standing at the doorway, Kai gazed deeply at Zhu Qing, as if seeking to uncover the secrets of her heart. Yet, in the end, he merely shook his head gently, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he turned away, leaving behind an unfinished narrative entwined with the night. The following morning, as dawn broke, Zhu Qing gradually awakened from the soft edge of her bed. Her gaze swept across the somewhat lonely room, a subtle pang of regret quietly taking root within her heart. Perhaps she should have asked Kai to stay yesterday. After freshening up, she opened the door to head to class, only to be startled by the figure standing outside. At that moment, Kai stood holding several buns, one hand still poised as if to knock. Upon seeing Zhu Qing, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, and instinctively, he offered the buns forward. His natural concern was like the warm sun of spring, inadvertently warming her heart. Zhu Qing momentarily froze, her lips curving upward involuntarily. The unexpected warmth transformed her world into something soft and bright. As Zhu Qing gently opened her lips and savored the last steaming bun, her expression mirrored the delight of experiencing the finest flavor the world has to offer. In that instant, the surrounding clamor seemed to fade into silence, bearing witness to this simple yet profound moment of happiness. Kai's gaze was gentle and profound. Once she swallowed the final bite, he slowly spoke, his voice imbued with undeniable resolve and promise. "From today onward, you need not attend the academy any longer. For the next 6 years, you shall train alongside me. I will wholeheartedly impart my skills to you." Kai's words were like the first warm rays of spring sunshine, piercing through the mist clouding Zhu Qing's heart, illuminating her eyes to shine as brilliantly as the stars. She had long heard of Kai's formidable prowess, and within her burned a fervent desire for strength, ignited like a roaring flame. To receive the personal guidance of such a formidable master is undoubtedly a shortcut to the pinnacle for her. After their meal, the two walked side by side through the familiar corridor of the Soul Master Academy, soon to be temporarily bid farewell, ultimately arriving at a serene and mysterious place nestled in the Academy's rear mountains. Here, mountains embrace the land, and crystal-clear waters caress their knees. Resembling a meticulously crafted retreat painting, imbued with tranquility and endless reverie, a veritable paradise sought after by many. At the mountain's summit, a curtain of waterfall cascaded down like a silver ribbon, its roaring sound splitting the rear mountain in two, the sheer might of it resembling nature's most powerful strokes, carelessly splashed across this realm. Standing amidst this breathtaking scenery, Zhu Qing's eyes sparkled with boundless anticipation and desire for the impending special training, an impatience that seemed to foresee her own glorious transcendence. However, this yearning was swiftly overshadowed by the weight of reality. The figure of the bluebird Douluo stood tall, exuding an innate authority, and with a gentle wave of her sleeve, the soul power pressure emanating from a pinnacle level 97 powerhouse swept forth like a tempest, mercilessly enveloping every corner. Under the vast ocean of soul power, Zhu Qing felt her body sink, as if burdened by an immense weight, rendering her unable to resist the pull of that force, and in an instant, she was pressed firmly to the ground, immobile. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, the air thick with an indescribable solemnity and oppression. Although Zhu Qing found herself in a predicament, her eyes retained their brilliance. Instead, within this ultimate challenge, a fiercer fighting spirit and indomitable will ignited within her. The bluebird Douluo, wishing to show mercy, was about to lighten the pressure when she caught sight of Kai's stern gaze. "Teacher Qingwan, please do not hold back. After all, this is the path I have chosen. Even if I must kneel, I shall traverse this road to the very end." Kai's words rang with an undeniable strength. As time flowed on, 6 years passed like fleeting shadows, and this nearly brutal journey of cultivation not only failed to diminish Zhu Qing's resolve, but instead catalyzed a magnificent transformation within her. The once naive girl had now evolved into an elegant and extraordinary soul master. The trials of 6 years bore witness to her ascent from a mere level 13 soul power to the towering height of level 37, not merely a numerical leap, but a dual elevation of soul and will. Even more astonishing was that her second soul ring had absorbed a 1,000-year level soul ring. Under the moonlight, which draped like a delicate veil over the Soul Spirit Plaza, stood Kai at the center, resembling a silent war god. Surrounded by a mysterious purple shadow that flickered in and out of view, adding an eerie hue to the tranquil night. Through 6 years of grueling refinement, Zhu Zhuqing's speed had reached its zenith. The soul power of level 37 not only unleashed her utmost velocity, but also showcased her profound understanding of agility. Even when faced with a level 60 soul emperor of the agility type, she stood her ground, perhaps even surpassing them. First soul skill, Netherworld Stab. Zhu Zhuqing's cold voice pierced the night sky, carrying a resolute and formidable edge not to be underestimated. In an instant, her hands were enveloped in a profound hue of dark purple light, a radiance seemingly capable of consuming all surrounding illumination, highlighting her eyes that shimmered with unwavering resolve. Like a specter, Zhu Zhuqing danced between shadows, employing her exquisite mastery of speed to weave an intricate web of assault across the square. Each flicker was a precise capture of timing. Every movement heralded the impending storm. At last, in a fleeting moment, she discerned a subtle flaw in Kai's defense. Transforming into a bolt of purple lightning, she surged forth with fervor, embodying the perfect amalgamation of velocity and strength, as well as an eruption of her yearning for triumph. With a swift motion, Zhu Zhuqing, propelled by a fierce gust, unleashed a powerful strike upon Kai's chest. Yet, this all-out assault struck with the force of a stone falling into the ocean, failing to disturb Kai's impregnable defense in the slightest. More astonishingly, Kai swiftly captured her extended arm, the force so overwhelming that he effortlessly hurled her into the air, akin to tossing a feather. In midair, Zhu Zhuqing adeptly adjusted her posture, transforming into a streak of violet light, traversing the atmosphere with astonishing speed. With the determination of a released arrow, she launched a relentless barrage at Kai, each strike enveloped in purple radiance, slicing through the air and leaving behind a trail of resplendent arcs. Although these attacks were mere trifles to Kai, causing no significant harm, Zhu Zhuqing showed no signs of retreat. Her gaze burned with an indomitable flame, each assault embodying her perseverance and resolve, as if she sought to pour her very will and strength into this seemingly futile contest. Meanwhile, atop the throne that symbolized supreme power, Bibi Dong sat gracefully, her demeanor elegant and regal, like a celestial being detached from the world, quietly observing the fierce confrontation. Third soul skill, Nether Slash. Zhu Zhuqing murmured, her palms slicing through the air like blades of the night, two strands of ghostly light intertwining precisely before Kai. Infused with her utmost vigor. However, this strike, imbued with boundless chill and strength, merely grazed Kai like a gentle breeze against a rock, failing to elicit even the slightest tremor, as he stood firm, a seemingly unyielding war god. Astonishment coursed through Zhu Zhuqing, disbelief flickering in her eyes. She retreated, executing a series of exquisite backflips that traced elegant arcs in the air, swiftly distancing herself from the oppressive battlefield to evade any potential counterattack. Her hands, though wielding power that would instill fear in an ordinary soul master, now felt as though they were meeting the hardest of barriers. Each contact was akin to striking against an iron wall forged from millennia of frost, inflicting no damage upon Kai, while the recoil surged like a tidal wave, forcing Zhu Zhuqing to divert her focus and defend against the repercussions. As the smoke of battle began to dissipate, Zhu Zhuqing found herself drained of all strength. Slowly collapsing into the dust, her chest rising and falling rapidly, each breath seemingly laden with an immense weight. Her eyes, typically sharp as an eagle's, were now veiled by an indescribable weariness and frustration. Despite her utmost efforts, the explosive power derived from 6 years of grueling training merely caused Kai to falter momentarily, akin to a pebble cast into an expansive sea, creating ripples that soon faded into stillness. Kai approached slowly, his movements imbued with an undeniable tenderness. He extended his hand gently, palm upward, as if inviting a weary traveler to return home. "You have done remarkably well, Zhu Zhuqing." His voice was deep and warm, reminiscent of the gentle sunlight in spring, striving to dispel the shadows within her heart. Yet, for Zhu Zhuqing, this affirmation felt like a distant solace, unreachable amidst the profound sense of defeat born from her own lofty expectations. She gazed up at Kai, her eyes shimmering with a tumult of emotions, defiance, confusion, and self-doubt interwoven. Teacher, am I truly useless? Her voice was as delicate as a whisper, yet each word bore the weight of her soul. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to stand at the crossroads of self-awareness, with an uncertain path ahead and no turning back, gently brushing through Zhu Zhuqing's silky hair. A fleeting warmth flickered in Kai's eyes, though he deliberately adopted a stern expression, feigning anger as he retorted, "How can you belittle yourself so? Pray tell, among the souls on this continent, how many possess the prowess to defeat a level 50 quasi-soul king with merely 37 levels of soul power?" Zhu Zhuqing's beauty lay not only in her ethereal visage, but also in her relentless effort, her unwavering diligence, and her indomitable spirit in the face of adversity. With every swing of her sword, it was as if she declared to the world that true strength does not reside in external ranks, but in the fiery resolve and unyielding will within. As for Yin, since the fruitless pursuit of Hulayina, his gaze had subtly shifted towards Zhu Zhuqing. This transformation may stem from a resonance with her indomitable spirit or a deep attraction to her unique charm. Regardless, Zhu Zhuqing had quietly planted a different kind of sentiment in his heart. Her beauty and strength rendered him unable to avert his gaze, particularly drawn to her impressive attributes. After safely escorting Zhu Zhuqing to the threshold of her dormitory, Kai stepped lightly through the intricate corridors of the Spirit City, ultimately arriving at the imposing and enigmatic Hall of the Pope. As the doors opened, an intangible air of authority and solemnity enveloped him. He stepped inside, his gaze locking onto Bibi Dong, who sat regally at the high seat. Time seemed especially kind to her. 6 years had swiftly passed, yet not a single trace marked her extraordinary beauty. She remained breathtakingly exquisite, her nobility and aloofness rendered even more profound and untouchable by the passage of time. "This is my request." Kai's voice was low yet resolute, each word seemingly imbued with undeniable strength. He understood well that the request he was about to make could alter the fate of someone forever. Bibi Dong's gaze swept gently across Kai's face, and within her deep-set eyes, a hint of barely perceptible warmth emerged. 6 years ago, that heart-stopping confrontation transformed Bibi Dong's state of mind profoundly. She emerged like a phoenix awakening from slumber, reborn from the flames, imbued with greater resilience and depth. "Oh," Bibi Dong parted her crimson lips, her voice laced with a hint of amusement. "You wish to incorporate the young lady named Zhu Zhuqing into the golden generation of my spirit hall?" Kai nodded, his eyes shimmering with both anticipation and resolve. "Indeed, Zhuqing possesses extraordinary talent and potential. I firmly believe that under the nurturing of the spirit hall, she will undoubtedly radiate even more brilliant light." In response to Kai's unwavering determination, a subtle, serene smile graced Bibi Dong's lips. She understood that this request stemmed from Kai's profound care and expectations for Zhu Zhuqing. Thus, she slowly nodded, her resolute spirit harmonizing with the regal authority she once held as queen. "Very well, I consent to your request." Bibi Dong's voice resonated clearly and powerfully, echoing throughout the papal hall. She was acutely aware that this decision was not merely a response to Kai, but also a significant strategic move for the future of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 43. An unexpected encounter with Shrek. However, Zhu Zhuqing did not disappoint Kai's expectations. In an astonishingly brief span of 2.5 months, her soul power surged from level 37 to level 40. Meanwhile, Hulayina was not to be outdone. She had quietly crossed the threshold of 50 in soul power. This significant leap not only affirmed her own strength but also filled Kai's heart with an indescribable joy. He eagerly resolved to take the two of them to acquire soul rings immediately. As the sun rose and set, and the stars shifted their positions, the trio finally arrived at a tranquil little town on the edge of the Stardow forest after a relentless day and night of travel. Bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, the tavern in the town exuded a cozy charm, resembling a sanctuary for weary travelers, patiently awaiting their return. Hulayina slightly parted her lips, and in her gentle exhalation, it seemed as though the fatigue lingering in the air dissipated. Unconsciously, she stretched, her graceful figure illuminated by the evening sun, revealing an enchanting curve akin to a meticulously crafted masterpiece that inadvertently caught the attention of passers-by. Seated nearby, Kai held a teacup in his hand, ready to sip, but he was unexpectedly captivated by this beautiful scene, nearly spilling the tea, leaving behind a hint of embarrassment and awe. "Ahem, Nana," We are in a public place. Let us tone it down a bit, Kai softly reminded, his tone laced with a subtle hint of affection and helplessness. Upon hearing this, Hulaina not only refrained from tempering her demeanor, but instead flashed a mischievous smile. Her enchanting eyes, seemingly capable of speaking, twinkled as she nonchalantly showcased her alluring form, as if issuing a silent invitation to Kai. Zhu Shiqing, observing from the side, felt a warmth creep onto her cheeks. In terms of figure, she was confident that she could rival anyone, and in certain aspects, she even surpassed Hulaina. However, her more reserved nature prevented her from displaying her elegance as unabashedly as Hulaina did under the public gaze. When it came to providing Kai with benefits, Zhu Shiqing preferred to do so privately. Inside the tavern, the dim lights cast a warm glow, and the laughter and chatter of the three intertwined to create a scene of comfort and ease, as if the clamor of the outside world held no sway over them. Even the envious and curious glances from nearby men failed to disrupt their tranquility. Yet, this serene atmosphere was about to be shattered by an unforeseen storm. Just as the warm ambience reached its peak, the tavern's door was suddenly flung open with tremendous force, producing a deafening crash that instantly captured everyone's attention. 7 figures, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance, strode boldly into the establishment, making their way directly to a nearby vacant table. Among these 7, one figure was particularly striking, a man with flowing golden hair and eyes like stars. He casually propped his feet on the nearest dining table, radiating an air of defiance and arrogance as if the entire world lay beneath his feet. He tossed the menu on the table to a chubby companion in the group. "Fatty, order whatever you like. This meal is on me, Dai Mubai." The man's voice was deep and resonant, imbued with an undeniable grandeur that seemed to make the very air tremble. The individual in question is none other than Dai Mubai, the third prince of the Douluo Empire, albeit a prince in decline. At the tender age of 14, his soul power barely reaches level 33. It is reasonable to note that Dai Mubai's original depiction was level 37. After all, he was whisked away by Zhu Shiqing shortly after awakening his martial soul, resulting in a slightly diminished level. Ma Hongjun seized the menu, his unrestrained and carefree demeanor instantly evident as he flipped through the pages with gusto, his fingers dancing lightly over the selections as if engaged in an impromptu game of choice. "Waiter, I'll have this one. Yes, and that one too," he declared with a hearty tone. Beside him, Dai Mubai's gaze flitted over the economical choices made by Ma Hongjun, a sense of secret delight blooming within him, as he envisioned the relief it would bring to his purse. However, that joy, akin to dew shimmering in the morning light, was swiftly shattered by Ma Hongjun's next words. Abruptly shifting his tone, a glint of mischief sparkled in his lively eyes. "Forget those. Bring me one of each of the remaining dishes." Dai Mubai's expression morphed into a complex tapestry of emotions, revealing a countenance akin to one who had just ingested a hefty morsel of bitterness. The thought of Ma Hongjun's extravagant choices weighed heavily on his heart, for those dishes alone would cost no less than 50 gold soul coins, coins that could have procured numerous pleasures in the brothels. Unbeknownst to him, Zhu Shiqing remained blissfully unaware of their presence, her mere turn of the body creating an invisible barrier between them and the world. At that moment, however, Ma Hongjun's gaze had already settled upon Hulaina. A sly smile danced upon Ma Hongjun's lips as he leaned slightly closer, playfully nudging Dai Mubai's shoulder in a manner that was both provocative and jesting, his eyes gleaming with anticipation of the unknown. "Dai, over there, there's a beauty." His voice carried an unwelcome lewdness, accentuated by his less than appealing appearance, which only served to amplify the discomfort, though Dai Mubai found Ma Hongjun's antics somewhat frivolous. Curiosity stirred within him. After all, whatever had provoked such a reaction from Ma Hongjun must surely be extraordinary. He followed the direction indicated by his companion, gradually turning his head, his gaze piercing through the surrounding clamor until it finally settled upon Hulaina. In that instant, time appeared to freeze. Hulaina's silhouette gradually crystallized in Dai Mubai's vision, exuding an unspoken elegance as she stood there, seemingly detached from the world yet harmoniously intertwined with all that surrounded her. Waves of emotion surged within Dai Mubai's heart, a fluttering sensation ignited by the beauty before him, accompanied by a gentle yearning for the possibilities that lay ahead. With an upright posture that commanded attention, Dai Mubai rose gracefully, an air of undeniable charisma enveloping him as he sauntered toward Huliana's table. He casually pulled out a chair, taking his seat with an effortless grace. Gently, he brushed back his golden hair, which glimmered in the sunlight. A confident smile gracing his lips as if dimming the very lights of the restaurant. "Dear Miss, I am Dai Mubai. Might I have the honor of conversing with you?" Before her words could fully dissipate, Zhu Zhuqing, seated not far away, felt her already lowered eyelids tremble as if gently touched by an unseen force. Yet she valiantly restrained her emotions, revealing nothing amiss. At that moment, Dai Mubai was wholly absorbed in the enchanting figure of Huliana, oblivious to the shifts around him. A faint displeasure flickered across Kai's brow. He parted his lips, his voice low and resolute. "I'm sorry, she is unavailable." This utterance, akin to a chill breeze in spring, quietly infused the previously ambiguous atmosphere with a sense of coolness. With his intervention, the ambience within the restaurant subtly transformed. Each person unconsciously adjusted their breathing, as if the very air was thick with an indescribable tension. A shadow of displeasure coalesced upon Dai Mubai's brow, evidently. His patience was wearing thin, and a simmering fury brewed within him. He abruptly stood, his stature upright as a pine tree, his fingers sharp as blades. Pointing directly at the nonchalant Kai, his voice laden with undeniable authority. "What are you? How dare you disrupt my affairs?" Before the last syllable could escape his lips, an invisible force surged through the air, propelling Dai Mubai as though caught in a tempest, abruptly sending him crashing through the seemingly robust wooden door of the tavern. With a resounding thud, he landed heavily upon the stone pavement outside, dust swirling around him, amplifying his disarray. Meanwhile, the architect of this tumult, Kai, maintained his serene smile. His fist suspended in midair, as if the earlier thunderous strike was merely a brushstroke of his casual demeanor. He gently brushed away the nearly imperceptible dust from his knuckles. A glimmer of disdain in his eyes, and coolly remarked, "Pointing fingers is quite impolite. Have your parents not taught you that?" With that, he slowly retracted his hand, exuding an ineffable composure and strength that sent a chill through every individual present, as if the very atmosphere had solidified. In that moment, the situation shifted with the swiftness of a storm, catching everyone off guard. Dai Mubai's figure appeared to be seized by an unseen force, instantly flung out of sight. The occurrence so sudden that it left the crowd astonished and unresponsive. At that precise moment, a server, delicately balancing a platter of delicacies, gracefully entered, poised to present a feast. However, a fierce glint crossed Ma Hongjuan's eyes as he subtly tripped the server, causing them to stagger and lose balance. The exquisite dishes soared through the air, hurtling towards Kai. In that critical instant, Kai exhibited astonishing reflexes and control. His form shifted slightly, akin to a dragon dancing through water, effortlessly catching the errant dishes in his palm. Remarkably, not only did he maintain his composure, but in the next heartbeat, he thrust the airborne meal squarely into Ma Hongjuan's face. The force was such that it shattered the plate, sending food flying, catching Ma Hongjuan completely off guard, resulting in a spectacle of utter disarray. The air was suffused with the tantalizing aroma of culinary delights, interwoven with a subtle yet palpable tension. In a mere instant, the scene transformed from tranquility to chaos, then to a delicate equilibrium, leaving one in awe. In the blink of an eye, Oscar, Tang San, and Xiaowu were successively hurled out. Ning Rongrong's gaze was firmly fixed upon the slowly advancing figure, her heart tumultuous as waves of unease surged within her. An indescribable dread quietly creeping into her consciousness. Yet, amidst this tense atmosphere, Kai's lips curved into a faint yet meaningful smile, his voice softening as if a gentle spring breeze had dispelled the surrounding chill. "Ning Rongrong, I presume, the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school." His words carried a playful undertone, yet they unmistakably conveyed a respect for her status, gradually alleviating the fear born of uncertainty within her. With the clear acknowledgement of her identity, the trepidation in Ning Rongrong began to wane, and her temper flared. "Indeed, I am the young lady of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. How dare you treat my classmates so? Kneel and apologize." No sooner had her words left her lips than a resounding slap echoed as Kai struck her face. His words were like icy blades, each syllable piercing the air with chilling clarity. What grounds do you possess that would compel me to kneel in apology? Not even your illustrious father, Ning Fengji, would earn my deference. His tone betrayed no emotional fluctuation, yet exuded an undeniable authority. Ning Rongrong, who was meant to be as delicate as a flower, now resembled a fallen blossom battered by the storm, curling helplessly on the ground, one hand brushing against her stinging cheek, her eyes wide with disbelief and shock. That gentle slap seemed to have landed not just on her cheek, but also to have shaken the very foundation of her pride and dignity. You dare treat me thus? The name of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is not one to be trifled with. If Grandfather Jin and Grandfather Gu were to learn of this, you would be utterly destroyed. Her fury blazed like an ignited flame, her voice trembling with emotion, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth, brimming with indignation and threat. However, just as her wrath threatened to spiral out of control, an extraordinary wave of energy quietly spread through the air. The seemingly inconspicuous blue-silver grass around them seemed to respond to some unseen call, suddenly growing wildly, intertwining and twisting, ultimately forming an irresistible force that gently yet resolutely pulled Ning Rongrong back from the brink of fury. At that moment, Tang San's fingers lightly brushed against her slightly swollen cheek, and the surrounding blue-silver grass, sensing its master's emotions, quietly wove a tender net, silently shielding Ning Rongrong from any potential harm. In his eyes, anger and humiliation swirled together in a complex vortex, as if they sought to engulf the shadows of the past. Though the earlier confrontation had been brief, it was sufficient to unleash a torrent of memories, flooding back the unspeakable humiliation of your, wrapping around him tightly. "My Tao Kai, it is you." Tang San's voice was deep and tremulous, each word seemingly squeezed from between clenched teeth, imbued with an irrepressible indignation and astonishment. That name struck him like a razor-sharp blade, once again slicing open the wound in his heart that had yet to fully heal. Kai slowly turned, his countenance, seemingly softened by the passage of time, appeared particularly resolute and familiar in the twilight glow of the setting sun. His gaze was as tranquil as a still lake, yet it seemed capable of perceiving the deepest secrets of the human soul, standing in stark contrast to Tang San's eyes, which blazed with fury. An indescribable tension enveloped the air, as if time itself had come to a standstill. "Brothers, awaken your martial spirits." Their soul rings gradually materialized around them. Tang San placed his hands at his waist, retrieving several golden needles from within. Kai calmly exited the tavern, as if entirely dismissing their presence. No, it was as though he had completely disregarded their existence. Chapter 44. Little Impoverished One, do you not wish for Xiaowu to be harmed? Kai slowly flexed his wrists, which had not wielded martial prowess for some time. The joints emitted a crisp and weighty cracking sound, as if each noise bore the weight of years and the awakening of power. The air around him thickened, exuding an undeniable sense of oppression. Tang San's form shifted abruptly, reminiscent of a leopard poised to pounce, as he suddenly knelt, pressing his palms against the earth. A warm and resilient force surged within him, and the first spirit ring flickered at his fingertips, emanating a gentle yet resolute blue light. "First spirit skill, blue-silver bind," he exclaimed, and as his voice faded, the ground seemed to respond to his call. After a faint tremor, dozens of blue-silver grasses burst forth from the soil, swiftly and gracefully coiling around Kai's powerful wrists, akin to agile and determined serpents, binding every inch of skin tightly. Faced with this sudden restraint, a glimmer of disdain flickered in Kai's eyes, followed by a subtle smile, an expression of contempt for the challenge and confidence in his own strength. With a gentle exertion, the seemingly resilient blue-silver grasses disintegrated in an instant. "The extension of mere blue-silver grasses, which you have exalted as a treasure, is it not a name devoid of merit? Tang San, you have truly disappointed me." With that, Kai clenched his hands suddenly, as if even the air trembled at his will. The bindings of the blue-silver grasses shattered instantly, and Tang San's figure was, as if summoned by an invisible force, compelled to approach Kai involuntarily. At that critical moment, a pink whirlwind swept across the battlefield. Xiaowu, with her unique agility and swiftness, darted through the interplay of light and shadow, resembling the most ethereal deer in the forest. With each leap she took, a faint fragrance wafted through the air, embodying the essence of youth and courage. "First spirit skill, waist bow." Xiaowu's voice rang out, clear and resolute, carrying an undeniable authority. In a flash, she outpaced Tang San, appearing before Kai, her legs coiling like a spring primed to release. Suddenly exploding with force as she aimed a powerful kick at Kai's chin, the impact potent enough to shake stone and cause the air to roar. Just as Xiao Wu concentrated all her strength, intending to intimidate Kai with her kick, before her toes could make contact with that seemingly impenetrable jaw, she was unexpectedly seized by Kai with lightning speed, held firmly in midair. Her struggles resembled a flickering candle flame in a tempest, valiantly striving, yet appearing powerless and insignificant. Kai's movements flowed with an effortless grace, as if transforming Xiao Wu into the most adept weapon in his hand. With a swift spin and a powerful arm swing, he cast her forcefully towards the cold ground. In that moment, the air seemed to tremble in unison, and accompanied by a cry of pain. Xiao Wu's body plummeted like a wilting petal, crashing to the earth, a vivid crimson staining her lips. Xiao Wu. Upon witnessing her injury, Tang San's eyes turned blood red in an instant, and the gold and silver needles in his hand shot towards Kai with ferocity. In that fleeting moment, Kai's figure darted through the air like a wraith, his speed so astonishing that it seemed to freeze the very atmosphere around him. With a swiftness that transcended the limits of human vision, he effortlessly lifted the unconscious Oscar, as if plucking a leaf from the wind. Tang San, witnessing this scene, felt his eyes narrow, a profound shock washing over him, rendering him powerless to avert his gaze from the slender, thread-like dragon whisker needles piercing mercilessly into Oscar's body. Each strike a cruel mockery of fate, transforming the tranquil space into a realm of tension and oppression. A heart-wrenching scream erupted, akin to a wild boar struck by lightning. Oscar jolted awake in agony, his wail slicing through the serenity of the air, nearly shattering the heavens, resonating through every corner of the town, instilling a chilling fear in all who heard it. Subsequently, Kai's demeanor remained chillingly ruthless as he discarded Oscar onto the ground, his indifference and contempt sending shivers down the spine. Simultaneously, his other foot stealthily descended atop Xiao Wu's head, intensifying the already palpable tension in the atmosphere. Tang San. If you wish to spare this young girl's life, kneel and bow, Kai cackled ominously, embodying the archetype of a villain. Tang San's eyes brimmed with resentment. Yet he dared not act recklessly. For him, Xiao Wu held more value than his own life. As Tang San hesitated, Kai lashed out with the blue-silver grass in his hand, striking Tang San's face with a force akin to a whip, leaving a deep mark. Kneel. Tang San's eyes glimmered with a fierce coldness, a murderous intent simmering within him. Yet, the weight of the situation compelled him to suppress his rage. As he began to bend his knees, resigned to the injustice of fate, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the horizon, like an ancient bell struck with a heavy hammer, resonating with strength. Humph! Who dares to lay a hand on my student? The furious shout shattered the oppressive silence, akin to a summer thunderclap. Following the sound, a towering figure approached, exuding an aura of power, encircled by 7 radiant soul rings. He was none other than Zhao Wujie. Renowned in the spirit master realm as the unmoving king, Zhao Wujie's gaze swept over the chaotic scene, and upon seeing his normally lively students reduced to pitiful states, akin to frostbitten eggplants sprawled on the ground, his fury ignited instantly, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. With a low murmur, his soul power surged, the 7th soul ring ascending, radiating blinding light, as if the very air had crystallized in that moment. This was not merely a display of a soul ring, but a testament to Zhao Wujie's unconditional protection and defense of his students, vowing to obliterate all threats without hesitation. Great power diamond palm. Zhao Wuqi moved with the grace of a soaring dragon, his imposing figure resembling a moving mountain, sweeping forward with an overwhelming force, suddenly crashing towards Kai. The air rippled with waves of energy, heralding the extraordinary nature of this strike. Aha, splendid! Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although his stature was slight, he harbored astonishing strength. Calmly, he clenched his fists and, with an indescribable composure, slowly extended what appeared to be an inconsequential punch, colliding with Zhao Wuqi's colossal hand amidst the gaze of countless onlookers. In an instant, it felt as if space itself had been torn asunder. A deafening sonic boom erupted, sending dust swirling and leaves flying. Zhao Wuqi's expression shifted dramatically as an unprecedented force surged from his palm, causing his mountain-like form to involuntarily ascend. Akin to a kite severed from its string, uncontrollably hurtling backward until he crashed heavily against a towering ancient tree, its trunk trembling and leaves cascading down. As the dust settled, Zhao Waoqi gradually regained his senses, disbelief etched across his features. He glanced down at his arm that had clashed with Kai, now grotesquely twisted. The sinews and bones within shattered beyond repair, a full year and a half of recovery impossible. Xiao lay on the brink of death. Oscar wailed in despair. Damubai lay unconscious, Ma Hongjun was unresponsive, and Ning Rongrong was utterly paralyzed by fear. Even Zhao Waoqi, a soul sage, had been sent flying by a single punch. And at that moment, Tang San was engulfed in hopelessness. Tang San, I offer you two choices, kneel and bow, or perish. Kai spoke with a tone of playful amusement. Tang San's fist clenched tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms, blood trickling forth, but this mere pain paled in comparison to the torment he was enduring. Ultimately, Tang San bent his knee, kneeling before Kai. Seeing Tang San kneel, a sly smirk played at the corners of Kai's mouth. Bow. This command further deepened Tang San's humiliation. Yet he had no choice but to comply, his forehead striking the ground with force, blood flowing down from his brow. Witnessing Tang San's heart-wrenching submission, Kai's demeanor appeared cold and resolute, with a mere flick of his foot. He carelessly pushed the unconscious Xiao Wu into Tang San's embrace, as if she were a trivial object. Tang San hastily reached out, securely catching her soft and heavy form. The stark contrast of blood on her pale face strikingly alarming. A surge of indescribable anguish welled within him as he tenderly wiped the blood from her lips. His eyes filled with deep affection and concern. Subsequently, Kai turned with an air of nonchalance, re-entering the somewhat chaotic tavern. The patrons, shaken by the earlier turmoil, trembled in silence, not daring to utter a word. A faint, detached smile graced his lips as he removed several heavy bags of golden soul coins from his waist. Placing them gently on the table, his voice low and resonant, "Boss, consider these gold soul coins as compensation for the damages to your establishment." Having spoken, he did not pause, extending his foot to kick Ma Hongjun out. After completing this act, Kai turned with the two women and ascended to a room on the second floor of the tavern. Upon returning to the room, Zhu Xing felt a heaviness in her heart. Although she held a rather unfavorable opinion of Dai Mubai, her perception of him had plummeted to negative values. Yet, witnessing the fear etched on his face stirred an inexplicable oddity within her. This feeling ignited a fervent desire in Zhu Xing. She yearned to personally eliminate that dissipated prince. Her eyes shimmered with a peculiar hue, a captivating excitement enveloping her. Meanwhile, Hulaina, already sprawled on the bed, playfully wiggled her delicate feet. Her gaze filled with admiration and affection for Kai's earlier demeanor. Brother Kai's presence was exhilarating. "I nearly lost myself," Hulaina remarked, tightening her legs. Kai stood leisurely by the window, his gaze piercing through the veil of night, resting upon the members of Shrek outside, supporting one another. The frustration within him had finally dissipated. Just a bunch of clowns. Without that teacher, their strength wouldn't even match my Nana's, Kai's words. Laced with a hint of mockery and confidence, gently rippled through the air, creating subtle waves. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's eyes sparkled with delight, and a radiant smile graced her lips, as if she perceived Kai's words as the sincerest compliment, filling her heart with joy. Subsequently, Kai strolled slowly to the door, and as he turned, his gaze tenderly brushed over Hulaina, his tone imbued with undeniable care and protection. "You two may sleep together tonight. I will be next door. Should you need anything, feel free to call for me." With that, he softly closed the door, leaving behind an atmosphere of warmth and reassurance, and quietly departed into the night. In the later hours of the night, Kai, still enveloped in slumber, gradually opened his eyes. He turned and climbed out of the window, spotting a figure wielding a giant hammer standing not far in the forest. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Kai's mouth as he swiftly approached the individual. "Tang Hao, what a fortuitous encounter. I never expected you to come to me so readily." His words carried a subtle hint of amusement. Yet beneath that lay the complexity of emotions born from years of fruitless searching. Tang Hao gripped the Haotian hammer tightly, his dark gaze fixed intently on Kai. "I do not understand your animosity towards Xiao San, but one must seek justice for the wrongs inflicted upon the young and the old alike. As Tang Hao spoke, 9 soul rings gradually emerged around him. A sharp clap echoed through the night. Tang Hao was momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback by the sudden assault from his opponent. His eyes turned crimson in an instant. The trash from the spirit hall. How dare you humiliate me so? Tang Hao's figure surged forward, the Haotian hammer descending with a force that seemed capable of shaking the very heavens and earth. However, Kai's figure moved with an ethereal grace, nimbly evading the thunderous strike. In an instant, he closed the distance to Tang Hao, delivering a precise blow to his chest with such force that the very air trembled. Tang Hao was propelled backward, akin to an arrow released from a bow, creating a gap of several hundred meters between himself and Kai, leaving only a fleeting shadow in the air that gradually dissipated. His expression turned grave, acutely aware of the formidable prowess of his adversary. At that moment, Kai's bones emitted a series of crisp, explosive sounds, heralding the release of his utmost strength. Azure steam swirled around him, reminiscent of the wrath of a sea deity, exuding an ineffable aura of majesty and power. His speed had transcended the limits of the visible, nearly matching the velocity of sound as he surged toward Tang Hao once more, delivering a crushing blow imbued with unparalleled might directly to Tang Hao's face. This punch was a retribution for Shuer. Kai's voice was deep and resolute, every word seeming to be forced through clenched teeth, brimming with undeniable strength. Accompanying the impact of that punch, a thunderous roar erupted. Akin to the king of beasts bellowing in the mountains, its intensity capable of shaking the very earth, causing the entire town to tremble in response. Chapter 45. Reward Settlement. The night enveloped the world like ink, and amidst the profound silence, a sharp and jarring sound of bones snapping echoed abruptly, reminiscent of fabric tearing in a biting wind, piercing through the stillness of the night. At this moment, Tang Hao's left arm hung limply, resembling a withered branch, signifying not merely a physical injury but a heavy blow to his dignity. He appeared particularly powerless, retreating step by step against Kai's relentless onslaught, akin to a bird struck by fear, desperately fleeing. The once mighty sun god Douluo now resembled a frightened creature, evoking a sense of melancholy. Kai's laughter reverberated through the empty night, tinged with madness and delight, as if each word were a ceaseless mockery of Tang Hao. His words cut through Tang Hao's already battered heart like sharp blades. Sun god Douluo? At the mention of this title, Tang Hao's brow furrowed deeply, a flicker of uncontrollable fury and resentment igniting in his eyes. When had he, the Haotian Douluo, ever been so beleaguered, subjected to such ignoble humiliation? This disgrace struck deeper than any physical pain could inflict. Tang Hao's figure seemed ensnared in an unseen net, flitting about in the void, desperately seeking escape. However, Kai, who had maintained a demeanor of calm, now exhibited a hint of displeasure upon his brow. Tang Hao, if you wish to spare Tang San from deeper peril, you must cease your flight immediately. Kai's voice was low and resolute, each word imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's form miraculously froze in midair, the surrounding air growing heavy with his stillness. His countenance, illuminated by the fading light of dusk, appeared especially grim whenever Tang San's name was uttered. The facade of calm he had so carefully maintained shattered like fragile ice, revealing the tumult beneath. Noticing this, a complex emotion flickered in Kai's eyes, quickly replaced by a steely determination. In an instant, he was before Tang Hao, his movements decisive and without hesitation. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap to Tang Hao's face, one that, despite being executed in a casual manner, bore no restraint. Even a 96th level title Douluo like Tang Hao found his face swelling rapidly, a sight most unflattering. Subsequently, Kai discarded him onto the ground as one might cast aside refuse. Do you think the world owes you any deference, Tang San? Kai remarked. At that moment, Tang Hao lay on the ground like a defeated dog. The recent explosion of his spirit ring, combined with years of internal injuries, had brought his body to the brink of collapse. Observing Tang Hao's pitiful state, Kai's eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. Yet, this very glance did not escape Tang Hao's notice, igniting a surge of humiliation within him, even prompting thoughts of self-destruction. I'm done playing. If you continue to flee, I have no interest in indulging you further. With a decisive shift in tone, Kai lifted his foot and placed it upon Tang Hao's severed arm. Tang Hao's anguished screams pierced the night like a blade, relentless and haunting. Even the steadfast Kai could not help but furrow his brow, gently cupping his ears in an attempt to shield himself from the cacophonous torment. At last, as the cries of despair faded into silence and the surroundings returned to a stifling stillness, Kai spoke slowly, his voice icy and resolute. As the sun god Douluo, I presume you would not wish for your illustrious legacy to meet its end in this confined space. If you wish to survive, you must reveal to me the whereabouts of the Haotian clan. Upon hearing these words, the once-dimmed light in Tang Hao's eyes flickered back to life with an indomitable fire. He fixed his gaze on Kai, a sardonic smile playing on his lips, and though his voice was but a whisper, it resonated with undeniable conviction. Even if you were to take my life today, what of it? The might of the Haotian clan is beyond your imagination. It shall never pardon anyone who dares to challenge its supremacy. Kai, upon hearing this, furrowed his brows and, without hesitation, delivered a swift kick towards Tang Hao's groin. In that instant, Tang Hao's pupils constricted as if the brightest star in the night sky had suddenly lost its brilliance. His body, reduced to mere dust beneath Kai's domineering presence, found itself suppressed, yet the instinct to survive blazed within him like a wildfire, compelling him to struggle with reckless abandon. Each subtle movement he made echoed a symphony of defiance and despair. He endeavored to summon every last remnant of strength within him, striving to break free from the invisible shackles, even at the cost of futile resistance. However, the force that bound him was akin to ancient, unyielding ice, cold and resolute, rendering all his efforts utterly in vain. A sharp crack pierced the air, accompanied by the despairing sound of shattering hope, marking the demise of Tang Hao's final flicker of optimism. He watched helplessly as his frailty and impotence dissipated under Kai's merciless foot, a maelstrom of emotion surging within him, a shock, rage, and unwillingness, culminating in an unbearable weight that transformed his complexion from pale to ashen. At last, this crushing pressure transcended Tang Hao's limits, and his consciousness spiraled like a leaf caught in a tempest, losing its way and plunging into an abyss of darkness. In the fleeting moment before oblivion claimed him, his world was reduced to chaos and emptiness, along with the inescapable realization that he was no longer a man. "Come forth," Kai commanded, and from the depths of the shadowed woods emerged two figures clad in golden armor. The pair knelt before Kai in unison. "We pay our respects to the law enforcement elder," they intoned. Kai nodded slightly and proceeded to seal all of Tang Hao's soul power with a few deft touches. After confiscating his storage soul tool, he entrusted Tang Hao to the two warriors. "Confining him in the dungeon of the law enforcement hall is imperative. Whatever you do to him, ensure he remains alive." After imparting these instructions, Kai turned and departed. When Tang Hao eventually regained consciousness, he found himself bound in chains, suspended midair. He attempted to wrench free from the iron restraints, but his body was devoid of any strength to draw upon. Until Tang Hao encountered two individuals holding small whips, smilingly gazing at him. An involuntary shudder coursed through him. Kai returned to his guest room, contemplating the storage soul guide in his hand. Despite employing every method at his disposal, he found himself unable to unlock the relic. A shadow of gloom inadvertently crept across his brow as he gripped the exquisite soul guide tightly. It felt as if an invisible force resided within his fingers. Upon a gentle squeeze, the sound of crisp and resolute shattering reverberated through the tranquil space. What was once an incredibly sturdy storage soul guide now crumbled like fragile glass beneath his palm. As the soul guide disintegrated, several items gradually emerged from the scattering fragments: a few antiquated wooden boxes, a heavy pouch filled with golden soul coins, and a token engraved with intricate and enigmatic patterns that exuded an extraordinary aura, all bearing witness to this abrupt turn of events. The token quietly slipped into Kai's hand. The characters of Haotian sect boldly inscribed upon it, seemingly carrying the weight of millennia of glory and hardship, unmistakably clear. Yet, this emblem of sect authority disintegrated into countless shards at his fingertips, akin to leaves tossed aside by an autumn breeze, carelessly discarded into the corner refuse bin. He nonchalantly gathered the heavy pouch of gold soul coins, his gaze shifting to the two ancient wooden boxes on the floor, a flicker of curiosity igniting within his eyes. As he slowly opened the box, a refreshing breath of nature's essence enveloped him. The intertwining branches and leaves of blue-silver grass glistened with verdant hues, concealing untold secrets. As he gently peeled away the blue-silver grass, a dazzling azure radiance erupted forth, akin to the most pristine gem from the depths of the ocean, quietly resting there. Exuding an alluring aura, an exceedingly rare 10,000-year soul bone. Kai's pupils abruptly constricted, shock evident upon his features. This unexpected revelation surged through him like a tempest. He could scarcely believe that such an astonishing treasure lay hidden within what appeared to be an unremarkable wooden box, causing his breath to quicken. 10,000-year soul bone. He murmured, his voice laden with disbelief. This marked Kai's first encounter with a 10,000-year soul bone at such proximity. Although he had previously seen the angelic set soul bone of Schwer, the distinction between a 99,999-year soul bone and a 10,000-year soul bone, though merely a year apart, was a chasm apart in effect. Upon placing the soul bone into the system space, the familiar system voice resonated in his ears. 10,000-year soul bone detected. Would you like to analyze it? Hearing that long-forgotten system voice, Kai momentarily forgot that he even had a system. After all, it had been many years since it last appeared, and the choices had dwindled significantly. Analyze. Kai silently commanded within his heart. Beep. Analysis successful. Item 100. 000. Year Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone. Producer 100. 000. Year Blue Silver Emperor. Previous owner. Ain. Accompanying skills. Flight. The wildfires cannot be extinguished. The spring breeze brings new life. Skill effect. Flight. The literal ability to fly, once equipped. Grants the soul master the power of flight. Skill effect. The wildfires cannot be extinguished. The spring breeze brings new life, as long as the absorber does not die immediately. This soul bone will continuously restore the absorber's injuries and vitality. As Kai gazed at the introduction of this soul bone provided by the system, along with its two accompanying skills, he felt a heaviness in his breath. Despite his formidable strength, he faced two significant shortcomings: the inability to sustain battles and the lack of flight. Yet, the Blue-Silver Emperor's right leg bone now seemed to offer a flawless solution to both dilemmas. In that moment, Kai felt as though this soul bone had been crafted specifically for him. Contemplating this, Kai continued to inquire within his mind, "System, can I absorb this 100? 000, your soul bone even without soul power?" Beep. The absorption of soul bones does not impose strict requirements regarding soul power. Even a soul master without an awakened martial soul can absorb a soul bone. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Kai sighed in relief and quickly settled into a cross-legged position, bringing the soul bone close to his right leg to begin the absorption process. This marked Kai's inaugural experience with soul bone absorption, and during the initial stages, he felt a wave of nervousness. However, once he fully commenced the absorption, a surge of vibrant life force began to flow into his body from his right leg. As this life force nourished him, the tension in Kai's furrowed brow seemed to dissipate like a gentle spring breeze, gradually unfurling into an indescribable sense of peace and tranquility. It was an unprecedented experience, gentle yet profound, akin to walking along a forest path at dawn, surrounded by the subtle fragrance of flowers and the earthy aroma of soil, captivating and allowing him to forget the clamor of the world. This power not only reshaped Kai's physique, but also, in an intangible way, stirred the depths of his soul, awakening a long-lost, profound understanding of the essence of life. At that moment, he felt an extraordinary resonance with the universe and the unceasing force of vitality, his spirit undergoing an unparalleled cleansing and elevation. Even the vitality he had lost during his previous battle with Tang Hao began to recover at an astonishing rate. By the time the absorption of the soul bone concluded, morning had arrived. Having just finished absorbing the soul bone, Kai swiftly activated the first ability of the soul bone. He felt his body gently levitate in midair, and with his control, he began to glide around the room. This was his first genuine experience of flight, evoking a uniquely exhilarating sensation within him. After a night of nurturing, all the vitality he had expended was fully restored. It could be said that he was now capable of entering the 7th gate state almost infinitely, though the 8th gate state would still prove somewhat challenging. Panel activated. Ding. Panel successfully opened. Host: Maite Kai, Yi Kai. Gender: male, martial soul, none. Soul power, none. Soul bone, 100. 000 Year Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone. Strength: 17. For 100 max 20, 000, the highest attainable by soul masters in Douluo continent is 11, 000, speed, 15. 900 max 20, 000, the highest attainable by soul masters in Douluo continent is 10, 000, reaction, 19, 880 max 20. 000, the highest attainable by soul masters in Douluo continent is 12, 000. Physical qualities, level 7, currently able to unlock the Jingmen upon reaching 20. 000 in all three basic attributes. Level may 8th be attained. Calculating hidden choice rewards. Ding. Calculation successful. The host has made a total of 72 choices over the past decade. Rewards are now being distributed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Douluo Continent Human Education Edition. 8 Gates of Duanjia can be taught to individuals from Douluo Continent, but a maximum of 5 gates can be reached. First gate unlocks one's own limitations on soul power, allowing the opener to better control the flow of soul power within themselves. Second gate greatly enhances the opener's physical strength, augmenting to 3 basic attributes. Third gate increases the soul power recovery speed of the opener. Fourth gate accelerates the flow of soul power, reducing the soul power consumption by 10, may harm the body due to excessively rapid soul power flow. Fifth gate doubles the duration of the martial soul's true form, enhances 3 basic attributes by 100, doubles the soul power reserves during the duration, and reduces soul power consumption by 50, will cause continuous harm to the body during the effect, leading to a weakened state after the martial state is lifted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Nirvana pill. The user will undergo a rebirth after death, returning in a peak state of their lifetime. In addition to these 2 principal items, various miscellaneous rewards have been collected by Kai into the system space. Haha. After thousands of years in Douluo continent, who else at the age of 22 has surpassed the limit Douluo but me? Kai sighed, suddenly losing all motivation. Chapter 46. Hurricane Canyon. This time, the acquisition of soul rings proceeded remarkably smoothly, coupled with the minor skirmishes that transpired with Shrek Academy. The entire endeavor was completed in merely 3 days. Hulaina secured a 15,000-year-old blue fox, while Zhu Qing hunted a 12,000-year-old nether magic leopard, thus concluding this expedition. In the Spirit Hall Square, Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing stood tall, resembling 2 exquisite blossoms side by side, exuding an undeniable aura even in their silence. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoyu and Yan arrived together, their steps imbued with an unspoken synergy and tension. The moment Yan's gaze met Zhu Zhuqing's ethereal and striking beauty, he felt an irresistible urge to draw closer, as if ensnared by an invisible force. However, before this impulse could manifest into action, Xiaoyu swiftly intervened, abruptly pulling him back and thwarting the nascent frivolity. Xiaoyu, what do you mean by this? Why do you prevent me from reconnecting with Miss Zhuqing? Yan inquired, his expression one of confusion, with a hint of grievance glimmering in his eyes as he scratched his head. Xiaoyu chuckled softly, lightly poking Yan's shoulder with his fingertip, then subtly gesturing to the side. Following that direction, Yan beheld a wash of pale blue, revealing Kai, who had donned his signature attire. The robes, woven with delicate blue and golden threads, exuded an air of solemnity and authority, rendering the very particles of dust in the atmosphere hushed in reverence. In this moment of grandeur and solemnity, Kai entered the sight of the assembled crowd in a manner befitting his esteemed status for the first time, each of his steps seemingly burdened with profound significance. Hulaina, Zhu Qing, Xiaoyu, and Yin, though filled with curiosity and perplexity, instinctively lowered their proud heads, extending the deepest respect to this esteemed elder of law. Greetings, elder of law, the 4 intoned in unison. Kai nodded slightly, his composure and authority seemingly capable of penetrating the very depths of human hearts. Gradually, he retrieved an unassuming ancient booklet from his waist, which, despite its modest appearance, seemed to harbor boundless mysteries and power, igniting the imagination of those present. With 2.5 years remaining until the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, the higher-ups had decided that this time, the Spirit Hall would bestow 4 high-grade soul bones, each over 10,000 years old, as rewards. Kai paused momentarily before casting his gaze over the four somewhat apprehensive individuals, and the goal I set for you is total victory. Upon utterance of these words, an indescribable excitement and yearning enveloped the air. The four young talents exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with renewed determination. They understood that this was not merely a prelude to a competition, but the ultimate recognition and challenge of their dreams and capabilities. As soon as the words left his lips, an undeniable brilliance flickered in Yan's eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, as if flames were leaping forth from his palms. Enveloped in an exhilarating battle spirit, akin to the embodiment of a fiery war god. Of course, as a paragon of the golden generation, I vow to achieve victory without fail. Yan's tone brimmed with confidence. Ever since being thoroughly impressed by Kai's strength on previous occasions, he had held a deep admiration for Kai's prowess. Witnessing Yan's demeanor, reminiscent of a fervent anime protagonist, Kai's lips involuntarily curved into a playful yet profound smile. One that concealed his admiration for Yan's growth while subtly hinting at an anticipation for the forthcoming challenges. This competition was unlike any other. The higher-ups had unanimously decided to abolish the guaranteed spots for the two great empires in the Spirit Hall, indicating that they would have to commence from the preliminary rounds, advancing to the finals solely based on their own merits. As these words hung in the air, the light of confidence on Yan's face flickered momentarily, akin to a gentle breeze brushing against it, yet in an instant, it reignited with brilliance. Starting from the very beginning, it wasn't particularly daunting after all. We possess 3 Soul Kings. Xiaoyu, with his signature posture of arms crossed leisurely over his chest, exuded an air of confidence and pride, his silence speaking volumes. As if victory was already secured, the outcome of the contest long settled in his mind. Meanwhile, the astute Zhu Zhuqing keenly perceived the nuances beyond the battlefield. She parted her lips delicately, her voice gentle yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Although our team boasts at least 3 Soul Kings, from the first match onward, our strategies and vulnerabilities will gradually be discerned by our adversaries, potentially erasing our advantages. Hulaina nodded in agreement, adding, I concur with Sister Zhuqing's perspective. After all, Sister Zhu Yan has the capability to defeat you. Yan, with her quasi-soul sovereign prowess. Should a similar prodigy emerge in the tournament, achieving a clean sweep may indeed prove challenging. A subtle smile graced Kai's lips as he remarked, indeed, Zhuqing has reached level 43. With diligent effort over the next 2.5 years, she might well ascend to the rank of Soul King. At that point, our Spirit Hall team would boast 4 Soul Kings, not only enhancing our victory odds, but also elevating our standing in the eyes of the world. However, gazing into the eager eyes of the four, Kai's words fell like a winter chill, abruptly dissipating the warmth they had fostered. In these next 2.5 years, I shall subject you to rigorous training to be conducted in the Hurricane Canyon. Upon hearing this, their expression shifted dramatically. Even Hulaina, who typically clung to Kai, could not mask her disappointment and uncertainty. Brother Kai, must we truly go? I feel I have made significant progress. Hulaina's voice was barely above a whisper, trembling slightly as she endeavored to cling to the last vestiges of hope against the impending storm. Even Xiaoyu, renowned for his calm demeanor, could not conceal the turmoil within, his tightly pressed lips and furrowed brow betraying his unease and struggle with the unknown challenges ahead. While the Hurricane Canyon was not as perilous as the Death Canyon, its environment remained quite inhospitable. Haha, my friends, this matter is settled. There is no need for further discussion. Return home, prepare your belongings, and at dawn tomorrow, we shall reconvene at the gates of Spirit City, no exceptions. With that, Kai turned away with a carefree air, gradually receding from view. The four exchanged glances, a delicate tension filling the silence, until Xiaoyu, with his characteristic serene smile, gently tore through the intangible veil of unease. Ah, let us not wear such somber faces. It is merely a journey to the Hurricane Canyon. In those bygone days, we dared to venture into the ominous depths of the Death Canyon. What is a mere hurricane to us? The smile of the evil moon, albeit somewhat forced, radiated an indomitable light, as if it were cloaking herself and her companions in a formidable armor of courage. The memories of the Death Canyon lingered like phantoms in the dark night, evoking trepidation yet forging the resilience they possess today. When the name of the Hurricane Canyon, equally renowned, was mentioned, it stirred within them a profound reverence, igniting their innate thirst for adventure and conquest. As dusk descended, the dormitory of the Spirit Hall Academy was enveloped in a soft veil of moonlight, exuding tranquility and mystery. In the bathroom, the gentle sound of water suggested that Hulaina was immersed in a realm of intimacy and comfort. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing sat alone at the edge of her bed. The silver light cascaded upon her, outlining her cool and resolute silhouette. Soon, a faint whisper of wind seemed to penetrate the stillness of the night. Outside the door, a shadow glided silently, akin to a specter in the nocturnal ambience. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze sharpened. She gently opened the window, allowing the night breeze to caress her face. In a swift motion, a nimble figure leapt through the window, landing without a sound, showcasing their rigorous training. The figure knelt before Zhu Zhuqing, adopting a humble and respectful posture, offering a sealed letter with both hands, their voice low yet clear. "My lady, this is the detailed information regarding Dai Mubai that you requested." As the air still echoed with the remnants of their departure, the figure melted back into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. Zhu Zhuqing delicately received the letter, her fingertips trembling as if they could sense the weight and urgency contained within. She gradually unsealed the envelope, the pages unfolding gently under the dim candlelight, each line of text flowing into her sight like a delicate stream. Her gaze danced across the words, sometimes furrowing her brow, at other times lost in contemplation. The room was filled only with the sound of water flowing from the bathroom and the rustle of the letter. Dai Mubai was originally the third prince of the Douluo Empire, possessing the martial soul of the evil-eye white tiger. At 6 years old, he sought to escape the empire but was captured by Prince Davis. It was not until Zhu Zhuqing disappeared that he successfully fled the Douluo Empire. After his escape, Dai Mubai arrived in the city of Sita in the Barak Kingdom, where, through financial maneuvering, he entered an academy named Shrek. At the age of 7, he brought along a chubby boy named Ma Hongjun into the brothel, leading to a period of complete moral decline, indulging in a life of extravagance and debauchery. Seeking companionship in the brothels of Sita City almost daily, Zhu Zhuqing slowly closed the heavy letter, the truth within its lines chilling her, gradually eroding the last remnants of warmth she felt for Dai Mubai. With a soft sigh, the pent-up emotions within her seemed to dissipate into the ether with that prolonged exhalation. She carefully tucked away the letter, turning to enter her bedroom, where the soft bed appeared to be her sole refuge at that moment. Gently lying down, she surrendered to the embrace of fatigue and disappointment, allowing herself to drift into slumber. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, tenderly brushing Zhu Zhuqing's face, awakening her from her deep sleep. However, this tranquility did not last long. A peculiar heaviness began to spread from her chest as she opened her hazy eyes. The scene before her caused her to pause in slight astonishment. At that moment, Hulaina lay in disarray, nestled against her in a manner that bordered on impolite. The soft contours of her form resting unabashedly upon her chest, exuding an unintentional intimacy. Zhu Zhuqing endeavored to awaken Hulaina in the gentlest manner possible, nudging her softly, her gaze a blend of confusion and helplessness. Yet, Hulaina appeared lost in her dreams, oblivious to the world around her, the serene state of her slumber starkly contrasting with her usual sharpness. Zhu Zhuqing observed this scene, her heart a tumult of emotions. She shook her head lightly, attempting to cast aside the sudden awkwardness and uncertainty, adopting a more accommodating mindset and allowing Hulaina to continue this unexpected closeness. The morning light had gently bathed the earth, and by the time they slowly awakened, the sun had already ascended the sky, draping the tranquil morning in a golden sheen. Hulaina's fingertips lightly brushed through her tousled hair, a faint blush inadvertently gracing her cheeks, a remnant of the previous night's unintentional embarrassment and shyness. Recalling the events of the night before, she remembered succumbing to an inexplicable drowsiness after a bath, inadvertently wandering into Zhu Zhuqing's gentle embrace, sharing a bed in a haze. Though both were women, the shared gaze in the morning light still infused the air with an ineffable delicacy and awkwardness. Hulaina hurriedly arranged her somewhat disheveled attire, each subtle movement betraying her discomfort and her determination to restore normalcy. Zhu Zhuqing, with her characteristic calmness, silently assisted from the side, their unspoken understanding imbued with a sense of mutual tolerance. At last, everything was in order. They stood shoulder to shoulder, each carrying their small bags, gently pushing open the door that seemed to hold the secrets of the previous night. Unexpectedly, Xieyu's fingers lightly tapped on the doorframe, his demeanor both urgent and tender. The sudden opening of the door was akin to a stone cast into a still lake, momentarily startling Xieyu, who quickly regained his composure. A glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes, an acknowledgement of their little secret. "Hurry, the elder has been waiting for us at the city gate for quite some time," he exclaimed, seizing their belongings and dashing ahead before they could react. The two women exchanged a glance and hurriedly followed in his wake. Before the towering gates of Martial Soul City, as dawn broke, a resolute figure was challenging the limits of endurance. Sweat poured down like rain, each extension of his arms seemingly engaging in a dialogue with the earth. Burdened on his back was the weight of Kai's unwavering trust, a specially crafted load weighing 500 pounds, bending his spine, yet failing to crush the conviction within his heart. 1982. 1983. Each number burst forth from his clenched lips, accompanied by heavy breaths, like a war drum, both motivating and tormenting him. The air around him seemed to solidify, leaving only the sound of his relentless struggle echoing in the vast expanse before Martial Soul City. Kai sat contentedly on a nearby stone, his gaze reflecting both severity and anticipation. His words, though casually spoken, struck like a hammer against Yen's heart. One person's tardiness results in punishment for the entire team. Remember, you are comrades fighting side by side. Every ounce of your effort is the finest commitment to the team. Add 1,000 more, and let me witness your determination. Yen's cheeks flushed a fiery red, reminiscent of a phoenix amidst flames, with each breath accompanied by the tumultuous rise and fall of his chest. Yet he did not relent. Instead, the light in his eyes blazed even more fiercely. "Yes, I, Yen, shall never disappoint my teammates." 1999, he roared, as if channeling all his exhaustion and discontent into the power of this final strike. Chapter 47. Tang Ritian's escape and the crisis of the Li clan. After completing nearly 5,000 push-ups, Yen felt as though all his strength had been drained, leaving him weakly sprawled on the ground. Sweat mingled with dirt, painting a portrait of resilience and exhaustion. At that moment, Xieyou hurriedly arrived with Hulaina and Zhu Qing, their footsteps resonating heavily in the silence. The gazes of Hulaina and Zhu Qing met, each discerning an unspoken sense of guilt and unease reflected in the other's eyes. The punishment indirectly caused by their tardiness weighed heavily upon their hearts, like a massive stone. Yan's weary figure silently condemned their delay. Now that they had all arrived, it was time to set off to Hurricane Canyon. Yan was now like a leaf swept away by a storm, placed inside the carriage by Kai. This was a silent gesture of care and acknowledgement of Yan's perseverance and fortitude. Meanwhile, Xieyou, Hulaina, and Zhu Qing had no choice but to run, closely following the slowly moving carriage. Kai sat firmly atop his steed, wielding a slender whip that fell decisively upon the horse's muscular form. Each swing seemed to dance with the wind, exuding an undeniable authority. "Keep up, don't fall behind. Those who lag will find no food at night." His voice was low yet powerful, echoing across the open fields like an ancient battle song, both motivating and warning every follower. With that, Kai gently pulled the reins. The horse, as if responding to its master's will, galloped swiftly, creating an insurmountable distance between the carriage and the three Xieyou, Hulaina, and Zhu Qing, who were in hot pursuit. Their figures gradually faded amidst the swirling dust, yet their indomitable spirit shone brightly under the scorching sun. The trio's soul power had long been sealed by Kai, leaving them to rely solely on their physical strength in a race against fatigue and despair. Time slipped away, and soon it was midday. The blazing sun hung high, scorching the earth. Kai finally reined in the horse, allowing the weary creature to catch its breath, and the carriage came to a gentle stop in this sun-kissed sanctuary. Having refreshed himself, Yin emerged from the carriage, kindling a fire and placing some raw meat on a spit to roast. "Kai, is it really all right for us not to wait for them?" Yin hesitated, feeling a pang of guilt at the thought of eating in secret. Kai playfully thumped Yin on the head. "If you feel that way, why not run back to help them?" At this, Yin fell silent, sitting by the fire, focused intently on roasting the meat. After half an hour, Kai finally spotted 3 figures supporting one another in the distance. The trio was utterly exhausted, panting heavily, their sweat-soaked clothes clinging to their bodies. Xiaoyu produced a rope, tying it around Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing to prevent them from falling behind. As the captain of the Golden Generation, Xiaoyu dutifully fulfilled his responsibilities. Nana, Zhuqing, hang in there, we're almost there. The other end of the rope was also tied around the waists of Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing. Although Xiaoyu was already fatigued, he chose to pull the 2 of them forward. Even without soul power, Zhu Zhuqing, who had endured rigorous training since childhood, displayed strength that was not significantly inferior to Xiaoyu's. The pace of events had been rather slow, so the training segment in the Hurricane Valley was omitted. Directly transitioning to the main storyline, during the arduous span of 2.5 years, Hurricane Valley bore witness to the miraculous transformation of the 4 from innocence to maturity. Xiaoyu's soul power had reached level 60, Hulaina at 59, Yin at 58, and Zhu Zhuqing at 52. Each elevation in their soul power was a symphony woven from their sweat and tears, epitomizing their relentless efforts. As the 4 finally boarded the carriage returning to the Spirit Hall, the air seemed to retain the fierce and indomitable spirit of Hurricane Valley. Hulaina, once a blooming flower of a girl, now appeared exceedingly weary. Unconsciously, she leaned her head gently against Kai's knee. Her voice tinged with a hint of petulance and helplessness. "Brother Kai, does Sister Schwer know of your strictness towards us?" Her words conveyed a mixture of nostalgia for their past hardships and gratitude for Kai's profound care. Outside the carriage, the scenery rushed by, while within, this rare moment of warmth and tranquility enveloped the journey in a soft glow. The sound of hooves echoed rapidly, and as they sped forth, the outline of Spirit City gradually came into view, traversing mountains and rivers in just 2 days. Upon entering the city gates, Hulaina could hardly contain her eagerness. She grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand, resembling birds returning to their nest, hastily navigating through the bustling streets towards their residence. As the door creaked open, a wave of warmth greeted them. They exchanged smiles and stepped inside, relishing the long-awaited time for a bath, washing away the dust and fatigue of their travels. "Teacher Kai, we are leaving now," said Xiaoyu and Yin, preparing to return to the Spirit Hall to register their current soul power. Meanwhile, Kai chose to meet Bibi Dong. Inside the hall, serene and solemn, Bibi Dong sat high upon her throne, her figure exceptionally radiant amidst the interplay of light and shadow. The moment Kai pushed the door open, she seemed to tremble slightly, a fleeting motion unnoticed by anyone. At that moment, the entire hall's focus was solely on Kai. He stepped forward slowly, each stride resonating with his own rhythm and strength, harmonizing with the dignified atmosphere surrounding him. His words drew the attention of others once more. After respectfully bowing to Bibi Dong, the crowd departed in an orderly fashion. "How about it? I have added a 20-year-old Soul Emperor to the Golden Generation." Kai's proclamation instantly left Bibi Dong momentarily disoriented. "What?" Bibi Dong exclaimed, her entire being shaken by the revelation. A 20-year-old Soul Emperor was unprecedented in the continent's history. Indeed, just as you suspect, Xiaoyu has already surpassed level 60 and merely requires a 6th soul ring to become a Soul Emperor, Kai said with a mischievous glint. "What do you think, Your Holiness? What shall the stakes be if I win?" Bibi Dong gradually returned to her throne, her posture revealing an unmistakable shock. As if a tempestuous sea surged within her chest, each rise and fall laden with incredulous emotions. Her fingers were tightly intertwined, knuckles pale from the strain. As if even her fingertips were narrating the tremors of her soul. She parted her crimson lips, delicately biting her lower lip. Her expression a complex tapestry of resolve and helplessness, ultimately manifesting as a long, heavy sigh that slowly dissipated into the air. "Enough, I am aware. A promise made must be kept." Her voice, though soft, resonated with an undeniable conviction. Kai, upon hearing her words, curved his lips into a faint, serene smile. As if everything lay well within his expectations. He turned to leave, his stride imbued with an air of transcendence, detached from worldly concerns. "Hold on." Bibi Dong's voice suddenly pierced the silence, laced with a subtle urgency and curiosity. How did you, in this brief span of 2.5 years, enable the rapid advancement of CAU's cultivation, surpassing an 8-level chasm that is beyond the reach of most? Her eyes sparkled with the light of inquiry, a curiosity that even her elevated position could not entirely suppress. In response to Bibi Dong's inquiry, Kai halted, yet did not answer immediately, leaving behind a meaningful silhouette as if contemplating how to respond in a manner both discreet and satisfying to her curiosity. Eventually, he turned back slowly, his voice low and resonant. Some matters require the confluence of time, place, and harmony, coupled with relentless effort and unwavering belief. CAU's achievements are a testament to his own endeavors, as well as the unfolding of fate. With that said, Kai resumed his pace, leaving Bibi Dong with a profound silhouette. Just as he crossed the solemn threshold of the papal hall, a guard clad in resplendent golden armor dashed towards Kai like a bolt of lightning, urgency evident in his strides. He leaned close to Kai's ear, whispering a few critical pieces of information in a tone only they could hear, then vanished into the night, leaving behind a series of hurried footsteps echoing in the vacant square. What? That scoundrel Tang Hao managed to escape right under my nose. The situation was dire, leaving no room for delay. Kai's form surged forth, agile as a cheetah, racing away from the radiant heart of Wuhen City, heading straight for the law enforcement station. In the darkness, his figure raced against the wind, each step exuding an undeniable resolve and strength. Upon reaching the law enforcement hall, once a symbol of majesty and order, the sight before him was utterly shocking. The grand hall, once resplendent and imposing, had now crumbled into ruins, the remnants of its former glory replaced by desolation and sorrow. The guards who should have stood vigil had long since lost their lives, sprawled across the ground in a silent testament to the brutal battles that had transpired here. Kai's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging as if they encapsulated all his fury and indignation. Suddenly, he unleashed his power, delivering a powerful blow to a nearby shattered pillar. A deafening crash echoed as the stone crumbled, dust swirling in the air. As Kai's fury surged within him like a tempest, threatening to breach the dam of his reason, a faint yet tenacious whisper emerged from the ravaged remnants of the ruins, akin to a glimmer of light piercing the despairing gloom of night. The figure appeared as a valiant warrior amid adversity, undeterred by the scattered debris and dust surrounding them, inching forward with an indomitable spirit, ultimately breaking free from the shackles of ruin, reminiscent of a phoenix rising from the ashes, reborn anew. Witnessing this, Kai's anger was swiftly supplanted by an inexplicable emotion. He hurried forward, extending his powerful hand to firmly lift the traveler who had just returned from the brink, as if saving a soul on the verge of sinking into oblivion. Brooks, the sinner, humbly greets you, esteemed lord. Though Brooks' voice was as delicate as a wisp, each word resonated with unmistakable reverence and remorse. In the moment, he beheld the light of day once more. His heart was flooded with profound reflection on past transgressions and contrition. Brooks, I recall you are the lord of this subcourt. What transpired here? Kai inquired with urgency. My lord, approximately 3 days ago, one of the 4 singular families, the Strength Clan, learned of Tang Hao's imprisonment here from an unknown source, and subsequently, we were attacked. The leader was a soul master possessing the martial spirit of a mighty gorilla. Brooks divulged everything he knew. The Strength Clan. Indeed, that comes as no surprise, Kai mused, as his earlier doubts dissipated upon learning that the Strength Clan had rescued Tang Hao. The entire Douluo continent was aware of the Strength Clan's unwavering loyalty to Tang Hao. Whenever there was even the slightest hint of news regarding him, the Strength Clan would dare to confront the Spirit Hall, even at the risk of incurring their wrath. Investigate the current location of the Strength Clan, as well as which academy their third-generation disciples are attending. Conduct a thorough inquiry, Kai commanded before turning to leave. Since the Strength Clan had chosen to openly stand against the Spirit Hall, they must be prepared for the inevitable repercussions that would follow. 3 days later, within the Tiando Imperial City, the residents of the Titan clan stood majestic and ancient, sunlight casting dappled patterns upon the cobblestone path, reflecting the weight of time. It was amidst this tranquility that the sudden sound of hurried footsteps shattered the surrounding peace. Clan leader, the situation is urgent. A clan member rushed in, bearing an expression of anxiety, as if carrying news of an impending storm, colliding directly with Titan. Titan furrowed his brow, instinctively lowering his voice out of respect for the serene atmosphere within. What has caused such distress? We must not disturb our esteemed guests. With that, he led the visibly unsettled disciple into the grand hall, where the flickering candlelight illuminated Titan's composed visage. He slowly took his seat at the head of the table, his gaze piercing, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect without anger. What is it that has rendered you so uncharacteristically flustered? The disciple took a deep breath, striving to steady his breath, slightly disordered from running, and then urgently reported, "Esteemed clan leader, I chanced upon a piece of news in the city market concerning the safety of our clan, and thus I have come to inform you." Upon hearing this, Titan narrowed his eyes slightly, a grave expression creeping onto his brow. He understood that his disciple would not be so frantic unless there was a pressing reason behind it. Thus, he spoke in a low voice, elaborate on the matter, leaving no detail unmentioned. "Patriarch, it is dire news. Half a month ago, a merchant placed an order for 500 tons of refined iron with us. But today he has refused to pay the remaining balance. Moreover, numerous trade associations have chosen to suspend their collaboration with our clan. If this situation continues to unfold unchecked, our clan may face bankruptcy." The disciple relayed the entire situation in one breath. "What?" With a resounding crash, Titan slammed his palm down on the stone table before him, shattering it to pieces. "Is this news indeed true?" he inquired urgently. He was acutely aware of the precarious state of the clan, which primarily relied on ironworking for its livelihood. Should they lose these merchants, it was likely that the clan would face ruin in an instant. Chapter 48. By Qinxiang joins Shrek. In this chapter, a new character will make an appearance, as I promised a reader to include a character in the narrative. Please, dear readers, do not be discontent. Rest assured, this new character will undoubtedly belong to the protagonist's camp and must inflict considerable hardship upon Tang San. In the city of Tiando, at the Blue Tyrant Academy, now to be referred to as Shrek Academy, an immense crowd had already gathered before the grand entrance at the break of dawn, creating a lively and bustling scene. "Grandfather, is this the Shrek Academy you spoke of?" A young girl with silver-white twin ponytails shimmered in the sunlight, her delicate features resembling a blooming snow lotus, as she gazed curiously at the elderly man beside her. The old man was Bai He, the current patriarch of the Min clan and a sole master of formidable prowess, though time had etched its marks upon his visage. His sharp eyes still sparkled with extraordinary brilliance. He gently stroked his meticulously groomed white beard, his tone both warm and resolute. "Indeed, this is the place the old gorilla mentioned." Just as the grandfather and granddaughter engaged in conversation, a student slowly emerged from within the depths of the academy. His robust figure and formidable presence seemed capable of shaking the very foundations of the earth, forming a stark contrast to the delicate surroundings. His appearance instantly captured the attention of the crowd, and when his gaze met Bai He's, a subtle yet unmistakable respect surfaced on his rugged features. "Uncle Bai!" exclaimed Tai Long, waving excitedly at Bai He. Upon catching sight of Tai Long, a look of unexpected delight blossomed upon Bai He's face, as if he had stumbled upon a long-lost miracle amidst the passage of time. He approached Tai Long, embodying the tenderness of a senior, and gently patted the young man's well-developed shoulder, his voice imbued with nostalgia. "Tai Long, it has been many years. You have grown so much." At these words, Tai Long's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as he bashfully scratched his head and chuckled. "Hee, Uncle Bai, you must have had a tiring journey. Grandfather specifically instructed me to come and welcome you." Meanwhile, Bai Qinxiang stood nearby, her eyes sparkling with understanding. She gracefully stepped forward, her voice as melodious as a clear spring. "Brother Tai Long, it has been a long time. I hope you have been well." Her demeanor exuded the grace and poise of a refined lady, and even a simple greeting seemed to disperse the surrounding dust, refreshing the very air. Tai Long found himself irresistibly drawn to this suddenly appearing beauty. Bai Qinxiang's charm was understated yet profoundly captivating. Standing there, she resembled the gentlest breeze of spring, softly brushing against the heart and leaving an indescribable fragrance. In the sunset forest, "Teacher Zhao, please be sure to intercept that colorful demon tiger." Tang San's voice conveyed an undeniable urgency as he clenched his fists, a hue of azure light swirling in his palms. At that moment, the blue-silver grass coiled around a massive cavernous demon spider like a serpent, binding it securely. Upon hearing those words, Zhao Waoqi's eyes flickered with a grave intensity. In an instant, his body soared into the air like a towering mountain. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, his colossal hand, capable of shaking the very earth, descended upon the roaring, vibrant demon tiger with the force of an avalanche, the air resonating with the heavy sound of explosive force. Yet, at this critical moment, the subterranean magic spider beneath Tang San sensed a threat to its existence and erupted into an unprecedented struggle. Its 8 slender legs flailed wildly, exerting such force that they hurled Tang San's entire body into the air, resembling a kite severed from its string, tracing a breathtaking arc in the afterglow of the setting sun. In midair, Tang San gracefully expanded his form, swiftly adjusting his posture through his remarkable adaptability and keen perception of the wind's currents. The blue-silver grass, seemingly imbued with sentience, danced around him, not only slowing his descent but also, at a crucial moment, utilizing the surrounding trees as leverage to dissipate the impact, allowing him to land lightly. Showcasing the extraordinary skills and wisdom of a disciple of the Tang sect. Partners, retreat to the poison formation. The toxins there can temporarily suppress the spirit beasts. Tang San shouted urgently. His anxious yet resolute call echoed in the ears of his companions, without the need for further words. A single exchanged glance was enough to establish their unspoken agreement, executing a strategy of combat while retreating, their steps imbued with an unmistakable determination and intellect. Xiao San, the poison from the Elder Dugu won't last long. Before it dissipates, you must choose your 4th soul ring. Yu Xiaojiang's voice pierced through the clamor of battle, carrying an undeniable urgency. Tang San's gaze pierced through the swirling poison mist, scanning the spirit beasts that hesitated in fear of the toxins. Ultimately, his focus locked onto the enormous and menacing subterranean magic spider, akin to a hawk honing in on its prey. The spider seemed to sense this scrutiny, a glint of ferocity flashing in its eyes, yet it could not hide its pride as a formidable existence. Just as Tang San was about to speak, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The temperature around them plummeted as if seized by an invisible hand, a chilling presence sweeping in. Soon after, a sharp and elongated sound of something slicing through the air echoed from the horizon, heralding the swift approach of an unknown yet powerful entity. In an instant, a piercing cold light cleaved through the sky, resembling a falling galaxy, as a crystal-clear ice sword, imbued with endless frost, accurately pierced the heart of the gatherings, causing the very ground to tremble. This strike not only penetrated the cloud cover, but seemed to freeze the temperature of the air itself, making the already frigid environment even more bone-chilling. Ning Rongrong parted her lips gently, her fingertip delicately catching a drifting snowflake. Its crystalline form caused her to widen her eyes in disbelief, a glimmer of incredulity shining within them. "It's snowing." Her voice, thin as a thread, resonated distinctly amidst the tranquil yet grand scene, echoing the softest whisper of nature. Before her words faded, the sky unfurled into a magnificent tapestry, as feather-like snowflakes cascaded from the ethereal void, dressing the entire world in a silvery, enchanting cloak. The sudden onslaught of the snowstorm not only delivered a visual spectacle, but also enveloped the surrounding spirit beasts in an unprecedented chill, prompting them to emit uneasy howls and scatter in search of a warm refuge. At the center of this tempest stood the ice sword, around which the swirling snow seemed to take on a life of its own, swirling frantically and gracefully, forming magnificent and enigmatic ice tornadoes. In an instant, the ice tornadoes transformed into vast waves of air, gently rippling outward like the dawn breaking through the morning mist, dispersing in all directions. Upon this land, caressed by the cold, stood numerous ice swords like a forest, beside which stood a man with hair whiter than snow, his garments flowing elegantly. He appeared as if descended from the heavens, untouched by the dust of the world, surrounded by an extraordinary aura that inspired an involuntary sense of reverence, compelling one to bow in homage. Nangong Di-Chen slowly lifted his eyelids, revealing deep azure eyes that mirrored the tranquil depths of an ocean blanketed by fresh snow, quietly surveying this entirely unfamiliar environment. Initially, his gaze reflected a profound emptiness, soon followed by a hint of mild confusion that unfurled like the first light of dawn dispelling the fog. "Where's this?" His voice was low and frigid, devoid of emotional turbulence, as if this inquiry was merely a routine greeting to the desolate space surrounding him, maintaining an inexplicable detachment and indifference. At the moment Nangong Dichin solidified in the air, the ice swords, once densely embedded in the ground like cold stars, miraculously began to dissolve one by one, vanishing into nothingness, leaving only a faint chill lingering in the air. Just as he was about to gracefully pivot and depart, Lu Erlong, unable to contain her fiery temperament, stepped forward with determination, her hand firmly resting on Nangong Dichin's shoulder, as if to condense all her discontent and defiance into that singular touch. "Stop. You have disrupted our plans. How can you leave so easily?" Lu Erlong's voice was interwoven with anger and challenge, resonating powerfully. Nearby, Ma Hongjun stealthily drew closer to Dai Mubai, a playful smile gracing his lips as he whispered, "Old leader Dai, take a look at this one. In terms of appearance, she may rival you." At this remark, the air seemed to ripple with subtle tension, acknowledging Nangong Dichin's remarkable demeanor while teasing Dai Mubai's usual charm. Nangong Dichin gently turned his head, his clear eyes veiled in a thin mist, obscuring any glimpse into his inner turmoil. This scene was akin to a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, quietly stirring waves of anger within Lu Erlong's heart. She momentarily retreated, her aura shifting dramatically as her third soul ring blazed forth like the brightest star in the night sky, signaling the awakening of her fury. Third soul skill, thunderous wrath. With this proclamation, she conjured a sphere infused with the dual forces of lightning and flame, a manifestation of the world's wrath, which she hurled with great force toward the direction of Nangong Dichin. In an instant, thunder roared and flames danced wildly, colliding fiercely in the air and erupting into a blinding radiance, illuminating everything around as bright as day. Amidst this dazzling spectacle, the figure of Nangong Dichin stood resolute. Far from being daunted, he displayed an air of calm composure, gradually bending down to delicately retrieve an unremarkable object from the ground where dust and light intertwined. His movement exuded an ineffable tranquility and confidence. The energy sphere of thunder and fire, poised and ready from Lu Erlong, was unexpectedly brushed aside by the seemingly ordinary branch in Nangong's hand. It shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into the air like morning mist meeting the rising sun. In Nangong's eyes, beneath the deep blue, a peculiar red gleam suddenly flickered, resembling hidden flames in the depths of the ocean, heralding the approach of a storm. Immediately, the 7 soul rings encircling him shimmered like brilliant stars, slowly rotating, each ring containing unfathomable power and mystery. As his deep and resolute voice resonated, first soul skill, Frostblade 9 slashes. The branch in his grasp seemed to come alive, transforming into a razor-sharp frost blade, striking out with a speed that was almost deafening. 9 crystalline sword lights cleaved through the air, imbued with a piercing chill and determination, aimed directly at the heavens. Lu Erlong, witnessing this, furrowed her brows tightly, her eyes ablaze with fury. Unwilling to yield, her soul power surged within her, and she roared, 5th soul skill, Skyward Flame. Upon uttering these words, the air around her appeared to ignite, as searing flames coalesced into a ferocious vortex, enveloping her entirely. Within that fiery maelstrom, the echoes of dragon roars and tiger howls resonated, revealing an endless majesty and destructive force, vowing to turn all obstacles to ashes. At that moment, it felt as though the heavens and the earth had been cleaved into 2 realms, one side showcasing Nangong's Frostblade 9 slashes, cold and sharp, the other, Lu Erlong's conflagration, intense and wild. The fiery vortex surged forth like an enraged dragon, instantly engulfing the 9 fierce sword lights into nothingness, as flames illuminated the sky, seemingly capable of incinerating all existence. However, just as everyone held their breath, believing that the unstoppable flames would soon dissolve the frost and alter the tide of battle, a black figure emerged defiantly from the roaring inferno, cleaving through the air. It was Lu Erlong. She was akin to a leaf tossed by a tempest, her form crashing awkwardly into an ancient tree, causing the trunk to tremble and leaves to scatter. In the moment she landed, a crimson hue seeped from the corner of her mouth, starkly contrasting with her current resilience and tenacity. Her already profound eyes widened, shimmering with defiance and astonishment. The black leather suit she wore had become tattered as she struggled amidst the intertwining flames and sword lights, revealing countless jagged tears akin to battle scars, inadvertently exposing the pure, snow-like hue of her skin beneath. Yet at that moment, Lu Erlong paid no heed to her own injuries. In the fiery vortex, she had sensed that the power emanating from the 9 sword blades was cumulative. Meanwhile, as Nangong stepped forward, Zhao Wujin immediately positioned himself in front of Lu Erlong. "Who are you, elder? Why must you strike against us?" Zhao Wuji, acutely aware of his own limitations and strength compared to his opponent, humbly lowered his stance. Nangong tilted his head, clearly puzzled by Zhao Wuji's words. "If my memory serves me right, it was this lady who first initiated the confrontation," he remarked, gesturing with the branch in his hand towards Lu Erlong behind him. Upon hearing herself referred to as lady, Lu Erlong nearly choked, almost losing consciousness from the shock. At that moment, cold sweat froze into ice shards on Zhao Wuji's brow. To claim he was not anxious would be a falsehood. Flander was injured. Lu Erlong was also wounded, and he himself bore internal injuries from an incident years ago when he lost an arm. As for Dashiyu, the less said the better. Chapter 49. The Golden Sacred Dragon vs. Nangong Dichin. Qinshin's intervention. Nangong lightly lifted his foot, stepping forward with a poised and resolute stride. At that moment, the very air seemed to tremble in response. Ning Rongrong's keen eyes captured this detail. The man stood barefoot, exuding an unrestrained and transcendent aura, inadvertently revealing his true nature. "Erlong, you." Flinder's voice was tinged with an unmistakable anxiety, his gaze fixated on Lu Erlong's nearly ashen countenance. In the recent tempest of flames, Lu Erlong had withstood the first 3 fierce strikes through sheer willpower and exceptional strength, while the subsequent 6 blows were endured with her flesh and blood. A testament to the immense hardship and agony she had faced. Amidst the tense and solemn atmosphere, Tang San, who had remained silent until now, finally took action. After standing firm, he turned to face Nangong, raising his hands slightly in a gesture that was both respectful and dignified. His voice was gentle yet resolute. "Senior, I kindly ask you to pause momentarily. I have something to convey." Tang San's words caused Nangong to halt, his eyes narrowing slightly as he regarded this utterly oblivious individual with a hint of disdain. "I believe there must be some misunderstanding between us, Senior. Allow me to experience your esteemed skills. Should I emerge victorious, I implore you not to impose difficulties on others." Suddenly, a sharp crack shattered the surrounding silence. Before Tang San's words could fully dissipate in the air, a resounding slap struck his cheek like a thunderclap, the force so great that the very atmosphere seemed to quiver. Nangong's voice, deep and resonant, slowly emerged, imbued with an undeniable authority. "What do you think you are? Bargaining with me?" Nangong's gaze never rested upon Tang San, and this sense of being disregarded felt like a razor's edge, slicing through Tang San's heart, leaving behind an indescribable sting of humiliation and resentment. "This man has sealed his own fate," Tang San mused inwardly, though his expression remained as tranquil as a still lake, showing no signs of turmoil. As if all that had transpired was merely a fleeting breeze, Nangong casually waved the wooden staff in his hand, an action that appeared nonchalant yet stirred the air around him. An invisible force surged forth, accompanied by gusts of energy that erupted from his being, instantly sending Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong flying away. "This is intolerable." Zhao Wuji's fury ignited as he witnessed his beloved disciples swept away by the tempest. Unable to contain his wrath any longer, his aura surged dramatically, the 7th spirit ring glowing with the brilliance of stars, gradually merging with his essence, igniting a perfect resonance of soul and power. 7th spirit ability, martial soul true body. As he intoned with gravity and conviction, Zhao Wuji's form underwent a remarkable transformation. Every inch of his skin seemed to harbor the steadfastness of mountains and the surge of rivers. His muscles, empowered by the martial soul true body, felt as if forged from fine iron, each taut and brimming with explosive potential capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. "Old Zhao, this cannot be." Dean Flander, in a state of anxious urgency, attempted to intervene, yet Zhao Wuji's figure had already surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, unstoppable in its momentum. Lu Erlong, mustering her waning strength, rose slowly, her gaze flickering with unwavering determination. Old Flander, since Teacher Zhao has stepped forward, how can we remain idle? It is time for us to stand shoulder to shoulder in battle. Though her voice was slightly hoarse, it resonated with an undeniable power. 3 brilliant strands of golden energy intricately intertwined Flander, Lu Erlong, and Yu Xiaojiang, forming a resplendent golden triangle, reminiscent of the most unbreakable covenant between heaven and earth, sealing their indissoluble bond. With a thunderous roar of soul power, the trio awakened like ancient deities of war, their inner soul energy surging forth like a rushing river. Uncontrollably bursting forth, collectively chanting a soul-stirring incantation, the sun and moon shine, gold transforms. In response, a triangular formation of pure golden radiance gradually ascended, enveloping the 3 with divine protection. The intensity of the light seemed capable of piercing through all illusions, illuminating their steadfast beliefs and resolute determination. Rose Sanpao, Yu Xiaojiang whispered. In an instant, what had once appeared to be an ordinary Rose and Pao began to levitate slowly, surrounded by an unprecedented golden brilliance. This radiance, as if guided by an unseen hand, surged wildly into Rose and Pao's form, each beam bestowing upon it newfound life and power. Soon after, a miraculous transformation took place. Rose and Pao was no longer the endearing piglet, but had transformed into a majestic and resplendent golden sacred dragon, soaring through the luminous realm. At this moment, Zhao Wujia's body bore striking bloodstains left by the seemingly inconspicuous branch in Nangong's hand, blood gushing forth and staining his garments, adding a tragic flair. He clenched his jaw, seething with rage, yet realized that his opponent's calm demeanor suggested a lack of full commitment, an unmistakable display of disdain. Humph. Might I request a modicum of respect in our engagement, esteemed senior? Zhao Wujia's words dripped with barely concealed indignation, each syllable sharp enough to pierce the invisible web of contempt. Nangong merely tilted his head slightly, a look of evident puzzlement crossing his features. Apologies, but I possess no sword weaker than this. Nangong shrugged, raising the branch in his hand as he spoke. Old Zhao, protect the little monsters. Let us have a meeting with him. The golden sacred dragon descended like a bolt of lightning, exuding an overwhelming presence, heralding its arrival, each scale shimmering with formidable brilliance. It let out a deafening roar, a sound imbued with boundless fury and majesty, reverberating through the void, as if it sought to engulf all challengers in an inferno of relentless flames. Unfazed, Nangong maintained his composure, his heart as tranquil as still water, raising his hands gracefully as he intoned, second soul skill, Shimbing Mirror. As his voice faded, the temperature plummeted, and the wind and snow seemed to respond to his summons, swirling and coalescing above his palm, ultimately forming a crystalline and spiraling shield of ice. The colossal body of the golden sacred dragon showed no hesitation, its tail, capable of shaking mountains, struck fiercely towards the direction of Nangong. On the ice shield, cracks spread like a spider's web, only to be instantaneously filled by new frost, displaying remarkable resilience. Nangong's brow furrowed slightly, as he distinctly felt the immense force rebounding from the ice shield, although it did not inflict any harm. It deepened his understanding of the golden sacred dragon's power. He moved slightly, utilizing the force to propel himself backward. The golden sacred dragon let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, seemingly capable of shaking the firmament. And then it continued its relentless pursuit of Nangong's vanishing silhouette. Yet, at that critical moment, the golden sacred dragon appeared to be ensnared by an invisible force, its speed drastically diminishing, akin to a meteor encountering an opposing wind as it streaks across the night sky. In the heavens, the previously silent snowflakes seemed to heed a certain call, once again cascading down and enveloping the world in a silvery shroud. This sudden flurry not only obscured vision but also infused the atmosphere with an air of mystery and impending danger. The sixth soul skill, Absolute Zero. A deep and authoritative voice resonated from the darkest depths of the forest, echoing like an ancient incantation, piercing through the wind and snow and indelibly imprinting itself in the hearts of all present. Even those who tightly covered their ears could not fend off the chilling sensation that struck at their very souls. As the words fell, a blade of ice capable of freezing all things materialized out of thin air, slicing through the air with a bone-chilling coldness and destructive force. Aimed directly at the massive form of the golden sacred dragon. Where the blade passed, the air seemed to freeze, leaving visible trails of frost, underscoring the extraordinary and terrifying nature of this attack. "This is bad." Dean Flander felt a jolt of alarm in his heart and cried out. As he attempted to maneuver the golden sacred dragon to evade, he discovered its speed had been reduced by 80. With evasion no longer an option, they could only confront the attack head-on. The golden sacred dragon instantly summoned its vast holy power, weaving a dazzling and resplendent breastplate of divine dragon scales. Each golden scale shimmering like stars, closely adhering to its noble form as if donning an indestructible suit of armor. Following this, its sharp claws, glinting with a cold light and imbued with earth-shattering might, accurately met the onrushing lethal blade of ice. In that moment, it seemed as though the world was consumed by the clash between dragon and sword, the air thick with tension and a sense of deadly intent. A thunderous crash erupted, deafeningly resounding as if the heavens themselves trembled and the stars dimmed in awe. In this collision of power, the protective dragon scales encircling the golden sacred dragon were mercilessly stripped away, scattering through the air like autumn leaves, poignant and tragic. The sacred dragon's body appeared exceptionally fragile at that moment. Its once indomitable form now seemed transparent and ethereal, like a wisp of fog in the morning light, poised to dissipate into nothingness at any moment. Evidently, this strike not only tore through its defenses but also inflicted an indescribable wound upon it. As the wind and snow gradually subsided, the surroundings seemed to be gently smoothed by the serene touch of winter. The ordinary branch in Nangong's hand underwent a metamorphosis, transforming into a resplendent azure ice sword, its blade shimmering with a profound and piercing cold light, akin to the essence crystallized in the depths of a polar abyss. He moved with grace, treading upon invisible winds and lingering snow mists. The 8 soul rings that encircled him sparkled like stars, resembling a cosmic whirlpool that swirled with an ancient and mysterious power, accentuating his extraordinary presence. Nangong raised his head, the ice sword pointing toward the heavens, and gradually, he began to levitate, suspended in mid-air, exuding an unassailable majesty, reminiscent of a celestial deity descending from the firmament, gazing down upon this land cleansed by the storm. As his will surged, the 3rd and 5th soul rings simultaneously erupted with dazzling brilliance, a symbol of soul power condensed to its zenith, and a proclamation of his strength. With the incantation of the 3rd soul skill, Heavenly Frost descends. Before the words could fully escape his lips, it seemed as though an invisible hand had rent the sky asunder. In the profound stillness, countless ice crystals coalesced from the void, transforming into razor-sharp ice spikes that descended with a bone-chilling coldness and destructive force, blanketing the entire space in a delicate hue of blue and white, a sight both breathtaking and laden with an imperceptible threat. Following closely, the 5th soul skill, Wind Chill Snow, was uttered in a hushed tone, releasing an even deeper, more frigid aura from within Nangong, intertwining with the heavenly frost. 8 ice tornadoes spiraled into existence, trapping the golden holy dragon inescapably. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, an indescribable authority surged forth from the depths of the void, accompanied by a deep, resonant voice akin to celestial music yet imbued with undeniable authority. The 6th soul skill. All swords returned to the source. In an instant, the heavens appeared to be torn apart, as tens of thousands of radiant sword lights coalesced from the void, varying in length and sharpness, woven together to create a stunning tableau of swords. This was not merely a demonstration of skill. It was the culmination of Qinshin's lifelong dedication and understanding of the sword. The sound of myriad swords resonated, echoing through the skies. Simultaneously, Nangong's heavenly frost was poised for release, a realm of frost forged from the utmost chill, where every breath of cold harbored the power to freeze all things. The two forces clashed violently in the air, resembling an ultimate duel of ice and fire. The intertwining shadows of swords and frost radiated brilliance, causing the very fabric of space to tremble at that moment. Though their powers were evenly matched, beneath the seemingly balanced battlefield lay an undercurrent of Qinshin's formidable suppression. His sword was not only sharp, but also embodied a profound understanding and relentless pursuit of the sword path. Each swing told the tale of a swordsman's conviction. Qinshin moved with agility, his 7-kill sword akin to a dragon soaring from the sea, each motion imbued with a chilling sword intent, shattering the piercing ice spikes that had not been intercepted in time. The flashing sword light dispersed the cold air, yet it could not approach him in the slightest. Nan Gongza likewise displayed remarkable prowess. In the face of the myriad sword shadows, he remained composed, deftly wielding his long sword, each strike perfectly countering the onslaught. As swords clashed, sparks flew, yet he exhibited not the slightest hint of panic. On the ground, Ning Rongrong's gaze was steadfastly fixed upon that familiar figure. When the elegant presence of Qinshin graced her vision, her joy blossomed like flowers in spring, unabashedly illuminating her countenance. "Grandfather's sword," she exclaimed impulsively, her voice tinged with an irrepressible excitement and joy. However, Qinshin's thoughts were wholly elsewhere at this moment. His gaze was profound, concentrated on the extraordinarily gifted youth before him, silently marveling at the rarity of one so young having already entered the realm of Douluo. This astonishment momentarily eclipsed all else around him, including Ning Rongrong's gaze filled with expectation. Chapter 50. The 7 Killing Sword Versus. The Imperial Cold Sword. Dean Flander, please lead the students to safety. I will handle this. Jian Dao Qinshin spoke in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Dean Flander gently adjusted his slightly heavy glasses, a glimmer of resoluteness and trust flickering in his gaze. He understood that the situation before them allowed no room for hesitation. Thus, he calmly waved his hand and addressed the students behind him. "Children, we must evacuate immediately. This place is entrusted to the Sword Douluo." His words carried an undeniable strength. The students, though reluctant, quickly rallied together, preparing to leave this perilous ground. Meanwhile, Jian Dao Qinshin, revered as the continent's foremost attacking Douluo, remained still, yet a chilling sword intent enveloped him, gripping the 7-killing sword. Its tip shimmered with a ghostly blue and frosty light, resembling the brightest cold star in the night sky, as it abruptly sliced through the air, targeting the south. Facing this sudden onslaught, Nan Gong felt no fear. Instead, her fighting spirit surged. With a flick of her wrist, the imperial cold sword transformed into a streak of flowing light. The tip delicately touched the air, creating a brilliant blossom of sword light that was not only stunningly beautiful, but also imbued with unmatched sword energy. Colliding fiercely with Qinshin's 7-killing sword midair, the clash of the two swords erupted with a deafening roar, as if even the very fabric of space trembled at that moment. Sword light scattered, intertwining coldness and murderous intent formed an invisible net that enveloped the world around them. Yet, amidst this breathtaking confrontation, both combatants exhibited remarkable composure, their eyes reflecting mutual respect and an unwavering dedication to the art of the sword. This scene left the students present in awe and captivated distant onlookers, who were profoundly moved by the beauty and power of the sword arts. As the two figures intertwined, it resembled two unstoppable torrents colliding, stirring waves of nearly imperceptible sword intent rippling through the air, allowing each to deeply sense the other's almost palpable sword spirit. Fourth soul skill, Sword God Possession. Nan Gong intoned softly, her eyes flashing with determination and fervor. In that moment, her form appeared suffused with an invisible force, surrounded by a faint silver glow. This singular amplification soul skill granted her a 20 enhancement in all physical attributes for half an hour, transforming her into the legendary sword god, her sword intent powerful enough to shake the heavens. Unyielding, Qinshin too refused to be outdone. His fifth soul ring blazed suddenly, like the brightest star in the night sky. Fifth soul skill, Fearsome Might. As he enunciated the words with grave authority, the surrounding air seemed to tear asunder under this force. Dozens of razor-sharp sword shadows erupted from him, each containing the power to split mountains and shatter stone. As the two titans clashed once more beneath the vast sky, sword shadows intertwined to create a magnificent tapestry of light and darkness. The sword radiance danced like a dragon, weaving through the air. Each collision resonated with tremors akin to mountain quakes, occasionally unleashing blades that sliced through peaks, showcasing the might of the heavens and the earth. Faced with the formidable challenge presented by Nan Gong, who wielded only 8 soul rings, Qinshin, a super Douluo at level 96, found himself unexpectedly besieged by a palpable pressure. As their battle reached a fevered pitch, both combatants instinctively retreated, creating a sufficient distance between them. In that pivotal moment, the 7 soul rings of both warriors shone simultaneously, akin to celestial bodies descending to the mortal realm, unleashing powers that defied imagination. True body of the 7 kills, Qinshin proclaimed, his voice steeped in an undeniable majesty. As his words resonated through the air, an ethereal blue figure ascended, brandishing a colossal sword imbued with the essence of countless slaughters. Standing resolute in the void, this was the ultimate manifestation of his martial spirit, the true form of the 7 kills sword. True body of the Emperor's cold, Nangong retorted. Equally undaunted, his voice cold yet resolute. Another blue apparition materialized before him, wielding a heavy sword enveloped in an aura of frost, as if capable of freezing all existence. This was the perfected embodiment of his unique martial spirit, the ultimate power of the Emperor's cold. The 2 humanoid phantoms illuminated the sky with their azure glow, their sword tips meeting in an exchange that transcended mere force. It represented a fervent clash of beliefs and aspirations deeply rooted within the souls of these 2 swordsmen. The setting sun, painted a sanguine hue, cast a brilliant orange-red across the horizon as the 2 figures intertwined amidst the twilight. Their indomitable fighting spirit palpable until the last vestiges of sunlight seemed to surrender to the horizon, allowing them a brief respite. On Nangong's visage, fatigue subtly emerged, akin to the fragile ice that first forms upon a winter lake, exuding a faint chill and a sense of perseverance. Qinshin, the sword Douluo, too, bore the signs of exhaustion, each breath accompanied by labored gasps. Suddenly, Nangong pointed his sword toward the heavens, his eyes glinting with an indomitable light as he declared, "Third soul skill, heavenly frost descends." Upon utterance, the sky seemed to respond to his call, as countless ice spikes coalesced from the void, bearing a chilling aura and destructive might, descending upon them like a tempest. In response, Qinshin likewise directed his sword skyward, his gaze steadfast and profound, softly intoning. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. In an instant, the surrounding air appeared to be rent asunder by an unseen force, as myriad sword images converged from all directions, each containing the quintessence of the sword Douluo's lifelong mastery, their sharpness glaringly evident, aimed at the impending ice storm. At that moment, the ice spikes and sword shadows clashed violently in mid-air, producing a resounding roar, as if the very will of the heavens and earth were engaged in a titanic confrontation. With his profound soul power, Qinshin managed to gain the upper hand in this fleeting exchange, while the ice spikes were fierce. They struggled to withstand the brilliance of the 10,000 swords returned to the origin, each sword deftly dismantling the assault of the ice spikes, showcasing his extraordinary prowess as the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the present age. Only when the heavenly frost was utterly shattered, transforming into countless scintillating fragments, did thousands of illusory sword shadows descend like falling stars, relentlessly advancing towards Nangong, their momentum fierce, intent on ensnaring all within the boundless chill of their luminous aura. With a tranquil expression, Nangong's Emperor's cold sword trembled lightly in his grasp, then transformed into a delicate flurry of wind and snow, dissipating into the cosmos, leaving behind an elusive chill. Shortly thereafter, a miraculous transformation unfolded upon his right arm, as 3 radiant halos slowly emerged, resembling the marks of divinity, solemn and enigmatic. His eyes, at that moment, resembled a profound icy pool illuminated by the dawn's first light, radiating a dazzling azure glow, an ethereal clarity and majesty capable of piercing the very soul. With Nangong's low command, Xianbing Longxiang, an ancient dragon's roar reverberated across the heavens and earth, causing the void itself to tremble. Indeed, it was Xianbing Longxiang, my brother Dong's signature skill. As the sole skill for this character was previously established by me, I chose to preserve this ability, nothing more but sheer elegance. With a graceful sweep of his long sleeves, the winds and clouds shifted dramatically, and a crystalline ice dragon materialized from the void, spiraling and soaring with an agile grace. Enveloped in an intense chill that devoured the ferocious sword shadows, transforming them into frost that adorned its form, showcasing its unparalleled power. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Xian's pupils constricted, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Nan Gong concealed such astonishing strength. This sudden counterattack utterly transformed his perception of the battle. Subtly tilting the scales of fate, Nan Gong stood atop the ice dragon, resembling a sovereign ruling over the realm, commanding this frigid behemoth with an air of invincibility as it surged toward Chen Xian. Each roar and charge of the ice dragon was accompanied by a trailing cascade of ice crystals, akin to a galaxy in freefall, not only reflecting its sovereign majesty but also weaving an invisible net of oppressive pressure. With his 8th soul skill, Chen Xian, after distancing himself once more, slowly closed his eyes as if the entire world had come to a standstill, leaving only him in unity with the essence of the 7 kills sword intent. Immersed in the ancient and profound realm of swordsmanship, as the 7 kills thunder erupted, a sword cleaved through the vast expanse. At that moment, as Chen Xian's thoughts surged, he brought his fingers together, radiating a faint sword light, seemingly capable of discerning the essence of all existence. In that instant, the air appeared to be torn apart by an unseen force, and a blade of murderous intent shot forth from his fingertips, cleaving the sky with a thunderous roar, aimed directly at the seemingly indomitable form of the ice dragon. Wherever the blade traversed, the very fabric of space trembled, leaving behind a brilliant scar. A testament not only to the ultimate display of power, but also to Chen Xian's profound understanding and interpretation of the sword's principles. In that fleeting moment, the fierce sword light seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, abruptly halting midair, only to be devoured by the ascending ice dragon, enveloped in an endless chill as it soared towards the heavens. The ice dragon, translucent and pure like the most idyllic dream of winter, erupted in a breathtaking explosion beneath the azure sky, scattering ice shards and frigid air that fell mercilessly upon every inch of the verdant land of the sunset forest, momentarily cloaking this vibrant world in a shroud of glistening white. Seizing the opportunity, Nan Gong pursued, riding the ice dragon with an unstoppable momentum. Drawing near to the unguarded back of Chen Xian, the dragon's eyes sparkled with an eerie blue light, its razor-sharp claws forged from cold iron. Mercilessly lunging toward Chen Xian's seemingly unprotected rear, the air thick with an atmosphere of palpable tension and impending slaughter. At this critical juncture, a faint blue shield suddenly enveloped Chen, resembling the first glimmer of dawn upon a lake's surface, gentle yet resilient. The emergence of this shield was akin to the embrace of a guardian deity, gently cradling the impending fatal blow, rendering it powerless to penetrate. As the attack struck the shield, a cacophony of cracking sounds resonated forth. Chen quickly seized the momentum to create distance once more. Chen of the Sword Path, did you truly believe I possessed but a solitary dragon? Nan Gong remarked with a hint of indifference. With a sudden burst of radiance from his right arm, dazzling and resplendent, it resembled the brightest star in the heavens plummeting to the mortal realm. In midair, a chilling aura coalesced, transforming into 8 ethereal ice dragons that soared and spiraled, their roars echoing through the atmosphere, while the crystals of ice sparkled, seemingly solidifying the very air around them. Upon witnessing this, Chen's expression hardened like iron. His surroundings enveloped in swirling sword energy, as if time itself had paused at that moment. He understood that the threat before him was not merely the 8 ice dragons, but also a manifestation of Nan Gong's unfathomable prowess. Thus, he inhaled deeply, feeling the sword intent within him surge, and with a light touch of his blade, he unleashed 8 razor-sharp sword strikes imbued with lethal intent, each one aimed precisely at the souls of the ice dragons. The intertwining sword light and ice dragons painted a breathtaking tableau in the sky. However, at this pivotal moment, Nan Gong's figure moved like a specter, gracefully leaping from the head of the ice dragon, evading the onslaught of sword beams. Those 8 sword energies must have nearly depleted all your soul power, no? Prolonging this battle serves no purpose. Shall we settle it with one final move? Nan Gong inquired, though his tone bore no semblance of inquiry. Faced with this proposition, Chen had little reason to decline. Each of those 8 sword energies possessed the might of his 8th soul skill and had nearly exhausted his entire soul power. The remainder would suffice for just one use of his 9th soul skill. With a serene closure of his eyelids, Qinshin's spirit seemed to transcend the clamor of the mortal realm, immersing itself in an expansive, boundless azure abyss. Surrounding him was no longer the familiar sunset forest, but rather a force of overwhelming sword intent that gently enveloped him. This power not only shook his senses but also appeared to gently untether the constraints of his cultivation, causing the once unyielding 97th level realm to ripple ever so subtly. Gui tree youthful over 100 miles, the partridge cries echoing through the coolness of noon. On the banks of Yanping, the peaks stand as if carved. As the sword departs, the water stretches endlessly. With the resonance of this lyrical verse, it felt as though the very air had solidified. Behind Qinshin, a spectral figure of divine and demonic essence quietly materialized. Nangong too gently closed his eyes, his spirit immersed in a tranquil abyss, until a delicate sentiment emerged, akin to morning dew touching the surface of a pond, stirring layers of intricate ripples. In this vast realm constructed by sword and tint, his consciousness drifted far, traversing the veil of time and space, encountering once more the woman who had etched his martial spirit with her sword as a quill. Imperial sword, ice, unparalleled in its extremity, Nangong murmured. His voice imbued with the weight of mountains and rivers, yet as gentle as a breeze, it was enough to shake the very heavens and earth. With this gentle call, it seemed as if an ancient deity was awakened at the pinnacle of the sky. Delicate ripples emerged quietly between the clouds, akin to a lake's surface being stirred by an invisible hand, swiftly spreading outward. In an instant, the once massive clouds appeared unable to withstand this force, disbanding in a tumultuous fashion to reveal the profound and mysterious azure beyond. Following this, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded before all. An enormous sword descended slowly from the depths of the clouds, its immense presence seemingly capable of cleaving the heavens asunder. Its length appeared endless, radiating a chilling aura, with icy blue light shimmering, reflecting the purest essence of coldness and resolve in the realm. To clarify for those who may not understand, I will explain the setting of Nangong. Nangong was raised in the farthest northern lands, nurtured by the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor. Thus it is reasonable for her to possess the skills of the Snow Emperor. The woman who appeared in the realm earlier should have her identity guessed by now. Rest assured, for the sake of the main storyline, Nangong will not make prolonged appearances. Chapter 51, The Soul Master Competition. A conversation between two women as the smoke of battle dissipated. Jian Dao Chun Xian stood at the serene edge of the sunset forest. His upper garments lay in tatters, remnants of the fierce struggle, exposing a physique honed and resilient through the passage of time. Upon reaching the periphery of the forest, Chen Xian encountered Flinder and a few others. Ning Rongrong's spirited eyes immediately captured Chen Xian's unusual appearance, her heart tightening as she hurried towards him. "Grandpa Jian, are you all right?" Her voice trembled slightly, filled with concern and urgency, as if she sought to penetrate each subtle expression of Chen Xian in search of the reassurance she desperately needed. Chen Xian lowered his gaze, his eyes soft as the warm sun of spring, gently placing his hand atop Ning Rongrong's head in a gesture brimming with affection and comfort. "Do not worry, Rongrong. Grandpa Jian is fine." His words flowed like a gentle stream, gradually easing her anxiety into oblivion. Flinder nodded gently, a flickering in his gaze. He slowly turned to Jian Dao Chen Xian, his tone imbued with sincerity and respect. "Senior Sword Douluo, who exactly was that mysterious figure we encountered?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xian sighed softly, his gaze deep and contemplative as he directed it towards the battleground where he had just clashed with Nangong. The remnants of sword energy and chill still lingered in the air. "I am uncertain, but I did not emerge victorious." At this revelation, a murmur of shock rippled through the surroundings, astonishment evident on every face. Even the renowned Sword Douluo, hailed as one of the continent's peak powerhouses, had failed to secure victory. The strength of his opponent surpassed all imaginations, instilling a profound sense of awe and curiosity regarding this unknown entity. Subsequently, Chen Xian turned to Flinder. "Dean Flinder, I must take Rongrong back to the sect immediately. This matter is of great importance and requires notification to the sect master." His tone conveyed both concern for Rongrong's safety and a sense of responsibility towards the sect. At the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, upon his return, Chen Xian wasted no time and hurriedly entered the sect master's residence, his mind tumultuous as he recounted the breathtaking events from the sunset forest to Ningfingxi. Inside the hall, amidst the interplay of light and shadow, a graceful and refined man sat in the seat of the sect master. His handsome features resembled intricately carved jade, and he held a silver staff encrusted with dazzling gemstones, exuding an air of nobility and distinction. This man was none other than the current sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fingji. Uncle Jian, was that person truly beyond your capability to confront? A hint of disbelief tinged Ning Fingji's expression, his brow furrowing in concern. At this moment, Chen Xian had donned a clean and tidy attire, radiating a sense of calm and determination forged through the crucible of battle. He pondered momentarily, his gaze profound. It is difficult to ascertain. Yet his soul power is merely at level 82. I maintain my undefeated status only by suppressing him with my level 14 soul power. As he spoke, the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense, as if an ineffable sense of urgency permeated the air itself. Hearing this, Ning Fingji narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a profound contemplation, as it was evident that this sagacious leader was weighing the significance of the information presented. I sensed that my soul power was on the verge of a breakthrough. I must now enter seclusion to strive for the 97th rank. In half a month. During the continental competition for advanced soul masters, I may not be able to accompany you, Chen Xian remarked. We had an agreement, when he became a titled Douluo. We would engage in another duel. Thus, I must endeavor to reach the 97th rank during this period. Before departing, the sword Douluo Chen Xian cast a backward glance at Ning Fingji and spoke. The battle in the Sunset Forest against Nangong had faintly touched upon the opportunity for him to break through to the 97th rank. Upon hearing this, the joy radiating from Ning Fingji was nearly palpable. Very well, Sword Uncle, you may focus on your seclusion. Bone Uncle and I will attend the opening ceremony. Half a month later. Today marks the commencement of the Continental Competition for Advanced Soul Master Academies, held every 5 years. This year's tournament differs from the past, as the safety net for the two great empires and the Spirit Hall teams has been abolished. Every team must start from the preliminary rounds and battle their way upward. In the Spirit Hall Team S Lounge, the 7 members were fully prepared. The captain, Xieyu, wielded the Moon Blade, boasting a soul power level of 62 as a formidable assault-type Soul Emperor. His soul ring configuration was yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and black. The team included Hulayina, with the 5-tailed demon fox as her martial soul, possessing a soul power level of 58 as a control-type Soul King, with a soul ring configuration of yellow, yellow, purple, black, black. Yin, with the Flame Lord as his martial soul, also held a soul power level of 58 as a strong assault-type Soul King, with a configuration of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Zhu Zhuqing, possessing the Nether Spirit Cat, boasted a soul power level of 54 as a swift assault-type Soul King, with a ring configuration of yellow, purple, purple, black, black. Sun Chuantao wielded the Circular Giant Blade, with a soul power level of 48 as a strong assault-type Soul Sect, having a configuration of yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Zhang Ping, with the Golden Waist Swallow, held a soul power level of 47 as a swift assault-type Soul Sect, configured with yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Su Yu, wielding the Radiant Golden Staff, possessed a soul power level of 46 as a support-type Soul Sect, with a configuration of yellow, yellow, purple, purple. In previous Soul Master competitions, Soul Kings were a rarity, and at this moment, Xieyu had already ascended to the realm of Soul Emperor. At this juncture, the group radiated an uncontainable aura of confidence, as if the dawn of victory had already illuminated their path. Hulayina and Zhu Zhuqing frolicked nearby, their laughter intertwining like silver bells, creating the most melodious symphony of youth, adding a warm hue to the tense atmosphere of preparation. Just as this light-hearted joy permeated the air, the doors softly creaked open, and their guiding mentor, Kai, entered quietly, clutching a stack of match schedules. Take a look. This is our first opponent. Kai's voice resonated steadily and powerfully as he handed the match sheets to each team member. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and the heartbeats of all present involuntarily quickened. Zhu Zhuqing took the battle chart, her fingertips gliding gently over the cold paper until her gaze settled on the most inconspicuous corner, Wuhen Academy Team versus Beast Academy. A faint, serene smile graced her lips. Yet her eyes sparkled with a sharp brilliance. "Beast Academy, you say?" she murmured softly, her tone imbued with respect for her opponents, yet underscored by unwavering confidence in her own abilities. If memory serves, there exists but a single soul master among their ranks, while the rest are soul venerables. This, perhaps, presents an ideal stage for us to showcase our true prowess. Kai gently brushed his hand over Zhu Zhuqing's head, a tenderness infused with undeniable resolve. His gaze swept across the 7 students before him, their eyes glinting with the same fervor, a yearning for victory and an unyielding trust in one another. Thus, our first battle shall be against Beast Academy. Their core consists merely of a level 40 Soul Master, with the remainder being Soul Venerables. Such a configuration serves as a splendid opportunity to assess our individual strengths. Kai's words resonated with calm authority, his gaze ultimately resting on Zhu Zhuqing, filled with recognition and anticipation for her capabilities. "Zhu Qing, in this battle, you shall have no teammates. Yet, you must not only emerge victorious but also single-handedly vanquish your adversaries." As these words fell, the atmosphere around them seemed to crystallize. The other 6 turned their heads, gazing at the tall, sharp-eyed maiden. From the moment Zhu Zhuqing joined their ranks, her diligence and resilience have been unmistakable. Each drop of sweat shed during her rigorous training, every merciless spar, bore witness to her growth and transformation. At this moment, her eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance, a yearning for challenge, and a firm resolve for self-transcendence. She nodded slowly. Requiring no further words, her confidence and determination had already been conveyed to all present. Following the opening ceremony was a customary exhibition match, featuring Shrek Academy against the second team of Tiando Royal Academy. As anticipated, the outcome was clear. Shrek Academy emerged victorious. The Shrek lineup boasted 3 Soul Masters, while the highest level in the Tiando Royal Academy's second team was merely 35. Zhu Zhuqing stood at the edge of the observation platform, her posture erect as a pine, her gaze deep and distant, softly fixed upon the scene below, which was ablaze with the fervor of victory. Dai Mubai was tightly embraced by his teammates, joy radiating from him. An almost imperceptible flash of coldness flickered in her eyes, quickly concealed by her habitual cool demeanor, akin to a chilling breeze that occasionally sweeps through a winter dawn, cold yet elusive. At that moment, a wave of warmth approached quietly. Hulaina gracefully drew near, naturally taking hold of Zhu Zhuqing's cool hand. This unexpected touch stirred a gentle ripple within Zhu Zhuqing, and a flicker of surprise crossed her gaze. Yet, it swiftly transformed into composure. She offered no resistance, merely tilting her head slightly, her eyes meeting Hulaina's, where a multitude of unspoken words seemed to flow between them. Yet no utterance was needed. "Zhuqing, have you spotted a familiar face?" Hulaina's voice was soft and delicate as she followed Zhu Zhuqing's gaze, directing her attention towards the stage illuminated by the radiance of victory. In the midst of their conversation, she seemed capable of deciphering the concealed emotions harbored by Zhu Zhuqing, offering silent comfort and companionship in her own unique manner. Zhu Zhuqing gently shook her head, her fingertips lightly tapping Hulaina's wrist, guiding her to gradually emerge from the somewhat oppressive atmosphere, their steps imbued with a subtle sense of evasion and relief. "No, let us depart. Allow me some time to unwind," she uttered, her voice as tranquil as a windless lake. Beneath the calm surface lay unspoken emotions difficult to articulate. Hulaina, ever perceptive, caught a fleeting shadow in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes but chose to remain silent, allowing their unspoken understanding to lead them onward. Upon entering the cozy confines of Zhu Zhuqing's inn, a warm ambience enveloped them. It was only then that Hulaina softly spoke, her tone tinged with playful reproach. "Zhuqing, when did we come to harbor secrets between us? With your demeanor, how can one not feel a twinge of suspicion?" Her bright eyes sparkled with concern and confusion, yet she patiently awaited Zhu Zhuqing's response. Zhu Zhuqing pressed her lips together, and with a resigned sigh, reached for her waist to retrieve a letter. "Sister Nana, you must be aware that I hail from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire. Our family is bound to the Dai family from birth. If one is male, he must serve the royal family for life, while if one is female, she is destined to be betrothed to a prince akin to a canary in a cage, devoid of freedom. However, there is but one emperor, and every girl from the Zhu family faces countless assassination attempts from the Dai princes. Should one emerge victorious in the struggle for the throne, perhaps they could attain a position of unparalleled power. Yet, failure would only lead to death. I refused to accept such a fate, which is why I escaped. It was in the enforcement station of the Spirit Hall that I met my mentor, who liberated me from that confinement and granted me the right to choose my own destiny. Hulaina, astute as ever, quickly recalled the boy with the white tiger spirit from earlier in the arena. So it is you, she exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. This marked Hulaina's first realization of Zhu Zhuqing's lineage. As she meticulously absorbed each word of the letter, her anger ignited. With a flick of her fingers, the fragile paper, burdened with unbearable truths, floated down like a fallen leaf, only to be trampled underfoot in her fury, as if to crush all her discontent and disappointment into dust. The thought of Dai Mubai gradually succumbing to indulgence amidst the vibrant nightlife, surrendering his former glory and dreams, ignited a fierce fire within Hulaina's heart, her teeth clenched in deep-seated resentment. In that moment, her emotions surged to a climax. She abruptly turned, grasping Zhu Zhuqing's delicate wrist tightly, her eyes alight with unprecedented determination and anger. Zhuqing, we must go. Let us find my brother and ensure he pays the price today, so he may witness the true depths of unforgivable dissent. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback by this sudden resolve. She was acutely aware of Hulaina's gentle disposition, rarely exhibiting such a loss of control. This undoubtedly struck at the very core of her deepest convictions. Gazing into Hulaina's eyes, ablaze with fervent intensity, she felt an unprecedented warmth enveloping her. However, Zhu Zhuqing was not inclined to allow Hulaina to lead her away so easily. No, Laina. I must surpass him in the competition. Observing the fierce determination in Zhu Zhuqing's gaze, Hulaina sighed in exasperation, raising a hand to her forehead. Really? Couldn't we have simply dealt with that individual named Dai Online, thus avoiding all this trouble? Why wait until the grand competition? Hulaina lamented. I must demonstrate that I, Zhu Zhuqing, am never to be regarded as merely a subordinate of Dai Mubai. I possess the right to choose a life that belongs to me. The two resumed their seats by the bedside, and Hulaina, looking deeply into Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, remarked, Do you understand, Zhuqing? As the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, my exterior shines brightly, yet behind the scenes, this position is akin to being a caged bird. Much like yourself. As the holy maiden, every word and action of mine reflects upon the Spirit Hall's reputation. I am bereft of the freedom to choose my soul rings, to dictate my marital fate, and to govern my own life. Chapter 52. Douluo versus Might Gai. Time flows like a gentle stream. And after the passage of several years, the familiar footsteps of Gai softly echo upon the ancient staircase leading to the worship hall, each step seemingly laden with the weight of both the past and the future. This staircase has witnessed countless glories and tribulations, and now it heralds Gai's return, imbued with his unwavering resolve. On either side stand the six revered Douluo: Golden Crocodile, Azure Wand, Majestic Lion, Glorious Feather, Thousand June, and Demon Subduing. Their imposing figures resembling immortal statues guarding the sacred hall, each radiating an awe-inspiring aura. The silence among them serves as a profound prelude to the impending change, while the deliberately left wide path in the center resembles the trajectory of fate, guiding Gai step by step forward. At the pinnacle stands Douluo, the unparalleled sovereign hailed as the king of the sky, holding the resplendent angelic holy sword, his back turned to the crowd, quietly poised atop the high platform. His silhouette exudes both pride and solemnity, as if he were one with the heavens, sharing the lifespan of the earth and the brilliance of the sun and moon. With each breath he takes, it seems he engages in an ancient and enigmatic dialogue with the world. Gai gazes at the lofty figure, his heart surging with an indescribable complexity of emotions. Years of restraint and meticulous planning, countless days and nights of arduous training, are on the verge of reaching their zenith at this moment. The position of Elder of Judgment is the pinnacle of power he has longed for, an indispensable key in his grand design. Once attained, the entire landscape of the Douluo continent will be irrevocably altered by his hand. Are you prepared? Douluo's voice is gentle yet profound, and as he slowly turns, a palpable solemnity envelopes the air. Gai nods slightly, his gesture imbued with an unwavering determination and confidence, akin to a silent affirmation to Douluo. Observing this, a barely perceptible smile graces Douluo's lips, and he resumes his turn. leading Guy steadily towards the solemn arena of the worship hall. In the arena, the air seems to freeze as the two stand at opposing ends. Akin to twin stars on the verge of collision, each emanating an undeniable radiance. The remaining 6 Douluo stand in silent vigil, their presence a formidable barrier, prepared to manage and contain the imminent overwhelming soul pressure that the two are about to unleash, ensuring that no innocents are affected. Then let us commence. Qiandaoliu's words resonate like the ringing of morning bells and evening drums, echoing with a deafening clarity. In this moment, his eyes appear ignited by divine fire, radiating a dazzling golden light, imbued with infinite majesty and sanctity, as if capable of penetrating the depths of the heart and illuminating the path ahead. As his words fall, an ethereal and solemn figure begins to coalesce behind him, the sacred visage of the 6-winged angel, its wings unfurling, each feather shimmering with divine brilliance. It symbolizes not only power but also embodies faith, adding an air of sanctity and gravity to the impending confrontation. Qiandaoliu's form is graceful, and as 3 pairs of wings unfurl behind him, he resembles a deity descending from the heavens, slicing through the sky in an instant, soaring towards the clouds. In his grasp, the angelic holy sword gleamed resplendently, each ray of light imbued with the sacred power to purify all things. With a solemn and dignified proclamation, he declared, "Second soul skill, radiance of the holy light." It was as though a blazing sun had truly been reborn behind him, golden light cascading like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire arena. Every inch of the ground was baptized in this divine luminescence, the air thick with an unassailable solemnity and pressure. Kai stood firm, fists clenched, arms crossed in a cruciform stance upon his chest, surrounded by swirling green steam, a manifestation of the boiling potential within him. Faced with the soul-stirring holy light of Qiandaolu, his gaze betrayed not a hint of retreat, but rather ignited an even fiercer fighting spirit. The 8 gates of Duanjia, 6th gate, open. With a low growl, he seemed to break free from the shackles of the mundane, the 6th gate bursting open with a thunderous roar. Green steam surged forth, transforming into an unstoppable force, coalescing around him into a formidable defense and an impending offensive, resolute in challenging the divine light. A flicker of unmistakable astonishment flitted across Qiandaoliu's profound eyes. He had not anticipated that the intangible pressure emanating from him, despite his rank of 99, would fail to shake Kai in the slightest. This tenacity and composure, akin to bedrock, stirred ripples within his heart. In an instant, the air seemed to solidify, until a resounding bang shattered the silence. Qiandaoliu's wrist flicked, and the angelic holy sword transformed into a brilliant silver streak, precisely intercepting Kai's devastating kick. The clash of sword and foot erupted into a deafening roar, the shockwave reverberating through the space, causing it to tremble. Kai's physical prowess transcended the confines of Qiandaoliu's understanding. That kick possessed the might to upheave mountains and rivers, compelling even this unparalleled warrior to subtly adjust his form in midair to dissipate the terrifying force. Unyielding, Qiandaolu surged forth like a meteor streaking across the sky. Swinging his sword, the tip of the blade lightly touched, and instantly transformed into dozens of dazzling golden sword blades, interlacing into an impenetrable net, howling towards Kai from all directions. This strike not only embodied his ultimate mastery of strength but also integrated his profound comprehension of the art of combat. In that fleeting moment, Kai's fists seemed to be propelled by an invisible force, weaving a series of dazzlingly swift fist shadows in the void, each punch accompanied by a thunderous roar, releasing brilliant fireballs that poured down like a torrential rain, precisely meeting the golden blades hurtling toward him. The collision of fire and gold resembled falling stars, igniting passion in the air, stirring surging clouds of dust that obscured the sky, enveloping the battlefield in chaos. At the heart of this turmoil, Kai's figure flickered in and out of visibility, his eyelids slowly descending as if severed from the world, allowing the green steam surrounding him to gradually transform, deepening into a profound azure. The 8 gates of Duanjia, 7th gate, open. As a resounding roar echoed within him, the 7th shackled bond shattered with a thunderous crash. Kai's aura surged forth like a tidal wave, swirling with azure steam, reminiscent of a sea deity awakening, unleashing an unprecedented torrent of power. At that moment, his momentum reached its zenith, as if capable of shaking the very heavens and the earth. each breath imbued with the potential to annihilate existence, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The seventh soul skill, Angel's True Form. Before Douluo could finish his words, his form transformed into a dazzling beam of light, his martial soul standing proudly against the sky, clutching the angelic holy sword, as if it could sever all shadows in the world. In a near-sacred posture, he engaged Kai in a direct confrontation, their clash resembling the most resplendent fireworks in the firmament. Kai wielded his nunchaku with the grace of a serpent emerging from its lair. Each swing produced a whistling wind and searing flames, slicing through the tranquility of the air, leaving behind brilliant trails. Every collision of their weapons erupted into a deafening roar, reverberating through every inch of the surrounding space. Despite being a seasoned veteran, Douluo felt an unprecedented pressure in the face of Kai's overwhelming assault. A flicker of gravity crossed his gaze, only intensifying his fighting spirit. Yet, amidst this electric confrontation, a momentary lapse allowed Kai to slip past him like a wraith, leaving only a fleeting afterimage and the lingering warmth in the air. This instant of distraction not only tested Douluo's experience and judgment, but also heralded an unforeseen turning point in the battle. Often, the outcome of a clash between two titans hinges on a mere thought. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged from Douluo's spine, and by the time he regained his focus, the sensation had already dulled. He felt Kai's figure shadowing him, delivering a powerful elbow strike squarely to his back, akin to a hammer striking stone, causing him to stagger and his blood to surge. However, this was merely the prelude to the storm. Kai's movements flowed like water, and before Douluo could steady himself, he clasped his palms together, closing his eyes in concentration. In an instant, it seemed as if the very heavens responded to his call. A soul-stirring roar of a tiger reverberating from the celestial heights, rending the clouds and shattering stone, evoking a sense of dread. Accompanied by this tiger's roar, an ethereal and majestic white giant tiger materialized in midair, surrounded by a faint spiritual glow, with each strand of its fur seemingly infused with unmatched power and authority. This phantasmal tiger showed no hesitation, its sharp claws slicing through the air with a howl, lunging fiercely at Douluo. Its force so fierce it appeared destined to shred anything in its path. Douluo's eyes narrowed, an indescribable gravity manifesting within them. He unfurled his form, 6 wings unfurling behind him like those of a butterfly, instantly enveloping him in an invisible web of defense. The white tiger's roar, heavy as a mountain, crashed against the barrier woven by his wings, yet merely stirred ripples without touching him in the slightest. In that fleeting moment, Douluo seized the opportunity for a counterattack. The 8th soul ring, deep as the night, suddenly burst forth in resplendent radiance, akin to a beacon of hope leaping from the abyss. The 8th soul skill, Angel's Radiance. He murmured, his voice imbued with an undeniable solemnity and sanctity. As his will surged, it seemed as though a divine intent awakened in the air, manifesting a pair of resplendent angelic eyes that gazed upon the world, imbued with the power of purification and judgment. Immediately, a blinding golden ray shot forth from those angelic eyes, piercing through the confines of space and penetrating the indomitable defenses of the white tiger, leaving a dazzling trajectory that pointed directly towards Kai. Faced with this sudden, lethal strike, Kai's form appeared to meld into the very air, a faint afterimage tracing an elegant arc as he effortlessly evaded the golden ray capable of altering the heavens and the earth. His movements were fluid and precise, akin to a sprite dancing in the wind, each evasion executed with impeccable timing. Douluo felt a violent tremor in his jaw, a searing pain coursing through him. Before he could react, Kai was upon him like a shadow, delivering a perfectly aimed kick to his chin. This blow, harboring formidable power, instantaneously stripped Douluo of all will and capacity to resist. Simultaneously, Kai's hands, seemingly magical, had entwined themselves around 2 bandages that danced with agility, steadily yet resolutely binding Douluo, ensnaring him within invisible shackles, rendering any struggle utterly futile. Subsequently, Kai embraced Douluo, positioning him headfirst, and their forms spiraled downward like leaves swept up by a tempest, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, hurtling towards the earth. In the air, only the blurred silhouettes and the howling wind remained, weaving a breathtaking tableau. A thunderous boom resonated as dust erupted, Kai and Qian Daolu crashing into the ground like meteors, sending ripples of tremors across the terrain. As the dust settled, it became evident that while Kai appeared somewhat disheveled, his gaze remained as sharp as an eagle's. In stark contrast, Qian Daolu lay deeply embedded in the earth, immobile, surrounded by debris from the impact, a scene of utter chaos. The moment they touched the ground, Kai expanded his form, executing a series of fluid backflips like leaves in the wind, swiftly creating distance between himself and Qian Daolu, leaving behind a strikingly deep crater. However, in the blink of an eye, his seemingly cumbersome body emerged from the edge of the pit, resembling a warrior returning from the abyss, devoid of any disarray, yet exuding an increasingly formidable pressure. Then, a bizarre phenomenon unfolded as Qian Daolia's body appeared to be sculpted by an invisible force. Beneath his skin, a mirror-like sheen subtly glimmered, before fissures began to crack open within this luster, each line containing an ineffable profundity. In an instant, his body shattered like a broken mirror, disintegrating into countless fragments before leaving an indelible phantom in the void. Truly an unexpected strike. Had it not been for my sixth soul skill, Mirror Angel, swapping our positions, you might have truly triumphed, Qian Daolu remarked blandly. His gaze swept over Kai's somewhat disheveled figure, dust-laden and ragged, and an inadvertent smile graced his lips. A smile tinged with mockery and scrutiny. Your strength is indeed formidable. However, it is regrettable that your combat skills remain somewhat immature, and the lack of experience has become your most vulnerable armor. Qian Daolu gently shook his head, his words imbued with both regret and admonition. Yet, in response to this appraisal, Kai merely offered a serene smile, one that seemed to harbor a profound and inscrutable significance, causing a chill to run through Qian Daoliu's heart, silently foreboding misfortune. In Qian Daoliu's palm, a resplendent golden longsword materialized, its blade radiating a magnificent luminescence, akin to a sacred relic cast down from the celestial realms, exuding an unparalleled might as it resolutely sliced through the air, pointing unwaveringly ahead. However, this strike, infused with boundless power and glory, encountered an unexpected hindrance as Kai, with unprotected hands, effortlessly grasped the sharp tip of the sword. This scene resembled a collision between stars and dust, both astonishing and profoundly moving. As an unusual gleam flickered in Kai's deep-set eyes, he gradually exerted pressure, his palm seemingly harboring a dark current capable of consuming light. To the astonishment of all, the golden longsword began to emit faint yet crisp sounds of cracking beneath his grasp, reminiscent of ancient legends where the seemingly indestructible met the mockery of fate, slowly revealing its fragile essence. Chapter 53. Serving as the High Priest. Concurrently judging Elder and Master of the Douluo Palace, a thunderous sound reverberated as the resplendent golden holy sword in Qian Daolia's hand shattered in an instant, transforming into a myriad of golden starlit fragments that danced through the air, cascading to the ground and radiating a beauty that was both enchanting and sorrowful. His gaze abruptly sharpened, intending to retreat. However, Kai's figure appeared like a specter, moving with such swiftness that it surpassed the limits of his reaction. A formidable punch, imbued with the might of thunder, struck squarely upon Qian Daoliu's forehead, the force so immense it seemed capable of upheaving mountains and rivers. Qian Daolu felt an irresistible power surge from above, causing his entire body to tremble, spiraling out of control like a kite severed from its string, ultimately crashing to the ground in a state of utter disarray. As the dust settled, two vivid crimson streaks of blood meandered down his forehead, mingling with the earth's dust, creating a strikingly conspicuous contrast. In that moment, his mind felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, leaving an expanse of blankness. The prior fervor for battle and intricate schemes were obliterated by this sudden blow, leaving only an overwhelming sense of dizziness and confusion. The air around him seemed to congeal, and time slowed to an extraordinary crawl, allowing Qian Daolu to savor an unprecedented sense of defeat and impotence in this fleeting void. He gently caressed his forehead, which felt burdened as if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, his eyes still reflecting remnants of bewilderment. Clearly, that long-forgotten feeling of defeat surged within him like a relentless tide, rendering him momentarily incapable of extrication. His figure appeared particularly forlorn in the dim light, Reminiscent of a warrior forgotten by time, silently chewing on the bitter taste of failure, Kai stood nearby, his gaze flickering with unmistakable mockery and delight. Observing Qian Daoliu's somewhat dazed expression and feeling an indescribable satisfaction swell within him. Ah, old man, time is merciless, isn't it? You had no reason to evade that punch just now, he taunted, his words laced with a hint of schadenfreude. Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu's lips involuntarily twitched, forming a curve that embodied both resignation and unwillingness. You, young lad, indeed possess some skill, launching your attack with such unwavering resolve and without mercy. His voice was deep and resonant, revealing a steadiness born of life's trials and tribulations. Before he could finish his words, a dramatic shift occurred in Qian Daoliu's aura. His profound eyes suddenly ignited with a dazzling brilliance, as if stars were igniting within them. Immediately, the ninth soul ring upon him, a vivid shade of blood red, flared to life, illuminating the space with a breathtaking crimson hue akin to the most splendid twilight. Ninth soul skill, descent of the angel, as he solemnly intoned, an immense, boundless power surged forth from his being, as if an angel truly descended from the heavens, bearing the sacred radiance that purifies all and judges every entity. With the thunderous release of his ninth soul skill, Qian Daoliu's form appeared thoroughly sanctified by divine light. He was no longer merely an individual but transformed into a magnificent six-winged angel, rising skyward, each wing unfurling widely and glimmering with resplendent golden brilliance. At this moment, he resembled a divine warrior descending from the heavens, wielding a sword that transcended the boundaries of the mortal realm. Transformed into a colossal angelic sword measuring 100 meters in length. Its tip pointed towards the sky, emanating a sacred light capable of purifying all impurities of the world. The gaze of the six-winged angel pierced through the void, unerringly locking onto the distant figure of Kai, a gaze that transcended physical limits, imbued with an irresistible will. Subsequently, it slowly raised the sword, heavy as 1,000 burdens yet as light as the wind, the golden radiance flowing along its blade seemingly heralding the impending judgment. Without a moment's hesitation, the six-winged angel swung the sword downward, the motion fluid and solemn, akin to a deity executing a predetermined fate. Where the sword light passed, the air appeared to cleave in two, leaving behind a profound rift that threatened to consume all light, bearing down upon Kai. This strike was not merely an exhibition of ultimate power, but it exalted him to belief and determination. On the ground, where the sword's brilliance touched, a terrifying abyss instantaneously opened, unfathomable in depth, as if even space itself had been severed by this blow, revealing unprecedented shock and might. The fierce battle between the two had long since broken free from the confines of the Soul Master City, soaring like a dragon through the skies, with only the deep valley capable of containing the unrestrained spirit and power they unleashed. Kai, with a graceful sidestep reminiscent of a dragon frolicking in water, skillfully evaded the formidable blade in the angel's hand, capable of cleaving mountains and splitting stones. The swing of that colossal blade caused even the distant towering peaks to tremble, leaving behind a shocking fissure that exemplified its unparalleled might. Do not even think of escaping angelic judgment. The voice of the 1,000 paths reverberated through the heavens, imbued with undeniable majesty and sanctity. In an instant, golden brilliance erupted from his being, soaring towards the heavens, seemingly eclipsing the sun's radiance. The clouds scattered in the wake of this divine power, revealing the long-lost azure sky. Soon after, a resplendent golden holy sword descended slowly from the depths of the clouds, its tip aimed directly at Kai, carrying the resolve and power to purify all sins. Standing firm upon the ground, Kai resembled a rock in the depths of the ocean, unaffected by the tumult of the external world. His eyes were tightly shut, surrounded by a faint azure glow, which appeared to contain the boundless power of the ocean, gradually accumulating and condensing in rhythm with his breath. With each breath, his momentum surged, reaching a heart-stopping pinnacle. In that moment, even the deep blue mist enveloping Kai seemed to quietly brew signs of metamorphosis into a fiery red butterfly, heralding the imminent ascendance of power into a new realm. Kai's eyes suddenly snapped open, as if stars were awakening, a brilliant blue light flickering momentarily in his profound pupils, representing pure energy compressed to its utmost limit. silently poised for release. With the surge of his will, an invisible yet immense air cannon erupted from every inch of his skin, transforming into a fierce blue lightning that cleaved through the sky, soaring toward the firmament. This air cannon not only harbored the vast might of the natural world, but also bore the indomitable will and determination of Kai. Above the horizon, a colossal sword descended with a cataclysmic force, its might capable of altering the very landscape and causing the tremors of all existence. Yet, before the air cannon, which had concentrated ultimate power, the sword's brilliance had no choice but to be subdued. The two forces clashed fiercely in the air, the air cannon enveloping the giant sword in an invisible net, erupting into a dazzling display of light and a thunderous roar. As time progressed, the cannon's unique attrition began to erode the sword's solid form, while the sword, refusing to yield, attempted to cleave through its binding cage with its sharp tip. Ultimately, with a deafening explosion, the very fabric of space seemed to tear apart, energy retracting like a receding tide before erupting violently, culminating in a breathtaking explosion. In that instant, within a radius of several miles, the heavens and earth lost their hue, and the winds and clouds shifted dramatically. The sound of the explosion resonated like the tearing of the sky, its might boundless. Even the distant spirit city, hundreds of miles away, was not spared as hurricanes raged, sweeping through with a destructive force. In the streets, vendors' stalls were mercilessly whisked away like autumn leaves, scattered across the ground, while gasps of astonishment echoed among the people. Even the formidable Soul Emperor, well-versed in the arts, found themselves compelled to retreat before this sudden tempest, appearing quite disheveled. At this moment, Qian Daolia's heart surged with tumultuous waves. The explosion's power exceeded all expectations, leaving him momentarily stunned. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a figure emerged as if inextricably linked, as Kai's toes struck the resplendent forehead of the six-winged angel with the force of a thunderbolt. A crisp and resounding crack echoed through the air, akin to the wrath of a deity, as intricate golden fissures began to spread across the once majestic and sacred form of the six-winged angel. These cracks, reminiscent of temporal rifts, expanded instantaneously until they enveloped its entirety, shattering its once imposing authority into fragments. Following this, a deafening boom resonated as the colossal form of the six-winged angel collapsed under the weight of this irresistible power, dissolving into countless brilliant yet shattered rays of light, dispersing into the heavens. Qian Douluo, unable to withstand the force of the impact, suddenly coughed up blood, like rubies splattering across the tranquil sky. His figure lost its former grandeur and grace, akin to a paper kite severed from the strings of fate, helplessly descending towards the earth. This spectacle astonished every onlooker, even the hurriedly approaching golden crocodile Douluo, whose pupils constricted in horror and unease. Without time to ponder further, Qingwan Douluo, standing beside the golden crocodile Douluo, sprang forth like an arrow released from its bow, unleashing an astonishing speed and power. His martial soul manifested as a verdant and majestic Qingwan bird, soaring skyward with an air of inviolable authority, expertly catching Qian Daolia's faltering form. In that moment, Qian Douluo appeared particularly forlorn, the splendor of his former self seemingly swept away by the tempest, leaving only a battle-worn cloak, marked by the ferocity of the conflict. A trace of dried blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, reminiscent of the last rays of sunlight at dusk, embodying both tragic valor and a hint of unyielding resilience. Supported by the robust arms of the golden crocodile Douluo, Qian Douluo gradually straightened his spine, his dignity and pride undiminished even in the face of defeat. His gaze, profound and penetrating, fell upon the approaching Kai, shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance, an acknowledgement and expectation for the successor. Our choice was not in vain. You have forged a path in physical cultivation unparalleled in history, proving that the essence of strength transcends mere martial souls. Qian Daolia's voice resonated deeply and powerfully, each word seemingly imbued with immense weight, serving as both praise for Kai and a steadfast affirmation of his own convictions. As Qian Daolia's solemn gaze shifted to Kai, his voice reverberated within the vast hall. Imbued with undeniable authority and solemnity, the Hall of Offerings, heed my command. These simple words rang like the morning bell and evening drum, instantly captivating the attention of all present. signaling that the forthcoming discourse would carry the gravitas of 1,000 burdens. The other offerings, upon hearing this command, focused their minds, clasped their hands in salute, and slightly bowed, demonstrating the utmost respect and obedience. In that moment, the hall was enveloped in the subtle sound of rustling ropes, intertwined with the occasional whisper of the wind from outside, creating a serene and majestic tableau. Qian Daluo's gaze was gentle yet resolute, as if it transcended the river of time, locking onto Kai's vibrant eyes. I, Qian Daluo, as the grand offering of the Hall of Offerings, the adjudicating elder, and the Lord of the Douluo Hall, hereby solemnly declare that I entrust all the glory and responsibilities I have borne throughout my life into the hands of Meiti Kai. His tone bore a sense of release regarding the past and anticipation for the future, reflecting a profound emotional bond that transcended generations, a selfless care and trust from elder to junior. Little Kai, from this moment forth, you shall be the backbone of the Spirit Hall, the title of Grand Offering, the authority of the adjudicating elder, and the responsibilities of the Douluo Hall shall rest upon your shoulders. May you bear the weight of righteousness upon your iron shoulders and lead our Spirit Hall toward an even more glorious future. Qian Daolia's words flowed like a warm spring breeze, caressing Kai's heart and stirring ripples within, echoing throughout the solemn hall. At this moment, it was not merely a transfer of power, but a continuation of a legacy spanning millennia. The utterance reverberated like a sudden thunderclap, sending a jolt through the hearts of all present, although the impending clash had been made clear beforehand. Hearing this decisive proclamation firsthand was akin to a cold wind sweeping through the soul, involuntarily prompting shivers. The golden crocodile Douluo could not mask the flicker of astonishment in his expression, yet it quickly transformed into profound respect. He slightly moved, clasped his hands, and raised them solemnly to his chest, bowing deeply in the direction of Kai, his voice imbued with unwavering sincerity. I pay my respects to the grand offering. Following the lead of the golden crocodile Douluo, the other 5 offerings mirrored his actions, bending or bowing, their movements revealing boundless reverence and acknowledgement for this newly appointed grand offering. An indescribable solemnity and gravity permeated the air, as if time itself had frozen at that moment, solely to witness the formal transfer of power and status. Dragging his injured body, Qian Daluo approached and gently patted Kai's shoulder. Now that you have grasped control over 3 of the 4 halls of the Spirit Hall, you may proceed with your plans and aspirations, Qian Daluo said earnestly. Kai pondered for a moment and ultimately chose not to conceal his intentions from Qian Daluo. I intend to carry out a thorough purge of the Spirit Hall, unifying its currently fragmented state. Upon hearing this, even Qian Daoluo cast a surprised glance in his direction. Kai's words were unmistakably clear. To achieve transformation, a cleansing was imperative. Such endeavors often necessitate a toll of lives. It is foreseeable that the Spirit Hall may soon descend into turmoil. I am to abolish Bibi Dong's position as the Pope, Kai declared solemnly. Chapter 54, 1-7. Esteemed audience. The battle between the Beast Academy and the Martial Soul Academy in the 3rd round of the preliminary competition is about to commence. Let us extend a warm welcome with thunderous applause as both teams make their entrance. As the host's voice resonated, he gracefully maneuvered a dazzling flying soul guide, tracing a brilliant arc through the air, igniting a fervor that seemed capable of setting the very heavens ablaze. The spectators' emotions were instantly kindled, and applause erupted like a tempest, reverberating throughout the arena, as if even the stars above were shaken by this force, teetering on the brink of collapse. First to take the stage was the Beast Academy, a formidable team comprised of a Soul Master and 6 Soul Elders. Let us welcome them with resounding applause. As the host's voice faded, a surging wave of sound erupted from the viewing platform, applause booming like thunder, shaking every inch of space, as if the air itself was stirred by ripples of anticipation and passion. The members of the Beast Academy donned matching battle attire, their steps resolute and powerful, akin to a pride of tigers charging forth from the forest, stepping onto the arena that would determine their glory. Adorning their chests, the resplendent tiger-shaped insignia not only symbolized their academy but also represented the unquenchable flame within them, burning with a desire for victory and an unwavering commitment to honor. This emblem was not merely a badge of identity, but a profound imprint upon their souls, each heartbeat resonating in harmony with this belief. As the Beast Academy formed their ranks upon the battlefield, the host's magnetic voice rang out once more. Now, let us welcome the elite members of the Martial Soul Academy with even more fervent applause. At this declaration, the entire venue erupted into a frenzy. Applause and cheers intertwining to create a tempestuous sea of enthusiasm, more fervent than before, almost threatening to overturn the heavens. Zhu Zhiqing, clad in a sleek black bodysuit, resembled a panther in the night, her physique lithe and powerful, each inch of fabric hugging her streamlined form, outlining a breathtaking aesthetic of strength. Her gaze was cold and resolute, as if she foresaw the outcome of this battle. Following closely behind her were 6 companions: Xieyu, Hulaina, Yin, Sun Chuantao, Zhang Ping, and Su Yu, each possessing formidable soul power, yet willingly choosing to remain in her shadow. For this grand spectacle was destined to be a stage solely for Zhu Zhiqing's solo performance. As both teams stepped onto the battlefield, the air was thick with an atmosphere of tension and expectation. The host stood upon the high platform, his voice resonant and magnetic, cutting through the clamor of the crowd. Echoing throughout the arena, both teams are now in position, and each will have 1 minute to summon their martial souls. Barely had the host's words settled when the captain of the Beast Academy was the first to reveal his soul rings. Zhang San, Martial Soul, the Mighty Bull, a level 41 Assault-type Soul Master. Zhang Si, Martial Soul, the Golden Armored Tortoise, a level 38 Defense-type Soul Elder. Zhang Wu, Martial Soul, the Earth-Shattering Bull, a level 38 Assault-type Soul Elder. Zhang Lu, Martial Soul, the Dual-Faced Mandarin Duck, a level 37 Support-type Soul Elder. Zheng Qi, Martial Soul, the Mantis, a level 37 Agility-type Soul Elder. Zhang Ba, Martial Soul, the Striped Black Horse, a level 36 Agility-type Soul Elder. Zhang Jiao, Martial Soul, the Colorful Winged Swallow, a level 35 Healing-type Soul Elder. The team comprising 6 Soul Lords and 1 Soul Master dazzled the audience, for within their perception, this ensemble was formidable. However, aside from Zhu Zhiqing, all other members of the Wuhen Academy retreated to the periphery of the arena, leaving her solitary on the stage. In a gesture of respect before engaging, Zhu Zhiqing began her Wuhen summoning. Zhu Zhiqing, Wuhen, Nether Cat Spirit, level 54 Agility-type Battle Soul King. The emergence of her yellow, purple, black soul rings took the onlookers by surprise. While the spectators remained immersed in awe, Zhu Zhiqing stealthily initiated her advance, akin to a phantom of the night, instantly shattering the tranquility of the air as she surged into the seemingly impregnable formation of the Beast Academy's team. Her movements were both graceful and fierce, reminiscent of a specter, catching her opponents off guard. In the blink of an eye, the meticulously arranged ranks of the Beast Academy were rendered chaotic, akin to leaves scattered by a tempest, losing their former order and majesty. With her 5th soul skill, Nether Shadow Connection, a multitude of ethereal clones of Zhu Zhiqing materialized on the arena, each embodying elegance yet exuding an undeniable aura of lethality, reminiscent of the deadliest dancers under the shroud of night. Each movement harbored a disquieting power. These phantoms glided through the interplay of light and shadow, their sharp claws reflecting a chilling glimmer in the sunlight, each beam resembling the scythe of death whispering in the dark. Merely the visual brush of their presence conjured a sense of dread, as if one stood at the precipice of an abyss, feeling the cold gaze from another realm. Suddenly, Zhang Sen bellowed like thunder, his aura surging as his 3rd soul ring ignited. 3rd soul skill, Rampant Charge. With this roar, his body seemed infused with primordial strength. Muscles taut and physique expanding several-fold, an overwhelming pressure radiating about him, with the spectral outline of bull horns emerging on his shoulders, enhancing his wild ferocity. Driven by this force, Zhang San transformed into an unstoppable boulder, hurtling towards Zhu Zhiqing with a cataclysmic intent. Yet, in that moment of thunderous might, the tide of the arena shifted quietly. With each strike, Zhu Zhiqing sent her opponents tumbling from the stage. Within mere moments, only Zhang San remained, standing resolute. Zhu Zhiqing was enveloped in a subtle aura of soul power, her profound eyes shimmering with wisdom and composure, as if she had foreseen the unfolding events. Facing Zhang San's overwhelming assault, she exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, a serene smile graced her lips, suggesting she had already devised a countermeasure. Zhu Zhuqing's form flickered like a wraith, skimming the edges of Zhang San's line of sight, leaving behind an elusive afterimage. As Zhang San snapped back to reality, he felt a sharp sting piercing through his back, akin to a multitude of icy needles. In a state of panic, he turned around, only to behold 3 ghastly blood streaks marred across his back. Blood trickled slowly along the intricate patterns of his skin, painting a harrowing tableau. Upon locking eyes with Zhu Zhuqing, an inexplicable terror seeped into Zhang San's gaze, a blend of shock and profound helplessness reflected within. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing appeared as a spectral envoy emerging from the abyss, enveloped in an undeniable aura of formidable pressure, her third soul ring glowing ominously. With a chilling whisper, she invoked her third soul skill, the ethereal slash. As she uttered the incantation, the air seemed to tear apart, and she instantaneously materialized directly before Zhang San. Her claws, sharpened to a lethal edge by her soul energy, glimmered with a ghostly light under the moon's gaze, mercilessly lunging toward Zhang San's chest. A soft gasp echoed as the very air seemed to freeze. Zhang San's chest was violently rent open, revealing a wound deep enough to expose bone. Blood gushing forth to stain his garments and accentuate the unwavering coldness in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. As Zhang San staggered, ultimately collapsing into the dust at the edge of the arena, the tumult of battle receded like a tide, signaling its conclusion. The host's eyes sparkled with incredulity as he beheld the dramatic scene unfolding on the stage, his voice quivering with excitement. Incredible! The Spirit Soul Academy, crowned with glory. Zhu Zhuqing has achieved the remarkable feat of single-handedly overcoming 7 opponents in this competition. His proclamation ignited a fervor akin to wildfire, propelling the atmosphere of the venue to a boiling crescendo. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, the name of the Spirit Soul Academy resonating in every corner, transforming into the loudest anthem of praise. Huaina glided through the crowd, her face illuminated with genuine joy and pride, embracing Zhu Zhuqing tightly. Zhuqing, I always knew you could do it. Her voice brimmed with encouragement and admiration, their friendship shining brightly in this moment. Soon after, Xiaoyu stepped into this warm and exhilarating scene. Let us go, we may not need to participate in the upcoming preliminaries. After leaving the arena, perhaps due to the subtle yet profound resonance among spirit souls, Zhu Zhuqing inadvertently glanced back and caught a glimpse of Dai Mubai's complex expression. At that moment, Dai Mubai seemed to disregard the surrounding clamor, his steps resolute, exuding an undeniable aura of authority as he approached Zhu Zhuqing with an unwavering determination. Everyone, please hold on. His deep, commanding voice sliced through the noise, ringing clearly in every ear, halting Zhu Zhuqing in her tracks. Huaina frowned slightly, displeased at the sight of the golden-haired man obstructing their path. Yet, Dai Mubai appeared oblivious to Huaina's gaze, his focus unwaveringly fixed upon Zhu Zhuqing. Are you Zhu Zhuqing? He inquired, though his tone bore no semblance of a question. Zhu Zhuqing offered no verbal response, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Why did you flee initially? Dai Mubai's tone approached the brink of madness. Ma Hongjun hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Dai Mubai's arm. Boss Dai, what are you doing? Dai Mubai seemed oblivious to Ma Hongjun's anxious pleas, his eyes ablaze with rage, hands like iron clamps firmly gripping Zhu Zhuqing's shoulders, his voice hoarse and desperate, as if attempting to pierce through every molecule of air. Why did you escape back then? Within this anguished roar lay boundless pain and confusion, rendering the surrounding atmosphere utterly still. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback by this sudden frenzy. Though startled, she surprisingly did not resist. Merely staring blankly at the familiar figure before her, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. Just at this critical juncture, Yan's form darted forth with the swiftness of a leopard. He could not stand idly by as Zhu Zhuqing endured such injustice. The wind from his punch howled, carrying an undeniable force that struck Dai Mubai's cheek with a resounding thud. Taken by surprise, Dai Mubai staggered back from the unexpected blow, a vivid imprint of a fist appearing on his face. The pain briefly restored his clarity, yet it only heightened his feelings of resentment and fury. What's wrong with you? Just as the sparks of conflict were about to ignite, the long-silent Zhu Zhuqing resolutely stepped forward, her voice cutting through the taut air like a clear spring. Yin, enough. This matter is a personal entanglement between him and me. Her words bore an unmistakable conviction, her gaze locking onto Dai Mubai's eyes, now reddened by wrath, as if she could perceive the tempest brewing within him. If you wish to know, then follow me. With that, Zhu Zhuqing gracefully turned, her light steps leading her into the nearby depths of the mysterious woods, her silhouette exuding an irresistible aura of pride and resolve. Yin attempted to follow, but Xie Yu timely placed a hand on his shoulder, preventing him with an unspoken reassurance and trust. Yin, we must grant her sufficient space. Moreover, do not forget, as a soul king, Zhuqing's cultivation far surpasses that of any mere soul master. She knows her boundaries. Yet, Yin still wished to voice his concerns. But Xie Yu had already pulled him away. As the two entered the small grove, Dai Mubai's gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing was fraught with complexity. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes remained serene, as if regarding an everyday occurrence, devoid of any tumult. Dai Mubai, do not look at me with those eyes. We are not engaged. Zhu Zhuqing's tone remained as frigid as ever. This statement effectively choked the words Dai Mubai had been about to utter. Fine, but you must tell me why you left. Zhu Zhuqing regarded Dai Mubai's current demeanor, sighed, and replied, Did you not also flee? Since you escaped, why could I not? Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai was rendered speechless. After all, it was indeed he who wished to escape at that time, and he had taken action, though he was caught and returned 5 times. If you do not wish to face it alongside me, then why do you express disappointment in my willingness to confront it with you? Dai Mubai, do you truly believe that I yearn for the position of princess? The extravagant life of Sachuo City, filled with indulgence and excess, are you not entranced by it? Each question posed by Zhu Zhuqing rendered Dai Mubai speechless, yet despite recognizing his own failings, he, as a man, did not concede to being in the wrong. Perhaps from the very moment of his birth, Dai Mubai had regarded Zhu Zhuqing as his possession. Yes, even if I was the one to betray you first. Does that mean you were without fault? Why did you choose to follow that elder of law enforcement back then? No matter how unworthy I may be. You are still my fiancée. Dai Mubai articulated each word with deliberate emphasis. However, in the face of such a Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing could only manage a bitter smile. Indeed, no matter how unworthy you may be, what does that have to do with me? Our engagement has not been formalized. It is merely a verbal agreement, with no substantive ceremony to solidify it. Chapter 55, The Ambitions of the Shrek 4. Subduing the remnant dream, you need not feign innocence with me. I am already aware of every move you make in Soto City. Zhu Zhuqing spoke with a dispassionate tone, as if discussing a matter of little significance. At that moment, Dai Mubai was rendered speechless by shock, if there was anything he wished to conceal from Zhu Zhuqing. It was undoubtedly the revelries of Soto City that topped the list. Upon finishing her words, Zhu Zhuqing turned to leave. But Dai Mubai could not bear to watch her depart. He stepped forward and grasped her wrist, saying, Wait. Before he could finish, an undeniable tension filled the air. Zhu Zhuqing's reaction was swift as lightning. She deftly twisted her hand, and the soul power coalescing at her fingertips transformed into razor-sharp claws, leaving 3 ghastly gashes on Dai Mubai's sturdy chest. This sudden turn of events caused Dai Mubai's gaze to constrict, disbelief flashing through his pupils as he instinctively staggered back, as if an invisible force had abruptly withdrawn its support. This scene quietly unfolded before the watchful eyes of Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Oscar, who exchanged glances filled with astonishment and concern. Dailada. Ma Hongjun was the first to break the silence, urgency and worry evident in his voice. Tang San and Oscar quickly joined him, encircling Dai Mubai, prepared to respond to any unforeseen developments. Tang San's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure towards Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor. He spoke in a grave tone, Miss Zhu Zhuqing, regardless of your grievances against Dai Mubai, he is, after all, your betrothed in name. It seems rather harsh to treat him in such a manner, both rationally and emotionally. Tang San's words carried an undeniable righteousness, a tactic he often employed from his moral high ground to admonish others. However, Zhu Zhuqing merely arched a subtle smile, tinged with a hint of derision. With one hand resting on her waist and her brow slightly furrowed, her gaze was piercing as she retorted, Tang San, I am well aware of your esteemed reputation. Teacher Kai once remarked that you are one who tends to position yourself above others, centered solely on self. Her voice, though soft, resonated with clarity and an undeniable strength. Akin to a stone cast upon a tranquil surface, sending ripples throughout. Tang Sen silently pondered the name Teacher Kai, as a sudden gust stirred within him. Memories spreading like ripples in a pond, inevitably leading him to think of Mike Kai. In that instant, the usually calm visage of Tang San revealed a flicker of turmoil. As if an unseen force had distorted his features, betraying the tempest of emotions brewing within. He took a deep breath, striving to confine the sudden surge of anger deep within his heart. Yet that emotion continued to churn like an undercurrent, refusing to be quelled. Teacher Kai, are you referring to that scoundrel, Mike Kai? Tang San's voice, though striving for calmness, bore the weight of long-suppressed fury, each word trembling with the intensity of his suppressed discontent. Beside them, Zhu Qing noticed the scene and lightly furrowed her delicate brows, a subtle flicker of displeasure flashing in her eyes. She understood well Tang San's usual composure and restraint. His current lapse in demeanor was undoubtedly triggered by the mere mention of Teacher Kai, which stirred some deep-seated taboos within him. Tang San. Zhu Qing softly parted her lips, savoring the name as if each syllable harbored untold stories of the past. Subsequently, a playful smile crept onto her lips as she gazed at Tang San, teasingly remarking, "Oh, you are the Tang San who was trampled underfoot by Teacher Kai 8 years ago in the soul-hunting forest?" At her words, ripples surged across Tang San's heart, memories flooding back with a thunderous rush. He needed no further inquiry to conclude that the illustrious Teacher Kai was none other than the formidable Mike Kai, an indelible mark etched into his heart, intertwining hatred and resentment. The name Mike Kai struck him like a sharp blade, each recollection twisting his heart with anguish. It represented not only the haunting shadow of witnessing his mentor's suffering due to him, but also bore the heavy burden of his father's mysterious disappearance, all pointing towards that powerful adversary. In that moment, Tang San's eyes ignited like flames, burning with an uncontrollable fury and defiance. Just as his fingers lightly toyed with the silver needles that had appeared at his waist, a subtle disturbance in the air emanated from behind Zhu Qing. In an instant, the figures of Xieyu, Hulaina, and Yin materialized like phantoms behind her, infusing the tense atmosphere with an even greater sense of foreboding. Yin seemed to be encircled by an invisible inferno, every inch of his skin pulsating with a searing intensity, his gaze fixed on Tang San, exuding an undeniable resolve. Any hint of movement from the latter would unleash a tempestuous assault akin to a fierce storm. As the leader of the group, Xieyu stepped forward with steady strides, positioning himself before Zhu Qing, blocking the line of sight between the two parties. His voice, deep and magnetic, pierced through the taut air. "You are from the Shrek team, are you not? If there are any grievances, let them be resolved in the competition. Conflicts here will lead to disqualification. Moreover, Zhu Qing is a member of our Spirit Hall's Golden Generation. I will not tolerate anyone bullying her." Faced with the overwhelming pressure from the trio, Tang Sen silently retracted the silver needles. He exchanged glances with his companions, silently swallowing their grievances and frustrations like a wordless sigh. At that moment, reason felt as cold as iron, reminding them that this was not the time for impetuous actions. As the oppressive silence permeated every corner, Tang San finally spoke, his gaze shimmering with determination and resolve as he turned to Dai Mubai. "Boss Dai, those 4 are Soul Kings, their strength is unfathomable. But remember, this battle is one we must win." His voice, though soft, rang out with clarity, igniting the fighting spirit within his companions like a fire in the heart of winter. Upon hearing these words, Dai Mubai instinctively covered the wound that throbbed from the fierce battle, yet his gaze shone with an unusual brilliance, as if the pain had become a testament to his resilience. Gently, he patted Tang San's shoulder, the gesture embodying both solace and encouragement. "Little San, no matter how treacherous the path ahead or how formidable the adversary, we, the Shrek 7 monsters, have always fought side by side, unafraid of any challenge. In this battle, let us demonstrate through our actions that we shall repay our disgrace in full." A week later, ever since the Wuhen Academy showcased its Soul King strength, the subsequent academies encountered chose to forfeit without exception. Consequently, throughout the preliminary rounds, Wuhen Academy only engaged in combat once. Within the resting room of Wuhen Academy, Yin lay exhausted upon the sofa. After a week of inactivity, he had been dragged out by Xiaoyu for sparring once again, resulting in an inevitable thrashing. Just as Yin sank into self-doubt, the door to the resting room was gently pushed open, and Xiaoyu entered with an undeniable air of authority. His gaze swept across the faces of his teammates. Noticing their post-battle despondency, he could not help but frown slightly. He then coughed deeply, a low yet powerful sound. Cough. Everyone, lift your spirits. Do not forget, Teacher Kai will be arriving shortly. These words seemed to unleash an invisible force that instantly pierced through the heaviness and fatigue within the room. At the mere mention of their stern yet benevolent Teacher Kai, the teammates' eyes sparkled anew, like tender sprouts nourished by morning dew, straightening their backs and donning expressions of determination and anticipation. On the once bustling, expansive streets of Tiando City, Teacher Kai's strides appeared leisurely, yet each step was imbued with subtle cunning. Initially, he reveled in this tranquility as though the entire world had cleared a path for him. Gradually, however, an indescribable sense of unease began to creep into his heart. The surrounding scenery subtly distorted, the space rippling with delicate waves. Resembling the surface of a lake shrouded in morning fog, were the blurred edges of a dream. What should have been a cacophony of voices and vibrant energy now felt as if an unseen brush had swept across, transforming the street into a realm of emptiness and silence, leaving only the whispers of the wind as it traversed the alleys. A warning bell rang in Kai's heart. He secretly gathered his energy, seemingly slowing his pace while actually preparing for any eventuality. Every minute movement betrayed his extraordinary acuity and composure. Just as he was about to step beyond the city gates and into the unknown, he abruptly halted, turning his back to the desolate street. His voice steady and resonant. "Come forth, my friend. I imagine you are weary from your pursuit." As these words left his lips, the air seemed to solidify, and a chilling aura seeped from the void, accompanied by a low, hoarse voice that resonated like a call from the underworld. The leading teacher of Wuhen Academy is indeed worthy of his reputation, even in this silent street. You can discern my presence. This voice conveyed both admiration and a barely perceptible threat, casting a mysterious veil over the entire scene. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a choice. Choice 1. Eliminate the dream remnant and acquire a complete set of spiritual soul bones. Choice 2. Subdue the dream remnant and acquire a complete set of spiritual soul bones. The long-awaited trigger of choice stirred a flicker of excitement in Kai's heart, for it had been nearly 2 years since he last encountered such an opportunity. With a nonchalant gesture, he elegantly rotated his wrist, as if engaging in a graceful prelude. He then carelessly reached into the void, and the previously intangible air seemed to be gently stirred by an unseen hand, the ensuing sound suddenly growing thick and sluggish. With a slight exertion, he appeared to extract Xinian from the very fabric of nothingness, pulling him forth with remarkable force. At that moment, Xinian's expression was one of utter shock. Kai's hand, seemingly imbued with boundless power, clutched his face tightly, distorting his features as disbelief and struggle flickered in his eyes. He fought desperately to break free from this sudden confinement, but Kai's grip was as unyielding as iron, firmly anchoring him at the precipice of reality. Dream Remnant Xinian. Wuhen Nightmare, Level 76 Soul Saint, Vice President of Songhui Academy. My intelligence appears to be accurate, does it not? Kai's voice resonated, deep and magnetic, each word striking the very depths of Xinian's heart, creating ripples of realization. His gaze was profound, seemingly capable of unveiling the deepest secrets of the human soul. Fixated on Xinian without allowing even the slightest evasion, Xinian remained entrapped in the shock of his illusion being mercilessly torn apart. The sudden blow rendered him nearly incapable of resistance, leaving him to grapple with an overwhelming tide of incredulity that stirred incessantly within him. How could you possibly shatter my illusion? How could you possibly seize my true form? Is it truly difficult? Before absolute power, all means are futile, Kai stated plainly. Observing the terror etched on Xinian's face, he continued, "To be honest, I find your audacity admirable. Yet I harbor grave concerns about the intellect of your superiors at Songhui Academy, for they dared to conceive an assassination attempt against me." Under Kai's irresistible power, Xinian was akin to a leaf caught in a tempest, helplessly crashing to the cold ground, limbs struggling in vain, only to amplify the aura of despair surrounding him. In that moment, time seemed to freeze until Kai, with indifference, released his grip, allowing Shinian to plunge into the abyss of fate, on the brink of life and death. Shinian finally discerned the chilling intent within Kai's words, an unprecedented fear piercing through his heart like shards of ice. Before he could regain his composure, he found himself involuntarily kneeling, the sound of his knees striking the ground heavy and despondent, mirroring his current state of mind. His forehead struck the unforgiving earth with a heavy thud, each collision proclaiming his submission. "Please, do not kill me. I am willing to serve you." His voice, imbued with both the terror of death and the fervent desire for life, was earnest and heartfelt, all in a desperate plea for a glimmer of hope amidst Kai's unpredictable whims. With the illusion shattered, he found himself bereft of any power to resist. "Insufficient," Kai replied coolly. Shinian, being an astute individual, immediately reacted. At that moment, Shinian raised 3 fingers and vowed, "I, Shinian, swear by my martial soul to follow you from this moment forth. Should I harbor any thoughts of betrayal, may my martial soul shatter and my life extinguish." In other realms, such oaths could easily be broken. Yet here, in the world of Douluo continent, where divine principles govern, an oath sworn upon one's martial soul invites severe repercussions if violated. "Now speak," Kai inquired. "Whose idea was it to assassinate me? Surely, it cannot be that you concocted this scheme out of sheer folly?" His concern for the intellect of the person who conceived such a plan was genuine, after all. The leading teacher from the Martial Soul Academy must at least possess the rank of Soul Douluo. To send someone like Shinian, who was merely at level 76, to attempt an assassination, regardless of how peculiar his martial soul might be, seemed an insurmountable challenge. "Esteemed sir," I replied, "my target for assassination is one Tang San, as our next opponent in the upcoming match is the Shrek Academy. Thus, I." Chapter 56 Farewell to Qianren Shui and the Bet with Ning Fingxi. "Tang San?" Kai pondered, stroking his chin as he regarded the obsequious Shinian. "To assassinate Tang San? I cannot decide whether to commend your cunning or deride your folly. Do you truly believe that by eliminating Tang San, Sanghui Academy will ascend? And what if you face off against Shrek Academy? Will you persist in your assassination attempts? I dare say, even without my intervention, that old Koot Huyinjin would not spare you." Kai turned slightly, his gaze as profound as a frozen lake. Sweeping over the prostrate Shinian, his tone devoid of warmth. "You may withdraw. I shall act as though I have not witnessed this. As for the subsequent matters concerning Sanghui Academy, you are surely aware, and there is no need for me to elaborate further." Upon hearing these words, the undeniable authority in his voice caused Shinian to tremble, cold sweat beading on his brow, as if the very air had solidified around them. Once Kai's figure had receded into the distance, Shinian dared to rise slowly, his legs still quaking. Filled with a sense of fortunate survival and in awe of the inscrutable power he had just encountered, Kai did not rush back to the resting quarters of the Spirit Hall. Instead, he strolled toward the residence of the Tiando imperial family. Just as he was about to step through the grand entrance, 2 guards clad in resplendent armor stood like sentinels, their long spears crossed before him, forming an impenetrable barrier. Polite, yet resolute in their obstruction, this unexpected hindrance did not falter Kai's stride. Rather, it added an air of nonchalance and mystery to his demeanor. "This is the abode of the Crown Prince. Entry is forbidden without an invitation." One guard stood firm as a pine, his spear slightly raised, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Kai's gaze brushed past them, a subtle trace of indifference flickering in the depths of his eyes, yet he maintained a composed exterior. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he tempered his usual assertiveness and bowed deeply to the guard, speaking earnestly. "Might I trouble you to convey a message? Inform His Highness that an old acquaintance, Akai, seeks an urgent audience." "Akai?" Upon hearing this, the guard furrowed his brow slightly, the name resonating faintly in his mind, yet failing to immediately evoke any vivid recollection. Confirming that he had no direct association with such a name, he nonetheless adhered to his duty and turned to report. As the sound of his footsteps faded into the distance, the atmosphere around seemed to imbue a subtle layer of anticipation and mystery. With a gentle push, the door creaked open, and a hurried figure entered, the soldier who had come to deliver the report. His eyes swiftly scanned the room, locking onto the crown prince Xueqinghe, who sat in the center, exuding an ethereal grace, as well as the serene Ningfengji, master of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Leisurely sipping tea with an air of indifference, the soldier halted momentarily, then knelt on one knee, clasping his fist respectfully. His voice tinged with reverence. "I pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince and to Master Ning. I have urgent matters to report." Xueqinghe's brow furrowed imperceptibly at this unexpected interruption. Although he felt a twinge of displeasure, his upbringing as the heir apparent quickly tempered his emotions, and he maintained a charming smile. "What matter is so pressing? Speak freely." His voice was warm and resonant, like a gentle spring breeze, yet it carried an undeniable weight of authority. Upon hearing this, the soldier lowered his head even further, his voice imbued with greater reverence. "Your Highness, there is a man named Akai requesting an audience." Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, as if the heavens themselves had split open, unleashing a deafening clap of thunder. This unexpected sound followed closely after the utterance of the name Akai, stirring tumultuous waves within Xueqinghe's heart, creating ripples that trembled incessantly. His inner excitement was difficult to contain. Even the slightest quiver was as delicate and imperceptible as a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake, yet Xueqinghe, with his extraordinary self-discipline, quietly concealed it beneath a facade of calmness, so much so that even the seasoned Ningfengji could not discern a hint of it. "Quickly, please invite him in," Xueqinghe commanded, his voice deep and resolute, each word resonating with undeniable authority. His speech seemed to possess an enchanting quality, instantly quelling the subtle unrest within the chamber. Upon hearing this, the guard again bowed respectfully, stepping out of the room with measured strides, leaving behind an atmosphere of tranquility and unresolved enigmas. Ningfengji's keen gaze swept over Xueqinghe's countenance, catching a fleeting hint of peculiarity, igniting a flicker of concern within him. "Your Highness, has the recent flurry of state affairs caused you any discomfort?" His tone was gentle and considerate, imbued with profound care for Xueqinghe, yet it maintained the decorum befitting a loyal subject. Xueqinghe turned to Ningfengji and replied, "Teacher, you may call me Qinghe. It is merely the sight of an old friend that stirs my heart." A subtle curiosity glimmered in Ningfengji's eyes, prompting him to seek further understanding of the old friend Xueqinghe had mentioned. In the imperial city, it was indeed rare for one as esteemed as the crown prince to display such emotional disarray, indicating that this friend's identity must be of considerable significance. Before long, the door was gently pushed open once more, as if the portal of time had reluctantly revealed a fraction of its secrets, drawing the attention of both individuals within the room towards the figure poised to step over the threshold. A palpable tension and anticipation hung in the air. As the footsteps approached, Kai's silhouette gradually emerged, and in that moment, Xueqinghe could scarcely contain his inner thrill, his body quivering with the urge to rise in greeting. Yet he restrained himself, adhering to the decorum expected in the presence of Ningfengji. However, even the astute leader of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, upon laying eyes on Kai, could not suppress a flicker of astonishment. His pupils slightly contracted, as if stirred by an invisible force. To his surprise, the newcomer was none other than the leading instructor from the Martial Soul Academy, a young elder of the Martial Soul Hall, whom he had long admired. "What an honor," Ningfengji remarked as he stood to welcome him, determined to uphold the proper etiquette despite his astonishment. Kai, upon encountering Ningfengji, was taken aback but adhered to the adage of not striking a smiling face. He would not risk offending someone of such repute. "I did not expect the illustrious Master Ning to be present here. What a pleasure it is." Both men exchanged compliments, ensuring that their mutual respect was evident, leaving no room for criticism in their courteous demeanor. "Qinghe, how do you know this elder from the Martial Soul Hall?" Ningfengji inquired cheerfully, yet internally he had already prepared himself. Upon hearing this, Xueqinghe also rose from his chair. Addressing his teacher, "Do you recall my previous account of the incident during my pursuit of the fourth soul ring? I was unexpectedly ambushed by a 10,000-year soul beast, and it was fortunate that Brother Akai happened to pass by and saved me. Had it not been for his timely intervention, the Crown Prince of Tiando, Xueqinghe, would likely not exist today." Xue's response was impeccable, expressing both gratitude for Akai's rescue and the weight of his kindness. Akai leisurely took his seat, Savoring a sip of fragrant tea, his gaze imbued with a hint of amusement as it casually drifted towards Ning Fengji, softly inquiring, "Master Ning, do you have a favored team in this competition?" At this, Ning Fengji's lips curled into a warm smile, his eyes shimmering with subtle depth. He did not shy away but candidly replied, "Indeed, there is one team I hold in high regard, Shrek Academy, which happens to be the current place of study for my youngest daughter." "Oh, Shrek Academy?" Akai leaned back slightly in his chair, his expression one of surprise. "As far as I know, even the prodigious Tang San, a standout of Shrek Academy, has only reached the cultivation level of Soul Master at the 44th rank, whereas our Wuhen Academy boasts a Soul King." Ning Fengji chuckled lightly, a smile reflecting both pride in his daughter's academy and anticipation for the challenges ahead. Though Shrek Academy may not possess a renowned name, they frequently achieve the unexpected. The level of soul power does not entirely measure a team's true strength. In my observation, it is more about their harmonious cooperation, indomitable spirit, and a fervent desire for victory. In this arena, miracles can indeed occur. Since Master Ning favors Shrek Academy, why not engage in a wager? A playful glint flickered in Akai's eyes, his inquiry seeming casual yet affirming. "A wager? What terms do you propose?" Ning Fengji feigned ignorance. "Hee." Akai chuckled softly before continuing. "I wager that the champion of this competition will be Wuhen Academy. Should I lose, the enforcement team of the Wuhen Hall will withdraw from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's territory. Moreover, concerning the 4 soul bones awarded during the competition, I shall personally present 3 soul bones aged over 10,000 years to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Additionally, I will provide information regarding a 10,000-year transformed soul beast." "Master Ning, how significant is a transformed 10,000-year soul beast?" "Surely, I need not elaborate." Akai had laid his sincerity bare, leaving it to Ning Fengji to decide. Listening to Akai's proposed wager, it was undeniable that Ning Fengji felt a stir of excitement. Not only would the withdrawal of the enforcement team from the 7 Treasure City be a considerable gain, but 3 soul bones aged over 10,000 years, alongside the prospect of a transformed 10,000-year soul beast, were treasures that could not simply be given away. It is universally acknowledged that soul masters possessing a 10,000-year soul ring stand in stark contrast to those who do not. Let us not forget that a soul beast that has transformed over the course of 100,000 years will inevitably produce a soul ring of the same age, along with a soul bone of equal rarity. This implies that should we triumph over the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, we stand to gain no less than 5 soul bones of over 10,000 years, in addition to a soul ring from the 100,000-year beast, not to mention the stability that 7 Treasure City has enjoyed for decades. Ning Fengji pondered whether this opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Was his investment in Tang San truly worth the entirety of his resources? After a brief contemplation, Ning Fengji resolutely nodded. "Very well, I accept this wager. Should Shrek Academy emerge victorious, I implore the elders to fulfill today as promise. Of course, should Shrek Academy face defeat, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would generously bestow 4 soul bones of over 10,000 years upon the Spirit Hall, alongside my personal wager of 100 million gold soul coins." "Lord Ning, you know what the Spirit Hall desires." Kai, momentarily shedding his usual levity, fixed his gaze intently on Ning Fengji. "Let us not discuss soul bones or gold soul coins further. If I prevail, the Spirit Hall's future plans must remain unimpeded by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School." Kai's meaning was abundantly clear, and the cunning Ning Fengji was certainly astute enough to comprehend the implications. The Spirit Hall has long harbored ambitions of dominating the continent, a fact well understood by the 3 major sects and the 2 great empires alike. In the Spirit Hall's forthcoming endeavors, one cannot afford to take an adversarial stance. In essence, it is a proposal to forge a tacit agreement with the Spirit Hall. At that moment, a ripple suddenly manifested within the space around them. In the blink of an eye, an elderly figure materialized behind Ning Fengji. This individual was one of the 2 guardian Douluos of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The Bone Douluo, renowned as the continent's foremost defensive Douluo with a formidable level of 95. "Fengji, we are both aware of the Spirit Hall's ambitions, and it is imperative that you do not acquiesce," the Bone Douluo implored, casting a concerned glance towards the onlooking Shui Qinghe. Uncle Bone, I have my own considerations. Although Ning Fengji's expression remained composed, he eventually turned his attention to Xue Qinghe. Your Highness, what is your perspective? Ning Fengji's choice to address him formally signified a shift in their dynamic, speaking as the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. What do you think? Naturally, Xue Qinghe discerned the change in Ning Fengji's tone. Both were cunning individuals, and such games would not continue. Master, I believe it is unwise. Ning Fengji was slightly taken aback by Xue Qinghe's response. Though the promises made by the Spirit Hall could indeed cultivate a formidable warrior in a short span, Xue Qinghe's words only solidified Ning Fengji's conviction. However, he chose not to articulate his thoughts fully at that moment. I understand. Let us leave the matter of the wager here, Uncle Bone. We shall take our leave. With that, Ning Fengji rose to depart. Xue Qinghe intended to accompany him, but was detained by Kai for a conversation. Ning Fengji had made his choice clear, and the seasoned players in this intricate game understood his intentions without the need for overt refusals. Silence, in this case, signified consent. At present, Ning Fengji holds the esteemed position of the Crown Prince's mentor, destined to become the future Grand Master of the Tiando Empire. Should he publicly acquiesce to the demands of the Spirit Hall, it would yield no benefit to either the Spirit Hall or the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Just as Ning Fengji and the Bone Douluo departed, a sudden glimmer of golden light illuminated Xue Qinghe's form. Subsequently, Qian Rinxue emerged gracefully from the radiant glow, her long legs stepping forth with elegance. Observing Kai's unwavering gaze, she felt a mix of amusement and irritation. Just as she was about to inquire about his motives, Kai stepped forward and pulled her into his embrace. The soft sensation enveloped her, stirring ripples in Kai's heart, akin to the first bloom of peach blossoms in spring, vibrant yet elusive. He inhaled deeply, the subtle fragrance that clung to Qian Rinxue reminiscent of a flower shrouded in morning mist, tantalizingly delicate, awakening an intoxicating allure in his eyes. Qian Rinxue's cheeks flushed, akin to the rosy clouds at dawn, embodying both shyness and an indescribable anticipation. She did not resist this unexpected intimacy. Instead, she acquiesced with an almost tacit acceptance, allowing Kai's embrace to become her most steadfast refuge in that moment. Yet, as time flowed quietly, that pure warmth gradually intertwined with deeper emotions. Kai's hand instinctively brushed against her delicate skin, and this unintentional closeness permeated the air with a subtle shift. Qian Rinxue cast a sidelong glance, a hint of playful reproach flickering in her eyes, yet she did not truly chide him. Rather, amidst this delicate atmosphere, she felt an unprecedented thrill. In that instant, Qian Rinxue executed an unexpected gesture that took Kai by surprise. She rose onto her toes, and, with a swiftness that left no room for hesitation, gently pressed her lips against his. This sudden kiss was akin to a summer downpour, unexpected yet perfectly refreshing to a parched heart. Kai was struck by this unforeseen tenderness, his thoughts seemingly suspended in that moment. He savored the warmth